Chapter 291 Yellow Sand Buries Loyal Bones. Pursuit. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. Song Gaoyun's temporary order to stop the fleet gave the Great Xia fleet a golden opportunity. But at the same time it also disrupted Bai Qi's overall deployment, causing problems with the strategic arrangement. Therefore, while ordering the fleet to seize the opportunity and attack decisively, Bai Qi also ordered the Yinyun cavalry, the Black Armor Army, and the Cavalry Army to rush to the battlefield quickly. As for the rest of the army, they remained where they were, because without the support of further intelligence, even Bai Qi could not figure out whether the ancient army had other conspiracies. When the three elite armies, including the Yinyun cavalry, arrived at the devastated battlefield one after another, there were only the remains of the desolate battlefield and countless dead bodies. As for the ancient army, it had disappeared. In the sky, Yanjiu, Qin Qiong, Wu Zibing and other three people gathered together, looking at the endless chaotic battlefield below, and were speechless for a long time. Although they did not see the battle in person, the battlefield remnants of gullies and hills turned into pits showed how fierce the battle was. The broken bodies of the Xia army soldiers and the fact that there was almost no intact Jinping warship showed how crazy those brave Xia soldiers were in order to kill as many enemies as possible. They are real warriors. They are the most loyal and brave elites of my great Xia dynasty. After a long silence, Qin Qiong let out a long breath and whispered with admiration. Afterwards, Qin Qiong suddenly looked serious and straightened his posture. All the soldiers, take off your helmets. After a sonorous and powerful shout, Qin Qiong raised his hands solemnly, slowly but forcefully took off the red tassel helmet on his head, and tucked it under his arm. At the same time, more than 200,000 soldiers also stretched out their hands solemnly and heavily, and took off the iron helmets on their heads in unison. Salute to the hero, Qin Qiong shouted hoarsely, with a slight tremor in his tone. After the voice fell, Qin Qiong, Wu Zibing, Yanjiu, and the other more than 200,000 Daxia soldiers all lowered their heads in unison, and beat their chests with their right hands, offering the highest etiquette of Daxia soldiers. At this moment, everything was quiet. Even the whistling wind was much lighter, as if they were all shocked by this solemn atmosphere. It was not until more than 100 breaths later that all the people raised their heads one after another, and put on the iron helmets silently. Looking around, many soldiers had red eyes, and some even choked secretly. But more of them were heartfelt admiration and strong murderous intent. Everyone knew that the current Daxia military strength was still a long way from the ancient army. Otherwise Bai Shuai would not have adopted this method to avoid more soldiers from dying on the battlefield. The heroic death of these brothers was not only for the victory of the entire battle, but also to save their lives. In the final analysis, everything was caused by the massive invasion of the ancient dynasty. If it weren't for the invasion of the ancient army, how could there be such a scene? Therefore, the anger in the chest of every Daxia soldier was completely ignited. They wanted to find the ancient army immediately and kill them all. General, I want to fight. Suddenly, a young general strode out and shouted to Qin Qiong to fight, with a determined look in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest, attracting countless people to follow suit and shout loudly. For a moment, the field was filled with excited voices asking for battle. General, your subordinates ask for battle. General, Tu Ying asks for battle. General, we ask for battle. General, please lead us to kill all the ancient army. The noisy calls for battle were deafening, and when they reached the back, they gradually gathered into a neat sound wave, piercing the sky. Qin Qiong had a rolling warm current and a surging heat wave rolling in his heart. But he knew his responsibilities. Soldiers, brothers, I am just like you. I also want to find those enemies immediately and kill them all. But anger and murderous intent alone are far from enough. We cannot destroy the enemy army alone. We need to work with other brothers in the rear to achieve this goal. So, I need you to remember and save this deep anger when General Bai and General Yuan decide on the battle strategy. Vent them fiercely and burn the enemy army to the ground. Although Qin Qiong's words could not completely suppress the restless killing intent of the soldiers, they also stabilized the situation. After turning around, Qin Qiong stood with Yanjiu and Wu Zibing again. General Qin, the enemy army left in a hurry and did not even collect the corpses of their own soldiers. This shows that they are already scared of being killed. They are now like frightened birds. Before Qin Qiong opened his mouth, Wu Zibing, who looked heroic and unruly, spoke first, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Moreover, Judging from the traces they left behind, they should be divided into 3 groups, heading east, west and north respectively. So, we should choose 1 or 2 of the enemy groups and chase them immediately, creating the illusion of a large army chasing them. We will surely take advantage of the opportunity when the enemy's morale is in chaos and they have no fighting spirit, and defeat them in one fell swoop. Qin Qiong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, General Hua, what you said is not without reason. But this is the territory of the Hao Yuan dynasty after all. If we chase them without prior notice, it will easily lead to uncontrollable consequences. Moreover, how the army will fight also needs to be decided by General Bai and General Yuan. We can't act on our own. So, please be patient. General Hua, we will first report the situation here and the movements of the ancient army to the 2 commanders and ask them to make the decision. Hearing this, Hua Xubing raised his black eyebrows in a figure 8 shape and snorted coldly. Opportunities are fleeting. If we give the enemy a chance to recover, it will be difficult for us to defeat them easily. So, I will lead the cavalry army to chase them first. As for the 2 of you, wait for the report to the 2 commanders and wait for their orders. As he said, Hua Xubing turned around and was about to leave. Qin Qiong's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a deep voice, General Hua, how can you act without the commander's order? Hua Xubing did not stop, but waved his hand without looking back. If the 2 commanders blame me, I will bear the consequences and will not implicate you too. After that, Hua Xubing shouted in the direction of the cavalry army. Cavalry, assemble immediately. Qin Qiong was angry and anxious, but he could do nothing. The 3 of them were of equal status, and no one could order anyone else. Hua Xubing insisted on leaving, and he had no choice. Seeing Hua Xubing leading the cavalry army to the east, Qin Qiong showed a look of struggle. After more than 10 breaths, Qin Qiong suddenly looked fierce and looked at Yanjiu, who had been silent. Commander Yin, judging from the traces left by the other side, there should be about 400,000 troops going to the east, among which there are probably more than 100,000 elites in the Dharma body realm. General Hua only led 100,000 cavalry troops, and something might go wrong. So, can Commander Yin lead the Yin cavalry to follow and secretly coordinate? Yes. Yanjiu just uttered a word lightly, and then turned around and left very simply, calling on more than 100 Yin cavalry to cover their whereabouts, and quickly chased to the east. Qin Qiong breathed a sigh of relief, and did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly reported the situation back. Border East Camp, General's tent. This Hua Xubing is so impulsive. Wei Qing snorted angrily, then sighed to Bai Qi, General Bai. General Hua's unauthorized actions did violate military regulations, but he should have been stimulated by the sacrifices of those loyal and brave men, and he should not have any intention of doing anything rash. Moreover, now is the time to use people. I hope General Bai will deal with him after the war. Bai Qi looked at Wei Qing expressionlessly, and did not respond to Wei Qing's test, but changed the subject. General Wei, why do you think the ancient army hastily evacuated? Wei Qing was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, the ancient army should be frightened by the desperate attack of our fleet. After all, they paid an extremely painful price. So, I think they should be worried that our main force will rush over quickly, and their army's fighting spirit will be greatly reduced, and the morale of the army will be unstable. They think that they will not be the opponent, so they evacuated in a hurry. Bai Qi raised his eyebrows and said without comment, if so, why don't they evacuate to the north together, but choose to split into 3 groups? After all, a frightened army will feel safer if it is united as one? This, Wei Qing's expression froze, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Xiao Jijia suddenly spoke. Is it possible that the ancient army under Song Gaoyun has completely given up the attack on my great Xia and wants to cooperate with Mu Haoqing's army to take down the Hao Yuan dynasty first? If so, then the enemy's division of troops can be explained, because it means that they need to divide their troops to take down some key cities and important places in the southern part of the Hao Yuan dynasty as soon as possible. Bai Qi glanced at Xiao Jijia, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It is possible. Song Gaoyun has seen the strength of our army, and I think he can analyze a lot of things from that battle. It is possible that he directly chooses to give up attacking my great Xia and attack Hao Yuan instead. However, Song Gaoyun has been in battle for a long time, and is extremely cautious by nature. He should be very clear about how tempting the state of the ancient army is to our army at this time, just like General Hua's actions. Hearing this, Wei Qing and others couldn't help but change their faces. General Bai, What you mean is that this is most likely a trap set by Song Gaoyun. His division of the troops is just a facade, and his real purpose is to lure our army to attack one of his routes, and then mobilize the elite troops from the other two routes to encircle and kill the pursuing army? This is just a possibility. Of course, if it were me, I would definitely do it. Bai Qi nodded and then straightened his posture. The matter of Hua Yubing's unauthorized action will be discussed after the war. I don't have time to pursue him now. Report all matters to the court immediately and ask the court to decide its attitude towards the Haoyuan dynasty. Also, pass on my order to order Qin Qiong to leave thousands of people to guard the battlefield and wait for the follow-up troops to go to clean up. And order him to lead the main force of the Xuanjia army to the east for support. Order Li Yuanfang, Su Chu, and Wei Qin to lead the Qianyu Guard, the Tiger Guard, and the Black Iron Army to take the remaining warships to support in case of any accidents. If Song Gaoyun doesn't have a trap, it's fine. But if there is, then I will make him lose more than he gains and pay a more painful price. At the end, Bai Qi slammed the table heavily, his eyes flashing coldly. As for the sacrifice of those Daxia soldiers, if you want to say that it's heartbreaking, he, the commander, is particularly heartbroken. For this account, he also wanted to make the enemy army return 10 or 100 times more. Yes. Chapter 292 The Power of the Cavalry. In the wilderness, a cavalry with all black armor and red cloaks was galloping forward. Report, General. We have found traces of the enemy 15 miles ahead. An elite scout descended from the sky and reported loudly to Hua Yubing. Map. Hua Yubing stretched out his left arm, and someone immediately presented him with a detailed topographic map of the southeast of the Haoyuan dynasty. Hua Yubing looked up and glanced over it, with a sneer on his lips. It's a good location. On the right, a square-faced general frowned and said solemnly, General, the Shibuan is 20 miles ahead. The terrain here is suitable for ambush. Will the enemy have any conspiracy? Hua Yubing turned his eyes away from the map and smiled arrogantly. A bunch of cowardly bandits who have been frightened out of their wits. Even if they have a conspiracy. So what? They are still too young to ambush my cavalry. Sherba Wan is destined to be their grave. Hua Yubing was not afraid at all, but was full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Come here. Yes. Pass on my order. Order Zhao Penu to lead 30,000 elite cavalry to bypass from the left. Cross the hill and enter from the 6th bay. Order Lu Bo to lead 30,000 elite cavalry to bypass from the right. Cross the Zhang River and enter from the 12th bay. Tell them that in this battle they need to each raise a flag. And then use the shadow army formation to create the illusion of a 100,000 strong army, giving the enemy the illusion of 3 fully strength elite cavalry coordinated attacks. Also, let them put the most elite combat power in the vanguard position, and must sweep through with a crushing momentum to completely defeat the enemy's last will to fight. As long as the enemy's will to fight collapses, no matter how many people they have, it will lead to a total defeat. 1,000 miles of collapse. In this way, victory is naturally in hand. Hearing Hua Yubing's arrangement, the square-faced general couldn't help but suppress the idea of continuing to persuade, because according to the current arrangement, even if the enemy stopped to rely on the advantage of terrain to ambush, it might not be impossible to break the situation. Yes. Shibuan, the central area, when several ancient generals were standing on the protruding stone platform and watching their army marching forward in silence. A lieutenant came running from behind. General, the enemy is chasing us. Hearing this, everyone's face changed slightly, and they all looked at the old general with red beard standing in the middle. This old general was named Qi Keming, and he was the general of the ancient dynasty and the main general of this army. I didn't expect that the other side would choose our road. Qi Keming sighed secretly. According to his heart, he really didn't want to continue fighting at this time, because the morale of his army was at an unprecedented low. But Marshal Tsong said that if they fled in such a miserable way, there would be many hidden dangers, so they must use a victory to boost the morale and fighting spirit of the army again, and give the court a reasonable explanation at least. Song Shui believed that although the previous battle caught them off guard, it should have also disrupted the Daxiao army's layout. So the Daxiao army would most likely send a limited number of elite troops to the battlefield to investigate. When the enemy saw them evacuating in a hurry, and not even having time to collect the bodies of the soldiers, they would most likely be ready to make a move. But if they evacuate together, the enemy will probably not dare to pursue them. So they need to divide their forces to lure the enemy into the trap. If the enemy does not take the bait or does not pursue them for fear of causing a dispute with the Haoyuan dynasty, that is fine. They can just attack the important places in the south of the Haoyuan dynasty. And if the enemy takes the bait, there are suitable ambush sites in the direction of the three armies. And the elite armies are also on the dozens of remaining warships, which can provide support at the fastest speed, as long as they can hold on until the elite reinforcements arrive. It should be easy to destroy the pursuing Da Xiao army. So, Shi Qiming quickly cheered up. Report to Marshal Tseng immediately and ask him to send warships to help quickly. Yes. Order the army to set up a defensive formation immediately. We will turn the 18 bays into a deadly iron barrel formation to destroy the invading Da Xiao army in one fell swoop. Also, pass it on. Marshal Tseng has said that all military merits will be tripled in this battle. Tell the brothers that the great opportunity to make achievements and have a wife and children has come. I will fight with them to the end. Yes. As Shi Qiming's military order was passed down, the more than 400,000 troops could not help but stir up a commotion. The terrifying scene of the Da Xiao soldiers fighting desperately was still in front of them. Now they heard that the Da Xiao pursuers were coming, and they had to defend the place to the death. How could they not panic? However, when they heard that the military merits in this battle could be tripled, and there were reinforcements, the restlessness subsided a little, and the morale and fighting spirit that were about to fall to the bottom were also slightly boosted. But it was only slightly. Fear is not so easy to eliminate. As time passed slowly, as the news of the approaching Da Xiao army continued to reach their ears, the mood of the ancient soldiers became more and more nervous, and some of them even had fine beads of sweat in their palms holding their weapons. At this moment, they seemed not to be the army of the ancient dynasty, but just an ordinary army of an ordinary force. Their pride, fighting spirit, confidence, etc. all ran away towards the entrance of Shibuan. Huatsubing personally led 40,000 cavalry troops to rush forward, under the influence of the shadow army formation. Whether it was the deafening sound of horse hooves or the dense human figures, it seemed that the movement and power brought by hundreds of thousands of troops, rather than just 40,000 horses. At the forefront of the army, Huatsubing personally led the way, and his not-so-tall figure looked majestic and heavy at this moment, when there was only 3 miles left between them and the enemy formation. Huatsubing shouted loudly, "Soldiers, the spirits of our brothers in heaven are watching us. In this battle, no prisoners will be taken. We must comfort them with the blood of the enemy. Follow me. Kill them all. Roar. Kill." At this moment, the rage in the hearts of the cavalry was at its peak. After Huatsubing's words, it was like a volcano about to erupt. The shouts and shouts that soared into the sky frightened the ancient army on the opposite side. When the blue-green military formation was unfolded, and when the endless Dharma bodies were revealed in unison, the ancient soldiers in the distance felt even colder in their hearts. Looking around, almost all of them were Dharma bodies. What does this mean? Could it be that the hundreds of thousands of Da Xiao cavalry on the opposite side were all elites in the virtual body realm? Although the ancient army also had hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers in the virtual body realm, they were scattered in 5 or 6 nodes, each with only 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers. How could they be stopped? All troops, listen to the order. Attack! On the second bay, the ancient general who commanded the 80,000 troops in the first 3 bays gritted his teeth and roared, ordering his troops to launch a long-range attack on the enemy. For a moment, dense rain of arrows and various light beams were continuously projected from the first 3 bays, attacking the Da Xiao cavalry who were rushing towards them. However, the military formation of the cavalry was quite solid, and most of these long-range attacking equipment were directly consumed by the military formation. As for the remaining small part, their power was also reduced a lot. When they fell, they were blocked by the cavalry's sole equipment, and almost no effective casualties were caused. After several rounds of volleys, the ancient army's long-range attack had to stop, because the cavalry had already killed into their formation. Since Huatsubing had placed all the elite soldiers of the Void Realm at the forefront, the cavalry army crushed the enemy as soon as it broke into the enemy formation, until 30,000 elite soldiers of the ancient Void Realm came forward, which slowed down the cavalry army's advance. But it was only a delay. Under Huatsubing's personal command and the strong charge, although there were less than 20,000 elite soldiers of the Void Realm among the 40,000 cavalry, the power of the army formation was more than 1 level stronger than that of the enemy. In addition, the ancient army had low fighting spirit and fought conservatively, while the cavalry army was furious and fought desperately, and the 30,000 elite soldiers of the ancient army were constantly retreating. At the same time, the two cavalry armies led by Zhao Penu and Lu Bo also rushed into the enemy's waist and abdomen one after another. And their fighting style was also extremely fierce. Although the speed of the advance was slower than that of Wu Xubing's main army, it was equally scary. The 9th Bay. 3 armies. More than 300,000 soldiers. How can there be so many? And they are all elite? After receiving accurate intelligence from the enemy, Qi Qiming's face turned pale, and he looked confused. General, the enemy is clearly well prepared. This should be the most elite force of Daxia. We are no match for it. Yes, General. Among the more than 300,000 enemy troops, the elites of the virtual body realm alone account for most. And the fighting spirit of the two armies is simply incomparable. This battle cannot be fought. General, our army is retreating step by step. If this continues, I am afraid that we will be defeated before the reinforcements arrive. General, think of a solution quickly. The ancient generals around Qi Qiming were all panicked, and they shouted at Qi Qiming, hoping that Qi Qiming could come up with a solution. But Qi Qiming is not a god, and he is also in a dilemma at the moment. In addition to continuing to defend, how can he think of any good solution? As for retreat, just kidding. If the order to retreat is given at this time, the whole army will immediately flee completely. As time slowly passed, unfavorable news was constantly coming. Report, the 1st bay was lost. Report, the 2nd bay was captured by the enemy. Report, the 12th bay was captured by the enemy. Report, the defenders of the 13th bay fled. Report, the first 3 bays have been captured by the enemy. The defenders of the 4th bay fled without a fight. The situation was in chaos, and heavy dark clouds swept over the hearts of every ancient general, making them breathless. But at this time, Qi Qiming found something wrong, because he saw a problem with Zhao Penu's Daxia army. No! How can 100,000 troops have only such a formation? Qi Qiming screamed, and then hurriedly took out a small bottle, poured a few drops of liquid from it, and smeared it on his eyes. When he blinked and looked again, it was not 100,000 troops at all. It was clearly only 2 or 3,000. Chapter 293. The plan failed and ended up hurting oneself. Damn it! We were fooled. Qi Qiming cursed in a low voice. And when he saw the other 2 Daxia cavalry formations clearly, his face became even uglier. General, what's going on? The generals were puzzled and asked Qi Qiming who was returning. The enemy army is not 3 armies at all, but 1. Their number is not more than 300,000, but only 100,000. 100,000? The ancient generals were stunned and a little unbelievable. How is this possible? We clearly saw a formation of more than 300,000 troops. Yes, General. The enemy's advance speed is so fast. How can 100,000 troops do it? General, are you seeing it wrong? Faced with a group of questioning voices, Qi Qiming almost laughed out of anger. Asshole. How can I lie about such a thing? They seem to have some kind of military formation that can deceive people and magnify their size 3 or 4 times. So there is such a battle. I just used the true vision fluid, and then I saw their true nature. Hearing Qi Qiming's explanation, the generals were speechless. After a moment of silence, a general said bitterly, only 100,000 soldiers killed our army in a mess. Doesn't this show the strength of the enemy? Strong as HL. Qi Qiming couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. There are only more than 40,000 elite soldiers in their virtual body realm. As soon as these words came out, the generals were stunned. Only more than 40,000 elites? At this moment, they finally came to their senses. It turned out that the strategy of dividing troops that they adopted to buy time was harming themselves. If hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers in the virtual body realm were gathered together, they could defeat the enemy alone. Even if they were unable to defeat the enemy due to their fighting spirit and morale, they could at least repel them. But now, after a series of divisions and garrisons, they have already lost more than 100,000 troops, and nearly half of their elite soldiers in the Void Realm have been killed in vain, which completely gave the enemy a great opportunity to defeat them one by one. Moreover, the army is already in a state of uncertainty, and it seems that they may collapse completely. At this moment, the bitterness in their hearts is indescribable. Some people want to slap themselves in the face, secretly hating that they did not discover the enemy's trick earlier. General, now is not the time to talk about this. We should immediately gather all the other elites in the virtual body realm, and then use them as the center to cooperate with the rest of the army to immediately delay the enemy and stabilize the situation. Yes, General, it is impossible to defeat the enemy now. The important thing is to stabilize the situation and not let the enemy continue to kill like this. Otherwise, the army may collapse at any time. After hearing the suggestions of the two generals, Shi Qiming didn't care about being annoyed by his mistakes. When he was about to nod and give an order, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he looked up at the sky on the right. Who is it? At the same time when Shi Qiming shouted, 108 figures riding on magical horses slowly emerged from the air. After these people came out, they didn't waste any words at all. They directly showed the dark black military formation field, and then rushed towards the location where Shi Qiming and others were. How brave! An ancient general shouted angrily, waved his arm, and immediately ordered the surrounding elites to attack. However, as soon as the long-range attacks of the thousands of elite soldiers in the virtual body realm touched the opponent's black domain, they were directly sucked into it, just like a stone falling into the sea, without even causing a few waves. Seeing this, everyone's pupils shrank, and their hearts became heavy. Playing tricks, the general cursed angrily, and then showed his spiritual body of more than 40 feet high and soared into the sky. All soldiers, follow me to destroy them. Kill! The thousands of elite soldiers guarding the surrounding followed the shouting and rose into the air, and several generals also rushed out. At the same time, other armies were constantly coming nearby. However, facing these enemies who attacked actively, the 108 riders just controlled their mounts to step into the air, and the military formation domain that originally only covered them below was immediately enlarged 10 times. Almost all the attacking enemies were involved. After more than 10 breaths, when the dark black military formation domain returned to its original size, those ancient soldiers who rushed up had disappeared, and only bones fell powerlessly below. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked, because the impact of this scene was too strong, and the deterrence it brought was even more terrifying. For a moment, the reinforcements, who were rushing to the scene, all slowed down their pace. The Yin cavalry who suddenly appeared did not pay attention to these small characters, but continued to go down and headed straight for Shi Qiming and the remaining ancient generals, because their purpose was Shi Qiming and others. As long as they killed these people and beheaded the central leader of the ancient army, the enemy army would inevitably collapse under the violent attack of the cavalry army. As the Finwood general of the ancient dynasty, Shi Qiming's own strength was not bad, and he had the cultivation of the 76th level of the spirit body realm. However, although this cultivation was very high, more than 10 levels stronger than Yinjiu, the strength of the Yin cavalry did not lie in one person, but in the whole body. Now the Yin cavalry worked together. Even the 81st level of the Great Supreme had a chance to kill. Not to mention Shi Qiming. After a shocking battle, the 9th Bay was wiped out, and Shi Qiming and others died one after another, and none of them escaped. The ancient army was already in a mess after being killed by the cavalry army. Now the main general was beheaded, and all the central generals were killed one after another. The remaining ancient army finally despaired. As the troops turned around and fled, more and more ancient armies began to follow suit, and soon a chain reaction was formed, leading to the overall collapse of the remaining ancient army. There is a saying, a fleeing soldier is worse than a chicken. The escape of the ancient army gave the cavalry army a great opportunity to hunt at will. The cavalry army was originally a cavalry that was very good at fast raids. How could they escape from the cavalry army so easily? Time continued to pass, and when dozens of warships of the ancient dynasty appeared, only 50,000 or 60,000 of the more than 400,000 ancient army were left, and they were being hunted at will by the cavalry army. The battlefield also moved to the plain northeast of the 18 bays. At the same time, the main force of the Xuanjia army led by Qin Qiong also arrived at the battlefield. Seeing that the enemy army had less than 200,000 soldiers, but their own army of more than 400,000 soldiers were lying dead all over the ground, and only tens of thousands of people were left to survive under the teasing of the enemy army. The ancient generals, who led the team, looked at each other in bewilderment. On the flagship, several ancient generals looked grim and uncertain. What happened here? Why is it like this? Isn't it clear? Judging from the traces on the battlefield, Shi Qiming, the idiot, clearly dispersed the army and the elite to Shibuan, which led to such a disaster. That is to say, the terrain of Shibuan should be the home field for a small army to deal with a large-scale enemy. But Shi Qiming turned it completely around and turned his own advantages into disadvantages. How could he not be defeated? He is a veteran, but he can't even choose the battlefield. I think he was probably scared by the Daxia army. So he made such a stupid move. Otherwise he wouldn't be so useless. Now is not the time to talk about him. What should we do? Should we still fight? Of course we should fight. Why not? The enemy has less than 200,000 troops. And they have already gone through a hard battle. Their combat power should be. Not to mention the 20-50,000 troops. All of which are really empty and elite. Not to mention. We will be reduced to the laughingstock of the whole world. The Emperor's army has never had such an unbearable defeat. During the battlefield, Hua Tsubing and Qin Qiong had already stood together. General Hua, you should know how big the basket he has stabbed? Qin Qiong glanced at the ancient fleet in the air, and then looked at Hua Tsubing. Hua Tsubing laughed and said indifferently, I know that General Bai will definitely not sit idly by and watch the cavalry army advance alone. Of course, I also know the price of violating military orders. And I will bear this price after the war. But, in order to not lose the opportunity to fight, to show the prestige of our great Xia country, and to prevent the scoundrels from all directions from daring to offend lightly, I must violate this military order. Qin Qiong could not help but pause. And after looking at Hua Tsubing for a long time, he turned his head away. What you said is indeed reasonable. But violating military orders must bear the consequences. However, you can't be the only one to take this kind of limelight. After the war, if the punishment comes down, Qin will bear it together with General Hua. Hua Tsubing tilted his head and glanced at Qin Qiong, laughed, and said nothing. Not long after, 250,000 ancient elites all got off the warships and surrounded the cavalry army and the black armor army. However, before they launched the attack, dozens of Jinping warships suddenly appeared in the southern sky. The warships carried the Qianyou Guard, the Tiger Guard and the Black Iron Army led by Li Yuanfang, Su Chu, Wei Qing and others. The 40,000 Tiger Guards and the 40,000 Qianyou Guards were all elites in the Void Body realm. And there were 160,000 in the 200,000 Black Iron Army, nearly 100,000 Black Armor Army, and nearly 100,000 Hussar Army. In terms of the number of elites, the difference between the two sides was almost the same. Not to mention that the number of the Daxiao army was nearly twice that of the wilderness elite. Coupled with a huge gap in the fighting spirit and morale of the two armies. Although this battle has not yet begun, the outcome is actually doomed. Song Gaoyun tried his best to turn the game around. But he didn't expect that it was his persistence that put the wilderness army into an even more embarrassing situation. Chapter 294 Stunned Yuan Shimao. April 22nd. Haoyuan Imperial Capital. The ancient army's fierce attack on Haoyuan Imperial Capital has lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the boundaries between the two sides have been constantly shifting. And even a chaotic situation has formed in which you are in me, and I am in you. Countless soldiers from both countries have been killed and injured. Originally, after the first day of the war, the ancient army had apparently lost hope of taking Haoyuan Imperial Capital. Because this is the core of the Haoyuan dynasty. Reinforcements will continue to arrive every once in a while the army under Mu Haoqing is getting smaller and smaller. However, Mu Haoqing's rich battle experience and superb strategy are not exaggerated, relying on the powerful army formation layout ability. Coupled with some dark chest support, Mu Haoqing made his army exert an impact beyond imagination, and even occupied more than 30% of Haoyuan Imperial Capital at one time, pushing the battle line to the gate of Haoyuan Palace. However, by now, Mu Haoqing had almost revealed all the cards in his hand, and there was no hope of capturing the Haoyuan Imperial Capital. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and order a withdrawal. Haoyuan Imperial Palace. In the heavily guarded hall, Yuan Shimao sat on the throne with a frown on his face. And his already old face was even more vicissitudes and fatigue. Although the palace was still safe after this battle, Yuan Shimao was not happy at all. The rebellion of the deputy chief of Qingyun Guard brought an extremely heavy blow to Qingyun Guard, and also made the originally sound and complete system of ears and eyes of Haoyuan dynasty become riddled with holes. Many news could not be transmitted in time. So he had a very one-sided grasp of the current situation. He only knew that Haoyuan had lost 5 important places, and several strategic places were in danger, although most of these places were in the north, far away from the imperial capital. They also showed the danger of the situation. Moreover, he also didn't know whether the Huanggu dynasty would continue to dispatch reinforcements to attack the imperial capital. Mu Haoqing defeated his own army of more than 1 million, with only 600,000 troops in his hands, which shows his super ability to command troops. Although most of the ancient army was also damaged in the battle, there were less than 200,000 soldiers left. But if there were fresh troops, Emperor Hao Yuan would not be able to hold on for too long. Just when Yuan Shimao was frowning, a eunuch suddenly ran in with a happy face. Your Majesty, the ancient dynasty has withdrawn its troops. Withdrawal? Yuan Shimao was stunned and did not react for a while. It was not until 5 or 6 breaths later that he suddenly came to his senses and stood up in surprise and joy. What did you say? The ancient dynasty has withdrawn its troops? Yes, Your Majesty, the enemy has withdrawn. The eunuch nodded repeatedly, unable to help himself. Yuan Shimao widened his eyes, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. But not long after being happy, Yuan Shimao's face changed again, and he became suspicious. Wait, why did the enemy suddenly withdraw? Is there any conspiracy? I don't know, the eunuch replied in a low voice, and then patted his head. By the way, Your Majesty, the general and the leader of the Qingyan Guard, Xiao Wei, and others want to see you. Why is the general here too? Yuan Shimao frowned, feeling a little unhappy, because he felt that the withdrawal of the ancient dynasty might hide some conspiracy. The general was not at the front line to command the army and supervise the enemy. Wouldn't it be too much of a joke for him to enter the palace at this time? However, although he thought so in his heart, Yuan Shimao did not express it directly. After all, the fact that the imperial capital could hold on until today and the war situation of the entire dynasty did not collapse was all thanks to General Mo Gang. If it were not for Mo Gang's persuasion, the Hao Yuan dynasty would have been in a state of disrepair, and his life might not be saved. Please come in. Yes. Soon. Mo Gang, Xiaosu and 6 or 7 other ministers entered the palace together. Your Majesty. Yuan Shimao waved his hand and stared at Mo Gang impatiently and asked, General, I heard that the ancient army withdrew. What is going on? Is there any trick behind it? Your Majesty, the ancient army did withdraw. And they had to withdraw. Mo Gang smiled, and his tired face was filled with a smile of relief. Have to withdraw? Yuan Shimao was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. What do you mean? Mo Gang did not answer directly, but glanced at the leader of Qingyan Guard. Xiaosu, let Leader Qiao report to His Majesty. Xiaosu kept his head down, not daring to look at Yuan Shimao, because the rebellion of his deputy leader brought a great blow to the Hao Yuan dynasty. Although His Majesty has not punished him yet, he also knows how serious his negligence is. In fact, until now, he still can't be sure whether his deputy leader rebelled in the battle, or whether the other party has always been a hidden pawn of the Huanggu dynasty. At this time, Mo Gang asked him to report, which was actually giving him a chance, which made Xiaosu secretly grateful to Mo Gang. Your Majesty, due to the influence of the war and the disturbance of the traders, a lot of information has not been passed on in time. But after 2 days of purge, the Qingyan Guard has gradually recovered its clarity, and the transmission of information is also recovering rapidly. Hearing this, although Yuan Shimao had no expression on his face, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. What he wants now is the answer to Huanggu's withdrawal, not other empty things. If he hadn't known Xiaosu's loyalty, and there was no suitable candidate to take over, he would have had Xiaosu chopped off long ago. When Yuan Shimao was about to scold and interrupt, Xiaosu's next words immediately stunned him. Just half an hour ago, several key intelligence reports were delivered. First, 2 days ago, the 2 million troops led by Song Gaoyun to attack the Great Xia dynasty were ambushed by the Great Xia fleet in the southern part of our dynasty near the border. More than 200 warships of the Great Xia dynasty were killed in the battle. But they created a brilliant record of sinking more than 400 warships of the ancient dynasty and killing nearly 800,000 troops of the ancient dynasty. Second, after the fleet battle, the ancient dynasty army created the illusion of a hasty evacuation in 3 directions, trying to lure the Great Xia army to pursue, so as to annihilate the pursuing Great Xia army and turn the game around. However, the final outcome was that the 700,000 troops of the ancient dynasty were completely annihilated by the Great Xia. Hearing this, Yuan Shimao was dumbfounded. What did you say? Da Xia used more than 200 warships to kill more than 400 warships of the ancient dynasty, and also killed and injured 800,000 troops of the ancient dynasty? That's not all. Da Xia then wiped out 700,000 troops of the ancient dynasty? Absolutely true. Xiaosu nodded heavily, with a look of certainty. Your Majesty, the reason why I came here to report is because I spent time to verify it from many aspects, and the result of the verification is exactly the same as what the intelligence said. Yuan Shimao was shocked and a little dazed. Facing the attack of 650,000 ancient troops, he mobilized more than 2 million troops to guard the imperial capital, and nearly 1 million of them were elite soldiers. But even so, he still suffered heavy losses and almost failed to hold it. But the Great Xia dynasty killed and wounded 1.5 million ancient troops one after another, and the number of troops directly killed was probably close to 1 million. Such a result, such a gap. How can it not make people stunned? Is how Yuan dynasty is a dignified upper-class force, and that Great Xia, in his previous cognition, should only be a middle upper-class force. But why is it such an ending? After a long time, Yuan Shimao let out a long breath. His expression was extremely complicated. In theory, he should be secretly happy that Great Xia has achieved such a brilliant victory. After all, the Huanggu dynasty is now the common enemy of the two countries. It is also a good thing for Hao Yuan that Huanggu suffered such a tragic end at the hands of Daxia. But why is he not happy? How many troops did Daxia use to annihilate Huanggu's 700,000 troops? Your Majesty, this is exactly what I am going to say next. Qiaosu took a deep breath, and before he spoke, his eyes were full of shock. The ancient army that the Great Xia army was chasing had about 450,000 soldiers, and the army that came to support them on warships was 250,000 soldiers, all of whom were elite soldiers in the Void Body realm. Among the 700,000 ancient army, the number of elite soldiers in the Void Body realm alone reached 400,000, and the total number of troops dispatched by the Great Xia was almost the same as that of the ancient army, also about 700,000. But the final result was that the 700,000 ancient army was annihilated, while the Great Xia army suffered less than 100,000 casualties. When these words came out, except for Mo Gang who already knew about it, all the other important officials of Hao Yuan and Emperor Yuan Shimao shuddered, with a ridiculous look on their faces. 700,000 against 700,000. But the final result was that the ancient army was annihilated, while the Great Xia army suffered less than 100,000 casualties? Are you kidding? After a very oppressive silence, a minister spoke in a dry tone. Master Qiao, you are not the wrong way around, right? No matter how you think about it, it should be that the entire army of Daxia is annihilated, and the death and injury of Huanggu is 100,000, which is reasonable. How could it end like this? Qiaosu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying in a hoarse voice, when I first received the intelligence, I thought so too. But, according to multiple verifications, the fact is indeed so. Everyone could not help but fall silent again, with extremely complicated emotions. That was the dignified Huanggu dynasty, one of the strongest armies in the world that almost broke through their Haoyuan imperial capital with less than 700,000 troops. How could it be so unbearable when facing the Daxia dynasty? Could it be that Song Gallion was too stupid? But even if the commander was a fool, there would be no such an outrageous battle situation. Right? At this time, Mo Gang finally spoke again. Your Majesty, Mu Haoqing's sudden withdrawal at this time was actually a last resort. The Huanggu army was defeated miserably by Daxia, and their first strategic goal has completely failed. Plus, our dynasty responded promptly, and they could not capture our Haoyuan imperial capital for a long time. And the progress in other battlefields was also quite limited. The ancient country might also be in a conflict, and had not sent reinforcements. Mu Haoqing had to withdraw. In addition, Your Majesty, the envoys of the Great Xia dynasty are approaching the imperial capital. I guess that Mu Haoqing's choice to withdraw should also have something to do with this matter. The Great Xia dynasty has shown such a terrifying combat power that it has actually reversed the situation. Now, it is not us who should be worried, but the ancient dynasty. Because once the Great Xia dynasty joins forces with our Haoyuan dynasty, and allows the elite soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty to enter our dynasty to fight together, the rest of the ancient dynasty army will also face an extremely dangerous situation. If the 4 million ancient army are buried, how can the ancient dynasty resist other threats? After listening to Mo Gang's analysis, Yuan Shimao finally smiled. And this smile became more and more intense, and finally turned directly into a hearty laugh. Chapter 295, Dilemma. The frustrated Gu Haoran. As time went by, the result of the war between the ancient dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty quickly spread across the continent, causing an uproar. Before the war, almost no force thought that the Great Xia dynasty had a chance of winning. After all, it was one of the most powerful dominant forces in the 9 regions, and one of the two great dynasties of the human race. For this war, for Great Xia, almost everyone held a pessimistic attitude, and some even opened a handicap to bet on how long it would take for the ancient dynasty to take down Great Xia. However, when the result came out, it was like an extremely loud slap in the face, slapping everyone hard, making them dizzy. The 2 million troops of the ancient dynasty went south to attack the Great Xia dynasty. But before they even touched the border of the Great Xia dynasty, their fleet was crippled by the Great Xia dynasty, killing and injuring nearly 800,000 people, while Great Xia only suffered a loss of thousands of people. How ridiculous is this? What's even more ridiculous is that after that, the two sides each fought with 700,000 troops. But the result was that the Huanggu army was completely annihilated, while Daxia only suffered less than 100,000 casualties. How could this not make people stunned and unbelievable? The dignified imperial dynasty was so unbearable. Is this still the Huanggu imperial dynasty that no one dared to provoke in their impression? For a time, many people began to doubt the true foundation of the Huanggu imperial dynasty, and also felt that the master who once pressed them like a huge mountain and made them dare not raise their heads might not be as terrifying as they imagined. Of course, this reverie is not too exaggerated, because the war that took place in the Haoyuan dynasty proved the strength of the Huanggu imperial dynasty to a certain extent. The Huanggu imperial dynasty besieged the Haoyuan imperial capital with less than 700,000 troops. Although it did not succeed in taking it in the end, it killed and injured more than 1.6 million Haoyuan troops, including many elite troops, while Huanggu itself only suffered more than 400,000 casualties. In addition, the battles that took place in other directions of Haoyuan also demonstrated the strength of the Haoyuan army, because the battle-loss ratio of both sides was basically 1-3, and the battle-loss ratio of one battlefield even reached 1-6. Judging from this result, perhaps the reason for the tragic defeat of the ancient dynasty at the hands of Daxia was not that the ancient dynasty had become weak, but that the real strength of the Daxia dynasty was very strong. It was far from being as weak as they had guessed. Perhaps the Daxia dynasty had mobilized the most elite 700,000 troops in the country to achieve such an amazing record. But even so, it was enough to prove the comprehensive strength of the Daxia dynasty. And it was enough to make all parties fearful. After this battle, I don't know who took the lead in giving the Daxia dynasty the title of Little Overlord. But this title was not only not criticized, but also widely recognized and circulated. After all, the superior power Haoyuan dynasty was beaten miserably by the Huanggu dynasty, while the Daxia dynasty defeated the Huanggu dynasty, which shows that the strength of the Daxia dynasty is no longer defined by the superior power. It's just that Daxia's foundation in other aspects should still be far behind the dominant forces, so it is named Little Dominant to highlight its status. Of course, while marveling at the amazing strength of the Daxia dynasty, many people are also criticizing and mocking the strategy of the Huanggu dynasty, with the ability of the ancient dynasty. If it focused on targeting the Great Xia dynasty, even if it still couldn't win in the end, it wouldn't have such an embarrassing ending. And if the ancient dynasty was more resolute and directly used the name of borrowing the road to focus on attacking the Haoyuan dynasty, and didn't really provoke Great Xia, then maybe the ancient dynasty could really swallow Haoyuan in a very short time. Unfortunately, there is no if for what has happened in this world. At present, the ancient dynasty must face an extremely difficult and severe problem. That is, how to end it. In this battle, the ancient dynasty has lost more than 2 million troops, but it has not even touched the edge of the Great Xia dynasty, and the plan to take over the Haoyuan imperial capital has completely failed. If it continues to send troops to reinforce and is determined to take over Haoyuan, I am afraid that what it will face will be a joint confrontation between Haoyuan and Great Xia. With Great Xia involved, the ancient dynasty may need to send most of its troops to swallow Haoyuan, and it may not be successful. In addition, once the Huanggu dynasty falls into the quagmire of war that has tied up countless troops, other forces are likely to take advantage of it. At that time, it is not impossible for Huanggu to be in danger of extinction, but if it retreats in disgrace, it will inevitably attract the ridicule of the whole world, and the prestige accumulated by the Huanggu dynasty for countless years will be greatly reduced. The impact will be in all aspects, and it will definitely be unfavorable. At the same time, this is also an extremely heavy blow to the military and people's hearts within the Huanggu dynasty. Therefore, all forces are quietly observing the reaction of the Huanggu dynasty. They want to know what choice the Huanggu dynasty will make in the face of this dilemma. April 27th. Huanggu Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace. In the solemn Hall, More than a dozen Huanggu officials bowed their heads and stood silently, with a cold look, and 2 figures crawled on the ground. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and depressing. On the throne, Gu Haoran had no expression on his face, but his eyes were extremely cold, with murderous intent flashing in them. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Haoran finally spoke. Song Gaoyun, what else do you have to say? Hearing the voice, the figure kneeling on the ground in prison clothes slowly raised his head, and looking at his face, it was Song Gaoyun. Song Gaoyun looked haggard, with bloodshot eyes, and looked like an ordinary old man who was about to die. Your Majesty, I know that I can only give an explanation to the world by death for this crime, Song Gaoyun said in a sad voice. But, before I die, I do have something to say. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity. Your Majesty, the Great Xia dynasty is a group of tigers and wolves. If you want to destroy them, you can only mobilize more than 70% of the power of the dynasty to ensure success. Therefore, I hope Your Majesty can reconsider the strategy for Great Xia. Temporarily give up the idea of destroying Great Xia. First unify the Tianwang territory. Further strengthen the power of the dynasty. And wait for the weather to change before planning other things. In addition, I think that Great Xia will not sit idly by and watch the buffer neighbor of the Haoyuan dynasty be swallowed up by our Huanggu. Therefore, if we insist on taking down Haoyuan, Great Xia will spare no effort to stop us. Moreover, other forces will definitely add fuel to the flames in secret. If we do it toughly, our dynasty will only be dragged into the quagmire and unable to escape. Therefore, I suggest that Your Majesty should bear the humiliation for a while and decisively withdraw all the troops. Rest and recuperate temporarily, and wait for the opportunity to attack and destroy other forces in Tianwang territory. After hearing Song Gaoyun's words, the other ministers frowned. The Prime Minister Tan Yahui snorted coldly and immediately said, ridiculous. If we withdraw without gaining anything, where will the face of our Huanggu dynasty be? How can we explain to the soldiers who died tragically, and the millions of people of the dynasty? At this time, Taiwei Su Guanqiong also spoke. General Song's words do make sense, but what the Prime Minister said is also a problem that cannot be ignored. I think it is not advisable to continue to invest in the army to attack the Haoyuan dynasty, but it is also not advisable to withdraw directly. Therefore, we must find a compromise. Compromise? How to compromise? Gu Haoran temporarily turned his eyes away from Song Gaoyun and looked at Su Guanqiong and asked. Su Guanqiong's expression froze, and he coughed lightly and said, Your Majesty, I haven't thought of a specific strategy yet. Tan Yahui narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, Your Majesty, if it is a compromise, I have an idea. Gu Haoran nodded indifferently and said, Tell me about it. Yes. Tan Yahui's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I think that the Haoyuan dynasty has actually provoked Daxia by letting my dynasty pass through. Daxia cannot help but hold a grudge. Therefore, Daxia dynasty, considering the huge threat to our dynasty, may send troops to help Haoyuan, so as not to lose the lips and teeth. But, if we don't destroy Haoyuan directly, but only swallow the northern area of Haoyuan dynasty, Daxia dynasty will probably ignore it. In this way, we can avoid falling into the quagmire of war, and we can also preserve the power of the dynasty to a certain extent, and give an explanation to the people of the dynasty. It can be regarded as the most reliable strategy. Hearing Tan Yahui's suggestion, the other ministers were moved and nodded secretly. As the Prime Minister said, the Haoyuan dynasty betrayed the Daxia dynasty, and Daxia could not help but hold a grudge. As long as the dynasty does not directly endanger Daxia, Daxia would be happy to see the Haoyuan dynasty suffer. Gu Haoran frowned and thought for a while. Hesitantly said, What if Daxia can't see the intention of our dynasty? In addition, I heard that the Daxia envoys have been in the Haoyuan imperial capital for several days, and they may have reached an agreement on an offensive and defensive alliance between the two dynasties. At this time, Long Jin, the head of the Wilderness Department, stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, according to the report from the undercover in the Haoyuan imperial capital, Daxia seems to have put forward some harsh conditions, which made Emperor Haoyuan very unhappy, and the two sides have not yet reached an agreement. This is also the reason why the Daxia envoys have not left. After Long Jin finished speaking, Tan Yahui followed up. Your Majesty, there is no hatred between countries that cannot be erased. Only interests. I think we can secretly send people to contact Daxia to let them know our intentions. And if necessary, we can also offer some price. Hearing this, the muscles on Gu Haoran's cheeks twitched for a while, and anger welled up in his eyes. His grandfather died at the hands of the Emperor of Daxia, and more than 1 million troops of the imperial dynasty were defeated by Daxia. From the beginning to the end, they did not get any advantage from Daxia, and now they have to offer gifts to Daxia to show their goodwill. How can he bear this? As if seeing Gu Haoran's thoughts, Tan Yahui hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the struggle in the world is not about the gains and losses of a city or a place, nor about the victory or defeat of a moment, but about the long-term plan, and the authorities should be given priority. Moreover, what you pay today will be returned 100 or 1,000 times in the future. Hearing Tan Yahui's advice, although Gu Haoran was still upset, he also forced himself to suppress the surging anger. After taking a deep breath, Gu Haoran gritted his teeth and said with a sullen face, In this case, let's do as you say. After speaking, Gu Haoran shifted his gaze and looked at the man kneeling next to Song Gaoyun. This man was wearing a military officer's robe, and it was the general of the town, Mu Haoqing. General Mu, you've heard what they said. Tell me, if I give you another 1,000,000 troops, is it possible to take over the northern part of the Haoyuan dynasty? I swear to complete your Majesty's order until my death. If I fail, I will come to see you with my head. Mu Haoqing cowed out heavily and said with a determined look. Chapter 296, The Duel That Caused a Huge Uproar. The harem. Under the wisteria trellis, a graceful figure in a scarlet gold phoenix robe was throwing bait into the spirit pond in front of her. Although it was just a back view, it still gave people a stunning feeling like a phoenix. Although the maids standing around were all of superior beauty, they were still eclipsed by this back view. She just stood there quietly, as if she was the brightest moon in this world, absorbing all the brilliance. After a while, a maid came from a distance. Empress. From the maid's name, it is not difficult to guess that this woman is the empress of the ancient dynasty. Tong Fengju. Tong Fengju didn't look back, but asked casually, What is the emperor doing now? Replying to the emperor, His Majesty had previously met with the Prime Minister, the Grand Marshal, the General of Zhenjiang, the Chief of the Wilderness Division, and others to discuss the war. The final specific decision is unknown, but His Majesty has ordered General Zhenan Song Gaoyun to be thrown into the heavenly prison. I heard that he will be executed on a chosen day. As for the General Zhenjiang, His Majesty did not punish him. Hearing the response of the palace maid, Tong Fengju was silent for a while, and then sighed softly. General Zhenan is a rare good general in the imperial dynasty. The reason for the defeat in this battle may not be his, but since the emperor did not execute him immediately, I think he still has a heart of pardon. What he lacks is a ladder. After saying that, Tong Fengju turned around, and her peerless face finally appeared. Skin like cream, face like a fairy. These two words are most appropriate to describe her face, and she is worthy of her name. Fengju. Looking at her more carefully, her deep phoenix eyes were full of wisdom and gentle luster, and her graceful and charming figure highlighted her delicate and enchanting temperament. She was really a peerless beauty, and no wonder she was ranked 5th on the 9 regions beauty list. Such a beautiful woman in her prime looked like a charming young woman in her 30s, and many people would believe her even if she was said to be a young woman in her 20s. But who would have thought that she was actually 160 years old, and her children were almost 100 years old? Pass on my royal order, and let the Tong family secretly mobilize the court officials to ask them to plead for General Zhenan during the court meeting. Tong Feng's delicate voice was like pearls and jade, extremely crisp and pleasant, but it was a bit deafening to the ears of the palace maid, causing her face to change slightly. Empress, is this inappropriate? If His Majesty knew. Tong Fengjiao waved her hand and chuckled. Don't worry. Even if the emperor knew, he wouldn't be really angry. The emperor knows more about General Zhenan than I do, and he is actually reluctant to kill him. As I just said, the emperor needs a ladder, and this ladder, under the current circumstances, most people dare not hand it out. As the empress of the ancient world, I naturally have to worry about the overall situation of the imperial dynasty, and naturally I have to help His Majesty solve problems. This is my duty. The maid was relieved and stopped persuading him. Yes, I understand. Empress, there is one more thing. After His Majesty met with the ministers, he was furious in the inner hall and smashed a lot of things. Hearing this, Tong Fengju frowned slightly. Your Majesty has already vented his anger. Why is he angry again? Tong Fingjia thought to herself while mumbling. But she couldn't figure out why Gu Haoran was furious again after thinking for a long time. So she could only shake her head and ignore it for the time being. Where is the prince? I haven't heard from him for several days. Hearing this question, the palace maid's eyes flickered slightly. And she hesitated, as if she didn't know how to answer. Tong Fingjia narrowed her eyes slightly, and her tone became colder. Speak. Although it was just a faint speak. It scared the palace maid, and she didn't dare to hesitate any more, and hurriedly reported honestly. Reply to the queen. The prince had hidden his whereabouts before, and it was not until this morning that I found out that he went to Dong Wang's house. What did you say? Tong Fingjia's face changed slightly, and anger appeared in her eyes. Went to Dong Wang's house? Why did he go to Dong Wang's house? This rebellious son. Doesn't he know that the imperial dynasty is at war? How dare he run around everywhere? Tong Fingjia asked several questions in a row, and her tone became much faster. In addition to anger, there was also anxiety and uneasiness between her eyebrows. Because Prince Gu Shiyan is her biological son, and the only son. He is the crown prince of the Huanggu imperial dynasty. The imperial dynasty is currently at war with Daxia and Haoyuan dynasty. How can she not worry when the prince is running around at this time? What's more, the place where Gu Shiyan secretly ran to is Dong Wang's house. You know, Dong Wang's house is the base camp of Dong Wanghu. Over the years, Dong Wanghu's power has been growing. Although he has not yet revealed his rebellious heart, his attitude on many things has become ambiguous and unpredictable. He has become a great prince who is difficult to distinguish between loyalty and treachery and secretly controls one side. Who knows if the prince will encounter any unexpected events when he runs to Dong Wanghu's territory? Empress, please calm down. I just received the news not long ago. I don't know why the prince is going there. But don't worry. Even if the Eastern Wasteland Marquis is bold, he can't touch the prince. And the prince is protected by strong men. So he will be fine. In addition, I have asked someone to verify the prince's intention and specific itinerary to go to Eastern Wasteland. I believe there will be news soon. Hearing the comfort of the palace maid, Tong Fingjia calmed down a little. But her face was still not very good, and her eyes were full of anger. He is so free and undisciplined. He only knows how to be brave and fierce. And he doesn't know how to cultivate himself. How can he be a crown prince? The emperor shouldn't have made him the crown prince in the first place. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding palace maids were frightened and turned pale, and then knelt on the ground with a look of panic. Empress, please calm down. Eastern Wasteland, Jianmen City. There is a famous memorial archway in the west of Jianmen City. It is named Jianmen because its two main pillars are composed of two bronze giant swords that are 8 feet high. The origin of the name of Jianmen City is also taken from the Jianmen Memorial Archway. The reason why Jianmen is so famous is that the two bronze giant swords as the main pillars were once the weapons of the giants, and perhaps influenced by the bronze giant swords. Any battle within a mile of Jianmen will greatly weaken the aftermath of the battle, and will not cause damage to Jianmen and the surrounding things. Therefore, this place has become the most famous duel venue, which has witnessed the rise of countless evildoers and the fall of countless geniuses. Of course, Jianmen is not omnipotent. It can only suppress the aftermath of battles below the 50th level of the spiritual body realm. Perhaps it is because of this that the two bronze giant swords can be left in place and not collected by the imperial dynasty. Jianmen duels have always attracted much attention, and today's duel has caused an uproar. Because the two parties in this duel are the prince of the ancient imperial dynasty and the young Marquis Shintushio of the Dongwang Hofu. In fact, before today, no one knew that Jianmen would usher in a duel today, let alone the parties involved in this duel would be these two extremely noble figures. The news was not revealed until an hour before noon, and noon is when the duel begins. Although the news was disclosed less than an hour ago, the area around Jianmen Archway was already crowded with people, and even the entire Jianmen city was almost overcrowded, and more people were coming. Are you kidding? This is the duel of the prince of the imperial dynasty. Who doesn't want to see it with their own eyes? Although many people were puzzled and didn't understand why the prince of the imperial dynasty would duel with a young marquis, and they didn't understand why the people above could sit back and watch the duel. But this did not prevent them from watching the excitement. By the way, is this news true or false? Could it be that someone deliberately made up a lie to trick people? I don't know. The source of the news is unknown. Who knows if it's true or false? In my opinion, this is definitely a scam. How could the prince of the imperial dynasty do such a childish thing? That's right. Although the prince is crazy, he is not that crazy. Right? Hey, since you think it's fake, why did you come to watch? Aren't you tired of the crowd? TSK. There must be a chance of something happening. Right? What if it's true? If you don't come, won't you miss the earth-shaking event? Don't you think so? Okay. Everyone, stop arguing. We are here to watch the hot. It's not a fight. You said. If this duel is true, what are the 2? 6. And the prince is ranked 8th. Can the prince's heart be balanced? Huh? Many people even flew into the air, and they turned into dozens of layers of people on the sky, which looked extremely spectacular. On the way, due to the human wall blocking the way, one person from each side showed a strong momentum, directly broke through the dense human wall, and then came to the top of Jianmen. At this moment, there was an uproar in the field. Exclamations and shouts were endless. Some were stunned, some were incredible, and some were excited, because many people have recognized the identities of the 2 young men in the middle of the 2 groups of people. Those 2 people were the prince of the ancient imperial dynasty, Gu Shiyan, and the young marquis of the East Wilderness Marquis 8, Shen Tuxiu. They actually came. Chapter 297 Undecided about life and death? The death of Shen Tuxiu. Amid the shouts and cheers like the waves, the 2 young men fell at the same time, each landing on the top of the 2 gate pillars of the Jinmen archway, which was the end of the hilts of the 2 bronze giant swords. Looking closely, the man standing on the east side was wearing a dark green robe embroidered with wild beast patterns. He looked handsome, with a pair of eyes slightly squinting, and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, looking a little lazy. This person was Shen Tuxiu, the legitimate son of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis and the young Marquis of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis Mansion. As for the one on the west side, he was wearing a dark golden robe embroidered with a unicorn pattern. He had strong features and a straight posture. His sharp eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his chin was slightly raised, giving people an unquestionable sense of dominance. He was the prince of the ancient dynasty. Gu Shiyan. Your Highness, do we really have to fight? After the 2 stood still, Shen Tuxiu bowed his head and clasped his fists towards Gu Shiyan, and asked with a wry smile, looking somewhat helpless, since you recognize me as the prince, you must accept this duel. Gu Shiyan spoke in a calm voice, with an unquestionable tone. All the bystanders seemed to understand that it was His Highness who took the initiative to initiate this duel, and it seemed that it was issued in the form of an order. So Shen Tuxiu had to agree. Shen Tuxiu sighed, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Afterwards, Shen Tuxiu's expression became serious, and he clasped his fists towards Gu Shiyan again. But this time, he did not bow his head again. In this case, Xiu, I can only learn from His Highness's high skills, and I hope His Highness will show mercy later. Gu Shiyan snorted coldly, and said proudly with his hands behind his back, don't worry. This duel is not about life and death, but about who is better. Outsiders don't know what this duel is for, but Gu Shiyan himself knows it very well. The reason why he did this was to show the world that the level of cultivation does not mean the strength of combat power. The real combat power of him, who is ranked 8th on the Hidden Dragon list, is definitely not the 8th. Over the years, he has always believed that he is the leader of the younger generation of the ancient dynasty. He does not allow anyone to stand above him, especially on the Hidden Dragon list, which is well known to the whole world, especially the young Marquis Shen Tuxiu of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis Mansion. As for the other purpose, it is to intimidate some people in the ancient country by defeating Shen Tuxiu in the territory of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis, so that those people know that the majesty of the imperial family cannot be challenged. The power of the imperial family cannot be countered by any upstart. Maybe his idea is a little simple, but this is his original intention. He believes that since he is the prince of the ancient dynasty, he must naturally become the strongest of the younger generation of the ancient dynasty, and naturally has the responsibility to intimidate those dishonest guys. Give them a little warning. He is not unaware of the ongoing war and the defeat of the dynasty, but it was precisely because of this that he made up his mind. He wanted to contribute to the stability of the empire in his own way. At the same time, countless spectators who had listened to the conversation between the two suddenly realized it. It turned out that this duel was not to determine life and death. To be precise, it was just a formal competition. After learning this, those nervous people breathed a sigh of relief and put their minds at ease. I said, how could the dignified crown prince and the young marquis really fight to the death? Yes, if it is really a duel, how could the emperor and the Marquis of Dongwon agree. No matter who of these two gets into trouble, it will be an unimaginable disaster for the imperial dynasty. Even so, this is also a thrilling competition. TSK. I never thought that one day we would be able to see the fight between the Honorable Crown Prince and the young Marquis of Dongwon with our own eyes. I just don't know who of these two has a greater chance of winning. Need I say that? It must be the young Marquis. Master Shintu Xiu. Didn't you see how the list is ranked on the Hidden Dragon list? The young Marquis is the 6th on the Hidden Dragon list, with a cultivation level of the 42nd level of the spiritual body realm, which is 2 ranks and 1 level higher than the prince. TSK? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear the prince say that cultivation is cultivation, and combat power is combat power, and the two cannot be confused at all? Throughout the ages, aren't there many examples of the weak defeating the strong? That's right. What is the existence of His Royal Highness the Prince? Then no matter what skills he has mastered or the secrets of martial arts, he must be stronger than the young Marquis. I bet that the victory must belong to His Royal Highness the Prince. That's not necessarily true. Does the young Marquis have a low status? Dongwon. The Marquis's mansion is now extremely powerful. Not to mention how vast the classics and secrets in the mansion are. There are many supreme masters gathered here. Will these masters not teach the young Marquis their unique secrets? I think so too. The young Marquis's ranking of 6th on the Hidden Dragon list is real, and his chances of winning should be greater. Hey, is there any point in you arguing over this? If you really want to gamble, go to Baishao Pavilion to place your bets. Baishao Pavilion has already opened the odds for the fight between these two. Is it true? Which force dares to open the odds for this kind of fight? Why would I lie to you? Now, turn around and take a look at the flow of Baishao Pavilion. The odds have been opened at the scene, and I saw 5 or 6 of them alone. TSK. This Baishao Pavilion is really not afraid of trouble. Hee. What's so scary about Baishao Pavilion? Looking at the whole world, who doesn't know that it's better to provoke the 5 overlords than Baishao Pavilion? Not to mention that they are just opening odds. Even if they are selling the whereabouts of the prince and the young Marquis, who dares to control it? That's right. Let's go and take a look. See how the odds are opened, and whether it's worth betting. For a while, people kept running towards the temporary stalls opened by Baishao Pavilion on the ground or in the air. In front of one of the stalls, various exclamations could be heard from a distance. One side wins, the other loses and survives. And both are 3-1? Is Baishao Pavilion crazy? Can they afford to pay? Even if they can, they will lose a lot in the end. Right? That's not necessarily true. What if there are more people on the wrong side, and the number of bets is larger? That's true. But in this case, they will earn too little. Hey, you don't care whether they earn a lot or a little. The key is that we have to win. By the way, Baishao Pavilion's odds for both sides are 3-1. Exactly the same. Doesn't this mean that Baishao Pavilion can't predict which side will win? Or are they also worried about offending the other side? Hey, who can predict this kind of fight in advance? No matter how powerful Baishao Pavilion is, it is impossible to predict such things. Wait. Why are there 2 other odds? Really? Let me see. Gu Shiyan wins and Shintu Xiu dies. 500-1. Shintu Xiu wins and Gu Shiyan dies. 1000-1. This. Are you crazy? You dare to open a life and death odds for these two? The key issue is not whether you dare, but whether it will succeed. His Royal Highness has already said that this battle will only determine the winner, not the life and death. Who would still buy this? That's not impossible. What if? What's the what if? Who do you think His Royal Highness and the young Marquis brought? There must be some supreme figures among them, with them watching. Even if someone fails, they can stop it in time. How could they really watch casualties? That's right. It seems that Baishao Pavilion should not have had time to rearrange the odds. After all, the prerequisite for life and death is that His Royal Highness just said. It's a pity. Then, it will be big. If you are willing to invest, it is not a dream. The bottom is high. What is he doing so much? It's also stable. Well, what is said? The handicap of Baishao Pavilion seems to have a lot of loopholes, and the odds are quite good, so it has attracted countless people to bet on their faces. On the other side, under the testimony of the 2 old men, the combat is about to begin. Your Highness, young Marquis of Dongwon, the rules are very clear. You cannot kill or use forbidden objects. You can do whatever you want. We too will be witnesses, and pay close attention to the entire fight. If you are ready, wait for me to call out 3 numbers, and the fight will officially begin. The old man in black robe on the west side said solemnly. Seeing Shintushio nod with a smile, Gu Shiyan did not say anything and did not hesitate. 3, 2, 1. As the last word fell, the momentum of Gu Shiyan and Shintushio soared instantly, and each of them revealed their Dharma bodies. At that moment, the situation changed, and many people only saw terrifying after images and beams of light in front of their eyes, and the others could not be seen clearly. Fortunately, Jianin greatly suppressed the aftermath of the fight between the two. Otherwise the field would have been in chaos. As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. Except for the strong men above the 30th level of the spiritual body realm. Most of the others can't see the specific fighting scene at all. They can only barely judge who is who based on the luster and color. Even so, all the spectators were still dazzled, cheering loudly, and their hearts were surging. The fierce fight between Gu Shiyan and Shintushio lasted for a stick of incense. But the winner was still undecided. Just when many people were scratching their heads anxiously, accompanied by a loud bang, 2 screams sounded almost at the same time. And then everyone felt that the whole world suddenly became heavy, and the fierce fight in the field had stopped. Young Marquis? In the air, the old man standing on the east side shouted anxiously, and appeared on the doorpost on the east side. The other old man was already standing in front of Gu Shiyan, staring at the opposite side in doubt. Faced with this sudden scene, all the spectators were a little confused and didn't understand what happened. But when they looked carefully, they were all shocked. Because at this moment, Shintushio was standing there very stiffly. His face was pale, and his right chest was soaked with sticky blood. You. Shintushio pointed at Gu Shiyan and wanted to say something. But in the end, he said nothing. His arms drooped weakly, and his unbelievable eyes were gradually replaced by a hollow and dead look. On the opposite side, Gu Shiyan was also stunned. He looked at the weapon in his hand from time to time, and looked at Shintushio from time to time. His eyes were confused, as if he couldn't believe that his previous attack had directly taken Shintushio's life. At the same time, the strong men who were watching the battle all gasped and turned pale, because they could feel that Shintushio's breath and vitality had indeed dissipated, which meant that the young Marquis of the Dongwang Marquis mansion was dead. It's over. Something big is going to happen. Some people murmured softly with trembling lips, and some turned around and left with extremely serious expressions. Chapter 298 Imprisonment of the Imperial Prince. No one expected that a duel that was to decide life or death would end up with such a shocking change. Many people also wondered why the supremes of both sides failed to prevent this tragedy from happening at the most critical moment. But now, all this seems unimportant. What is important is that this tragedy is very likely to trigger a catastrophe that will affect the entire ancient imperial dynasty. Shintushio's death cannot go unnoticed. Of course, for most spectators, this shocking change not only shocked and panicked them, but also made them heartbroken. They thought they had caught the loophole in the Baishao Pavilion's odds, and many people invested a lot of wealth to bet, hoping to make a big profit. But such a result made everything go down the drain, and it was a real loss of money, and they wanted to cry without tears. However, not everyone is like this, because there will always be people who are lucky in this world. Some people were jealous of the huge odds of the life and death odds, so they quietly placed bets. Some people were in an unprecedented predicament, and they invested their last fortune in the life and death game with the mentality of risking their lives. Among them, those who bet on Gu Shiyan's victory and Shintushio's defeat became rich overnight by luck. At this moment, for these people, they were not interested in thinking about the various impacts that would be brought about by Shintushio's death. They only knew that they had become rich. In addition, some people had doubts in their hearts. They were wondering whether Baishao Pavilion had known the result before the war. Otherwise, how could they open such an obvious loophole? However, they naturally had no way to verify such things. After all, there were very few people who dared to provoke Baishao Pavilion now. At the same time, dense news was also spreading rapidly in all directions, spreading the news that Gu Shiyan and Shintushio were fighting, and Shintushio was unexpectedly defeated at a very fast speed. At the duel scene, the people brought by Shintushio had surrounded Gu Shiyan and his entourage, and strong men kept coming from all directions, and the army was gathering here. This is Dongwangzhou, the territory of Dongwanghu. Now that the young Marquis of Dongwang is dead, even the prince will not let him go easily. At the Jimin archway, The old man with a hooked nose carefully handed the body of Shintushio to a woman, then turned and stared at Gu Shiyan and others. His face was cold. His eyes were full of anger, and even faintly flashed with murderous intent. Your Highness, you said it yourself that we only distinguish between high and low, not life and death. Why did you kill the young Marquis? Gu Shiyan opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say for a while, and finally said a few words in a deep voice. I didn't want to kill him. Didn't want to? The old man with the hooked nose was immediately angry and laughed, with a face full of anger. Your Highness, are you insulting our intelligence? The young Marquis is already dead, and you still say you didn't want to kill him? At this time, the black-faced old man who was protecting Gu Shiyan frowned and spoke. Xuefeng, you should know that there is definitely something fishy about this matter. Although the attack from your Highness was powerful, with the strength of the young Marquis, even if he couldn't take it, he would only be seriously injured at most. How could he lose his life directly? You and I should both know this. Otherwise, why didn't we try to stop that attack? Hearing this, the hook-nosed old man named Xuefeng became even more excited. His eyes were red, and his powerful aura became violent, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Su Liang. What do you mean? Do you want to say that the young Marquis is faking his death? The black-faced old man named Su Liang shook his head slowly. With his strength, he could naturally see that Shintushio's life was indeed cut off. Xuefeng, don't be too impulsive. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that you'd better check the young Marquis's body to see if anyone has done something to the young Marquis before. Such as in terms of diet? Xuefeng, you should understand that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can't really kill the young Marquis of Dongwang. There must be someone behind this conspiracy. We can't let them succeed. Xuefeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his face changed. After a long while, Xuefeng barely suppressed the urge to attack, and said in a cold voice, no matter what, the young Marquis died at the hands of the prince. This is an indisputable fact. As for the death of the young Marquis, whether someone secretly did something to the young Marquis, or the prince just used some undetectable tricks, we will investigate it thoroughly. But before that, you must go to the Marquis's mansion and wait for the result. Su Liang's face changed slightly, staring at Xuefeng and scolding. Xuefeng, you are presumptuous. His Royal Highness the Prince is such a person. You actually want to imprison His Royal Highness the Prince? You are presumptuous. Xuefeng retorted without showing any weakness. His eyes were determined. His Royal Highness is noble. But isn't our young Marquis noble? Now that the young Marquis is gone, you must go to the Marquis mansion with us. As for how this matter will be resolved in the end, the Marquis will naturally decide. But if you dare not cooperate, you can't blame us. As soon as Xuefeng finished speaking, many powerful auras were released from the surroundings, threatening Su Liang and others with a covetous look. At this time, dozens of strong men from the Dongwang Marquis mansion had appeared, surrounding Gu Shiyan, Su Liang and others. If they really fought, Gu Shiyan would definitely suffer. Su Liang's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Xuefeng, do you know what you are doing? You dare to attack the prince. Do you want the emperor to be furious and destroy the Dongwang Ho mansion? This is rebellion. Xuefeng's face changed slightly. Su Liang, don't slander me. Dongwang Ho is loyal to the emperor and the imperial dynasty, and everyone knows this. But the young Marquis died in the hands of the prince, and this is witnessed by everyone. We are not going to harm the prince. We just want to invite him to the Marquis mansion to wait for investigation. How can it be considered a rebellion? After such a thing happened, even the emperor should give the Marquis an explanation. Right? You? Su Liang stared at Xuefeng, and anger appeared in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Su Liang stretched out his arms, and a weapon appeared in his hand. The court will naturally give an explanation to the Duke of Dongwang about this matter. But no one can imprison the prince. Not even the Duke of Dongwang. If you insist on doing it yourself, then come on. But I advise you, if you really dare to attack His Royal Highness, it will be a treason. No one can save you. You will even harm the Duke of Dongwang. Harm the entire Duke of Dongwang's mansion. Xuefeng was furious and roared like thunder. Su Liang, do you really think we dare not take action? Then come. Su Liang snorted coldly and refused to give in. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a square-faced silver-armored general appeared in the sky, followed by 35 soldiers, who were also wearing silver armor, but all wearing silver masks. As these people appeared, exclamations rang out all around. Are these the 36 Tiangang Silver Guards of the Dongwang Marquis' mansion? Tiangang Silver Guards? They are the Dongwang Marquis' personal guards, who are known as the strongest guards. That's right. It is said that each of them has a cultivation level of more than 60 levels in the spiritual body realm. And the 36 people are connected in mind, and have some extremely powerful military formation. With the combined strength of the 36 people, even the Great Supreme can contend with it. So terrifying? Impossible? I don't know if they can contend with the Great Supreme. But what I know is that they once killed a perfect Supreme of the 85th level of the spiritual body realm. In fact, this is not surprising, because the commander is a perfect Supreme. Among the 36 people, there are probably several junior Supremes who have reached the level of 70 or above. My goodness, the Tiangang Silver Guards have all been dispatched. It seems that the wrath of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis is extremely fierce. Nonsense. The one who died was the young Marquis of the Eastern Wilderness, the heir of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis, and the peerless genius ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. How could the Eastern Wilderness Marquis not be angry? Do you think the Eastern Wilderness Marquis will directly rebel this time? Shoo! Keep your voice down. We don't know whether he will rebel or not. But if His Royal Highness wants to leave, I'm afraid it won't be possible. The crowd was talking. And in the sky, the silver-armored general also spoke indifferently. According to the order of the Marquis, the Tiangang Silver Guards are here to escort the young Marquis' body back to the Marquis mansion, and at the same time escort His Royal Highness to the Marquis mansion as a guest. If anyone obstructs, he will be killed without mercy. As soon as these words came out, the people of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis faction were greatly encouraged, and their originally uneasy hearts immediately calmed down. But Su Liang and the others all looked ugly. Su Liang gritted his teeth, took 2 steps forward and stared at the silver-armored general. If you want to take away His Royal Highness, then step over our bodies first. The silver-armored general looked at Su Liang expressionlessly, then raised his right arm slightly, obviously preparing to order an attack. Seeing this, Gu Shiyan, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. Okay, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Su Liang and the others' faces changed drastically. Your Royal Highness, you must not. Yes, Your Royal Highness, you must not go to the Dongwang Hofu. They clearly have bad intentions. Your Royal Highness, don't worry. It's not that easy to kill us. Maybe the people sent by the court are almost here. As long as we can hold on for a while, His Royal Highness will be able to return to the imperial capital safely. However, in the face of Su Liang and others' dissuasion, Gu Shiyan shook his head calmly. This matter was caused by me. How can I let you lose your life for nothing? Don't worry. I believe that the Marquis of Dongwang will not do anything irrational. Su Liang and others saw that they could not persuade him, so they finally had no choice but to agree. However, in order to protect Gu Shiyan, Su Liang and others were also prepared to go together, and only one person was sent to contact the court to report the cause and effect in detail to the court. So far, a storm has been temporarily declared over, but many people know that a bigger storm is still brewing rapidly. The young Marquis of Dongwang died, and the prince was imprisoned by the Marquis of Dongwang. The direction of things will inevitably be a storm under the undercurrent. Chapter 299, Asking for a Marriage. Sungming Imperial Dynasty. Imperial Palace? This month has been really busy. Song Yongyuan walked with his hands behind his back on the green path in the Imperial Garden, with a relaxed smile on his face. The Imperial Censor Bao Yicai, who was following closely behind him, also had a smile on his face, and couldn't help but feel happy. Your Majesty is saying that the ancient dynasty first lost the Supreme Emperor and the national treasure, and then sent troops in anger, wanting to conquer Daxia and Haoyuan in one battle. But unexpectedly, not only did the great cause fail, but it also suffered heavy casualties and fell into an awkward dilemma. Now, the dignified prince of the dynasty is smart enough to go to compete with the young Marquis of Dongwanghu. It would be fine if they just competed, but they accidentally killed Shintushio directly. If Dongwanghu rebels because of this, the ancient dynasty will not be far from destruction. Even if Dongwanghu does not rebel, the rift between the two sides will become larger and larger, and the hidden dangers will also become more serious. But all this is a good thing for my Songming dynasty. Song Yongyuan laughed and turned to look at Ing Xiangjuan, the chief of the listening division, who was following closely behind him on the other side. What can the D Tingxi find out about Shintushio's death? Your Majesty, based on the current signs, there are only 2 possibilities for Shintushio's death. First, Shin Tu-shio was secretly manipulated before the battle. He may have eaten something, so he was unable to react in time at the critical moment and lost his life. Second, the ancient prince Gu Shiryan possessed some powerful means that were difficult to detect. The killing of Shin Tu-shio was premeditated, not an accident. As for which situation it is, we are still investigating, and it is difficult to draw a conclusion. Ing Xiangjuan responded respectfully and paused here. However, if we analyze it rationally, the second possibility is very small, because even if Gu Shiryan is unwise, he should not deliberately kill Shin Tu-shio at this time. After all, the Huangdu dynasty is currently facing a difficult situation on the battlefield. It is too absurd to provoke Dong Wang-ho at the risk of forcing him to break up. So, I think the biggest possibility is that there are other forces working in secret. Song Yongyuan nodded slightly and continued to ask, then, in your opinion, which party is the most suspicious? Your Majesty, it is difficult for me to infer this, because the Moro dynasty, Chunhua Holy Church, Daxia dynasty, Haoyuan dynasty, and even other forces, all have this possibility and motivation. After all, if it is just a small trick of using something that is not highly toxic on Shin Tu-shio's diet before the war or other aspects, it is not too difficult. And some elite spies may be able to do it. And if it is from the perspective of motivation, the three parties of the Moro dynasty, Haoyuan dynasty and Daxia dynasty should be the most suspicious. After all, at present, they are the most in conflict with the Huangdu dynasty, and they are the most eager for the Huangdu civil strife. After listening to Ing Xiangjuan's analysis, Bao Yicai couldn't help but interject. Perhaps, in the eyes of other forces, my Songming dynasty is also the most suspicious party. Ing Xiangjuan glanced at Bao Yicai and nodded. What Censor Bao said makes sense. Therefore, it may be difficult to find out the power behind the scenes, unless you go to Baishao Pavilion and spend a huge price to find out. By now, even a person of Ing Xiangjuan's level has gradually become accustomed to the all-knowing and powerful ability of Baishao Pavilion. Bao Yicai shook his head without comment and sighed. If there is really a force behind this, then I think it's useless to go since I have already paid the free visit fee. At this time, Song Yongyuan suddenly stopped and turned around. Your words reminded me. We have always suspected that the strong rise of the Eastern Wasteland Marquis may be related to other forces. But there is no clue about which force it is, since we can't find it. And Baishao Pavilion is so powerful. Why don't we go to Baishao Pavilion and give it a try? I am very curious whether Baishao Pavilion can give this extremely mysterious answer. If it can, then which party will the answer point to? Hearing Song Yongyuan's meaningful words, Ing Xiangjuan and Bao Yicai were stunned at first, and then their eyes lit up. Yes, Baishao Pavilion is so powerful that it may be able to find out the power behind the Eastern Wasteland Marquis. Of course, there may not be other forces behind the Eastern Wilderness Marquis, but he has the current strong foundation by relying on something he has mastered. But no matter what, they can always get an answer. If Baishao Pavilion can give this answer, it would be the best. If it can't, it also means that Baishao Pavilion doesn't really know everything, and they can have some bottom line in their hearts. Your Majesty is wise. Ing Xiangjuan flattered him a little, but then he hesitated. But, Your Majesty, the appetite of Baishao Pavilion has always been very big, and I am worried that they will offer a sky-high price. Song Yongyuan waved his hand and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. As long as it's not too outrageous, it can be accepted. Yes, I understand. I will go to ask in person after I leave the palace. After getting Song Yongyuan's promise, Ing Xiangjuan immediately had no scruples. At this time, Bao Yicai's eyes flickered, and he carefully looked at Song Yongyuan and asked, Your Majesty, the ancient dynasty has fallen into a complicated dilemma. Do you think that Song Ming should also take the opportunity to send troops to expand its territory? Also, should we also increase our efforts to win over the Eastern Wilderness Marquis? Song Yongyuan shook his head and said in a light voice, The timing is not yet ripe. And let's wait until the Eastern Wilderness Marquis' turmoil has an answer and a result before we talk about it. Yes. Bao Yicai was a little disappointed, but he didn't dare to continue to dwell on this topic. Although in his opinion, the current timing is ripe enough. But Your Majesty has the whole world in mind, and may look at the problem from a different perspective than him. Since Your Majesty said that the timing is not ripe, maybe it is really not ripe. The three talked for a while, and when Bao Yicai and Xiangjuan left, a eunuch walked quickly from the corridor in the distance. Your Majesty, the 11th Prince wants to see you. Song Yongyuan frowned slightly, put his hands behind his back, and pondered secretly. The emergence of Baishao Pavilion did indeed cause or intensify many conflicts. And this powerful influence also appeared in the Songming imperial household. Since the Nine Realms beauty list was published, not only did the crown princess, who originally had a low sense of presence, become the focus of the world's attention, but also led to the crown prince. Let's not talk about other people. Just Xiaoxi. He has heard some bad news. And this kind of rumor is obviously not a good sign for the situation he has painstakingly created. After pondering for a long time, Song Yongyuan nodded. Announce. Yes. Not long after, the 11th Prince Song Jilin arrived. Son, I pay my respects to the father. Father, may you be safe. Song Yongyuan smiled kindly and raised his hand and said, Liner, there is no need to be polite. Stand up and talk. Thank you. Father! Song Jilin stood up and looked at Song Yongyuan. His face flushed a little. Father, I came here today to ask you to do me a favor. Song Yongyuan blinked and said with a smile, When did Liner become so shy? Like a little girl. Tell me, what's the matter? Song Jilin pursed his lips and hesitantly said, Father, I am not young anymore. So I want you to. Hearing this, Song Yongyuan was stunned at first, and then laughed. I was wondering what it was. It turns out that my Liner is in love. Ha ha. You kid. You finally got it. I always wanted to grant you a marriage, but you always refused. Now, you come to beg for it on your own initiative. After laughing, Song Yongyuan said curiously, Liner, tell me, which girl is so outstanding that you can make a flower bloom? Song Jilin's cheeks turned redder. A little embarrassed. Father, this person may not be easy to arrange. Song Yongyuan glared and snorted. What a joke. My daughter is such a proud dragon. It is her blessing to be favored by you. How can it be difficult to arrange? Don't worry. As long as she is from the Songming dynasty, no matter how noble her family is, I will help you talk. Of course, people from other countries are also okay. Even if she is a princess, I can make the decision for you. Hearing this, Song Jilin's eyes lit up and his spirits perked up. Father Emperor, she is from my Songming dynasty. Hearing this, Song Yongyuan felt relieved. Just kidding. Looking at the princes and nobles of the entire Songming dynasty, who dares to refuse his marriage? However, when Song Jilin said the following words, Song Yongyuan couldn't help but blush. Her name is Tan Tai Fengying, and she is the 6th on the 9 regions beauty list. Song Yongyuan's expression froze instantly, and he was a little speechless for a while. Father Emperor? Song Jilin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Song Yongyuan nervously and whispered. Song Yongyuan coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. Tan Tai Fengying. Well, seriously speaking, you two are quite a match. One is the 4th on the hidden dragon list, and the other is the 6th on the beauty list. If this marriage is successful, it will definitely become a good story in the world. Hearing this, Song Jilin was immediately surprised and happy. However, before he could be happy for long, Song Yongyuan's next words immediately froze his smile. But, Liner, this matter may be difficult to handle. Tan Tai Fengying is the beloved daughter of Tan Tai Ming. Although Tan Tai Ming was born in Songming, he is not actually a Songming person, because his 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce is the leading giant in the entire continent's business world. And the reason why the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce is what it is today is also related to many secret agreements. Otherwise, how could other forces sit back and watch the Chamber of Commerce from my Songming dynasty dominate and operate in their territory at will? So, I can only find someone to help you speak for me, but I dare not guarantee it. Of course, if you and Tan Tai Fengying are in love, even if Tan Tai Ming is not happy, I will force him to agree. Song Jilin was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect that there were some mysterious agreements behind Tan Tai Ming, so that the emperor did not dare to force the marriage. After a while of silence, Song Jilin forced a smile and said, Father, I have only met Tan Tai Fengying a few times. I don't know whether she has feelings for me. Song Yongyuan frowned, looking embarrassed. In that case, I can only ask someone to sound out the situation first. After saying that, seeing Song Jilin's disappointed face, Song Yongyuan smiled and comforted him. Liner, don't worry. As long as they don't refuse outright, there is room for negotiation. I don't believe that Tan Tai Ming dares to refuse outright. Song Jilin hurriedly bowed respectfully with a grateful look on his face. In that case, I'll have to trouble my father to make the decision. When Song Jilin left, the smile on Song Yongyuan's face slowly disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally knew the deep-seated reason why Song Jilin was eyeing Tan Tai Fengying, which was also a bad signal. Chapter 300 asked the Emperor and Empress to lead a team to visit Xia, Huanggu Dynasty, Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study, Prime Minister Tan Yahui, Taiwei Su Guanxiong and other ancient pillars of Huanggu were all present, all with serious expressions, and the atmosphere was heavy and depressing. Among them, Long Jin, the head of the Wilderness Department, knelt on the ground, his face pale, and his body trembling. With such a shocking change, he, the head of the ears and eyes of Huanggu, naturally bore the brunt and could not escape the blame. On the throne, Gu Haoran's face was ashen, and there was anger and murderous intent in his eyes. This is really one wave after another. The war in the south is still in a chaotic situation that is difficult to end. The shame of the tragic defeat is still in front of us. And now such a mess has happened, which makes Gu Haoran's liver ache. Dong Wang-ho is a thorny double-edged sword. And now the self-righteous prince has killed Dong Wang-ho's heir. Isn't this forcing Dong Wang-ho to go further and further away from the court? Even if the Eastern Wasteland Marquis would not directly rebel, he would probably take the opportunity to extort money and seek more benefits and greater autonomy. The key issue is that under the current situation, he, as the emperor, dare not turn against him. The imperial dynasty had already suffered a great loss in the war in the south, and now it is also involved in a lot of military forces and energy. In this case, if it turns against the Eastern Wasteland Marquis, even if it can suppress and eliminate him, the ancient Wasteland dynasty will suffer heavy losses, and its strength will be greatly reduced. How can it resist the covetous Moro, Songming, and even Chunhua Holy Church? Gu Haoran became more and more angry as he thought about it. He picked up the inkstone on the table and smashed it hard on Long Jin's shoulder, making Long Jin groan in pain. What on earth do you do as the head of the Wilderness Division? The prince went to the Eastern Wasteland State to duel with Shintu Xiu, and you didn't know anything about it? Long Jin was in pain and panic, and cowed out quickly. I deserve death. Gu Haoran stared at Long Jin for a long time, but finally looked away and did not punish him immediately. In fact, he also knew that the prince had always been self-righteous and opinionated. According to the news from the prince's personal attendants, the prince had never mentioned the purpose of his going there before arriving at Jianmen City. No one around the prince knew about it, so it was reasonable that Long Jin could not know it. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to discuss how to calm this matter and welcome the prince back safely. The Prime Minister Tan Yahui spoke in time. Gu Haoran snorted coldly and gritted his teeth and said, Welcome back? What welcome? Since this is a disaster he caused, he has to solve it himself. Isn't he capable? Well, let him die to atone for his sins. One life for another. It will also save the imperial dynasty from chaos. As soon as these words came out, the ministers were frightened and pale, and they hurriedly bowed their heads. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, no matter what. The prince's original intention is also for the sake of the imperial court. He has no subjective intention to cause trouble for the court. Moreover, no matter what, the prince is the prince after all. It is too much for the Duke of Dongwang to imprison a prince like this. Yes, Your Majesty, even if the prince is wrong, it is up to Your Majesty to punish him. How can you let the Duke of Dongwang overstep his authority? Your Majesty, the Duke of Dongwang's behavior is indeed disrespectful. However, the current situation is turbulent, and it is not advisable to turn against the Duke of Dongwang directly. Therefore, I suggest that we should send someone to the Duke of Dongwang immediately to jointly investigate the cause and effect of Shintu Xiu's death, and at the same time stabilize the Duke of Dongwang to ensure the safety of His Royal Highness the Prince's life first. Naturally, everyone would not really think that the Emperor wanted the Prince to pay with his life. It was just an angry remark. Gu Haoran's face lightened up a little. After a moment of silence, he said in a cold voice, in this case, let Master Chi Tao lead the team. On the one hand, we need to find out the death of Shintu Xiu, and on the other hand, we need to find out the attitude of Dong Wang-ho and see how he wants to solve this matter. I obey your order. Master Chi Tao hurriedly stepped forward and responded respectfully. At this time, a eunuch suddenly hurried in. Your Majesty, the Emperor and Empress want to see you. Gu Haoran frowned and waved his hand impatiently. I am discussing the affairs of the court with all the ministers. Let her go back. He knew why Tong Fengju came here without thinking. But at this moment, he had no intention of seeing her. Wouldn't that cause trouble? He was already annoyed enough. This is... The eunuch could only bite the bullet and go out. But soon, a series of anxious dissuasion came from outside. Empress, you can't go in. You can't go in. Empress, please don't make things difficult for us. Get out of the way. Accompanied by a crisp but majestic shout, a beautiful figure quickly walked into the imperial study. Looking at her face, it was Tong Fengjiu. Your Majesty. Tong Fengjiu didn't even look at the ministers, but stared straight at Gu Haoran, with anxiety and anger in her eyes. Behind her, several eunuchs and palace maids stood with pale faces, looking at a loss. Gu Haoran frowned, then waved his hand. Go down. Yes. The eunuchs and palace maids who were feeling uneasy suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned around and left. Your subjects greet the Empress. Tan Yahui, Su Guanxiong and others did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly saluted Tong Fengjiu. Tong Fengjiu just waved her hand casually, then clenched her teeth and stared at Gu Haoran and spoke. Your Majesty, the Duke of Dongwang dared to imprison the prince, which is simply audacious. If this gets out, won't the world laugh at it? When does your Majesty plan to take the prince back? Tong Fengjiu couldn't stand the Duke of Dongwang's behavior and wanted to say how to deal with him. But when she was about to say it, reason prevailed, and she changed her words temporarily. She also knew the current predicament of the Huanggu dynasty, and knew that it was not rational to turn against the Duke of Dongwang at this time. Gu Haoran frowned and said unhappily, I will discuss this matter with all the ministers, and the Emperor and Empress can just wait. Tong Fengjiu refused to give up and insisted, discuss? Your Majesty, the Eastern Wilderness Marquis is not a good man. Who knows if he will kill the prince? At this critical moment, how can we have time to discuss? If your Majesty has no idea, I will ask the Mountain Master to come out and take the prince back. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the ministers changed slightly, and Gu Haoran's face sank, with a flash of anger in his eyes. The Mountain Master's name is Tong Guan, who is the grandfather of the Emperor and Empress. He is also the master of Tongyi Mountain and the behind-the-scenes helmsman of the Gong Fengjiwen. He is a super strong man at the level of the Great Supreme, and his strength is extremely powerful. The reason why Tong Fengjiu can become the Emperor and Empress is not only because of her own beauty, but more importantly, she has such a big backer. Tong Guan was the man behind the scenes at the Gong Fengjiwen. It could be said that the entire Gong Fengjiwen was basically the backstage of the Emperor and Empress. Therefore, Tong Fengjiu's position as Emperor and Empress was as stable as Mount Tai, and the Crown Prince's position as the heir to the throne could not be shaken by anyone. But at this moment, Tong Fengjiu brought up Tong Guan in front of so many ministers, which was more or less disrespectful to the emperor. Tan Yahui's eyes rolled, and he hurriedly stepped out to smooth things over. Empress, you misunderstood His Majesty. His Majesty has actually made a decision. He will immediately ask Master Qi to take people to the Dongwang Ho mansion to ensure the safety of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Find out the ins and outs of the matter, and negotiate with Dongwang Ho to solve the problem. But the Empress's suggestion is indeed reasonable. In order to prevent Dongwang Ho from jumping off the wall, it is indeed necessary for the strongest to protect His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, in secret to be on the safe side. It's just that the Mountain Master is highly respected, and asking him to come forward in person may be a bit of an overreaction. Moreover, the Mountain Master often retreats to practice, and we can't disturb the Mountain Master's meditation rashly. So, which one or which strongest people to ask to come out? It is still up to His Majesty to make a decision after consideration. After listening to Tan Yahui's words, Tong Fengjiu's expression eased slightly. So that's it. After getting a clear answer, Tong Fengjiu felt relieved. She immediately apologized to Gu Haoran and left in a hurry. Even so, Gu Haoran was still very unhappy, because he felt that Tong Fengjiu's forced entry and words and deeds had challenged His Majesty invisibly, making him lose face in front of his ministers. Then the monarch and his ministers discussed some specific matters. When Gu Haoran was about to let the ministers leave, another eunuch walked in. Your Majesty, Lu Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple asked for an audience, saying that Daxia had responded. Hearing this, everyone was refreshed. Gu Haoran couldn't wait to say, hurry up and announce it. Yes. Soon, a gentle and elegant civil servant walked in with his head down. This person was Lu Wenchang, Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be well. Lord Lu, there is no need to be polite. Tell me how Daxia responded. Gu Haoran asked impatiently. Although he still hated Daxia, he had no intention of provoking Daxia in the current chaos. He had even secretly decided to end the war in Haoyuan dynasty as soon as possible, and then try to eliminate Dong Wanghu, the internal cancer and stubborn disease. So, he didn't want to continue to entangle with Daxia. Your Majesty, Daxia said that as long as our goal is really only the northern part of Haoyuan dynasty, they will not intervene directly, and we don't need to pay any price. When these words came out, Gu Haoran and all the ministers' eyes lit up, and their faces showed a relaxed look. However, the word "but" after Lu Wenchang made them feel nervous again. However, Daxia said that in order to make peace between the two dynasties, they hope that our dynasty will send an envoy to Daxia to exchange ideas and promote trade and so on. After listening to Lu Wenchang's words, Tan Yahui and others smiled even more. This is also a good thing. Lu Wenchang did not smile, but hesitated with an embarrassed look. However, they hope that the envoys can be led by the Emperor and Empress in person. According to them, only the Emperor and Empress or the Prince can show the sincerity of our dynasty. In an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. After a while, Tan Yahui said angrily, "Nonsense. The status of the Emperor and Empress is so noble. How can Daxia specifically let the Emperor and Empress lead the team? This is a bit too much." The other ministers nodded in agreement. But Gu Haoran shook his head after pondering for a while. Daxia is not weak, and there are signs that it will become a new dominant force. According to the current situation, it is in the interests of our dynasty to be friendly with Daxia. In addition, the Emperor and Empress know the general situation and know how to judge people. If she can go, perhaps we can have a clearer understanding of Daxia's foundation. Since they have this request, then satisfy them and ask the Emperor and Empress to lead the team personally. The main reason why Gu Haoran agreed was that he wanted to get Tong Fingjiu out of the way, so as to avoid any more trouble because of the prince's affairs. Seeing the emperor speak, although the ministers were a little depressed, they could not object and could only obey. Chapter 301 Answer. An idea. May 1st. Daxia Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace. Ding! You are not afraid of the threat of the Imperial Dynasty and killed Gu Chinka, the Supreme Emperor of the Ancient Dynasty. Hegemony value plus 8,000. Ding! You sent a large army to defeat the invading army of the Ancient Dynasty, making the Ancient Dynasty dare not to offend again and shocking the world. Hegemony value plus 30,000. Current hegemony value, 40,000. In the Imperial Garden, Xia Ao was sharing the bright sunshine and fragrant flowers with 7 or 8 concubines. He did not touch the hegemony value that had been accumulated to 40,000, because he planned to exchange it for a diamond treasure chest directly after accumulating 100,000 points. After all, the Ancient Dynasty was the ruler of one side, and its comprehensive foundation was much stronger than that of the Daxia Dynasty. Therefore, the hegemony value obtained through those two things was quite generous. The ambush of the Nanyantan fleet and the Battle of Shibuan thoroughly demonstrated the bloodiness and prestige of the Daxia army. Not only did it greatly hit the arrogance of the Ancient Dynasty, but it also sounded a warning to other forces that they should not offend rashly. It can be said that it completely met Xia Ao's psychological expectations and achieved his goal of strategic deterrence. However, Daxia also paid a certain price. In addition to the Yanyan cavalry, the elite armies participating in the Battle of Shibuan suffered considerable casualties, with a total of more than 70,000 casualties. This was the first battle in the history of Daxia in which the Foundation Army suffered large-scale casualties. Given the particularity of the Foundation Army, although they can recruit new soldiers from the indigenous people to supplement, and the soul equipment and weapons can also be passed on, ordinary new soldiers cannot meet the strength requirements of the Foundation Army at all. Rashly filling in will only pull the entire army back. Therefore, the supplement of missing soldiers must be selected from the elite of the main battle army. Even so, there is still a certain gap from the conditions of the Foundation Army. Therefore, the court had to give priority to allocating a batch of Yuan Jing and even Yuanqi essence to improve the strength of these reserve soldiers. And to achieve this, it will take at least several months to digest. In addition, what Xia Ao valued most were the thousands of warship soldiers who died bravely. Although those warship soldiers were just ordinary local soldiers, their merits in the Battle of Nanyan Beach were extremely prominent, not to mention the fearless spirit of sacrifice they showed, and the powerful deterrence brought to the ancient army and other forces. Therefore, Xia Ao not only personally issued an order to reward the families of all warship soldiers, but also issued an order to set up a warship soldier cemetery to bury all the warship soldiers who died in the Battle of Nanyang Beach, and personally wrote an inscription for the cemetery. When the martyr cemetery is completed on May 5th, and the remains of the heroes are buried, Xia Ao will personally attend the memorial service to affirm and publicize the fearless spirit of the great Xia soldiers, who are not afraid of sacrifice for their country, and inspire the military and people of the entire empire. Your Majesty, the Pavilion Master of Baishao Pavilion and Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Rites request an audience. Wei Zhongxian walked over from a distance and reported to Xia Ao with his eyebrows lowered and his eyes lowered. Announce. Xia Ao swallowed the purple grapes that Gu Ruoyun fed him slowly, and then asked the concubines to go far away and waved his hand. Although he did not summon the concubines of other races to accompany him today, in order to avoid possible omissions among the concubines, he still asked the concubines to temporarily leave. Yes. Soon. Wei Zhongxian came with Bai Shaoshang and Zhang Yi. Your Majesty. I see you. No need to be polite. Xia Ao looked up at the two of them and asked calmly, What are you doing here, my dear ministers? Bai Shaoshang looked at Zhang Yi and saw him nod humbly. He immediately stepped forward and reported first. Your Majesty, today the people of the Songming dynasty spent a sky-high price to buy a piece of information. Oh, what kind of information is it? Xia Ao became interested and asked with interest. The fact that Bai Shaoshang, who was used to all kinds of transactions, called it a sky-high price shows how much the Songming dynasty paid this time. He was also very interested in the information that the Songming dynasty was willing to pay a high price to know. It is true that the Baishao book is a magical object, but as mentioned before, there are many things that Bai Shaoshang, the owner, cannot know in advance. And to obtain various secrets, the Baishao book also needs energy support. And this energy is Yuan Jing and Yuan Qi essence. The more secret the information is, the more energy it needs to consume. Of course, the more valuable the information is, the greater the benefits that Baishao Pavilion can obtain. And 100-fold profit is common. Therefore, for various transactions, as long as they do not endanger the secrets of the Xia, and as long as the other party can afford the price, Baishao Pavilion basically accepts all offers. Your Majesty, the information bought by the Songming dynasty is the power behind the Eastern Wilderness Marquee. Bai Shaoshang responded softly, with a strange smile on his face. Oh! Xia Ao was stunned. Obviously a little surprised. The secret behind the death of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis Shintushio caused by the duel between the ancient prince and the Eastern Wilderness Marquis was unknown to the world. And the attempt to get the answer from Baishao Pavilion was also unsuccessful, because the person behind the scenes had paid the free visit fee. But for Baishao Pavilion and the Great Xia dynasty, this is naturally not a secret. Xia Ao was sighing about this matter before, but he never thought that there might be other forces behind the Eastern Wilderness Marquee. But the attack of the Songming dynasty happened to point Xia Ao in a direction. Interesting. Then is there really another force behind this Dongwang Ho? Seeing Xia Ao's interest getting higher and higher, Bai Shaoshang smiled even more. Your Majesty? Yes. And many people probably can't guess the answer. Can't guess? Xia Ao raised his eyebrows, but didn't rush to ask for the answer, but pondered. In this case, there should be two possibilities. First, the answer is right in front of us, but people will subconsciously exclude it at the first time. If this is the case, then it can only be the desolate ancient imperial family. Dongwang Ho is not on good terms with the imperial family. Everyone knows that he is alienated from the desolate ancient emperor and has a hidden rebellious heart. Therefore, no one would think that the desolate ancient imperial family is behind Dongwang Ho. But it is precisely because of this that the desolate ancient imperial family may do the opposite and create the illusion of discord between the two parties to calculate other opponents. For example, let Dongwang Ho surrender to the Songming imperial dynasty. But at the critical moment, let Dongwang Ho turn against him to win a major victory, combined with the behind-the-scenes of the Shintushio incident. This possibility is not small. However, with Gu Haoran's mentality, it would be too difficult to lay out such a big chess game. Considering this possibility has become much smaller. Secondly, the reason why this answer is so hard to guess is that the power behind the scenes is like a ghost, almost unknown to the world. If this is the case, then the most likely possibility is the extremely mysterious CLs. At least before the beauty list was published, the number of people who knew about the existence of the CLs was rare in the entire continent, and most of them only knew a name. In this case, no one would associate Dongwang Ho with the CLs. However, if the CLs are really in the Guiming Sea, then the connection with Dongwang-ho is possible. After all, the southern part of Dongwangzhou is adjacent to the Guiming Sea. The Sea Elves may also be coveting the main continent. So they chose Dongwang-ho as their agent, taking comprehensive considerations. Among these possibilities, the second one should be more likely? After listening to Xia Ao's analysis and speculation, Bai Xiaoshang couldn't help but show admiration. Your Majesty is wise. Just as you said, the Sea Elves are indeed behind the Eastern Wasteland Marquis. This answer is indeed a bit unbelievable. Through the eyes of the Eastern Wasteland city puppet, I also saw the shocked look of Ying Xiangjuan, the head of the Songming dynasty's listening department. After receiving the information, obviously, they had never considered the possibility of the Sea Elves before. It's really the Sea Elves. Xia Ao narrowed his eyes, thinking, if that's the case, then the behavior of the Eastern Wasteland Marquis is quite interesting. It's hard to say that the ancient Wasteland dynasty will undergo drastic changes in a few years. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and didn't say anything, because although his overall view is not weak, his grasp of the world's current situation is relatively ordinary, and he is not sure what amazing plot is hidden behind this. This time, I really have to thank the Songming dynasty. Not only did they send us a large amount of resources, but they also gave us a valuable piece of information for free. Not bad. Xia Ao chuckled, then looked at Zhang Yi, the Minister of Rights. Lord Zhang, did the ancient dynasty respond to your visit? Your Majesty. That's right. Zhang Yi came back to his senses from the shocking news just now, and hurriedly nodded his head in affirmation. Your Majesty, the people of the ancient dynasty replied that the Emperor of the ancient dynasty has agreed to our request and promised to send an envoy to visit our great Xia. And they also agreed to let the Empress of the ancient dynasty lead the team personally. Oh! Xia Ao raised his eyebrows in surprise, with a strange look. In fact, he made this request just to tease the Emperor of the ancient dynasty, and then force him to hand over the general who led the army to invade Great Xia before, so that his head could be used to commemorate the martyr cemetery. Unexpectedly, the Emperor of the ancient dynasty actually agreed directly. Xia Ao felt a little regretful, but soon cheered up again. The Empress of the ancient dynasty, Tong Fengju, was the fifth most beautiful beauty on the list of beauties. It was not bad to be able to see her and appreciate her up close this time. More importantly, he suddenly thought of an interesting idea. When will the ancient envoys arrive? Your Majesty, the preliminary agreement is May 5th. Hearing Zhang Yi's answer, Xia Ao immediately shook his head. No. Try to get them to arrive earlier. On May 4th. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, what is your plan? Your Majesty? Xia Ao sneered, narrowed his eyes, and said, the martyr cemetery will open on May 5th. Invite the ancient emperor and the ancient envoys to witness and worship. Isn't it the best way to pay tribute to those martyrs? Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. But then he hesitated. Your Majesty, the previous war was a huge shame for the ancient dynasty. Letting them go to the martyr cemetery will not open their scars and humiliate them severely. I am worried that this will piss them off and make them lose face. Piss them off? Xia Ao sneered disdainfully. So what if I get mad? It was the ancient dynasty that invaded Daxia first. But it was not Daxia that provoked them first. In this situation, even if I give them 10 times the courage, they will not dare to turn against me. If they make me unhappy, there is no need to wait for the Eastern Wilderness Marquis to make trouble in the future. I can immediately make the ancient dynasty fall into the quagmire and unable to breathe freely. Don't worry about them. Just do what I say. Zhang Yi's heart trembled, and he lowered his head quickly. Yes, I understand. Chapter 302, Shocking Substitution. Ancient Dynasty. Dongwang City. Su Liang and others sat cross-legged in the pavilion, unwilling to move for several days and nights, and kept a close eye on the every move of the figure in the attic across the lake, because that figure was none other than the Crown Prince Gu Shiyan. Since being invited into the Dongwang Marquis' mansion, the sword-bearers were forcibly separated from the Crown Prince. However, they threatened to die and the court to turn against them, and they also won the right to observe the movements and safety of the Crown Prince across a mile-wide lake. Even so, they were still extremely cautious, fearing that a stunned Crown Prince would have an accident, so they didn't dare to blink. Fortunately, in the past few days, except for the Dongwang Marquis appearing, staring at the Crown Prince coldly for a while, and then leaving in silence, there were no other crises or accidents. The Crown Prince's figure has been in their sight, and he is still safe and sound up to now. However, what they didn't know was that since last night, everything they saw was actually just a seamless splicing of the images from the previous few days. The real prince had already appeared in a mysterious underground palace under the attic. A quarter of an hour later, more than a dozen figures walked towards the pavilion. A sword holder noticed the arrival and was immediately surprised and happy, and hurriedly reminded Su Liang. Su Zhijian, the court has arrived. Su Liang was refreshed and hurriedly stood up to look outside the pavilion. Master Qi, you are finally here. Qi Tao nodded in response, stared at the figure, who was sitting cross-legged in the attic on the opposite bank for a while, and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Zhijian, how is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Is there any accident? Master Qi, don't worry. We have been keeping a close eye on the movements of the entire attic, and have not found any problems. Su Liang nodded affirmatively, and then gave a detailed introduction. Yesterday evening, the Duke of Dongwang did go to the attic, but he just stood at the door of the attic with a gloomy face and looked at the Crown Prince for a long time, then turned around and left, saying nothing and doing nothing. Besides that, no one else approached the attic. We have been on edge these days, fearing that the Crown Prince would encounter some unexpected events. But now that Master Qi and you are here, we can put our hearts at ease. Qi Tao's expression was slightly relaxed, and then frowned again. Did the Duke of Dongwang really just stand at the door and look at the Crown Prince for a while, and there was no other abnormal behavior? Su Liang nodded without thinking. I can be sure of this. At that time, all of us paid close attention to the limbs and even the expression of the Duke of Dongwang, and indeed did not find anything abnormal. And the Crown Prince did not move abnormally. Qi Tao was relieved and looked much more relaxed. Then, Qi Tao turned to look at a one-eyed old man on his right. Meng Lao, do you find anything wrong? The one-eyed old man named Meng Lao did not answer immediately, but carefully stared at the attic opposite and the entire lake, with various colors of light constantly interweaving in his one eye. After a long while, Meng Lao's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, other problems have not been found for the time being, but there is an extremely powerful invisible formation outside the attic, which should have a strong ability to trap the enemy. More importantly, it can block the external Qi induction and the internal sight. With it, I can't really contact the Qi of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and I can't fundamentally confirm the true situation of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So, we must go to the attic and get in close contact with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. At the very least, we must enter the formation. Su Liang nodded and said, I also know this. I mentioned it before, but they just refused to let us go. They said that since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here, they must ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. Even if we are the Crown Prince's sword bearers, they still don't believe it. Qi Tao pondered for a while, then turned and walked outside the pavilion, clasping his fists towards a middle-aged man in a green robe. Lord Sun, please take us to the attic opposite. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun frowned and said indifferently, What do you mean? Master Qi? I have already brought you to see the prince with your own eyes. What else do you want to do? Qi Tao narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Lord Sun, the safety of the prince is of great importance. We must communicate with His Royal Highness the Prince in person. Only in this way can we confirm the specific situation of His Royal Highness the Prince. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun shook his head decisively and said coldly, Sorry, Master Qi. The Marquis has ordered that no one can get close to the attic without his permission. Besides, the prince is there fine. You have seen it clearly. Why do you have to push it? Qi Tao snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Lord Sun, you should know the premise of everything. We can't give up without directly communicating with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and fully confirming His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's situation. And there is no way to talk about the future. When will the Marquis of Dongwang return to the mansion is still a question. You can't just let us wait all the time. Right? If you insist on not letting us go, then we have no choice but to go by ourselves. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun's face changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, without the order of the Marquis, I don't see who dares. As this person shouted loudly, 36 silver-armored figures suddenly appeared in the air, and stared at them coldly, as if they would attack if they disagreed. On Qi Tao's side, several powerful people were not afraid at all, and also showed some aura, locking the 36 silver guards, ready to attack at any time, and seemed to be planning to force a charge. For a time, the atmosphere in the field was tense. At the critical moment, an old man with a white beard flashed in, looked at the two parties who refused to give in, and laughed. Master Qi, the Marquis has returned to the mansion. Please go over. Hearing this, Qi Tao hesitated for a while, but finally waved his hand and asked his people to restrain their momentum. On the opposite side, the 36 Tiangang Silver Guards also disappeared in a flash. In this case, let's meet with the Eastern Wilderness Marquis first. Qi Tao made a decision, and quietly asked Su Liang and others to continue to pay close attention to the situation of the prince, and then led people to leave with the white-bearded old man. At the same time, in the mysterious space under the attic on the opposite bank, a mysterious ceremony also came to a critical moment. Looking around, in the hall full of various wonderful array patterns, there are two figures quietly staying there. One of the figures is lying on the carpet with a peaceful face, but it is the body of Shintushio. The other figure is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, one step away, looking in front of him. It is Gu Shiyan. At this moment, there is a small ball of light floating above the body of Shintushio and the head of Gu Shiyan. The inside of these two small light balls is in the shape of a little man, and there is a strange light line connecting the two light balls. The difference is that the little man in the light ball above Shintushio's body has a peaceful face and a comfortable smile on his face, while the little man in the light ball above Gu Shiyan's head has a hideous face, as if he is suffering from unimaginable pain. In addition, there seem to be several figures in the dark corners of the hall busy with something, but the specific outlines and faces cannot be seen clearly. After another quarter of an hour, the little man of Gu Shiyan suddenly showed grief and despair, and then fell into a sluggish state, as if his spiritual intelligence was completely annihilated. At the same time, the two small light balls merged together in harmony. After a period of ups and downs, they finally turned into a much larger light ball, and plunged into Gu Shiyan's crown and disappeared. I don't know how long it took. Gu Shiyan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. His eyes were confused and empty at first, but after more than 10 breaths of buffering, they were finally replaced by a clear and bright color. He lowered his head, raised his hands and looked for a long time, then stood up and walked a few steps. Gu Shiyan showed a look of amazement in his eyes, but at the same time, there was also a bit of complexity hidden in his eyes. I didn't expect that my father's chess game would be so big. Hearing the low murmur of Gu Shiyan, a gentle chuckle like water suddenly came. If not, how could the young Marquis occupy the magpie's nest and become the ancient prince? It turned out that the whole thing was actually a conspiracy of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis. Shintushio's death was both true and false, because Shintushio's body was indeed dead, but his soul was preserved intact, and everything, in the end, was just to let Shintushio occupy Gu Shiyan's body and become the ancient prince without telling anyone, including the previous imprisonment of Gu Shiyan. It was also the result of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis' secret actions at the door of the attic. The details among them, even Shintushio, who was the person involved, only really understood at this time. Do you have a complete grasp of the memory of Gu Shiyan? I have it all in my mind. Shintushio nodded, and then said with emotion, the secret art of the nobles is really magical. With such a secret art, what else in the world can't the nobles do? The voice smiled and sighed. Your young master thinks too simply. Everything in the world has its own rules to follow. How can such a magical art of creation be easily done? To be honest with you, my young master, this secret art requires countless treasures. It can only be used once every few decades or even hundreds of years. And you are the lucky one in the past 100 years. Shintushio smiled and said nothing. But he was a little scared, because he didn't know whether his father was still himself, or whether he had been replaced by the CLs. The voice seemed to have guessed Shintushio's thoughts, and laughed immediately. Young Marquis, don't let your imagination run wild. Your father's cultivation is strong, and this secret technique cannot replace it. There are many reasons why your father is willing to cooperate with RCLs. And the most important point is that your mother is from RCLs. So, strictly speaking, you are also a member of our tribe. In addition, the Saint of RCLs will become your wife in the future. From now on, we are really a family. Shintushio was silent for a while, and then looked at the corpse next to him. In addition to his complicated thoughts, he also had an indescribable sense of strangeness. After a long time, Shintushio let out a long breath, and his eyes became firm. From now on, I am Gu Shiyan. Chapter 303. The Emperor's son is talking about marriage. No way. An hour later, a group of people came to the attic. Among these people, there are officials of the court of the ancient dynasty, and backbones of the forces of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis. But no matter who they are, they all follow one person. Looking closely, it is a noble middle-aged man wearing a light golden robe embroidered with a wild dragon pattern. The middle-aged man walks like a dragon and a tiger, looking down on all directions. And his power is extremely strong, making people tremble in their hearts just by looking at his majestic back. He is the Eastern Wilderness Marquis, Shinto Moxiong. As everyone walked into the formation and came to the door of the attic, Su Liang, Meng Lao and others all looked relieved, because they had clearly sensed the aura of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. And this aura was stable and familiar, indicating that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was in good condition and there was nothing wrong. When the two soldiers opened the door of the attic, they saw Gu Shiyan just open his eyes and looked over from a distance. Seeing Master Chi Tao and others appear, Gu Shiyan's expression eased slightly. Then he slowly stood up, straightened his robe, and bowed solemnly to Shinto Moxiong. Dong Wang Ho. Although the situation at that time also puzzled me, and I absolutely had no intention of poisoning your son, I still want to express my deep apologies for your son's death, and I hope Dong Wang Ho will mourn. Chi Tao, Su Liang and others looked tense, secretly glancing at Shinto Moxiong's back. Shinto Moxiong stared at Gu Shiyan for a long time, and then spoke slowly with a gloomy face. According to the investigation, my son was indeed tampered with before the war, but that person has committed suicide. And the person behind the scenes also paid a free visit fee at Baishao Pavilion, cutting off the channel for finding out the truth, making this matter an unsolved case. Although my son's death was indeed not deliberately done by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, my son died at the hands of the Crown Prince after all, and the person behind the scenes may not be the court. So, this Marquis cannot let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince pay for his life. But the court must also give this Marquis a satisfactory answer. My son can't die in vain. As soon as these words came out, Chi Tao and others were relieved of their worries. But Chi Tao still frowned. Dong Wang Ho, you should know that the person behind the scenes cannot be someone from the court, because the court has no motive at all. You also know the current situation of the court. How could it cause trouble that may cause riots in the entire imperial dynasty? Shinto Moxiong did not look back, but sneered with his eyes squinting. No motive? That may not be the case. I have always been loyal to the court. But there are many evil people in the court who have been spreading rumors and slandering me, so that your majesty's ears have been deceived. In this case, if the court wants to test my loyalty to the court through the death of my son? Hearing this, Chi Tao couldn't help but get anxious and wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Shinto Moxiong. What is the truth? I believe that there will be an answer one day. If it is not the best court. If it is, then tell the person behind the scenes that he succeeded, but he also failed. Because unless the court is too bullying, otherwise, I can't betray the imperial dynasty. But if I find out the truth, he will definitely not have a good end. I will make him pay back tenfold or 100-fold. Okay, you guys stay here with the prince for the next few days. As long as the court agrees to my terms, I will immediately send someone to escort the prince and you guys back to the imperial capital. After saying that, Shinto Moxiong turned and left. However, after taking a few steps, Shinto Moxiong stopped again. Old Wu, Master Chi and others can take you to see Shior's body if they want to. Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded respectfully. After giving the order, Shinto Moxiong turned around and looked at Chi Tao, Gu Shiyan and others. My son will be buried in 2 days. At that time, I hope you guys can send him off. Of course. Please rest assured. Lord. Chi Tao responded hurriedly, his expression sincere. Sangming Imperial Dynasty. Bawang City. A huge manor that is extremely luxurious and heavily guarded is located in the center of the city, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The 3 colorful characters on the plaque that are constantly flashing make all the viewers look at him with extremely envious eyes. Because those 3 words are Tan Tai Mansion. As the leader of the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce, the Tan Tai clan has been enduring. And the current head of the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce, Tan Tai Ming, is a business genius and one of the most important figures in the entire continent. Unfortunately, I don't know whether the previous Tan Tai clan members and Tan Tai Ming have used up most of their blessings, so that Tan Tai Ming has only one daughter, and she is an old girl. For hundreds of years, Tan Tai Ming has thought of ways, but no matter what kind of panacea, it has almost no effect on him. The reason why he can have a daughter, Tan Tai Fengying, is because he got a strange fruit left over from the Middle Ages. Therefore, Tan Taiming not only loves Tan Tai Fengying in every way, but also cultivates her as his heir. And Tan Tai Fengying did not disappoint Tan Taiming's expectations. She showed her outstanding talent and ability in business. Although she was less than 100 years old, she was already the young leader of the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, in a study room in Tan Tai Mansion, Tan Taiming and Tan Tai Fengying, father and daughter, were talking about something. Looking carefully, Tan Taiming was tall and slender, handsome, and looked like a well-educated scholar instead of a wealthy man. As for Tan Tai Fengying, she was wearing a long dress in red. She was much taller than ordinary women, with a very complex and beautiful figure. Her black hair was gently held up by a phoenix hairpin and coiled into a phoenix fairy bun, giving people a kind of intellectual beauty with both fairy spirit and heroic spirit. It was a pity that her delicate cheeks were covered by a crimson veil, and the lower half of her face could not be seen clearly. Over the years, the number of nobles and powerful people who have proposed marriages to you has almost flattened the threshold of our Tan Tai Mansion. But there are only 3 or 5 people who are really important and can make a father feel embarrassed. But compared with Song Jilin, those people before are a little worse. Tan Taiming said with a sigh. It is said that although Song Jilin is the 11th son of the emperor, he is actually cultivated by Emperor Qin Song as a hidden prince. Let's not talk about the truth of this rumor. But since Emperor Qin Song asked someone to speak for Song Jilin, it proves that Song Jilin himself does have this idea. In terms of identity alone, Song Jilin is indeed the most noble among the people who propose marriages. Tan Tai Fengying blinked her smart eyes and smiled slyly. If father feels embarrassed, it's not impossible for the daughter to wrong herself. Tan Taiming glared at Tan Tai Fengying and said unhappily, "Isn't your little trick clear to me? If I really dare to do this, you will find a son-in-law the next day. I know that father will not wrong his daughter." Tan Tai Fengying smiled, then frowned, with a trace of worry between her eyebrows. "But, father, if you refuse like this, will it cause big trouble for the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce?" "Humph! Trouble? He Song Yongyuan dares." Tan Taiming snorted coldly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. "The reason why our Tan Tai family has been able to firmly control the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce and run the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce to this point is not due to luck. The Songming dynasty is powerful, but if they dare to force our 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce, even the dynasty will fall." From Tan Taiming's calm eyes, it can be seen that he was not joking in this last sentence, let alone bragging. However, after a pause, Tan Taiming's expression eased again. "Of course, we can't just tear our faces apart unless it's absolutely necessary, because once things get to that point, my 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce will also fall apart. Actually, Song Yongyuan is also very clear about this. So he just found a relative of the imperial family to reveal a little bit of information from the side, just to see our reaction. So, we can't just refuse directly, but adopt a gentler roundabout strategy, so that we can also give Song Yongyuan a way out." Tan Tai Fengying's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, "Father, do you have an idea?" "Of course." Tan Taiming smiled and nodded, and after ordering a sip of tea, he changed the subject and said, "Have you heard of 4 Seasons Trading Company?" "Of course." Tan Tai Fengying nodded without hesitation, and then added, "This 4 Seasons Trading Company has been around for less than half a year. But in just less than half a year, it has branches in almost all large cities in the 9 regions continent, and most of them have already established themselves. My daughter has carefully studied their business strategies and found many interesting rules, methods and products. This shows that there is definitely a master behind the 4 Seasons business. And it is a person who can compete with my father. Although the 4 Seasons business has not yet posed a substantial threat to my 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce, there are already such signs. My daughter dares to conclude that if we don't take timely action now, they will definitely become a strong enemy of my 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce in the future. So, my daughter sent someone to secretly investigate the background of the 4 Seasons business, and found that its source actually came from Daxia. Originally, my daughter wanted to wait until she had investigated the 4 Seasons business thoroughly, and came up with a countermeasure before telling her father. But she didn't expect that her father had already paid attention to them. Speaking of this, Tan Tai Fengying paused and asked in confusion, "Father, are you mentioning the 4 Seasons business at this time?" Tan Taiming smiled and took out a secret letter with a complex array seal from his sleeve. 2 days ago, the head of 4 Seasons Trading Company sent this secret letter to my father. The gist of the letter was to invite my father or the top executives of the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce to visit the headquarters of Four Seasons Trading Company to discuss cooperation matters. Cooperation? Tan Tai Fengying was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, Four Seasons business has emerged as a new force, and will definitely become a strong rival of our 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. The other party must be aware of this. If so, why did they write to discuss cooperation? What is there to discuss? Tan Timing shook his head and said meaningfully, Fengying, things in the world are not that simple. Although there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. In a world where the overall situation is about to be chaotic, a tiger will only become a treasure house for other jackals to peep at. So, some things must be changed according to the changes of the times. As your father, you will go on behalf of your father to invite Four Seasons business this time, and listen to their intentions first, and then talk about other things. In addition, your trip to Daxia will just give San Yongyuan a subtle signal to let him understand our intentions. Tan Tai Fengying seemed to understand something and smiled brightly. Yes, father, your daughter understands. Chapter 304 Miss. You have to be careful. On the 4th day of May, the capital of Daxia, thousands of feet above the sky, 2 Storm-class warships and 6 Expedition-class warships were quietly suspended, like 8 towering mountains stretching across the blue sky, which was extremely spectacular. In addition, there were tens of thousands of soldiers wearing golden armor and bright red cloaks embroidered with golden dragon patterns, neatly arranged in 2 straight long lines in front of the warships. These soldiers were full of energy, with tiger eyes like knives, and they all held their heads high and chests high, with a strong posture. It is not difficult to see from their attire that they are the elite of the Daxia Imperial Army. Finally, there were many guards holding various colored banners and musical instruments, as well as some officials waiting at the end of the queue and in front of the warships. And the scene was grand. The reason why the Daxia dynasty put on such a grand battle was naturally to welcome the upcoming envoys of the ancient dynasty. After all, the ancient envoys who led the team this time were the ancient empress, for welcoming an empress of an imperial dynasty. Such a battle is not an exaggeration. However, the appearance of those elite guards and warships seemed to have another deterrent meaning. In the imperial capital, countless people were constantly standing on tiptoe to look around, and at the same time, they were communicating excitedly. I heard that there are 5 dominant forces on the main continent that are the most powerful, among which the ancient dynasty and the Songming dynasty are the most outstanding. Almost all forces dare not provoke them, and even the upper-class forces have to be frightened by a word from others, and bow their heads and kneel down. Yes, this ancient dynasty is a long-standing overlord with an appalling national strength. When I first heard that the ancient dynasty was going to attack my great Xia, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep well for several days. That's what I said. I heard from those merchants and rangers from foreign lands that our great Xia, the dynasty, can only be regarded as an upper-middle-class force at best, and the gap between us and others can be imagined. If the ancient dynasty wants to bully us, we will be full of anger, but we will also be terrified and worried. Hey! No matter how strong they are, they were still beaten to a pulp by Daxia. How can outsiders know the true strength of Daxia? The ancient dynasty thought that Daxia was a soft persimmon, but they didn't know that Daxia had never lost a battle since your majesty ascended the throne. That's right. Thinking back to the past, those opponents, which one is not stronger than my great Xia? But in the end, every one of them was beaten to a pulp by my great Xia, crying and screaming, and they all disappeared in the long river of history. The ancient dynasty was obviously scared by my great Xia, and was frightened by the fearless blood of my great Xia soldiers. Otherwise, why would they let the dignified emperor and empress personally lead a team to visit my great Xia? Speaking of which, the ancient emperor and empress is the 6th on the beauty list. TSK. I really don't know how beautiful she is. If you can see her true face, it must be a great pleasure in life. Hey, don't even think about it. How can such a person be seen up close by a small person like you and me? It doesn't matter if you can't see it. Anyway, such a beauty will sooner or later become your majesty's prey. TSK. I feel so comfortable when I think that the dignified ancient empress will become your majesty's trophy one day. That's right. Your majesty is the majesty of our entire Daxia. As a Daxia person, I should be proud of it. Humph. You still have the nerve to say that? That person is so licentious that he wants to take all the beauties in the world into the palace. You are so absurd. And you are still complacent? Hey! I haven't met such a stubborn bastard for a long time. Your Majesty is so great. Which woman in the world doesn't want to serve your Majesty? Who else is worthy of possessing the beauties in the world except your Majesty? If you can achieve the great achievements of your Majesty, the people of the world will still applaud for such things. But you are not. You are just a fool who is blinded by crazy jealousy. Dare to slander your Majesty. Bastard. Beat him to death. Yes. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Thousands of people kept talking. And occasionally a few people who criticized Emperor Xia were beaten to a bloody mess. Such scenes are very normal in the eyes of the people of Daxia. But they are extremely strange in the eyes of those outsiders. And their hearts are full of complexities. Because just from these scenes, we can see how high a status the Great Xia Emperor has in the hearts of the people of Great Xia. This kind of lofty worship and support can even make the people not only not criticize or scold the absurd behavior of Emperor Xia, but also naturally support and feel proud of it. It is really an unimaginable and incomprehensible wonder in the world. In a high-rise box of a certain wine shop, 3 women are standing in front of the window, looking at the fighting scene on the street below, with strange eyes. Looking closely, the woman standing in the middle is Tan Tai Fengying. As for the 2 women on both sides, judging from their attire, they should be Tan Tai Fengying's personal maids. I've never seen anything like this before. Since ancient times, there have always been various criticisms of lustful emperors. But in Daxia, instead of criticizing, the common people think it is natural and have no taboos. This is really a bit weird. Yes, this kind of thing is really hard to understand. What kind of great achievements did the Emperor of Daxia have that deserve such respect from the people? The 2 maids whispered, finding it hard to accept. Tan Tai Fengying took a deep look at the angry crowd on the street and retracted her gaze. That's because you don't understand the history of Daxia. Nor do you understand people's hearts. When a person's merits are so great that they are unimaginable, his shortcomings will also be praised. When a person's status and reputation are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, his words and deeds will be taken for granted. I have checked the history of Daxia and the Emperor of Daxia. Before the Emperor of Daxia ascended the throne, Daxia was only a lower-middle dynasty among the 8 countries in Tianan. But since he ascended the throne, the Daxia dynasty swept across the other 7 countries in less than a year and unified the entire Tianan. Moreover, during the entire campaign, the Daxia dynasty never lost a single battle. In addition, Daxia has also formulated various policies that benefit the people and all living things, so that the people in Daxia can live and work in peace and contentment. And their lives are becoming more and more prosperous. Such an emperor is really like a god in their eyes. How can the people not respect him? Not support him? Even after reuniting with the main continent, the Daxia dynasty has never suffered a defeat. On the contrary, they will teach those who dare to provoke them a lesson. First, on the day of reunification, they killed all the offenders, and then directly destroyed the 7 Mountains Alliance in the Tianqing domain. And at the same time, they beat the Nank Kingdom to become a vassal of Daxia. Not long ago, they even defeated the 2 million troops of the Huanggu dynasty. How can such a thing not make people tremble with fear? More importantly, the Great Xia Emperor is still less than 30 years old, and his personal cultivation is still extremely terrifying. As long as he is here, Great Xia will not only be hard to be bullied, but will also be able to prosper forever. How can the people of Great Xia not support him in every way? Listening to Tan Tai Fengying's story, the 2 maids opened their mouths slightly, and were a little excited. Is this Great Xia Emperor so legendary? No wonder. No wonder the people of Great Xia can't bear to hear anyone say a bad word about the Great Xia Emperor. But, miss, you should be careful. Hearing the last sentence, Tan Tai Fengying was stunned and said in surprise, What do you mean? The maid on the right puffed her lips and leaned close to her head and said mysteriously, Miss, you are the 10th on the Hidden Dragon list and the 6th on the Beauty list. On the Beauty list, you are only 1 place lower than the ancient Emperor and Queen. You are such a beauty in the world. Since the Emperor of Daxia is so lustful, how could he not covet her? The maid on the left nodded repeatedly, agreeing, Miss, didn't you hear those people dare to make jokes about the Empress of the ancient desolate Emperor? They said that the Empress of the ancient desolate Emperor would sooner or later become the Emperor of Daxia's woman. So how could the Emperor of Daxia not be moved by a beautiful lady like you who is pure and innocent? Tan Tai Fengying was stunned for a moment. She really didn't expect this. For a moment, Tan Tai Fengying felt panic for no reason, and had the urge to turn around and flee from the imperial capital of Daxia immediately. But soon, Tan Tai Fengying calmed down again and smiled self-deprecatingly. She was really stupid. Even if the Emperor of Daxia was lustful, he couldn't just send someone to abduct her. Right? What's more, she was the young leader of the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. And no matter how absurd the Emperor of Daxia was, he couldn't be so foolish. Immediately, Tan Tai Fengying glared at the two maids in anger. Don't talk nonsense. How could he be such an emperor? Let's go to Four Seasons Trading Company. The two maids stuck out their tongues and followed Tan Tai Fengying closely, wondering, Miss, why don't we wait for the ancient envoys to come and take a look? There's nothing to see. Let's talk business first. Oh, 2/4 of an hour later, a fleet appeared in the sky north of the imperial capital. This fleet was relatively small, with only one large warship in the center, and one small or medium-sized warship guarding each side. At this time, in the uppermost lobby of the large warship, dozens of people were looking into the distance. It's quite a big scene. It seems that Daxia is still sensible, and didn't make a fuss about etiquette. Seeing that Daxia had put on a big welcoming posture, the ancient envoys breathed a sigh of relief, because they had been worried that Daxia would deliberately embarrass them on the scene. They dare? Humph! If it weren't for the constraints of the ancient dynasty, it would not be that difficult to destroy them if we really made up our minds. A sturdy general glared and shouted angrily, obviously not taking Daxia too seriously in his heart. At least he thought Daxia was not qualified to be on an equal footing with the ancient dynasty. An old civil servant frowned and looked at the general and gave him instructions. General Meng, this is enough to say here. Don't say it when you are with the people of Daxia. The current dynasty has a lot of troubles, and we can't cause any more trouble. Okay. Meng will pay attention. Chapter 305 The Frustrated Ancient Diplomatic Group. Listening to the discussion of the ministers, Tong Fengju, who was somewhat dazed, also came back to her senses. In fact, she had been a little uneasy since yesterday, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. Originally, she was worried about an accident in Gu Shiyan, but the evening before yesterday, news had been sent back from Dong Wangshao that the prince was safe and sound, and the strong men sent had already reunited with the prince and could protect him at all times, and it was unlikely that there would be any problems. After receiving the news, her mood was much calmer, but she woke up again after falling asleep at night, which was really strange. After looking at the 8 warships in the distance for a while, Tong Fengjiu put aside her complicated thoughts and asked, is that the warship of Daxia? It seems to be much larger than the warship of my ancient dynasty. An old general stepped forward 2 steps, bowed his head, and clasped his fist towards Tong Fengjiu, and began to introduce, replying to the Empress, my ancient warships have a total of 7 levels and 16 types. And according to intelligence, the warships of the Great Xia dynasty have a total of only 5 levels, collectively called Jinping warships. Their Jinping warships are called Hunting Class, Patrol Class, Garrison Class, Expedition Class, and Storm Class from low to high. Compared with the 2, our warships are more comprehensive, but the large warships of Great Xia are indeed larger than ours. In addition, in terms of the comprehensive offensive and defensive capabilities of warships, Great Xia's warships are also slightly stronger than ours. This is also one of the reasons why our fleet suffered heavy losses after being ambushed in the Battle of Nanyan Beach. According to intelligence comparison, among the 8 warships, 6 should be Expedition Class, and the largest 2 are Storm Class. Our largest Kunwu Class can only carry 80,000 people, but Great Xia's Storm Class warships can carry 100,000 people. This is not only because the opponent's Storm Class warships are larger, but also because the opponent's design is more reasonable. On the contrary, our armies, the Kunwu-class battleships, look a bit bloated. Tong Fengjiu nodded slightly, sighed and said, it seems that Daxia does have many advantages. We must learn from the advantages of our opponents, be good at learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and constantly enhance our dynasty's foundation. This battleship may be just a microcosm. Daxia must have many commendable aspects in other aspects, such as the paper currency system, the Airbus system, and the forging of the fearless spirit of sacrifice of the soldiers, etc., all of which are worth our advice and reference. Therefore, this time we are on a diplomatic mission to Daxia. It is not just a simple formality, but we must really learn from our opponents. And to learn, we must be humble and polite, and we must not rely on our status as an official of the imperial dynasty to look down on others, or even take the initiative to provoke the other party and cause trouble. But if there are such acts, this palace will punish them severely. You all, Do you understand? Everyone looked solemn and bowed their heads in a hurry. Yes. We will follow the orders of the Emperor and Empress. However, although these ancient envoys were respectful and obedient on the surface, many of them actually disagreed. They either thought that the Emperor and Empress looked down on Daxia too much and looked down on them, or they did not think that this kind of learning would achieve much effect. The ancient dynasty has a long history, and all kinds of rules and cognitions have been so familiar that they have been engraved into their bones. How easy is it to change? As time passed, the ancient fleet was getting closer and closer. When the large warship was only 2 miles away from the front of the Imperial Army, a ceremonial officer shouted, "Play the welcoming music." And the majestic music sounded instantly, filling the whole world. At the same time, the corresponding personnel stepped forward to guide the escorting ancient warship to turn to another place. When the large warship slowly stopped in front of the Imperial Army, Guida, the deputy commander of the Imperial Army, suddenly shouted loudly, "All troops, listen to the order. Build a golden bridge to welcome the ancient Emperor and Empress." Yes! Tens of thousands of elite Imperial soldiers roared like tigers, and then raised their feet and stomped their feet in unison, stirring up golden ripples in the airspace in the middle of the queue. After more than 10 breaths, these golden ripples solidified and turned into a golden bridge 1 foot wide and thousands of feet long, stretching all the way to the front of the Daxia officials and the guard of honor in the warship. After seeing this scene, the members of the ancient envoys looked at each other in surprise. Although this grand welcoming ceremony gave them a great sense of vanity, the problem was that the other party shouted, "Welcome the Emperor and Empress," not the envoys. Moreover, except for the Emperor and Empress, they did not dare to climb the golden bridge, which was shining with golden light. That would be a great disrespect to the imperial family. But if they did not walk on the golden bridge, how could they get across? You know, the distance between the two lines of the Great Xia Imperial Army was only 1 zhang plus 2 steps. The golden bridge occupied 1 zhang, and the remaining 2 steps were on both sides of the golden bridge. They could not walk on the golden bridge, so they could only walk on the extremely narrow edge of the golden bridge. But on the outside of the edge were the Great Xia Imperial Army wearing armor and holding sharp weapons, pointing their long spears obliquely to the sky. If they walked like this, not only would they appear very humble, but they would also feel like they were being escorted by the Great Xia Imperial Army. Such a situation, how could they not give them a headache? Damn it! They are doing this on purpose. They are deliberately trying to embarrass us. Assholes. This is intolerable. We should send someone to contact them immediately. If they don't change, we will turn around and leave immediately. That's right. As envoys of the Imperial Dynasty, we represent the face of the Imperial Dynasty. If we really leave like this, we will definitely be laughed at by the world. The dignity of the Imperial Dynasty will also be damaged. Don't be impulsive. The most important task of our mission to Daxia this time is to encourage Daxia not to interfere in our war against the Haoyuan dynasty. If we turn around and leave, it will give Daxia an excuse, which will have a huge impact on the Imperial Dynasty. Perhaps they arranged this in order to force us to leave on our own initiative, so that they can put other hats on us, and then naturally intervene in the Haoyuan war. Then what do you say? You can't just walk away like this? Then where's the face of my ancient Imperial Dynasty? For a while, everyone quarreled and was in a dilemma. Tong Fengju frowned and shouted coldly, "Stop arguing. I have a solution." The ministers quickly shut up and looked at Tong Fengju expectantly. Since the welcoming path in the middle of the queue cannot be walked, then go around it and walk outside the queue. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Yes, this is not in line with etiquette. Etiquette? Huh? How can Daxia treat each other with courtesy, since they broke the rules first? It's not our fault. I agree with the Emperor and Empress. But even so, we will look a little humiliated. This, no matter what. It's better than being forced to walk with your head down in a small space. Right? That's right. If so, I agree. At this point, we have no other choice. So let's decide it this way. The ancient envoys had no choice but to listen to Tong Fengji's opinion. Not long after, the ancient envoys walked out of the warship. Afterwards, hundreds of people were divided into 2 groups and walked to the outside of the Imperial Army with gloomy faces. As for Tong Fengju, she flew directly from the deck of the warship to the Golden Bridge, and then walked slowly with the rigorous court steps. Today, Tong Fengju wore a 9-unicorn 6 phoenix crown, a red gold phoenix robe embroidered with black phoenixes, blackbird colorful cloud boots, and various jade pendants that were dazzling and dazzling. Although the people in the city could basically only see a small dot. Even so, they still made thunderous cheers and applause. As time passed, Tong Fengjiu finally reached the end of the Golden Bridge. I am Zhang Yi, the Minister of Rites of the Great Xia Dynasty. I welcome the Emperor and Empress of the Ancient Dynasty, and the envoys of the Ancient Dynasty on behalf of our Great Xia. Zhang Yi smiled and stepped forward, bowed and saluted Tong Fengjiu. Then Zhang Yi pointed to the two pretty figures on the left and right, who were one step ahead of him, and introduced them to Tong Fengjiu. These two are the Imperial Concubine Wan and Imperial Concubine Yin of our Great Xia Dynasty. The two Imperial Concubines are here to welcome the Emperor and Empress on behalf of our Majesty. After speaking, Zhang Yi stepped back and left the space for the two Imperial Concubines Sheng Wanwaner and Yin Chuyun. There are only these two Imperial Concubines in Great Xia now, and Xia Ao just canonized them 2 months ago. Your Majesty of our dynasty is busy with state affairs and cannot welcome them in person. So he specially ordered his sisters to come and welcome them. I hope that the Emperor and Empress Tong will understand. Shang Wanwater smiled and nodded gently to Tong Fengjiu, with a strange color in her eyes. Because this Tong Fengjiu is as beautiful as her name. She is really gorgeous and noble. And both her appearance and figure are perfect. No wonder she is ranked 5th on the beauty list. Especially the solemn and luxurious imperial attire, which adds a lot of mysterious nobility. The ancient Emperor and Empress have come from afar. Thank you for your hard work. After Shang Wanwaner, Yin Chuyun also greeted with a smile. And her manners were generous and decent. Tong Fengjiu's eyes flickered slightly, staring at Shang Wanwaner and Yin Chuyun for a long time. And she was secretly moved in her heart. Shang Wanwaner is more than a dozen on the beauty list. And Yin Chuyun is the 3rd on the beauty list. Seeing her today, it is really well deserved. Especially Yin Chuyun. She is really like a flawless jade, which makes her a little difficult to calm down. However, although she was full of emotion in her heart, Tong Fengjiu's face was a little cold, and even a little unhappy. I am very happy that the two imperial concubines can welcome us in person. But, your court's arrangement for our ancient envoys is a bit rude. Isn't it? Shang Wanwaner blinked and said with a strange look on her face, why does the Emperor Tong say that? Tong Fengjiu snorted and pointed at the members of the envoys, who walked in, with a gloomy face from the gap between the Imperial Army and the Guard of Honor. Since ancient times, envoys have been welcomed from the welcoming road. But your court knows that there are many members of my ancient envoys. But it covers almost the entire welcoming road with a golden bridge. Although this move is convenient for me, and I am very grateful in my heart, it leaves other envoys from my court with no way to go. Isn't this rude? After listening to Tong Fengjiu's words, whether it was the two imperial concubines Sheng Wanwaner and Yin Chuyun, or other welcoming officials such as Zhang Yi, all looked strange. And some even couldn't help laughing. Chapter 306 rather than cooperating. It is better to kill? Seeing this, Tong Fengjiu frowned, and the other ancient envoys, who were already in a very bad mood, became even more angry. Because in their opinion, the expressions of the people of Daxia were clearly mocking. Such an impolite act. Do you still think it is funny? An old civil servant spoke angrily with a sullen face, because he was worried that someone would say something inappropriate, and directly make the atmosphere awkward. Zhang Yi barely stopped laughing, coughed lightly, and pointed behind Tong Fengjiu. Please look back. Hearing this, the ancient envoys were stunned at the same time. When they turned around to look, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their faces were blue and red, which was extremely exciting, because the long golden bridge had disappeared for the most part, and it was still disappearing. And there was only a distance of 5 or 6 feet from the end where Tong Fengjiu was standing. Everyone. The status of the ancient Emperor and Empress is noble, and they are the leaders of your envoys this time. Daxia will naturally welcome them with the highest etiquette, including this golden bridge. The golden bridge cannot be stepped on except by members of the imperial family. We are naturally aware of this, so we specially arranged the effect of gradual dissipation. After the Emperor and Empress pass by first, the golden bridge will naturally dissipate, and the envoys will naturally be able to cross. I thought you should understand such a simple truth, but I didn't expect that a misunderstanding would occur. When Zhang Yi finished speaking with a sigh and shook his head, Yin Chuyun also laughed out loud. Yes, before the child Emperor and Empress arrived, I was still wondering with Sister Wan why the envoys of your dynasty did not leave the welcoming path, but ran outside instead. Unexpectedly, it was caused by a misunderstanding. After listening to the two people's words, the faces of the ancient envoys became darker, Everyone is not a fool. Daxia's arrangement is clearly intentional. The key problem is that they played a trick on them. But at the same time, they left themselves a reason. So that they couldn't ask for an explanation. This breath was destined to be unbearable. And the ancient envoys could only sulk with dark faces and swallow this frustration. Tong Fingju took a deep breath and then smiled. So that's it. It's because we didn't understand it well enough and made a joke. I hope you don't make fun of it. No. No. Empress Tong is too serious. A few small mistakes are not a joke. Shang Wanwana responded with a smile. But she didn't mean to mention her own mistakes at all. Although Tong Fingju was upset. She was helpless. At this time, Zhang Yi stepped forward and said, "We have prepared the post house. You can dispatch 1,000 elite soldiers to guard the inside of the post house. As for the outer security, Daxia will take care of it. As for the other accompanying guards and other personnel, we will also properly arrange them in the camp outside the city. All their daily lives will be taken care of. You don't have to worry. In addition, opposite the post house, we have arranged a temporary official residence. If your envoys have any needs, you can send someone to the official residence to report, as long as it does not violate the laws and etiquette of Daxia. Daxia will do its best to meet them. You all came from afar, and I think you are a little sleepy. Please go to the post house to rest first. After nightfall, His Majesty will hold a banquet in the palace, and the Emperor, Empress and corresponding envoys will be invited to the palace to attend the banquet." Tong Fingju nodded gently and said with a smile, "In this case, I'll have to trouble you to arrange it. For Seasons Trading Company headquarters. For Seasons Manor. Reception room." Tan Tai Fengying looked at the middle-aged man opposite her, who was pot-bellied and shrewd, and was secretly amazed. Before coming here, she had many assumptions about Shen Wansan's appearance. But after seeing him, she was still a little surprised, because although this person looks shrewd, his aura of a superior is very weak. He doesn't feel like the helmsman of a business giant, but like a kind uncle next door. This made Tan Tai Fengying have to doubt whether this person is Shen Wansan, or whether this Shen Wansan is the real owner of Four Seasons Trading Company. Although she thought so in her heart, Tan Tai Fengying didn't rush to test it, but smiled and bowed. "Master Shen, my father has important matters to attend to, so he cannot come here in person. Therefore, I have entrusted this little girl to come here on his behalf. I hope Master Shen will not be offended." "Ha ha ha. Master Dantai is joking. Master Dantai is the helmsman of the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce. Whether in terms of status or important matters, he is comparable to the Emperor of the Imperial Dynasty. Even the Prince of the Imperial Dynasty may not be able to see someone like Master Dantai. Now, he has not only responded to my invitation, but also specially entrusted Master Dantai to come here in person. This is a great honor for me. How can I be offended?" Shen Wansan stroked his mustache and laughed. "Not at all strange. If I hadn't been afraid that it would be too abrupt to come here on my own initiative, I would have visited you long ago. And I wouldn't have used an invitation as a knock on the door. I thought your father would at most send an ordinary senior executive from the Chamber of Commerce. But I never thought that he would send the young leader in person. It seems that I still don't understand the temperament of the leader of Tan Tai too well." Listening to Shen Wansan sighing words and looking at his emotional expression, a strange color flashed in Tan Tai Fengying's eyes. This person is quite interesting. At least, he has mastered the skill of quietly building relationships without making a sound. Chairman Shen is too modest. Although your Four Seasons Trading Company has only been on the mainland for less than half a year, it has already emerged with various magical rules, business methods and novel products, and has occupied a large market share. If you are given another 3 to 5 years, I am afraid that my 8 desolate Chamber of Commerce will be inferior to it. Four Seasons Trading Company has such a bright future, and you are the helmsman of Four Seasons Trading Company. How dare my father neglect you?" Tan Tai Fengying said with a reserved smile, and had already thrown out the first red card. Shen Wansan blinked and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that the young leader is such a wonderful person." "Ha ha ha. The 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, while my Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce has only been established for a few years, and it has only been less than half a year since it entered the main continent. If you compare the two, it's like the difference between a giant elephant and an ant." The young leader actually said that this ant can be compared with the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce in 3 to 5 years. This joke is quite interesting. "Ha ha ha. Is it a joke?" Tan Tai Fengying curled her lips and smiled lightly. "If the Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce came from other forces, I wouldn't dare to think so. But the problem is that the Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce grew on the fertile soil of the Great Xia dynasty. Didn't it take only a few years for the Great Xia dynasty to grow from a very weak country to a giant that can compete with the Imperial dynasty? In this magical land? I don't think the rapid rise of Four Seasons Trading Company is a joke. What's more, according to my understanding of Four Seasons Trading Company, this huge potential has been fully revealed. After all, even my father is very impressed and ashamed of many of the rules and frameworks of Four Seasons Trading Company. Shen Wanson narrowed his eyes, shook his head and laughed. I am happy and ashamed to receive such praise from Tan Taiwei and Xiao Huisho. But Xiao Huisho should also know that there are many talented people in the world. But only a handful of them can really grow into towering trees. Before they grow up, no matter how miraculous the talented people are, they are just short-lived. Tan Tai Fongying smiled at the corner of her mouth and showed the second red card in a gentle tone. So, when President Shen invited us here, he actually wanted to use the name of cooperation to strengthen himself and make the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce a ladder for the Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce to ascend to heaven. Young President, you have misunderstood that the Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce is good enough. Shen Wanson shook his head and said with a sigh, even if Shen is unwise, he would not be so whimsical. For the affairs of the world, only mutual benefit can last long. Especially in business. What President Shen said makes sense. Tan Tai Fongying nodded, and then showed the third red card without hesitation. But, please forgive me for being frank. Our 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce does not see any possibility of mutual benefit from your Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce. Instead, we see the embryo of a serious threat. Besides, even if there is a mutual benefit, do you think our 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce will cooperate with you at the huge risk of being beaten to death on the beach by the waves behind? Captain Shen, my words may be a bit harsh, but the fact is, our 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce cannot personally help and create a serious threat. Therefore, compared to cooperation, it is more beneficial to the safety and interests of our 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce to nip this serious threat in the bud. What do you think? Shen Wanson clapped his hands and cast an admiring look at Tan Tai Fongying. Young master is truly a phoenix among men, and a woman is as good as a man. Just this attitude of daring to make everything clear is not comparable to ordinary heroes. However, young master may have forgotten something. Why not listen to Shen's supplement? Seeing that Shen Wanson was not angry at all, Tan Tai Fongying couldn't help but become interested. Please teach me. Master Shen. Young master. Under what circumstances will the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce face a catastrophe? Hearing this, Tan Tai Fongying was stunned and frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, Tan Tai Fongying replied softly, My 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce has been able to survive tens of thousands of years of wind and rain, which has already explained a lot of things. If Master Shen insists on finding such a hypothesis, then this little girl can only answer, unless the entire continent is engulfed in war. Unless the original order completely collapses. Pa! Accompanied by a crisp applause. Shen Wanson laughed. The young chairman's perspective on the issue is indeed thorough. Yes, Mr. Shen also holds the same view. Therefore, the young chairman does not need to be on high alert because of the appearance of my Four Seasons commercial bank. Of course, more importantly, the young chairman's unless Chapter 307 dare not to cooperate. Scare you to death. Tan Tai Fongying narrowed her eyes and chuckled. So, what Shen Huisho meant is that the entire continent is about to be in complete chaos, and the whole world will be swept into the chaos of war? Faced with this question, Shen Wanson did not answer immediately, but stared at Tan Tai Fongying for a long time, with a strange look, as if wondering why the other party would ask such a question. Tan Tai Fongying frowned and whispered, Why? Does Shen Huisho think there is something wrong with what I said? Shen Wanson hesitated for a while, and said it. Can't the young leader see it? It shouldn't be. As a giant, the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce obviously needs a strong intelligence system. Has the young leader never predicted something in advance from those important intelligence? Tan Tai Fongying was suspicious and depressed, but still smiled. I don't pay much attention to information that is not related to business. Why don't you ask Mr. Shen to give me some advice? I see. Shen Wanson nodded suddenly, and then his expression became serious and he said, Then I will tell you. From the information I have now, the entire 9 regions continent will inevitably be in chaos in 2 or 3 years at the shortest, and 5 or 6 years at the longest. The war will sweep across every piece of land. First, I think the young chief also knows something about the chaos of the ancient dynasty? Of course. Tan Tai Fengying nodded, and then did not say anything. Wei Ren said, the ancient dynasty has indeed been in trouble recently. But to say it is a mess is a bit too much. Right? Shen Huasan smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, some information is unknown to the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention the Tianji Tower. The affairs of the ancient dynasty are very complicated. And there are many secrets brewing undercurrents. Today, Shen can give you a piece of information for free to show friendship. Young master, do you know that there is another mysterious force behind the Eastern Desolate Marquis? Hearing this, Tan Tai Fengying's pupils shrank slightly. In fact, the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce had long suspected this matter, but it had never known who was behind the Eastern Desolate Marquis. But from what Shen Huasan said, it was obvious that he already knew. Please help me, Master Shen, to solve my doubts. It's the CLs. Shen Huasan smiled and uttered 5 words. The CLs? Tan Tai Fengying was a little stunned, because this was the second time she heard of this group. The first time I knew about it was through the 9 Realms beauty list of Baishao Pavilion. She originally thought that the most likely person behind the Eastern Wasteland Marquis was the Songming dynasty. But she never expected to get such an answer. Yes, it's the CLs. Although Shen doesn't know much about the specific situation of the CLs at present, the fact that they can become the background of the Eastern Wasteland Marquis and help the Eastern Wasteland Marquis develop to the point where they can compete with the court of the ancient dynasty in decades or hundreds of years itself explains a lot of problems. This information has been bought by the people of the Songming dynasty at a huge cost, and it will be leaked sooner or later. So Shen Huasan didn't feel bad about disclosing it to the 8 Wasteland Chamber of Commerce. Tan Tai Fengying's expression suddenly became much more serious, and she said in a deep voice, Shen Huisho, is this news 100% certain? This is what my 4 Seasons business bought from Baishao Pavilion at a huge cost. What do you think? Shen Huasan did not answer directly, but this answer made Tan Tai Fengying instantly believe that the brand of Baishao Pavilion could not be faked. And this answer also opened a window for Tan Tai Fengying and reminded her, if it is to compare the army, force, etc., the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce dare not challenge the dominant forces. But if it is to compare financial strength, the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce may not be afraid of anyone, since the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce has inexhaustible wealth. The Baishao Pavilion is the most beneficial weapon for the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. As long as they are willing to spend money, the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce is enough to be proud of the world in terms of intelligence support. Tan Tai Fengying made up her mind secretly. And on the other side, Shen Huasan continued to speak. This is just one of the secrets. There are even more incredible secrets, and they may not be available from Baishao Pavilion at this time. So, although Shen doesn't dare to make a definite statement, he is 90% sure that the ancient dynasty will definitely fall into chaos in a few years. And the chaos of the ancient dynasty will become the biggest trigger, gradually affecting the entire continent. Tan Tai Fengying was secretly shocked. If she hadn't had the previous intelligence, she would not easily believe Shen Huasan's nonsense. But now, she had to think carefully. Secondly, the Songming dynasty is secretly stepping up preparations for war. Once it sees an opportunity, it will surely launch a world-shaking war with a momentum that will shake the world. Even if the Songming dynasty itself cannot wait for such an opportunity. As long as the chaos of the Huanggu dynasty really occurs, the Songming dynasty will not continue to wait. In addition, there are also hidden dangers within the Songming dynasty, but it is difficult to judge whether these hidden dangers are controllable. Third, that is the Moro dynasty. The Moro dynasty has been waiting for an opportunity to turn over, and the depth and breadth of its layout in the world are beyond most people imagination, not to mention anything else. The large-scale assassination of the Haoyuan dynasty alone is inextricably linked to them. Once the Huanggu dynasty and the Songming dynasty have major changes or actions, how can the Moro dynasty sit back and watch? Needless to say, they will definitely take the opportunity to expand crazily. And once the 3 major dynasties are in action, other forces will inevitably be constantly involved even if they don't want to. By then, is it still far from the war that will break out across the entire continent? After listening to Shen Huasan's analysis, Tan Tai Fengying couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. But even so, Tan Tai Fengying remained calm and smiled with a relaxed look. Even if what President Shen said will come true. So what? For tens of thousands of years, there have been wars that affected most of the continent. But in the end, didn't my 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce still pass on well? Shen Huasan smiled and said calmly, young president should know that each era has its own characteristics. And the people and opportunities of each era are also different. There are many reasons why the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce was able to survive the catastrophe, including the fact that the basic base of the two major human dynasties was not in chaos. And the Moro dynasty also had limited changes. But now is different from the past. Even the two major human dynasties may not be able to survive this catastrophe. And the Moro dynasty may not be able to suppress it. Once the Moro dynasty rises, the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce will only become a nutrient pool for them to greedily absorb. I'm afraid it's a foolish dream to want to negotiate conditions with them. The most important thing is that the world is changing all the time. How many forces are willing to follow the rules agreed upon by your 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce and various forces now? Not to mention, when chaos breaks out, many forces will have power changes. How can the new rulers abide by the old agreements and rules? The 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce is too fat. Like an endless treasure house. Who wouldn't be jealous? Taking advantage of the chaos. Those greedy people will not be honest. Even if they get some disobedient thieves to rob, they will legitimately take all the industries, and even the treasure house of the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce for themselves to strengthen themselves. Shin knows that the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce's own military power is also unfathomable. But when the entire continent is shrouded in chaos, how much effect can these forces have after they are dispersed? Let me ask. In this case, how can the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce protect itself? Shin Wansan's words were like thunder in the clear sky exploding in Tan Tai Fengying's mind, making her dizzy. At this moment, she seemed to suddenly understand why her father did not rush to attack the Four Seasons business. Perhaps, her father had already had this sense of crisis. However, she still couldn't figure it out, because she didn't know what important help the cooperation with the Four Seasons business would bring to the huge crisis that the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce might face. Therefore, after recovering from her shock, Tan Tai Fengying took a deep breath and asked directly. What Shen Huisho said is thought-provoking. However, I still don't understand. What is the meaning of our cooperation? What kind of help can you provide to my 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce? At this moment, Tan Tai Fengying has confirmed that the person in front of her must be Shen Wansan himself. And Shen Wansan is indeed the helmsman of the Four Seasons business. Otherwise, he would not have such a sophisticated insight. The meaning of cooperation is of course mutual benefit, which Shen has said before. Shen Wansan smiled, and was secretly satisfied in his heart, because he had successfully grasped the initiative of the discourse. From a business perspective, we can share what we have and absorb each other's advantages, including goods, passenger ships, business information, new framework systems, manpower, strategies, etc. The Nine Realms continent is very large. Although the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce is a giant in the industry, there are still many blank markets. Right? From a security perspective, we also have a lot of room for cooperation. I think the young leader has guessed it. Yes, my Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce does have some royal background. When war breaks out and my great Xia is also involved in the battlefield, my Four Seasons Chamber of Commerce will inevitably face many hardships due to its origin. At this time, we can borrow the name of the 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce to continue operating. In contrast, the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce can also have a strong military guarantee. The military guarantee comes from my great Xia dynasty. Now the world calls my great Xia the Little Overlord, and believes that my great Xia's comprehensive strength is already between the upper forces and the dominant forces. Today, Shen can tell the young leader a secret. In fact, when my great Xia joins the battlefield again in a few years, the world will understand that the word small is actually meaningless. With the powerful military force of a dominant force as a strong support, it is not so easy for those forces to seize the wealth of the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. At the very least, we can also escort the safe transfer of the wealth of the 8 Desolate Chamber of Commerce. This is the significance of our cooperation. What do you think, young master? At this moment, Tan Tai Fengying could no longer calm down, facing the heavy bombs thrown by Shen Wansan. Her mind was already a little lost. She took a deep breath to suppress her shaking thoughts and forced a smile. This matter is too big. I can't make the decision. I need to report to my father. So, I hope that Master Shen will understand. That's right. Don't worry. We still have a lot of time. Shen Wansan smiled gently and then changed the subject. By the way, tonight, His Majesty of our dynasty will host a banquet to entertain the Emperor and Empress of the Ancient World and the Ancient World envoys. I am fortunate to be able to participate and bring one person. If young master wants to join in the fun, I can give this quota to young master. Tan Tai Feng Ying's heart moved. And after thinking for a while, she smiled. I dare not refuse the gift from the senior. I happen to be very interested in His Majesty the Emperor Xia and the Emperor and Empress of the ancient world. Thank you, Master Shen. No, it's just a little help. Chapter 308 Palace Banquet. That night, Chonghua Palace. Red phoenix lamp posts were connected into a line, and the unicorn chariot swam like a fish, amid the soothing and melodious sound of classical instruments. Men, women, old and young, dressed in luxurious clothes kept riding the unicorn chariot into the bizarre Chonghua Palace. And from time to time, one could hear surprised sighs and excited low cries. Tonight, His Majesty hosted a banquet for the envoys of the ancient dynasty. Most of the civil and military officials in the court had received the notice to attend the banquet, and they could bring 1 to 3 people according to their ranks. Therefore, the people who were lucky enough to participate in this feast as relatives were all excited. This was their first time to enter the palace, and everything they saw and heard along the way made them as curious as 3-year-old children. As time passed, the invited people arrived one after another. In a corner, when Tan Tai Feng Ying was sitting next to Shen Wansan and secretly looking at the people around him, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Shen Huisho, why are you sitting in such a remote position? Tan Tai Feng Ying was secretly shocked because she didn't notice that someone had quietly appeared behind her. When she turned around to look, she found that the man was a middle-aged man with a full forehead and eyes as bright as the stars. He had a mysterious and strange demeanor. Shen Wansan hurriedly stood up, bowed slightly and smiled and saluted. Hello, General Bouillon. General Bouillon, please forgive me. Those who can participate in the banquet today are all officials appointed by the court. I dare not sit randomly, so as not to offend the big shots. There is no doubt that the person who suddenly appeared was Yuan Tiangang. Shen Huisho is too modest. You are not a small person. With the current achievements of 4 Seasons Commercial Bank, it is not too much to ask you to sit with Yuan. Yuan Tiangang smiled slightly, and then did not continue to entangle with Shen Wansan, but turned his head to look at Tan Tai Feng Ying, who was covered with a veil. Besides, it's a bit rude to let such a beautiful woman sit in such a secluded corner. Isn't it? Lai Bouillon. Shen Wansan coughed lightly and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yuan Tiangang. You can't see the ancient emperor and queen here, let alone your majesty. I have ordered people to reserve a seat for you two in the inner room. As for whether you two go or not, it's up to you. After saying that, Yuan Tiangang looked at Tan Tai Feng Ying deeply, and then turned and left. After watching Yuan Tiangang go away, Tan Tai Feng Ying asked curiously, he is the leader of the bad people. Yuan Tiangang? Yes. Shen Wansan nodded, and then showed a helpless look. Since the bad people didn't ask anything, I think he already knows the identity of the young leader. Tan Tai Feng Ying frowned. She didn't want people to pay attention to her, but she also knew that for such a grand banquet, the people of Daxia would definitely check the origins of every guest carefully, and it wouldn't be difficult to find out her identity. After all, she did not hide it when she went to the headquarters of 4 Seasons Commercial Bank today. Well, if you know, then no. Anyway, I have no ill intentions. Tan Tai Feng Ying sighed and shook her head. Shen Wansan's eyes flickered slightly, and after a while of hesitation, he asked, then will the young master go here? Of course I will go. Didn't the bad commander say that we can't see those 2 big guys here? Tan Tai Feng Ying replied without thinking. Shen Wansan smiled bitterly, shook his head helplessly, and said, but if you want to go to the inner room, the identity of the young leader must be clearly reported to the bad commander and others. This is also what the bad commander just said. The inner room is full of core figures, and the identity of everyone who appears must be clear. And if the young leader reports his identity clearly, then His Majesty will most likely notice you, the young leader, and there may be a few words at that time. Tan Tai Feng Ying was stunned, and after a period of silence, she nodded. Go. Since you are here, you can't make a trip in vain. Thank you. Shen Huisho. Tan Tai Feng Ying was actually very curious about the Emperor of Daxia. She really wanted to see up close what the ancient evildoer, who was only in his 20s, but had cultivated to the extreme realm of the Great Supreme, looked like. Of course, it would be better if they could exchange a few words. A quarter of an hour later, with a loud shout, the noisy crowd quickly quieted down and looked towards the outside. The envoys of the ancient dynasty have arrived. Soon, more than 30 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Most of these people walked with their heads held high and had a good momentum. They almost never looked sideways as they walked along, and each had their own style. The most attention-grabbing one was the graceful figure walking in the front. Everyone knew without introduction that this person must be Tong Fengjiao, the empress of the ancient dynasty. How stunning Tong Fengjiao's demeanor was could be seen from the many exclamations that were deliberately suppressed in the scene, led by the officials of the Ministry of Rites. The ancient envoys did not stay in the outer room, but went straight into the main hall in the inner room. After all the members of the envoys entered, some officials, who were still staying in the outer room to accompany their families, and were qualified to enter the main hall also hurried in. In the corner, Shen Wansan and Tan Tai Fongying also stood up and walked towards the inner room. After a cup of tea, a loud shout came from the door on the other side of the main hall. The sound was so loud that everyone in the main hall and the crowd outside the main hall could hear it clearly. Your Majesty has arrived. In an instant, everyone stood up, tidied their clothes and appearance, and waited with their heads down, including the people from the ancient envoys. The only exception was one and a half. The one was naturally the ancient Empress Tong Fengjiu. Although Tong Fengjiu also stood up, she did not lower her head, but looked calmly into the inner room. As for the half, it was Tan Tai Fongying. Although Tan Tai Fongying stood up and lowered her head, her eyes were secretly looking around, not as honest as the others. On the opposite side, Tong Fengjiu seemed to have noticed Tan Tai Fongying's little move, turned her head and stared at Tan Tai Fongying for several times, with a strange look on her face. Soon, Xia Aolong came with a tiger step, followed by 6 concubines. The 6 concubines are Imperial concubine Sheng Wanwaner, Yan Chuyun, and the Queen Gu Ruoyun, Dong Fangyu, Li Hanxiang, and Mi Yan. Xia Ao promoted the concubines before. Not only Sheng Wanwaner and Yan Chuyun, but also others. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live your Majesty. Meet His Majesty the Emperor Xia. Long live the Emperor Xia. No need to be polite. Please take your seats. Xia Ao smiled slightly, raised his hand, and greeted them after sitting down. Thank you. Your Majesty. Thank you. Your Majesty Emperor Xia. When everyone sat down, Xia Ao looked straight at Tong Fengjiu. Empress Tong came from afar. I was busy with state affairs, and was unable to greet you in person. I hope you can forgive me. Your Majesty Emperor Xia is very polite. I am very happy to be treated to a banquet by your Majesty. Tong Fengjiu bowed and replied with a smile. That's good. Xia Ao laughed loudly, but then he explained in surprise. Empress Tong, the feast is about to begin. Why are you still wearing a veil? Could it be that you are worried that the dishes are not to your liking? Or maybe you don't want me to see the 5th most beautiful woman on the beauty list? Ha ha ha. Tong Fengjiu's expression froze, and she chuckled. Your Majesty Xia is joking. With concubine Yin as an example, I dare not pretend to be beautiful. I was always thinking about your Majesty's majestic figure, and I was a little distracted, so I forgot to take it off. If I am rude, please forgive me. As she spoke, Tong Fengjiu gently raised her slender jade hand and took off the veil. At this moment, everyone was staring at Tong Fengjiu. When the veil was taken off, it seemed that a bright light suddenly appeared, as beautiful as spring flowers. Xia Ao's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he praised without hesitation. She is graceful, kind, and sincere, with delicate skin and even bones. The appearance of the Tong Emperor and Empress is really like a peony in the clouds. No wonder she is ranked in the top 5 of the 9 regions beauty list. Tong Fengjiu smiled reservedly, and the smile in her eyes became even stronger. In this world, is there any woman who doesn't like to be praised for her appearance? What's more, it comes from the handsome emperor in front of her. Thank you, His Majesty Emperor Xia, for your praise. My appearance is not as good as concubine Yin. To be honest, His Majesty Emperor Xia is the real dragon among men. If Baishao Pavilion will list the Jade Man list one day, I believe that His Majesty Emperor Xia will definitely be the top of the list. Ha ha ha. Talking with the Tong Emperor and Empress is really pleasant. Xia Ao laughed loudly for a while, and then picked up the wine glass on the table. Here, this cup of wine. I, my concubines and my daxia officials, first toast to the Emperor and Empress Tong, and the envoys from the ancient times, who have also come from afar. Hearing this, the 8 concubines and a group of Daxia officials also raised their glasses and gestured to the ancient people. Cheers to the Emperor and Empress Tong. Cheers to the ancient envoys. Tong Fengjiu smiled, elegantly raised the glass cup, and bowed slightly to Xiao. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor Xia. Everyone, drink together. Xiao greeted again, and then drank the wine in the cup. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere became more and more harmonious, and the sound of talking and laughing was endless. But everyone tacitly avoided the topic of current affairs and did not mention it at all. Half an hour later, when the 6th round of dance performance was over, as Zhao Gao whispered a few words in Xiao's ear, Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at Tan Tai Fengying next to Shen Wansan with interest. I didn't expect that today's banquet would welcome a distinguished guest. Being stared at by Xiao's eyes as deep as the endless starry sky, Tan Tai Fengying couldn't help but feel nervous, just when she wanted to stand up and reveal her identity and apologize. Xiao turned his head and looked at Gu Ruoyun. Yun Fei, please entertain me. If you have any needs, please try your best to meet them. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Ruoyun smiled, then stood up and walked towards Tan Tai Fengying. At the same time, there were also 2 seats set up by the palace maids on the other side, which were obviously prepared for Gu Ruoyun and Tan Tai Fengying. Seeing that Xiao did not mean to let her reveal her identity directly, Tan Tai Fengying felt relieved. After looking at Xiao deeply, Tan Tai Fengying stood up and bowing to the people in the hall apologetically, and then followed Gu Ruoyun to the other side. Chapter 309 Nanyun Cemetery. The next day, early in the morning, before the people of the ancient envoys contacted Daxia to discuss matters, the people of Daxia came to the door to pass on the message. After the Daxia official who passed the message left, several court ministers quickly gathered at Tongfengju. Empress, the Daxia court sent someone to pass on the message, saying that they would invite us to a place in an hour, and also pointed out that all the main members of my envoys should rush there. Honglu Temple Zhenqing Chiren reported to Tongfengju. Tongfengju didn't think much about it, and asked calmly where to go. The other party didn't say, just said that we would know when we got there. Chiren shook his head, and then hesitated. Empress, Daxia is not up to no good, right? Is there any evil intention here? As soon as Chiren finished speaking, Sima Xieyongnian shook his head and refuted. It shouldn't be. Apart from the little farce during the reception, Daxia is still quite friendly to us, and the relevant etiquette is very thoughtful. This shows that the Daxia dynasty is also aware of the pros and cons, and has no intention of ruining the relationship between the 2 parties. Moreover, if they really have any evil intentions, they should have revealed them at the palace banquet last night, and would not have waited until today to make a move. So, I guess that Daxia may want to take us to visit Daxia's weapons or worship casting workshops, or other places that can show Daxia's strength, so as to show off its muscles to us and form a certain deterrent to us. Tong Fengjiao thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Sima is right. Daxia has no reason to harm us now. Let's do it according to their arrangements first, and then have the planned exchanges after the matter is done. Yes. More than an hour later, in the north of the city, Shaoru Mountain. At this time, the sky was gray and it was drizzling. The hazy mist was floating slowly between the sky and the earth, like a veil. When the members of the ancient envoys arrived, they found that soldiers with different armor stood upright in the rain on both sides of the surrounding roads, like statues, motionless. And in the open spaces outside the main road, there were densely packed people standing, and there was no end at a glance. These people included peddlers, scholars, and wealthy businessmen, as well as octogenarians and children of several years old, with different identities. But they had one thing in common. That is, they stood silently, and their faces were solemn and vaguely sad, making the atmosphere in the field extremely heavy and depressing. The ancient envoys looked at each other, and Tong Fengjiu frowned and was full of suspicion. Where is this place? Why is there such an atmosphere? Hearing Tong Fengjiao's question, a general hurriedly turned around and asked the person in charge of intelligence. Soon, the general returned quickly and reported to Tong Fengjiu in a low voice with an ugly face. Your Majesty, this place is called Shaoyu Mountain. It was originally a plain little mountain about 30 feet high. But not long ago, it was suddenly requisitioned by the Great Xia Court and began to build a large-scale project. According to the intelligence, the Great Xia Court is building a cemetery here, and the name of this cemetery seems to be the Battleship Cemetery. Hearing this, whether it was Tong Fingju or the several ancient ministers who were close by. Their faces changed on the spot. Battleship Soldier Cemetery? Could it be that the great Xia battleship soldiers who died in the Battle of Nanyuntan are buried here? Xia Yongnian asked in a deep voice, his face not looking good. The general shook his head and whispered, "This has not been confirmed yet, because only some damaged clothes and bloody battleship wreckage are buried here, and no bodies are buried. So, our people have not figured it out yet." Chiron snorted coldly and gritted his teeth and said, "What else is there to check? No need to think about it. In addition to the Battle of Nanyuntan, where else were there a large number of battleships destroyed in the Great Xia dynasty? The Battle of Nanyuntan is a shame for my ancient dynasty. But it is the glory of Great Xia. It is not surprising that they want to use those dead battleship soldiers to make a fuss. After all, this is a great opportunity to boost the morale of the army and the people." At this point, Chiron paused, and his face became even uglier. "Damn Daxia people. It's fine if they want to build a mausoleum, but why do they have to let us come? Isn't this just rubbing salt into our wounds in front of everyone and making us extremely embarrassed?" After hearing Chiron's words, the other ancient envoys also realized it. It turns out that Daxia really has evil intentions. "Empress, in my opinion, we'd better leave immediately." Xia Yongnian made a deep voice, with anger and humiliation intertwined in his eyes. Otherwise, today's matter may not end smoothly. Tong Fingju also understood this truth. Just as she was about to nod, a deafening shout suddenly came. "Your Majesty is here." Hearing the sound, accompanied by the clanging of armor plates, all the armored soldiers knelt on one knee. At the same time, the surrounding people also knelt down one after another. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The shouts of thousands of armored soldiers were like thunder, making the rain between heaven and earth fall faster and denser. In the distance of the main road, figures gradually appeared through the fog and approached slowly. Looking around, the leader was Xiao, and behind Xiao followed the civil and military officials of Daxia. They walked solemnly, without riding a mount or a car, and no one even held an umbrella for Xiao to keep him out of the rain. However, there was no need to do so, because the dense raindrops could not get close to Xiao and the ministers at all, as if there was an invisible barrier outside, preventing a drop of rain from invading. Time passed slowly, and when he came to Tong Fingju's side, Xiao suddenly stopped. However, Xiao did not look at Tong Fingju, but stared at the marble archway in front of him. The archway was very wide and high, and at the position of the plaque, a bright red silk cloth was tied there, covering the words behind it. "Pass on my order. Open the garden." With Xiao's deep shout, Zhao Gao took 2 steps forward and repeated Xiao's order to the front, dragging a long-tailed tone. "Your Majesty has ordered to open the mausoleum." "Yes." In front of the memorial archway, the 2 young generals' eyes were hot. After resisting the trembling in their hearts, they saluted to Xiao respectfully, and then turned to the bottom of the plaque. As the 2 slowly stretched out their arms and pulled downwards at the same time, the red silk cloth suddenly fell into the hands of the 2 without any error. But at this time, everyone's attention has shifted to the position of the plaque. Looking closely, they saw that on the black background and red border plaque, there were 4 red gold characters written in sharp pen strokes like a knife: Nanyun Cemetery. When they saw these 4 words clearly, the faces of the ancient envoys became even uglier, and they were even so angry that their chests were heaving. Nanyun Cemetery. Doesn't it represent the Daxia warship soldiers who died in the Battle of Nanyun Beach? Perhaps the relics of the Daxia soldiers who died in the Battle of Shibuan are also buried here. But these are no longer issues that the ancient envoys are willing to think about. They are surrounded by shame and anger at this moment. If they didn't have some reason, if the Emperor and Empress hadn't ordered not to provoke Daxia people, they would have questioned them angrily. They came here from thousands of miles away for the sake of friendship between the 2 countries. Is this the host's way of hospitality? Xiao ignored the thoughts of the ancient people, just stared at the 4 blood-stained words, and preached in a deep voice. It is said that, using copper as a mirror, one can correct his clothes; using people as a mirror, one can understand gains and losses; using history as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall. Since the first Yurshinwu, Daxia has forged a national spirit that is not afraid of all-powerful enemies in the world. If anyone dares to deceive, they will be returned 100-fold. Someone once asked me why Daxia could do this, and why it could forge such a national spirit. At that time, I just smiled and did not say it clearly. but let him observe and understand it himself. But today, I can announce this answer to the whole world, because of the Battle of Nanyuntan and the Battle of Shibuyan. Our brave and fearless soldiers have given this answer with their blood and lives. The reason why Daxia dares to show its sword fearlessly to any powerful enemy is because everyone in Daxia is like a dragon, forging a human soul that is not afraid of powerful enemies. It is because the people of Daxia are united and have forged a united people's soul. It is because our Daxia soldiers are courageous and fearless, not afraid of life and death, that they have forged an invincible military spirit. Today, I set up the Nanyun Cemetery, not only to bury the clothes and hats of those heroes, but also their heroic souls. The Nanyun Cemetery will tell you that as long as the souls of Daxia people are not weak, the people's souls are not scattered, and the military spirit is not defeated, any powerful enemy who dares to harm Daxia will be crushed into dust. The Nanyun Cemetery will also tell the entire 9 regions continent that Daxia's territory should not be invaded. And if invaded, its country will be destroyed. As Xiao's last sentence fell, the originally heavy and depressing atmosphere in the field was instantly ignited by infinite passion. Whether it was the soldiers selected by various armies or the Daxia people of different origins, all of them had red eyes and clenched fists. But at the same time, the ancient envoys were trembling slightly. Their teeth were fighting, and their faces were blue and red. It was already a great shame for them to be here. But now the great Xia Emperor has repeatedly poked their pain points in front of them. How excessive is that? Tong Fengjiao gritted her teeth and stared at Xiao with anger that was about to burst out. But before she could speak, Xiao had already turned his head and looked at her indifferently, and took the initiative to speak. The ancient dynasty took the initiative to march towards my great Xia, which is a heinous crime. If your people had not really set foot on the territory of my great Xia, the war between our 2 dynasties would not be ended by a mere million corpses. I hope you can remember this lesson, because you will not have a second chance. Of course, my words are true. But if your ancient dynasty wants to be friends with my great Xia, you must show sincerity. Tong Fengjiu laughed in anger and said coldly, "What else does the Xia Emperor want?" Chapter 310 Embarrassment. Farewell Banquet. Simple. You still owe these heroes an explanation. As Empress Tong is the mother of the ancient dynasty, it is most appropriate for you to offer flowers to the heroes of Daxia in the cemetery to atone for their sins. Xiao said indifferently. His tone was flat, but it revealed an unquestionable tough attitude. As Xiao finished speaking, a palace maid appeared holding a bouquet of snow chrysanthemums. Tong Fengjiu glanced at the bouquet in the palace maid's arms, then stared at Xiao with eyes slightly widened. Looking ridiculous. Your Majesty, don't you think that this is too much? Too much? Xiao raised his eyebrows and sneered. Don't forget that this war was provoked by your Huanggu dynasty without reason. As the sinner who provoked the war wantonly, shouldn't your Huanggu dynasty atone for your sins? Tong Fengjiao's pretty face sank, and she gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, you should know the reason for this war. If you hadn't killed the supreme emperor of our dynasty, how could our dynasty raise troops to attack? Xiao sneered, his expression mocking. Hee. Are you kidding? Empress Tong? Your supreme emperor not only wants to rob my great Xia's treasure, but also wants to assassinate me. I haven't settled this account with you Huanggu yet, but you shamelessly blame me. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? You? Tong Fengjiu was speechless for a moment, and didn't know how to refute. After a while, Tong Fengjiu barely suppressed her fluctuating thoughts and anger, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty Emperor Xia, I and others have been humiliated by appearing here today, but I have also given you an explanation. Why are you so aggressive and unwilling to give up? As the ruler of Daxia, Emperor Xia should have a mind as broad as the starry sky. Why not end this matter here? Otherwise, if you and I fight again, it will only benefit outsiders in vain. Xiao's eyes were slightly cold, and he said expressionlessly, Empress Tong, I can tell you clearly that you have to offer this bouquet of atonement flowers today, whether you want to or not. Willing and unwilling. Taking the initiative. The difference between these periods is huge. I will give you 10 breaths to consider. After the words fell, Xiao suddenly appeared with an extremely powerful momentum, and it would surge upwards exponentially with every breath. Seeing this, all the ancient envoys were furious. One of the generals wanted to stand out and say something in anger, but he was held tightly by the people around him and covered his mouth. Are you kidding? This is the capital of Daxia, the base camp of Daxia. If you make a fuss here, wouldn't it be courting death? Not to mention that the Emperor of Daxia is the strongest person in the world. If this person said something disrespectful to the Emperor of Daxia in a rage, I'm afraid that not only himself, but even the entire envoy group may be buried with him. In front, as time passed by, as Xia Ao's momentum became stronger and stronger, Tong Fengjia's expression became more and more struggling, and sweat oozed from her forehead. She was not afraid that the Emperor of Daxia would kill her directly, but she was worried that she would be pressed to kneel down in embarrassment under the attention of the public. In that case, not only would her reputation fall to the ground, but even the prestige of the ancient dynasty would suffer a heavy blow. From then on, how could she face people? When 8 breaths passed, Tong Fengjiu suddenly gritted her teeth, took the snow chrysanthemum from the hand of the palace maid, and took the initiative to walk towards the memorial archway of the cemetery. After standing in front of the memorial archway, Tong Fengjiu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Since ancient times, those who sacrificed their lives for the country are all righteous men, and they should be respected by the world. All the righteous men of Daxia unfortunately died because of the misunderstanding between my Huanggu and Daxia. As the Empress of Huanggu, I feel very ashamed. Today, I offer flowers to pay tribute, hoping that the heroic spirits of all the heroes will be immortal and live forever. Seeing that the dignified Empress of Huanggu actually personally offered flowers to pay tribute to the Nanyuan cemetery, and bowed to the souls of the Daxia soldiers who defeated them. Whether it was the soldiers, officials, or the people of Daxia, they all widened their eyes, and were filled with infinite pride. What about the Empress? Don't they still have to bow their heads and apologize to the enemy who killed them and defeated them? In the distance, Xia Ao narrowed his eyes, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He naturally noticed the trick in Tong Fengjia's words, but he didn't care, because his goal had been achieved. Far away, seeing Tong Fengjiao grit her teeth and return, Tan Tai Fengying, who was secretly watching the excitement in the crowd, opened her eyes wide, and the astonishment in her eyes had not yet dissipated. She never dreamed that she would see such an incredible good show. The Emperor and Empress of the ancient dynasty would endure great humiliation to offer flowers to the heroes of the previous enemy. If this matter were to be spread, I'm afraid the whole world would be in an uproar, and I don't know how many people's eyes would fall to the ground in shock. In addition to being astonished, Tan Tai Fengying's eyes also shifted to Xia Ao again, although she did not hear the content of the conversation between Emperor Xia and the ancient Empress. From the increasing momentum of Emperor Xia just now, it can be guessed that the ancient Empress was obviously extremely unwilling. Unfortunately, facing the strong coercion of the great Xia Emperor, the ancient Empress had to submit. After reaching this conclusion, Tan Tai Fengying couldn't help but have a complicated face. The Emperor of a dynasty actually forced the Empress of a dynasty to bow her head obediently, which shows his means and tyranny. Such a hero is much more perfect than her ideal husband in her imagination. Unfortunately, he is an emperor, and a very lustful emperor. After a sigh, Tan Tai Fengying turned and left, with fast steps, but she looked a little distracted. After the mausoleum incident, the ancient envoys were indignant. Although they did not dare to attack the great Xia directly, they all clamored to leave immediately. However, these clamors were suppressed by Tong Fengjiu, because in Tong Fengjiu's view, they had already suffered great humiliation. If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't it be too cowardly? Tong Fengjiu had a lot of anger in her heart that was hard to relieve. And in her opinion, this anger could only be relieved by bearing humiliation and waiting for the future to return the favor. Therefore, she not only wanted her subordinates to learn from Daxia's advantages in all aspects, but also wanted to find out Daxia's shortcomings for future use. In this way, the ancient envoys stayed in Daxia for 5 days, and the night before the envoys were about to leave, Tong Fengjiu received an invitation to a banquet from Xia Ao, Chonghua Palace. When Tong Fengjiao entered the main hall with 2 maids and a white-haired old woman, she was stunned, because it was completely different from what she expected. At this moment, Xia Ao was sitting alone in the inner room drinking leisurely, but there was no concubine accompanying him. Tong Fengjiu paused, stood at the door, frowned and stared at Xia Ao. "Your Majesty, why don't you see your 2 concubines?" Xia Ao raised his head and smiled slightly, saying playfully, "Why? Are the Emperor and Empress Tong worried about what I will do to you?" Tong Fengjiao's cheeks were hot, and she felt a little embarrassed and angry. "Your Majesty, it's better not to make such a joke." Xia Ao tilted his head and said with a strange look, "I don't seem to say anything. Right? Why should the Emperor and Empress Tong make up their own minds? You? Tong Fengjiao's cheeks became redder with anger, and her proud front peaks rose and fell. Okay. No more jokes. Xiao shook his head and laughed. Then his expression became serious, and he waved his hand. All of you please leave. Yes. The maids and eunuchs in the palace bowed respectfully, then bowed their heads and left in succession. At the same time, Zhang Sanfeng also appeared with a smile behind the white-haired old woman and 2 maids. 3 of you, please follow me to wait outside the palace. The white-haired old woman did not even look at Zhang Sanfeng, and still stood behind Tong Fengjia without moving. Tong Fengjia narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Your Majesty, I have already attended your farewell banquet. Thank you for your kindness. But if there is nothing else important, I will be sorry that I can't stay any longer. Xiao chuckled, shook the clear and transparent wine glass in his hand, and said slowly, Isn't the Emperor and Empress Tong interested in some secrets of the ancient dynasty? You know, these secrets are related to the survival of the ancient dynasty. Tong Fengju was shocked and looked at Xiao with a look of doubt. What exactly does His Majesty the Emperor Xiao want to say? Xiao did not answer immediately, but glanced at the 3 people behind Tong Fengju. It's a secret that can't be passed on to anyone. Are you sure you want them to stay here? After saying that, Xiao shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. If I want to harm you, I will have the chance at any time. After struggling for a while, Tong Fengjia's curiosity finally prevailed. You guys go out. Empress? The white-haired old woman's face changed slightly, and she looked at Tong Fengju anxiously. Go out. Tong Fengjia shouted coldly, and the white-haired old woman had no choice but to walk out of the hall with 2 maids. However, after the hall door was closed, she stayed at the door of the hall and kept an eye on the movements inside to prevent any accidents. Please take a seat. In the hall, Xiao pointed to the futon opposite the wide table and greeted with a smile. Tong Fengjiu hesitated for a moment, but finally walked over and knelt on the futon. Now, His Majesty, can you speak? Xiao stared at Tong Fengjiu, who was only 2 steps away, with a smile on his face. She is as beautiful as jade, and she is as charming as the stars and the moon. It's a pity. Tong Fengjiu was upset and gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, what do you want to say? Why are you in such a hurry? I am just worried that the 5th on the beauty list will die in a few years. Xiao chuckled and looked very sad. Tong Fengjia's expression froze, and she suddenly sneered. Your Majesty, is it fun to play such a trick? Mysterious? Ha. Xiao smiled noncommittally, and then his expression became serious. I will give you a piece of information and a piece of advice. The information is, Dong Wang Ho has the support of the Sea Elves behind him. As for the advice, well, you must be careful of your closest people. Tong Fengjia's face changed instantly, with a look of doubt and uncertainty. At this time, Xiao spoke again. Finally, I will add one more thing. I really can't bear to see a beauty like you accompany the less ants and rats. So when you are hopeless, you can ask me for help. Chapter 311, Killing the Envoys? May 11th. Hao Yuan Dynasty. Imperial Palace. In the hall, several ministers shrank their necks and stared at their toes. Silent. In the inner side of the hall, Yuan Shimao sat alone on the throne, frowning. Although the Hao Yuan Dynasty successfully repelled the ancient army, saved the imperial capital, and thwarted the ancient army's attack plots in many other directions, Yuan Shimao's mental state not only did not recover, but became more and more depressed, because after a short truce, the ancient dynasty not only did not withdraw its troops from the Hao Yuan Dynasty, but also sent 1,000,000 troops to join the massive attack on Hao Yuan. So far, the Hao Yuan Dynasty has lost 9 of the 12 prefectures in the north, and only 3 prefectures are still struggling. But at this point in the war, the Hao Yuan Dynasty is already exhausted, and the last 3 prefectures may not be able to be defended. Moreover, he had to consider the possibility that the Huanggu Dynasty would continue to increase its troops. Once Huanggu increased its troops, not to mention the 3 prefectures, the entire Hao Yuan Dynasty would be in dire straits. Thinking of this, Yuan Shimao's heart surged with an unknown fire, and he swept all the utensils on the table to the ground, gritting his teeth. Damn the great Xia Dynasty. The treacherous villain. We agreed to join forces to fight the famine. But what's the result? It's been more than half a month. But they are not willing to fart. Even, they entertained the envoys of the Huanggu Dynasty and flirted with the former enemy. Damn it! Damn it! listening to Yuan Shimiao's scolding. Several ministers shrank their heads a little lower. But they were a little dissatisfied in their hearts. Why did the great Xia dynasty not move for a long time? Why did it hesitate to help? Don't you have any idea in your mind? At the beginning, they sent envoys to discuss cooperation. But you, without saying anything, directly brought up the fact that the Daxia army had fought in Haoyuan without prior notice, and wanted Daxia to give you an explanation. Don't you think about it? Is it the right time to bring up such a thing at such a critical juncture? Let's take a step back. Daxia destroyed more than 1 million ancient armies, but it also lifted the siege of the imperial capital and helped Haoyuan a lot. It would be fine if you didn't thank them. But you actually wanted to ask for an explanation. Do you think it's appropriate? That's fine. But you rejected the conditions proposed by the Daxia dynasty. And you wanted them to work for nothing. Don't you think it's possible? Now, Haoyuan doesn't have to pay any price to Daxia. But what the ancient dynasty took from Haoyuan is more than 100 times more cruel than those conditions of Daxia. At this time, you blame others for not helping you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Of course, no one dared to express their complaints, let alone say them directly. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Yuan Shimiao suddenly looked fierce and stared at Xiaosu, the leader of Qingyan Guard. Will the ancient envoys return today? Xiaosu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. But he could only nod his head. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence, it is true. Yuan Shimiao touched his chin and suddenly smiled sinisterly. What do you think would happen if the ancient empress and the ancient envoys died in Daxia? As soon as these words came out, several ministers were frightened and trembled, and their faces turned pale. But before these ministers could speak, Yuan Shimiao started talking again. As long as they die in Daxia, even if it cannot be proved that Daxia did it, Daxia cannot escape responsibility. When the two sides turn against each other, Daxia will have to go to war with Huanggu. In this way, the pressure on my Haoyuan dynasty can be greatly reduced, and there is even hope to regain the lost land. Okay, this method is good. Looking at the somewhat crazy Yuan Shimiao, several Haoyuan ministers were all terrified. Your Majesty, you must not do that. An old minister knelt on the ground with a plop and advised sadly. How can the emperor and empress travel without the protection of a powerful supreme? Moreover, Daxia cannot ignore the escort of the ancient divine envoys. With the combined strength of the two parties, with the foundation of our Haoyuan dynasty, it is impossible to assassinate them, let alone directly bury the entire ancient divine envoys, unless hundreds of thousands of elite troops are dispatched to besiege them. But Daxia's army and spies are not blind or deaf, not to mention hundreds of thousands of troops. Even a few thousand will probably be difficult to infiltrate. By then, the matter will inevitably be exposed, and our Haoyuan dynasty will offend both the ancient divine dynasty and the Daxia dynasty at the same time and thoroughly. A small part of the power of the ancient divine dynasty has already made our Haoyuan dynasty exhausted. If Daxia joins in, our Haoyuan will really perish. After this person, others also knelt on the ground and tried to persuade them, fearing that Yuan Shimiao would go crazy and destroy himself. Your Majesty, Lord Su is right. This is a road to the abyss. Your Majesty, I don't know what kind of power you have hidden in your hands, nor do I know how powerful this power is. But no matter how powerful it is, it can never kill the ancient emperor and queen. Your Majesty, this must not be done. Your Majesty, looking at the attitude of the ancient dynasty, it should just want to take over the northern region of our dynasty to save face. The 12 prefectures in the north are lost, and there may be a chance to take them back in the future. But we can't drag the entire dynasty into the abyss of sinking. Listening to the endless persuasion and opposition, Yuan Shimiao's mind, which was overwhelmed by anger, suddenly cleared up, and he was secretly a little scared in his heart. He didn't know why he had such a dangerous idea, but fortunately, he was successfully pulled back. But just keeping silent, Yuan Shimiao felt embarrassed again. After a long silence, Yuan Shimiao suddenly rolled his eyes and smiled coldly. What are you afraid of? I didn't tell us to do it ourselves. Several ministers were stunned. Their hearts, which had been raised to their throats, suddenly fell. But they were still a little uneasy. What does your Majesty mean? Looking at the world, how many forces do you think don't want to see the Huanggu dynasty get out of the quagmire of war, and have the strength to kill it? Hearing Yuan Shimiao's question, Xiaosu said without hesitation, there should be 3 parties. The first one is the Moro dynasty. No need to say more. Everyone understands this. The second one is the Songming dynasty. The two great dynasties, Songming and Huangdu, have been competing secretly, and they regard each other as their biggest opponent. Therefore, the Songming dynasty also has this motive. The third one is the Chunhua Holy Church. Although the Chunhua Holy Church has been quite stable in recent years, this is actually only on the surface. In secret, the Chunhua Holy Church's infiltration of various forces is quite fierce, which shows that they also have the intention to covet the whole world. Of course, this can only mean that all three parties have this motive. But they may not do it. Yuan Shimao frowned and said unhappily, "Oh? Why do you say that? Your Majesty, a wounded dog is the easiest to go crazy. At present, the Huangdu dynasty is the wounded dog. If one party assassinates the Huangdu Empress and destroys the Huangdu envoys at this time, it will only stimulate the ferocity of the Huangdu dynasty. Once the matter is exposed, they will only cause trouble for themselves, and at the same time give other forces the opportunity to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Moreover, the Daxia dynasty is also not easy to provoke. There is no reason for them to take the initiative to provoke Daxia. So, I think this possibility is not very high." After listening to Qiaosu's analysis, Yuan Shimao was a little discouraged, but he refused to admit it. "Really? I don't think so. Just wait and see. It won't be easy for the ancient envoys to return safely." Qiaosu's expression froze, and he lowered his head and stopped talking. After a moment of silence, the old minister stood up. "Your Majesty, I think the most urgent task is to promote a tripartite alliance as soon as possible, so that the other two parties can send troops to contain the power of the ancient dynasty as soon as possible, and relieve the heavy pressure facing our dynasty." Hearing this, Yuan Shimao's face darkened, and anger appeared in his eyes again. "Alliance? Alliance? How can I not want an alliance? But look at their response. Do they seem to be able to form an alliance? My Haoyuan dynasty is already miserable enough, and they actually want to cut flesh from me. This is simply outrageous." The old minister's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, compared with the destruction of the country, what can a small price count for? Moreover, I believe that the two parties are not too foolish. They should understand what the destruction of my Haoyuan means to them. For thousands of years, the reason why the Huangdu dynasty failed to destroy the three of us and unify the entire Tianhuang territory is not because the three of us help each other. If my Haoyuan is gone, the two of them will sooner or later be swallowed up by the Huangdu dynasty. Therefore, this old minister is willing to take the initiative to volunteer to go to the two parties and persuade them to send troops at the lowest cost." Qiaosu frowned, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke. "Your Majesty, I think it is no longer necessary to pay the price to ask the two parties to mobilize troops to contain them, because all signs show that the ancient dynasty also wants to get out of the war as soon as possible, and their target should only be the 12 prefectures in the north. Once their goal is achieved, they will definitely stop fighting immediately. So, I suggest that we give up the last 3 prefectures directly. In this way, we can not only get rid of the difficult situation immediately, but also withdraw the elite troops who have experienced life and death on the front line, and preserve the vitality of our dynasty as much as possible, as long as we can concentrate on recuperating. I believe that when the chaos starts in the future, we will definitely be able to regain our lost homeland." "Should?" The old minister stared at Qiaosu with a glare on his face. "This is a matter of great importance to the survival of my Haoyuan dynasty. How can Lord Qiao decide the big plan with a guessing mind? What if the ancient dynasty is still not satisfied?" Qiaosu frowned and immediately began to refute. Listening to the fierce argument between the two, Yuan Shimao was in a dilemma. At the critical moment, a eunuch walked into the hall. "Your Majesty, there is a letter from the general." Yuan Shimao was refreshed and quickly took the letter in his hand. After reading it quickly, Yuan Shimao let out a long breath and made a decision. "Pass the order? Withdraw the troops?" Chapter 312 Mysterious Ambush. Northwestern border of the Great Xia Dynasty. High in the sky, watching the Great Xia escort warship turn around and leave, the ancient envoys on the main warship looked at each other in silence. It was not until a long while later that someone spoke up to break the silence. "Although the various actions of the Great Xia Dynasty are disrespectful to our ancient times, we have to admit that their development potential in many aspects is far beyond ours." As one person spoke, the others also spoke one after another. "Yes, after these few days of communication and in-depth research, my understanding of Daxia has changed dramatically. They seem to have very unique insights and development models in every industry. so that the entire daxia is almost full of vitality. And there is no sign of dusk at all. Yes, daxia does have many things worth learning from, thanks to the wisdom of the Emperor and Empress. Otherwise we have always been looking down from a high position, and it is difficult to really see the advantages of the other party, let alone ask for advice and absorb the essence to strengthen ourselves. Master Fu thinks too simply. How easy is it to apply daxia's experience? My ancient emperor. All walks of life in the court have long formed habitual rules that can be engraved in the bones. If you want to change, then these rules are the biggest chains, and they often concern the fundamental interests of many people, and even the dignitaries of the imperial court. How can they agree? Don't agree? Humph! As long as your majesty is determined. Once an order is issued, I don't think anyone dares to object. What's more, we only borrow the most useful ones and transform them into something suitable for the imperial court. Naturally, no one dares to openly oppose the emperor's order. But you must know that the means in secret are the most difficult to deal with. When the envoys were arguing fiercely, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. The emperor and the queen are here. Hearing the voice, everyone hurriedly shut up, tidied up their appearance and stood waiting. Soon, the door opened, and Tong Fengju walked in, followed by Chai Ren, Xie Yongyan, the white-haired old woman and several palace maids. Greetings, Empress. Well, no need to be polite. Tong Fengju raised her hand to suppress it, and said softly, I heard some of your arguments just now, but I didn't hear them clearly. While there is still some time before we go back, let's have a good exchange. I hope you can speak freely, and don't be afraid. As soon as Tong Fengju finished speaking, a military officer frowned and stood up. Empress, I think the most urgent task is not to discuss what we have seen and gained, but the safety of you and the entire delegation. Tong Fengju frowned slightly and looked at the military officer. At this time, a civil official snorted coldly and spoke. General Shen means that someone dares to kill the emperor and empress halfway? The general surnamed Shen nodded heavily and said seriously, it is possible. What a joke. The civil official sneered, with a look of disdain on his face. Those rats from the Haoyuan dynasty dare to assassinate the emperor and empress. TSK, even if they are given 100 courages, it will be useless. General Shen frowned and said solemnly, the Haoyuan dynasty may not dare. But what about other forces? For example, the Moro dynasty? For example, the Songming dynasty. As long as they are well prepared, they can blame other forces for this. If the emperor, empress, and envoys are attacked or even encounter an accident, then no matter what, our ancient dynasty will be dragged into the turbulent torrent of war again and will not be able to stop. At this point, General Shen took a deep breath and saluted to Tong Fengju solemnly. So, Empress, I suggest that for safety's sake, we change the route. Change the route? The civil official snorted coldly and questioned, going along the border between the Haoyuan dynasty and the Guiming Sea is the safest route. And it is also the only feasible route. General Shen said to change the route. How should we change it? It is obviously not feasible to travel over the Guiming Sea, because although our warships have the ability, the escorting warships cannot do it. Since it is not feasible to change the route to the east, we can't change the route to the west. Right? That is the heartland of the Haoyuan dynasty. General Shen glanced at the civil official and said expressionlessly, didn't Lord Lu also say that the Haoyuan dynasty does not have the courage to intercept and kill? In this case, what is there to worry about if we change the route and return from the sky above the eastern territory of the Haoyuan dynasty? You? Okay. Sima Xie Yongyan suddenly shouted, interrupting the argument between the two. It concerns the safety of the emperor and the empress. How can the emperor and the court not pay attention to it? How can the court not be prepared for possible assassinations or ambushes? I might as well tell you that the army that conquered Haoyuan has long been ordered to welcome and escort the emperor and empress back. I think they are on the way now. In addition, Xie Yongyan glanced at the white-haired old woman when he said this, and then continued, even if there is an assassination, the envoys may suffer losses. But the safety of the emperor and empress, you don't have to worry so much. Although Xie Yongyan did not say it clearly, everyone could hear the meaning of his words clearly. As for the white-haired old woman behind the emperor and empress, almost no one has seen her, and they don't know her strength. But since Xie Yongyan said this, it proves that the white-haired old woman who looks plain is definitely a strong person beyond imagination. After reaching this conclusion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Tong Fengjiu smiled gently and finally spoke again. Okay, everyone. Don't worry too much about my safety. Now, let's continue to discuss the theme of this mission. In the following time, the topic returned to the discussion of Daxia's advantages in all aspects. But this discussion did not last long. 2/4 of an hour later, accompanied by a series of loud noises, the entire warship suddenly shook violently. What's going on? The ancient envoys were shocked and angry. When they saw the scene outside through the developing array, their faces became even uglier, because one of the 4 escorting warships was falling rapidly in the blazing flames, and the other 3 warships were also injured to varying degrees. At the same time, a few miles away from the 4 edges, a black giant boat like a water droplet appeared silently. The reason why they are called giant boats is that there is a dark mouth on their surface like a mouth. And in these big mouths, fan-shaped black beams are shooting out. The sudden and powerful attack encountered by the ancient warship came from these strange black beams. It is not difficult to see from here that although those things look strange, they should be war weapons similar to warships. But they are very different from the popular warships on the mainland. So it is most appropriate to call them giant ships for the time being. Someone actually came to intercept and kill. Damn it! What kind of force is this? Who is so bold that he dares to intercept and kill the Emperor and my ancient envoys? This kind of strange-looking warship is simply unheard of. And the attack power is so strong that it is incredible. Our formation barrier can hardly play a protective role. Not almost, but completely. I have observed that our formation barrier can't play any effect at all. As if the opponent's attack was specially created for us. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let everyone go out of the warship and swear to protect the Emperor and Empress. In addition, immediately contact the warships and the court that came to respond and request reinforcements. Faced with the sudden drastic changes, some people panicked and confused. Some people were still able to analyze calmly. And at the same time, some people realized the great danger and gave orders to respond in time. However, not long after the order was issued, they received another bad news. Report to SEMA. Our communication symbols cannot be used. The other party seems to have separated this space from the outside world, and no news can be transmitted. Hearing this, the envoys who were still guarding Tong Fengjiu in the warship suddenly felt depressed, and their faces became extremely ugly. Damn it! This is clearly a premeditated and carefully prepared ambush. Judging from the other party's appearance, they are going to leave our entire delegation behind. Don't panic, Tong Fengjiu shouted softly. Although her expression was quite serious, she remained calm and did not panic. Convey this order from the palace. Order the warship to activate all propulsion formations and turn to the Guiming Sea at full speed. I want to see how capable they are. I also want to see where they come from. Tong Fengjiu's order obviously abandoned the 4 escort warships. But everyone knew that this decision was undoubtedly extremely wise at the moment. Because if they stayed where they were and fought to the death, not only would it not help, but it might also completely destroy the lives of the entire delegation and all the people on the 5 warships. But if the main battleship retreated to the Sea of Return, it might leave some life for the soldiers on the 4 warships. After all, the other party's biggest target is them. Even if the other party wants to kill them all, they can only blame those soldiers for their bad luck. What's more, the meaning of their escort is to ensure the safety of the delegation, which is also fulfilling their duties. On the other side, seeing the ancient fleet sending people out to fight, many figures also flew out of the 8 teardrop-shaped giant boats. These figures were covered with black armor from head to toe, and nothing could be seen clearly, which was extremely mysterious. Seeing the main battleship, where the ancient envoys were located, quickly fleeing eastward, only 4 black giant boats in the air followed, and the other 4 stayed. Outside one of the giant boats, a figure with a mysterious golden pattern embroidered on his chest watched the ancient warship speed away towards the Sea of Return, with a meaningful sneer on his lips. When the main warship and the chasing giant boat turned into black dots and disappeared, his eyes shifted to the hunting ground in front of him. Hunting ground? Yes. In his opinion, this is a hunting ground. Although the ancient army protecting the envoys is very elite, but the elite also have different levels. Kill! Don't miss a single survivor. Yes. Chapter 313 Go. The birds are gone, and the bows are hidden. The turbid waves are surging. The gray rain is pouring. The black fog is taking souls. And the red thunder is exploding the sky. Looking at the world, it is almost a scene of destruction. Terrifying and horrifying. In this world, let alone humans, even the most skilled monster birds flying in the storm will be turned into dust. Here is the Guiming Sea. The Guiming Sea has always been considered a forbidden place for living beings. An ominous paradise. And everyone talks about it with fear. Except for the supreme strongman. Few people dare to travel in the Guiming Sea. But today, in the west of the Guiming Sea, in the high sky full of murderous intent, a huge warship broke in, and has traveled hundreds of miles safely. But if you observe carefully, you will find that the route of this warship is actually changing all the time, appearing careful and cautious. Although it can withstand ordinary storms, highly corrosive gray rain, and black fog that can confuse people's minds, it still chooses to avoid bloody thunder and large storm vortexes. Obviously, it still has great concerns. At a certain moment, the speed of the warship suddenly decreased, and it slowly stopped after sliding for a distance. Because at this time, 4 teardrop-shaped flying boats have appeared around the warship, looming in the violent wind and rain. In the warship, the faces of the ancient envoys were extremely ugly. They thought that they could get rid of the enemy by entering the Sea of Return. But they never thought that the other party would follow them all the way. This shows that the other party's strange warship also has the ability to travel through the Sea of Return. And this ability seems to be stronger than their warships. Just now, the flying boat in front of us came directly out of the large storm. And it seems that it is not damaged. It is more powerful than our warships. Who are they? Looking at the whole world, there are probably only 3 parties with this possibility: Moro, Songming, and Chunhua. But we in Songming have not found any information related to it. And the Moro dynasty is always on our alert and surrounded. They should not have such a magical warship that needs to be constantly verified in the Guiming Sea before it can be forged. In this way, I am afraid that the biggest possibility is the mysterious Chunhua Holy Church. Chunhua Holy Church. Why do they do this? Who are they going to blame? I am afraid that only they themselves know this. And it may not be them. This is just a guess. Listening to the conversation of the crowd, Tong Fengjiao's eyes were cold. She knew that it was impossible to leave now, since the opponent's flying boat was able to catch up and overtake all the way. It means that the opponent's speed also has an advantage. Moreover, the other parties seem to be more comfortable in the Guiming Sea. So this battle had to be fought. Let's go. Follow me to meet them. Tong Fengjiao's words scared everyone, and some wanted to dissuade them. But they swallowed their words bitterly. Because in this situation, what difference does it make whether to go out or not? Not long after, all the members of the warship were ready for a fight to the death. And Tong Fengjiao and more than 20 envoys, strong guards, and personal maids had also appeared outside the warship. In the turbid scene, Tong Fengjiao looked around, then shouted coldly, suppressing the roaring storm and thunder. Isn't your target this palace? Now that I'm out, why don't you come forward to answer? After the voice fell, more than a dozen figures walked out of each of the 4 teardrop-shaped flying boats. However, these figures just stood there from a distance, and did not intend to send people to talk to them. Seeing this, Tong Fengjiao narrowed her eyes and sneered. What? With this little courage, you dare to intercept and kill me? After a little silence, a voice sounded from the front. Kill! Don't spare any. Tong Fengjiao's face sank. She didn't expect the other party to be so cautious. This palace and others are already trapped in the jar. They are definitely unable to leave. You should let this palace and others know who killed us. Right? However, no one responded to Tong Fengjiao's question. Only various terrifying attacks swarmed from all directions. The fierce battle broke out instantly. But Tong Fengjiao didn't pay too much attention to it. She just kept observing the actions of the enemies around her, and secretly communicated with the white-haired old woman about the characteristics of the enemies. After more than 100 breaths, Tong Fengjiao suddenly spoke again. Do you think I can't know without telling you? Ha! The sea elves are really a bunch of dirty rats, who hide their heads and show their tails. As soon as these words came out, many of the mysterious figures who came to besiege clearly showed abnormal reactions. At the same time, a tall figure descended from the sky and finally responded to Tong Fengjiao's words. The sea elves still exist? It really surprised me. Thank you for the news from the ancient emperor and queen. After I destroy you, I will definitely go to find the sea elves. Hearing this, Tong Fengjiao sneered disdainfully. You are indeed smart. But unfortunately, your cleverness backfired. If you continue to keep silent, I may not be able to confirm it. But you responded at this time, which clearly shows that you are guilty. What's more, your people have already given me the answer. The tall figure was silent for a moment, and then shook his head slowly. I showed up to make you a clear ghost. Since you insist on thinking so, Then it's up to you. After you go to the underworld, you will be a confused ghost. After the words fell, an extremely terrifying momentum burst out, causing the white-haired old woman behind Tong Fingju to change color instantly. Tong Fingju knew the other party's strength from the old woman's expression, but she remained calm and did not panic. After taking a deep look at the figure, Tong Fingju suddenly smiled. One day, I will make you pay 100 or 1,000 times back for what you have done today. Hearing this, the tall figure's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly set up a barrier like a giant cage to cover Tong Fingju and others. However, this move was still a little late. Tong Fingju suddenly stretched out her right hand and crushed a purple talisman that she secretly held in her palm. In an instant, a purple barrier extended out, covering Tong Fingju and more than 10 people around her. At the same time, the white-haired old woman also made a full-strength move, delaying the attacking cage barrier a little. Afterwards, with a slight flash of purple light, Tong Fingju and more than 10 people disappeared directly. Seeing this, the tall figure suddenly froze in place. Although his face could not be seen, it was expected that his expression should be very ugly. At this time, another figure flashed and appeared beside. As expected of the human dynasty, it actually has the great teleportation talisman left over from the ancient times. I had this worry before, but I didn't expect it to come true. Your Excellency doesn't need to worry. Although this interception failed halfway, it didn't cause any loss to us. You don't understand. The tall figure shook his head, then looked at the ancient people who were still resisting, with a flash of blood-blue light in his eyes. Capture the remaining envoys and extract their souls. Yes. The news that the ancient envoys were attacked and the ancient empress's life and death were unknown spread, and the whole continent was in an uproar. Many people thought that the world would be in chaos after this incident, and the ancient dynasty would launch a crazy revenge. However, after many days, the ancient dynasty remained quiet, and there was no intention to start a war at all, which made many people murmur and feel confused. In early June, Haoyuan dynasty. When the Haoyuan dynasty took the initiative to withdraw its troops and handed over the last 3 prefectures in the north, the ancient army did not continue to attack, but chose to stop and recuperate. This made Yuan Shimao feel relieved, but also quite aggrieved. The attack on the ancient envoys also made him happy and annoyed, and his mind was complicated. The good thing was that his original judgment was not wrong. The ancient envoys were really ambushed, which made him more majestic in front of his ministers and saved some face. The annoying thing was that the ancient dynasty did not fight with other forces because of this incident. In this way, the ancient dynasty would naturally not continue to be mired in the quagmire of war, and his plan to regain the lost land would naturally end in vain. In addition, he had a great worry in his heart. That was the threat from General Mo Gang. After this great battle, Mo Gang's reputation skyrocketed, especially in the army, which was so high that it was unimaginable. There were rumors that the army only knew the general, but not the emperor, who was unparalleled in dignity. A general's reputation reached such a level, which obviously became the biggest threat to the stability of the throne. If Mo Gang had a rebellious heart one day, I am afraid that the entire Haoyuan dynasty would completely change in a very short time. Therefore, Yuan Shimao's murderous intention for Mo Gang had reached an almost intolerable point, and he was eager to get rid of him as soon as possible. But he was worried that doing so would trigger a mutiny. So he had been hesitant to make up his mind. Until yesterday, Xiao Su, the chief of Qingyan Guard, gave him an idea, which made him see the hope of solving this matter. Imperial Palace, Xianzheng Hall. Your Majesty, the general has arrived. Hurry up and announce it. Yuan Shimao was in high spirits, but he stood up immediately after speaking. Wait, I will go to greet you in person. Seeing Yuan Shimao trotting down the stairs and running to the door, the eunuchs in the hall were all stunned. Soon, Yuan Shimao returned happily, dragging the fearful Mo Gang's arm in his hand. After a round of politeness, Yuan Shimao finally got to the point. General, you have worked hard and devoted yourself to my Haoyuan dynasty. I plan to make you the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies and the Duke of Protector of the country, and let you concentrate on recuperating for a year or so before continuing to work for the country. What do you think, General? Looking at Yuan Shimao's eager eyes, Mo Gang was stunned for a long time. He understood that His Majesty was wary, testing, and guiding him at the same time. Otherwise, he would not have said some contradictory words. If he really dared to agree, I'm afraid he would never step out of this palace door again. After a sigh in his heart, Mo Gang suddenly straightened his expression and knelt down respectfully. Your Majesty's courtesy to me. I am very grateful. However, after this battle, I am exhausted physically and mentally, and I have lost more than a dozen prefectures in the north. I am a sinner of Hao Yuan. Your Majesty's not punishing me is already a great favor. How can I accept such a heavy reward? I beg your Majesty to remove my military post and allow me to retire and practice. Yuan Shermao was stunned for a moment, with an unbelievable look on his face. General, how can you? Your Majesty, if you don't agree, I would rather die in the hall. I have no face to face the world for the loss of the northern border. Yuan Shermao was surprised and happy. He didn't expect Mo Gang to be so sensible. Of course, he didn't dare to let Mo Gang really die here, because it would be hard to explain, and a mutiny could happen at any time. General, you? Alas, Yuan Shermao pretended to be heartbroken and embarrassed for a while, but finally nodded reluctantly. Well, since the general insists on doing so, please temporarily resign from the military post and concentrate on recuperating as the Duke of the Protectorate. When the general is well, I will ask him to return to the military hall and lead my Hao Yuan soldiers to work for the country as the commander-in-chief of the three armies. I kowtow to thank the emperor for his grace. Mo Gang was grateful and kowtowed 3 times. Chapter 3:14 3 years. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. That is, the Great Xia calendar, the 12th year of Shenwu. 3 years have passed, and although there has not been a large-scale war in the 9 regions, the unknown secrets are already turbulent, and these 3 years have also given the Great Xia dynasty an excellent opportunity to rise. Taking advantage of this rare window of peace, the Great Xia has made great gains, or great progress in many aspects. June 6th. The Great Xia Palace, Zhangyi Hall. At this moment, the top cultural relics leaders of the Great Xia gathered and reported to Xia Ao on their gains in the past 3 years. The picture zoomed in. As the Minister of Personnel Sun Yu stepped down, the Minister of Revenue Du Ruhui stepped forward. Your Majesty, with the full strategic cooperation between Four Seasons Business and 8 Desolations Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago, the tariff revenue of our Great Xia has continued to soar, becoming an extremely important part of the national treasury tax revenue. In the 8th year of Shenwu, the total tax revenue of our dynasty was 3 billion lower grade yuan shi, and last year, that is, the 11th year of Shenwu, our dynasty's tax revenue reached an astonishing 8 billion. If converted into dragon notes, it would be 800 billion. And in the first half of this year, according to rough statistics, our dynasty's tax revenue has also reached nearly 5 billion, which is a very good start, Du Ruhui said loudly, his tone full of pride, and others were also excited. But this is only the official income. For example, the income submitted by the related industries of Baishao Pavilion, Qinglong Club, Qingyi Building and other organizations has not been included, especially Baishao Pavilion. This is a real treasure pot. If compared with the net tax income after deducting the national treasury expenditure, the income of Baishao Pavilion is even more. It is precisely relying on the extremely huge wealth as a strong support that all walks of life and various measures of Daxia can flourish and grow rapidly. Even so, as of now, my Daxia national treasury has accumulated a huge amount of wealth of 15 billion lower grade yuan shi. Listening to Du Ruhui's report, Xia Ao smiled happily. In fact, this is only the income of the national treasury. With the growing cornucopia of Four Seasons Business, his treasury has accumulated unimaginable wealth. Even if it is only supplied by the wealth of the treasury, it is enough to support Daxia's war that lasts for several years. In short, he doesn't have to worry about wealth in the future. As Du Ruhui returned to the train, Guijia, the Minister of War, stood up. Your Majesty, since the Black Dragon Garden successfully delivered the first batch of Jialong warships at the end of the 9th year of Shenwu, the Jialong army has quietly planted the flag of our Great Xia in the Guiming Sea. For more than 2 years, the Jialong fleet has not only brought a steady stream of nutrients to the purification pool, but also successfully locked the base camp of the Sea Elves at the bottom of the Guiming Sea a year ago, and successfully pulled out this big hand hidden in the dark. In addition, in the past year, the Jialong fleet has gradually figured out most of the secret camps of the Sea Elves and locked their locations. It's a pity that the warships of the Jialong fleet are still mainly small warships, and it is not possible to send enough troops to destroy them. Xia Ao nodded slightly to show his understanding. If the secret that the Sea Elves are hiding at the bottom of the Guiming Sea is disclosed, I'm afraid not many people will believe it. After all, The Sea of Returning to the Dark is a well-known forbidden land for living creatures. To say that a tribe lives there is just a fantasy. However, facts are often unexpected. The sea elves do live there. This is something that the Jialong fleet has thoroughly confirmed since a year ago. Of course, the sea elves do not live directly in the turbid sea water full of murderous intent, but live in the secret realm and water-avoiding barrier on the seabed. Through the careful investigation of the Jialong fleet and the strong men of Daxia, the number of sea elves should be very limited, estimated to be between 1 million and 10 million. But the overall strength of the sea elves is quite strong, and there are not a few strong men among them. And there is no shortage of top strong men at the level of perfect supreme. Of course, Daxia may not be afraid of the other party, because there is a purification pool. There are filthy objects, yuanjing, ancient objects, etc., that are constantly produced from the Sea of Returning to the Dark. And Daxia has a continuous supply of yuanqi essence. 3 years have passed, and the strength of Daxia's top strong men and middle and upper strong men has made great progress again. Among them, there are 7 great supremes of the 90th level and above in the spiritual body realm. And there are also more than 30 perfect supremes of the 81st level and above in the spiritual body realm. As for the lesser supremes of the 70th level and above in the spiritual body realm, the number has reached 1 or 200. In addition, the high-level combat power between the 50th and 70th levels of the spiritual body realm is almost approaching 1,000 people. With such a foundation, even compared with several dominant forces, it is not much worse. As for Xiao himself, his cultivation has also reached the 245th level of the true body realm. The 245th level of the true body realm is equivalent to the combat power of the 30th level of the spiritual body realm. Which sounds very ordinary. But don't forget that Xiao's horror lies in the fact that he is the land of the imperial capital, and his strength can be raised to a large level. In other words, his real strength now is the terrifying 245th level of the spiritual body realm, not the true body realm. With such strength, looking at the entire continent, who can he be afraid of? Of course, if he leaves the imperial capital, he may still face the risk of death at any time. And this is the fundamental reason why Xiao has never stepped out of the imperial capital since he returned to the Tianan region. Although everyone in the world now knows that his cultivation is extremely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, no one should dare to come and assassinate him. But as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. If an old guy pops out when he is out on tour, wouldn't it be bad? If this is an ordinary old guy, it's fine. With a great supreme such as Zhang Sanfeng, he may be able to protect his safety. But what if a sleeper comes out? That will definitely be a problem. Therefore, without sufficient strength to suppress all powerful enemies, Xiao is determined not to step out of the imperial capital. He will not take his life to risk it, because it is meaningless and will only ruin everything he has gained. Let's not rush to move the CLs. Let them make trouble. It may be more beneficial to us. Let's ignore them for now. Hearing Xiao's decision, Guijia nodded. Yes. When Guijia returned, the Eastern Factory Governor Wei Zhongxian followed him out. Your Majesty, according to the secret report, the ancient dynasty has made sufficient preparations, and the emperor of the ancient dynasty has also made up his mind. He summoned his trusted ministers and generals to discuss matters secretly the night before. Although the secret line has not been able to find out the specific details, it is certain that the ancient dynasty will send troops to attack the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect in the near future. Hearing this, everyone was refreshed. There are 4 forces in Tianwang territory, in addition to the dominant force of Huanggu dynasty and the superior force of Haoyuan dynasty. There are also Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect. These 2 forces are also superior forces, but their foundation is much worse than that of Haoyuan dynasty, and they are considered to be the bottom of the superior forces. Haoyuan, Tianning sect, and Mongxi are all located in the west of Huanggu dynasty, among which Haoyuan dynasty is in the south, Tianning sect is in the middle, and Mongxi dynasty is in the north. For thousands of years, the reason why these 3 forces have been able to survive safely is that they have been helping each other and jointly resisting the coercion of Huanggu dynasty. Although with the strength of Huanggu dynasty, if it is ruthless, it may not be impossible to take down these 3 parties at the same time. But perhaps it is concerned about the movements of other forces, so it has not dared to act. But through the battle with Haoyuan, Huanggu dynasty saw the filth between the 3 parties, and also saw opportunities. 8 months ago, the ancient dynasty secretly made trouble, and used the death of several people to further expand the rift between the three parties, probably in order to take down the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect in the shortest time possible, and prevent the Haoyuan dynasty from interfering. Once those two parties were taken down, it would be much easier for the ancient dynasty to deal with the Haoyuan dynasty. Of course, now that Daxia is watching from the south, the ancient dynasty may not dare to touch Haoyuan. Wei Zhongxian gave everyone some time to digest it, and then spoke again. In addition, the Songming dynasty has also made some moves. They should have noticed the intention of the Huanggu dynasty, and are quietly preparing. However, it is still unclear what their goal is, and whether it is the Songming dynasty. Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled. The Songming dynasty is indeed patient enough. But if the Huanggu dynasty moves now, then the opportunity they have been waiting for should come. The collision between the dynasties is not so early. The Songming emperor is not stupid. In my opinion, his target should be the Tiannong region. If we can take over the Tiannong region, even if it is only half, it will be enough to make the Songming dynasty's foundation go to a higher level, and the pace of development will be far ahead of other dominant forces, allowing it to seize the advantageous high ground in the grand plan of dominating the world. After speaking, Xiao turned to look at Lu Bing, the commander of the Jinyi. How is the Haoyuan dynasty going? Lu Bing was refreshed and hurried out. Your Majesty, Sun Taichung, the ninth hall master of the Qinglong Society, has used many important opportunities to gain a firm foothold in the Qingyan Guard. Now he is the deputy guard leader, and has won the trust of the guard leader Qiao Su. He has also entered the side of Yuan Shimao, who also favors him. As for General Haoyuan Mo Gang, the matter of his rebellion has also reached a critical juncture. Although Mo Gang has not nodded yet, I am confident that as long as I give me some more time, I will definitely make him subdue. Hearing Lu Bing's answer, Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The emperor of Haoyuan Yuan Shimao is a fool, and Xiao is not very interested in sending troops to the Haoyuan dynasty. In addition to some coincidences and the arrangements of the various departments of Daxia on Haoyuan, Xiao has the idea of directly controlling the internal affairs of Haoyuan to make it mutiny, so as to easily annex it. Now it seems that the progress is unexpectedly smooth. Mo Gang's reputation in the military of Haoyuan is unquestionable, as long as Mo Gang is willing to surrender. And with Sun Taichung as an insider, and the related arrangements of the Qinglong Society, Qingyi Building, Four Seasons Trading Company, Factory Guards, and other organizations in Haoyuan, it is actually not difficult to annex them without bloodshed. Chapter 315 Dream. Ancient Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace. Empress. The Crown Prince has been in constant contact with court officials in the past 2 years. Although His Majesty has not expressed anything, I think he is still a little unhappy. Do you want to persuade the Crown Prince? In the corridor surrounded by lush trees, a female official said to Tong Fengjiao with a worried look on her face. Tong Fengjiao paused and frowned. Of course, she had noticed this matter a long time ago. After the Crown Prince returned from East Wasteland State, he was quite stable and low-key in the first year. But a year later, he began to have close contact with court officials from all sides, either openly or secretly, obviously trying to win people's hearts and cultivate his own faction. It is normal for a crown prince of a country to cultivate his own team. After all, the crown prince is the crown prince and the future emperor, and he always needs some confidants who have been tested by time around him. But the abnormal part is that Gu Shiyan's actions seem to be a bit too much. His hands are too far, and he has been involved with several court officials. This is a very dangerous signal. So, she is actually considering persuading him, but she has not made up her mind due to her status. After a while of silence, Tong Fengjiu asked, "Is the prince in the imperial capital in recent days?" Reply to the queen, "He is." The female official nodded, and then added, "Yesterday, the prince also went to Tongyi Mountain." Hearing Tongyi Mountain, Tong Fengjiu's eyelids twitched slightly. Tongyi Mountain is where the Gongfengjiwen is located, and the Gongfengjiwen is her in-law's power. The prince went to Tongyi Mountain, and the intention is self-evident. Is this prince crazy? Does he really think that the emperor can tolerate his little tricks? Does he really think that his position as the crown prince is ironclad? Tong Fengjiu yelled angrily, then turned around and said, "Send someone to invite the prince immediately." Tong Fengjiu had realized the seriousness of the problem, so she didn't dare to delay any longer. "Yes." The female official nodded respectfully, and when she was about to leave, a palace maid hurried in from behind. "Report to the empress. The prince has entered the palace." Tong Fengjia's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly asked, "Did he come on his own initiative? Or was he summoned by the emperor?" "Report to the empress." The prince entered the palace alone. He must have come on his own initiative, and is currently rushing to Zhangtai Palace. He must want to see his majesty. Hearing the maid's answer, Tong Fengjia's expression was slightly relieved. "You go to wait outside Zhangtai Palace immediately. And when the prince comes out, bring him to see me." "Yes." Zhangtai Palace. Gu Shiyan knelt on the ground respectfully. Without saying a word, Gu Haoran sat on the throne and reviewed the memorials expressionlessly, without even looking at Gu Shiyan, as if he didn't know Gu Shiyan was here. It was unknown how long it had passed, until Gu Haoran finished reviewing the last memorial, and then he looked up and glanced at Gu Shiyan. "I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is very busy. How can he have time to come to me?" Gu Shiyan's face changed slightly, and he cowed out in fear and trepidation. "Father, calm down. I know I'm wrong." "I know I'm wrong?" Gu Haoran sneered and said with a gloomy face, "What's wrong with you?" "Father, I know that some rumors have been passed to you recently, but I swear that everything I do is for the imperial dynasty, to relieve some pressure on you. I am your heir. I don't want to be called a useless loser. I want to prove myself." Gu Shiyan looked sincere and confident. "Prove yourself?" Gu Haoran chuckled without comment, and said with an inexplicable meaning, "Then you did it very successfully." Gu Shiyan gritted his teeth and said seriously, "Father, the shame of Jianmen is like a sword hanging in my heart, causing me pain every day. I want to destroy Dong Wang Ho to wipe out the shame of being imprisoned." Hearing this, Gu Haoran narrowed his eyes, and his expression eased a little. But he did not respond. Gu Shiyan raised his head and looked at Gu Haoran cautiously, then clasped his fists and said, "Father, are you planning to attack the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect?" Gu Haoran snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, "Since you already know, why pretend not to know?" Gu Shiyan took a deep breath and said seriously, "Father, I want to go to the front line to accumulate battle experience. I hope you will give me a chance to participate in this battle." "You want to go to the battlefield?" Gu Haoran was stunned for a moment, staring at Gu Shiyan with a strange look. Gu Shiyan nodded affirmatively and said, "Father, our Huanggu dynasty will definitely sweep across the world and unify the continent in the future. As the crown prince, I should go to the front line in person, which can also inspire the morale of the entire army. In addition, I also want to accumulate enough experience so that I can personally command the battle to destroy Dong Wang Ho in the future and avenge the previous shame." Gu Haoran frowned and shouted coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Dong Wang Ho is an important official in the court. Don't say such nonsense again." Gu Shiyan's face changed slightly, and he lowered his head in a hurry, but he gritted his teeth and did not respond. Seeing this, Gu Haoran's expression eased slightly, and he said softly, "You are the prince of my Huanggu dynasty. How can you take risks yourself? The battle against Mongxi and Tianying will be solved by my Huanggu soldiers, and you don't need to go to the battlefield in person. However, the heart of Dong Wanghu is unpredictable, and we must be on guard against him. Since you hate Dong Wanghu so much, then you will be responsible for supervising the army on the Eastern Front. You must keep an eye on Dong Wanghu's every move, so that they won't stab the dynasty in the back at a critical moment." Gu Shiyan looked disappointed, but his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched, seeming a little excited. "Or excited? Yes. Your son obeys your order? Okay. I'm tired. You go down first." "Yes. Your son will take his leave." When he left the palace gate, Gu Shiyan let out a long breath, staring at the white clouds in the sky, and felt that the sky today was particularly bright. At this time, a palace maid walked in small steps from the front. "Your Highness, the Emperor and Empress ask you to come over." Gu Shiyan's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The power of the relatives of the ancient Emperor and Empress Tong Fengju is not small, and he is now the ancient prince and the son of the Emperor and Empress. And these relatives are naturally his greatest help. In fact, relying on the help of these forces, the big net he wove in secret is bigger than anyone imagined. Even the Emperor and Empress were kept in the dark about this. Speaking of which, he really has to thank this Emperor and Empress. And when things are done in the future, maybe he can. Thinking of the beauty, Gu Shiyan laughed secretly, and felt a little itchy. After all, Emperor and Empress Tong Fengju is the 5th most beautiful on the beauty list. It's just that this body now feels a little weird in my heart. Lead the way. Yes. Chapter 316, Unrest. seeking help. On June 10th, the Huanggu dynasty suddenly sent two armies to launch a thunderbolt attack on the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect. Among them, the army attacking the Mongxi dynasty totaled 2.8 million, divided into 5 routes, led by General Zhenzhong Muhaoqing. The army attacking the Tianning sect had 2.2 million, led by General Zhenshi Peiyuanji. In addition, the Huanggu dynasty also ordered the Zhenbei Marquis Gongqing to lead more than 2 million troops to guard against the Chunhua Holy Church in the Tianbei region, ordered the Zhenan general Song Gaoyuan to lead 1 million troops to guard the northern border of the former Haoyuan dynasty, and ordered the Dongwang Marquis to lead his troops to guard against the Songming dynasty in the east. Finally, the Huanggu emperor also asked the Zhendong general Qi Hongyuan to lead 1 million troops to guard against the Dongwang Marquis, and let the prince Gu Shiyan be the military supervisor. For this battle, the Huanggu dynasty planned for a long time and was extremely well prepared. Therefore, although the Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect had received the news in advance and made corresponding preparations, they still retreated repeatedly in the face of the thundering attack of the ancient army, and lost more than 30% of their territory in just 7 days. Faced with such a war situation, not only were the Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect frightened, but even people from other forces were also shocked. Originally, after the disastrous defeat of the Xia dynasty and the difficult situation in the Haoyuan battlefield, all forces in the world had a new estimate of the strength of the ancient dynasty, believing that the ancient dynasty was not as terrible as they imagined, and some even regarded the ancient dynasty as a joke. But this thundering battle re-exposed the fierce power of the ancient dynasty, letting the world know that the dignified dynasty is not really strong on the outside. It is not a soft persimmon. Faced with the danger of national destruction, the ruling class of the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect finally panicked and hurriedly sent envoys to the Haoyuan dynasty for help, reiterating the tripartite alliance, intending to persuade the Haoyuan dynasty to join the war to contain the military strength and energy of the Huanggu dynasty and buy them a chance to breathe. However, when the Haoyuan dynasty was attacked before, facing the Haoyuan dynasty's request for help, the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect chose to take advantage of the situation with an arrogant attitude. Now that the situation has reversed, how could the Haoyuan dynasty easily agree? Although the Haoyuan emperor Yuan Shimao did not refuse outright, he made people make things difficult and humiliate the envoys of both parties, and also put forward extremely harsh conditions, wanting to vent their anger. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, the rulers of the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect were full of anger, but they had no choice. So they chose the strategy of casting a wide net, and sent envoys to the Chunhua Holy Church, the Songming dynasty, and the Daxia dynasty at the same time, intending to persuade the 3 parties to join the war. Unfortunately, Chunhua Holy Religion and Songming dynasty each had their own calculations. How could they be persuaded by a dry tongue? As for the Great Xia dynasty, it also had an ambiguous attitude, neither directly refusing nor agreeing, keeping the appetites and expectations of both parties hanging, making them miserable. On June 18th, when the war came to the 9th day, Songming dynasty and Chunhua Holy Religion took action at the same time, and it was a big move that shocked the world. Unfortunately, this big move did not bring hope to Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect, because these 2 dominant forces did not mobilize troops against the Huanggu dynasty, and did not even exert pressure, but each launched a crusade against the forces of Tiandong and Tianbei. Among them, the Songming dynasty sent a total of 7 million troops, and simultaneously launched a surprise attack on the 9 forces of varying strength in the western part of the Tiannong region. The Chunhua Holy Church simultaneously attacked other forces in the Tianbei region, including assassination, supporting mutiny and coup d'état, and burned the war in an extremely vigorous manner, obviously wanting to unify the entire Tianbei region in the shortest possible time. At this point, the already extremely unstable undercurrent of the continent was completely detonated, and a chaotic war covering almost the entire continent gradually began. On June 20th, the Moro dynasty simultaneously stretched out its claws to several human forces in the Tianxi region, spreading with a mighty army. For the Moro dynasty, peace is their biggest obstacle, especially for several human dominant forces. If these forces do not move, they dare not show their fangs, so as not to be attacked by the crowd. But now, the ancient dynasty, Chunhua Holy Religion, and Songming dynasty are all caught in the flames of war, and almost all of them have deployed most of their forces. Even if they want to, they are powerless to stop the expansion of the Moro dynasty. Not to mention that these forces can work together to suppress them. As for Tianji Tower, although it is also a dominant force, its army is very small, far less than the other three parties, and it is far away from Tianji territory. So the Moro dynasty is not worried. Therefore, this chaotic war is the most perfect opportunity in history for them. How could they miss it? As the Moro dynasty's top leaders estimated, after they took action, although they attracted strong condemnation, resistance, and threats from various human forces, they were ultimately some verbal warnings, and no party was really willing to take the lead. At this critical moment, whether it is the ancient dynasty, the Sonming dynasty, or the Chunhua holy religion, they are all busy expanding their territory. How could they really waste a lot of troops and resources to contain the Moro dynasty in vain? Without any scruples, the appetite of the Moro dynasty gradually expanded. Although they have not yet taken over the entire Tianqi region, their eyes have already been fixed on the three neighboring regions, especially the Tianqing region. On June 22nd, the powerful forces of Tianqiao region and Tianqing region could no longer hold back, and almost on the same day launched a conquest against other neighboring forces, wanting to strengthen their own strength and power as much as possible to deal with future crises. On June 24th, the war in Tianji region also broke out. In fact, although this war was initiated by Tianji Tower, it was caused by the secret alliance of Xuanji Tower and other forces in Tianji region, who wanted to join forces to eliminate Tianji Tower first. Although all forces were extremely cautious about this secret alliance, Tianji Tower was not deaf and blind. Although the reputation of Tianji Tower was greatly suppressed after the emergence of Baishao Pavilion, the ability of Tianji Tower was not reduced much. How could a union involving almost all forces in Tianji region really be hidden from the eyes and ears of Tianji Tower? Therefore, after receiving the news, Tianji Tower chose to take the initiative. And at the same time, for the first time, it showed the world how powerful and unpredictable Tianji Tower is. Tianji Tower's army is small, but each of them is truly elite. And the lowest level of soldiers is the virtual body realm, facing a group of rabble with varying strengths. Although it cannot be said that they are overwhelmed, they are also in a situation where they are hard to beat. Not to mention, the most powerful weapon of Tianji Tower is its unique intelligence. Supported by an extremely accurate and timely intelligence system, Tianji Tower is almost invincible, and has the momentum to unify the entire Tianji domain. So far, looking at the entire 9 domains continent, except for the Tianan domain where the Great Xia dynasty is located, all other domains have been involved in the war. June 25th. The Great Xia Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace, Taiji Hall, announced the envoys of the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect to enter the palace for an audience, with the eunuch in charge of the palace shouting. A middle-aged scholar and an old man in a Taoist robe walked into the hall at the same time with their heads bowed. Envoy Zheng Mao of the Mongxi dynasty greets His Majesty the Emperor Xia. May His Majesty the Emperor Xia live long and well. Envoy Bai Chongdao of the Tianning sect greets His Majesty the Emperor Xia. May His Majesty the Emperor Xia live long and well. After the two men stood in the hall, they bowed to the bottom, with an extremely humble attitude. At present, all parties have basically rejected their requests for help. Although the Haoyuan dynasty did not directly reject them, the harsh conditions they proposed made them unable to agree. Therefore, the Great Xia dynasty has become their only savior at the moment. How dare they not be respectful? Moreover, the Great Xia side has been playing Tai Chi before, and has never given a positive response, let alone agreeing to let them meet Emperor Xia. But now, since Emperor Xia is willing to formally meet them, it has given a very promising signal, and they dare not grasp it firmly. On the dragon throne, Xia Ao nodded slightly and waved indifferently. No need to be polite. Thank you, His Majesty Emperor Xia. The two hurriedly thanked him, and when they stood up straight, they showed two equally haggard faces. Your Majesty, the ancient dynasty has always claimed to be the hegemon of the world, and will not tolerate any disobedience. It has invaded Daxia before. Such a vicious force should be the common enemy of the world. It is not enough to pacify the 9 regions if it is not destroyed. Therefore, on behalf of the Tianning sect, I hereby implore your Majesty to send troops to the north to punish the ancient dynasty. Bai Chou now spoke first, with a face full of righteous words and indignation. When he finished speaking, a sneer suddenly rang out in the hall, and many Daxia officials cast disdainful and mocking eyes. Want to ask for help, and want to put on a high hat for Daxia. Is it stupid, or do you think they are all fools? Envoy Bai Daxia is not a fair arbitrator, let alone a charity. Are you here today to ask for help or to tell a joke? The Minister of Rights Zhang Yi sneered, then brushed his sleeves with a gloomy face. If you still want to play tricks, you can leave now, so as not to waste the time of His Majesty of our dynasty. Bai Chengdao's cheeks turned red, a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry at all. At this time, Zheng Mao on the other side of Bai Chengdao shook his sleeves and bowed respectfully to Xia Ao. Your Majesty, now my Mongxi dynasty is on the verge of extinction. Looking at the world, only your great Xia dynasty has the strength to rescue it. So, if your Majesty has any needs, you can ask for it. As long as my Mongxi dynasty can do it, I will do my best to persuade His Majesty of our dynasty to agree. Hearing Zheng Mao's statement, the officials of Great Xia were surprised and cast admiring eyes on Zheng Mao. In contrast, there was more contempt and disappointment in the eyes looking at Bai Chengdao. Bai Chengdao also noticed this, and his face turned darker. He lowered his head in embarrassment and was at a loss, and remained silent. Xia Ao nodded slightly, and said with satisfaction, I like straightforward people, much better than those empty-headed and roundabout guys. Since you are so tactful, my great Xia dynasty may be able to help your Mongxi dynasty. Hearing this, Zheng Mao's eyes suddenly lit up, and his body trembled with excitement. But Bai Chengdao's face turned pale, and he knelt down in anxiety. Your Majesty, I didn't make it clear just now. My Tianning sect has the same attitude. As long as the great Xia dynasty is willing to send troops to rescue, my Tianning sect is willing to pay a price that can be afforded. I hope your Majesty will understand. Oh, really? Xia Ao curled his lips, somewhat disapproving. To be honest, I'm not really interested in rescuing Tianning sect. You don't need to cry and beg. Isn't it just death and destruction? It will be over in the blink of an eye. When these words came out, Bai Chengdao's heart trembled. Afterwards, Bai Chengdao slapped himself hard in the hall, and the crisp slap sounded throughout the hall. Your Majesty Emperor Xia, I know my mistake. I beg Emperor Xia to help my Tianning sect, even if it means that my Tianning sect will follow the orders of Daxia in the future. While speaking, Bai Chengdao was also slapping himself. Even after he finished speaking, he did not stop, and his cheeks were swollen and his nose was bleeding. After more than 50 breaths, Xia Ao finally spoke impatiently. Enough. Don't dirty my hall. Yes. Yes. Bai Chengdao responded anxiously, and at the same time wiped the blood on his face with his robe, not daring to let the blood drip. Since you have all expressed your opinions, I will tell you the conditions of my great Xia. You also know that the ancient dynasty is extremely powerful. If my great Xia restarts the war with them for you, it will cause great trouble. Not to mention, we also need to solve a series of difficult problems such as borrowing roads. So, my great Xia is not unable to send troops to rescue, but you have to agree to 3 conditions. Hearing this, Zheng Mao and Bai Chengdao were refreshed, and looked at Xia Ao with both worry and expectation, and their hearts were in turmoil. Yes, I'm all ears. First, the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect need to regard Daxia as their suzerain. Second, Daxia needs to station troops on both sides of you, and your army needs to accept Daxia's dispatch. Third, your crown prince and young suzerain need to visit Daxia's imperial capital. Of course, if your Majesty or suzerain dies or abdicates, Daxia will naturally let them go back. After listening carefully to Xia Ao's 3 conditions, Zheng Mao and Bai Chengdao turned pale and almost collapsed to the ground. There is no problem with the 3rd condition, although the 1st condition is very harsh. It may not be unacceptable. How can the 2nd one be agreed to? If this is agreed, how can the Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect have real autonomy in the future? The command of the army has been taken away by the other party. How can they resist? Your Majesty, regarding the 3rd item, our Mongxi dynasty will have no problem at all. As for the 1st item, I will do my best to persuade your Majesty to agree, Zheng Mao said in a deep voice. Then his tone changed, with a pleading look in his eyes. But for the 2nd item, your Majesty will never agree to it, and the civil and military officials in the court will never accept it. So, I hope your Majesty can change the conditions. Chapter 317 No Choice. Zheng Mao disagreed, and Bai Chengdao was even more unwilling. Your Majesty Emperor Xia, you want to send garrisons and take over the command of our army. This is tantamount to directly annexing our Tianning sect. If so, what's the point of us asking for reinforcements from Daxia? Xia Ao raised his eyelids and did not argue. At this time, the imperial censor Fang Xianling stood up. You too. What you said is not right. Although my great Xia will gain command of both your armies, that is only during wartime. And it is also for the purpose of better mobilizing and allocating every bit of power to better protect your country and sect. In the final analysis, although the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect will become vassal states of my great Xia, your country will still exist and enjoy great autonomy. And your army will still belong to you. But, if you are destroyed by the ancient dynasty, you will really be extinct. What else can you talk about then? Besides, we do this to provide you with permanent shelter. Don't forget, it's not just the ancient dynasty that is eyeing you now. When my great Xia helps you repel the ancient army, and then unifies the Moro dynasty of Taiangzi, if they will target you. The Chunhua Holy Church in the Northern Territory will not remain indifferent that day. Who will protect you then? You don't think you can resist the invasion of the two parties by your own strength, do you? But if my great Xia has always maintained an elite garrison in your territory, and can train and command your army, then we can unite all forces and make the two parties dare not invade easily. Even if they come, my great Xia will repel them at all costs. Don't you think that all these super strong pressures are borne by my great Xia? You just need to live your free and easy life with peace of mind. Such a good job. What else do you not like? Fang Xuanling's words made Zheng Mao and Bai Chongdao stunned. Although they felt that this seemed to make sense, they always felt that something was wrong. After the two looked at each other in confusion, Bai Chongdao shook his head vigorously. No. No. Your Majesty. The military power is the foundation of a faction. If the military power is lost, what else can we talk about? Your Majesty, please forgive me for being blunt. Our sect leader and the Council of Elders will never agree to this condition. Zheng Mao nodded with difficulty and agreed, Your Majesty. What Envoy Bai said is right. We really want to get help from Daxia, and we are willing to invite you with the greatest sincerity. However, Your Majesty of our dynasty really cannot agree to this condition. I hope Your Majesty can change it. Xia Ao frowned, and then waved his hand with a lack of interest. In that case, there is nothing to talk about. To be honest, the entire continent is in chaos, and our great Xia really doesn't want to be dragged into the war too early. Not to mention that this is a full-scale collision with the ancient dynasty. And then we have to face the threats of the Moro dynasty and the Chunhua Holy Church. I thought about it carefully, and it's really not worth it. Well, let's stop here. Please go back as soon as possible. If you are fast, you may be able to sacrifice your life for the country before it is destroyed, leaving a record in the history books. Hearing this, Zheng Mao and Bai Chongdao became anxious instantly. Now the great Xia dynasty is really their only hope. If the great Xia dynasty is unwilling to make a move, then the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect will really be removed from the mainland. Your Majesty, please reconsider. My Mongxi dynasty is indeed very sincere. Yes, Your Majesty, the conditions can be negotiated. However, Xia Ao seemed to have no intention of continuing the discussion, and directly waved his hand to drive people away. Come on. Please ask the two envoys to leave the palace. Yes. Guoda, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, who was on duty at the gate of the palace, hurriedly responded, and at the same time brought several young Imperial Guards to Zheng Mao and Bai Chongdao. Seeing this, Zheng and Bai were completely panicked. Wait a minute. Your Majesty, this matter is too big for me to make the decision. Please allow me to report the Emperor's intention to Your Majesty and ask Your Majesty to make the decision? Yes, Your Majesty. This is what I mean. I will report your conditions to our clan leader as quickly as possible and ask him to make the decision. I hope Your Majesty will not be anxious. Seeing the two men give in, all the officials of Daxia smiled knowingly. Sitting on the dragon throne, Xia Ao frowned and hesitated. After thinking for a while, Xia Ao finally nodded reluctantly. In that case, I will give you one last chance. Remember, tell your emperor and suzerain that I have only 3 requirements, and there will be no changes. If they agree, then Daxia will overcome all difficulties and help you two out as quickly as possible to preserve your core foundation. But if they don't agree, then I can't help. Zheng Mao and Bai Chongdao felt very bitter, but they had to pretend to be grateful and bowed to express their gratitude. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor. At this time, the right Prime Minister Gao's spoke slowly again. You too. I have to remind you. According to the intelligence we have, you have lost more than half of your territory. and only a little more than half of your soldiers are available. If there are 1 or 2 more major defeats, I am afraid that your internal situation will completely collapse, or someone will directly launch a mutiny and ruin your foundation in advance. So, every minute now is crucial for you. If you make a decision too late, even if you are willing to agree to the 3 conditions, it may be too late. Zheng Mao and Bai Chengdao's scalps tingled, but they still had to smile and respond. Yes, yes, we understand. We will seize the time and do our best to persuade. After the 2 left, the Daxia court held some routine meetings, and ordinary officials dispersed, leaving only dozens of core ministers. As the palace door closed, Sun Ji, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, hesitated and spoke. Regarding those 3 conditions, will the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect agree? The Minister of Revenue Du Ruhui smiled and said calmly, they have to agree. Oh, why is Minister Du so sure? Sun Ji-sai was stunned and asked curiously. Du Ruhui smiled, stroked his short black beard and spoke confidently. As the saying goes, choose the lesser of 2 evils. The Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect now have no way out. Either they refuse to be destroyed, or they agree and survive. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. If there is a way to survive, who would want to die? Who would want to see their great country completely ruined? What's more, they must have their own plans. In their view, there is still a Haoyuan dynasty between our great Xia dynasty and them. Although we have sent garrisons, it is not so easy to directly invade all aspects of them. In this case, as our great Xia dynasty gets involved in more and more wars, our energy will inevitably be continuously dispersed. At that time, they will have room to turn around, and may have the opportunity to regain control of their own destiny. In short, overcoming the current crisis is their most important task at the moment. As long as they get through this disaster, they still have a chance to turn over. Sun Ji-sai suddenly realized and nodded in admiration. Thank you, Minister Du, for your advice. I understand. At this time, Xiao Hongyuan, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, suddenly spoke. My great Xia does not directly border these 2 parties. If we want to send troops to help, we must borrow their passage. And if we want to borrow their passage, it is obviously the easiest and most convenient to go through the Haoyuan dynasty. But the Haoyuan dynasty has been at odds with my great Xia since that incident. Not to mention that our sending troops to help this time is still a taboo for them. Can they agree? Hearing this question, Gao Qiu's expression moved, and he looked at Xia Ao on the dragon throne. Seeing Xia Ao nod, Gao Qiu smiled slightly and answered aloud. In fact, we don't need to borrow their passage at all. Hearing this, not only Xiao Hongyuan was stunned, but also other generals and important officials who didn't know the inside story were all stunned and confused. Prime Minister Gao, what do you mean by this? Gao Qiu smiled mysteriously and stretched out his hands to make a gesture of embracing. As long as the Haoyuan dynasty becomes a part of my great Xia, why would we need to borrow their passage? As soon as this was said, the hall suddenly became quiet, and many people showed surprise. Xiao Hongyuan took a breath and said, what Prime Minister Gao meant is that we are ready to attack the Haoyuan dynasty. But the Haoyuan dynasty has recovered some of its vitality. If we want to annex them, it may not be possible in a few days. Right? And the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect may not be able to hold on for much longer. Can they hold on until then? Gao Qiu blinked and said inexplicably, do we have to mobilize troops directly to take down Haoyuan? Not mobilize troops? Xiao Hongyuan was stunned at first, and then he seemed to understand something and did not continue to ask. Although Gao Qiu did not say it clearly, there was actually a lot of information revealed in his words. Daxia should have made enough arrangements for the Haoyuan dynasty. This arrangement was mostly launched from within Haoyuan, and the time was ripe. Daxia did not need to send troops to invade directly. In this case, the little calculations that the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect wanted to make were actually destined to fail long ago. Minister of Industry Li Bing suddenly spoke up, and couldn't help laughing. Of course, they want to get an advantage from our great Xia dynasty. They are too optimistic. Gao Qiu laughed, not hiding his contempt for the 2 forces. At this time, Wei Zhongxian, the head of the East factory, stood up. Your Majesty, should we leak some information to the Emperor of the ancient dynasty or the Empress? Hearing this, many people were surprised and didn't understand why Wei Zhongxian said such a thing. Why should Great Xia help the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect, but leak information to the ancient dynasty? However, They didn't know that Wei Zhongqian's words actually meant something else. It's time to leak some information. Otherwise it will be too easy for some guys. But this opportunity must be grasped. Xiao's words were also a bit vague. But everyone was a wise man and had heard something. Yes. Old slave understands. Chapter 318 Selecting Troops and Generals. On June 27th, as the ancient army approached the capital of Mongxi, all the officials of the Mongxi dynasty signed a blood letter in fear, begging the emperor of Mongxi to agree to Daxia's conditions in order to obtain reinforcements. Although the emperor of Mongxi was reluctant, he finally lowered his proud head and chose to agree. That night, a small-scale but extremely fierce bloody conflict broke out within the Tianning sect, and the strength of the diehards was greatly reduced. The next day, the Tianning sect also gave a reply to Bai Chongdao, the envoy in the capital of Daxia, ordering him to agree to Daxia's conditions and urging the Daxia dynasty to send troops to rescue as quickly as possible. At noon on June 28th, Xiao summoned a group of important officials and commanders to discuss matters. Zhangyi Hall. As expected by your majesty, both the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect have chosen to agree. And it took less than 3 days. Yes, it seems that the pressure faced by these two parties is even greater than we imagined. That's natural. The ancient army has won many battles and is unstoppable. If they delay any longer, they will really be destroyed. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Facing the collapse of the building, even if the Mongxi emperor and the leader of the Tianning sect are unwilling to agree, the powerful people within them don't want to be buried with them. The turmoil within the Tianning sect last night is a good example. After this turmoil, 7 out of 10 diehards within it will be gone, which is also beneficial to. We will completely defeat both sides in the future. According to intelligence, the ancient army that has advanced to the Mongxi imperial capital and the Tianning sect's base camp now has 600,000 and 500,000 soldiers respectively. I believe that the army that will gather one after another will exceed 1 million. Although the combat power of our great Xiao army has improved a lot now, it is still a little worse than the ancient army in terms of overall level. Therefore, it is most appropriate to send a legion to Mongxi and Tianning sect respectively. But if we want to completely drive out the ancient army, I am afraid we need to continue to invest more troops. The ministers discussed quietly. And when the topic gradually shifted to sending troops, everyone's expressions immediately became serious. Your Majesty, our great Xian now has only 5 legions in total. Sending 2 legions to the battlefields of the Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect is probably the limit. I wonder what your plan is. As Wang Jian looked at Xiao and asked. The others also turned their eyes to Xiao and stopped talking. Xiao smiled and said calmly, 2 legions are enough. The chaos will soon take place in the Huanggu dynasty. By then, perhaps we don't need to send troops to sweep the east. They will evacuate on their own initiative. Even if they don't withdraw, they will dispatch some troops back to the country to deal with the crisis. At that time, with the remaining troops of Huanggu, it will not be too difficult for my Daxia army to drive them out. Of course, whether to completely drive the Huanggu army out of the territory of Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect, we need to make a decision according to the changes in the situation. In addition, don't forget that Daxia still has the Haoyuan dynasty in our hands. As long as the Haoyuan change goes smoothly, the entire Haoyuan dynasty's army will become a part of Daxia. Counting them, and integrating the troops of Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect, with our 2 major legions as the core, whether it is to counter the Huanggu dynasty, contain the Moro dynasty, deter the Chunhua Holy Church, etc., the weight is enough. After listening to Xiao's story, the ministers either had a look of enlightenment or their eyes lit up, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. Your Majesty, when do you plan to send troops? Which 2 legions will you send? Also, is the time ripe for the arrangements on the Haoyuan dynasty? Xiao Hongyuan, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, asked. Xiao smiled and looked at Lu Bing, the commander of the Jinyi. About the last question, perhaps Commander Lu will answer it. Lu Bing was refreshed and hurried out. Your Majesty, the rebellion of General Haoyuan Mo Gang has been successfully completed, and all other arrangements have been made, and the timing is ripe. Now, just wait for your Majesty's order to be issued, and it can be launched at any time. Hearing Lu Bing's words, many people couldn't help but show surprise. It turned out that the court had secretly sent people to rebel against General Haoyuan. No wonder. No wonder your majesty was so sure that he could easily take down the Haoyuan dynasty. They all knew Mo Gang's prestige and influence in the Haoyuan dynasty, especially his supreme authority in the army. In view of this, as long as Mo Gang successfully implemented the mutiny and killed Emperor Hao Yuan and other influential royal family members and ministers, at least most of the army would lay down their arms. In this way, the biggest obstacle to the incorporation of the Haoyuan dynasty into the Xia has disappeared. Xia Ao nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Very good. Then pass on my order, and let the relevant departments prepare to support Mo Gang's actions tonight. I hope that after the sun rises tomorrow, the banner of the Haoyuan royal family will disappear completely. I obey your order. Lu Bing's eyes lit up, and he received the order loudly, with a somewhat excited expression. This is a stunning feat of taking down a powerful dynasty directly with a secret hand. And as the biggest behind-the-scenes promoter of all this, he will definitely leave an extremely strong mark in the history of the Xia. Xia Ao withdrew his gaze from Lu Bing and turned his gaze to the commanders of the 5 major legions, including Bai Qi and Wang Jian. After Hao Yuan's great change tonight, the obstacles to borrowing the road will no longer exist. So, I plan to let my great Xia army set off early tomorrow morning. As for which 2 legions to send. Hearing this, both the commanders of the 5 legions and their capable generals became a little nervous. As the commanders of Great Xia, none of them is not eager to go into battle and kill the enemy. But there are too many wolves and too little meat, and the chances of 5 competing for 2 are still a little small. So they are naturally nervous. Xia Ao pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. In order to maintain the deterrence against the forces related to the Tianqing and Tianqiao domains, and prepare for the capture of the 2 domains in the future, it is still necessary to keep 2 legions stationed at the border. Among them, the Taowu Legion has already established a foothold in the Qiyue mansion in the west, and it is most appropriate to continue to cultivate it. As for the 2 legions guarding the east, with the current military strength of our great Xia, it is a bit wasteful to continue to maintain the deterrence of the 2 legions. Therefore, I decided to let the Bifang Legion continue to be stationed in the east, and withdraw the Cheongqi Legion. Hearing this, Meng Tian and Zhou Ying couldn't help showing disappointment, while the commanders of the other 3 legions smiled at the same time. Choose 2 out of 3. Their chances are great. The current situation in the world is changing dramatically. In order to cope with the sudden changes that may occur, I decided to let the Chaos Legion guard the north of the dynasty as a pillar to deal with the changes. Bai Qi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he said this, but he didn't show any obvious expression. It was obvious that he had a very good self-control. Or maybe he had expected it. On the contrary, Wang Jian and Yuan Chengdu's eyes were shining, especially Yuan Chengdu, who showed his joy without hiding it. At this time, Xia Ao also looked at the 2 of them. Wang Jian, Yuan Chengdu, listen to the order. I am here. Order Wang Jian to lead the Cheongqi Corps to the Mongxi dynasty to help the Mongxi dynasty repel the ancient army and take over the command of the 3 armies of Mongxi. Order Yuan Chengdu to lead the Taotai Corps to the Tianying sect to help the Tianying sect repel the ancient army and take over the command of the Tianying sect's troops. After the mission is completed, you still need to send elite soldiers to Mongxi, Tianying sect, and Haoyuan dynasty to train the 3 armies, while improving their combat effectiveness. Instill the idea of loyalty to our great Xia, and continuously strengthen the control over the 3 armies. Finally, you must make a good defense strategy. Especially pay attention to the direction of the Moro dynasty, and don't let them extend their claws an inch. Wang Jian and Yuan Chengdu looked solemn, and clasped their fists together and said, I obey the order. Afterwards, Xia Ao explained many things to the heads of relevant departments, especially the takeover of the Haoyuan dynasty. That night, Haoyuan imperial capital, the Duke of the State Guard mansion. The plaque of this mansion is brand new and bright, and it is obvious that it has not been polished for too long. Only 3 or 4 years at most. In fact, before this, the plaque of General's mansion was hung in the same place. It used to be crowded with people, but now it seems to be deserted, and extremely deserted. The reason is naturally because the identity and power of the owner of the mansion have undergone tremendous changes, and not many people dare to visit openly. At this moment, in a secret room deep in the mansion, 2 figures are talking in a low voice, through the facial contours reflected by the lamplight. It is found that these 2 people are the former General Haoyuan, the current Duke of the State Guard Mo Gang, and the former Deputy Lieutenant of Qingyun Guard, the current Deputy Guard Master of Qingyun Guard Sun Taichung. General, now we are ready. And even if we want to stop, it is too late. What are you hesitating about? Sun Taichung frowned and stared at Mo Gang, who was struggling, and said in a deep voice. Mo Gang looked up at Sun Taichung and gritted his teeth and said, if we really take this step, you and I will become the eternal sinners of the Haoyuan dynasty. Do we really want to do this? Sun Taichung took a deep breath and said coldly, General, my information is correct. Now the army you can directly control has dropped below 1 million. And the Emperor has established his killing intention towards you. In the final analysis, it was the Emperor who was unkind first. So how can we blame us? As for the eternal sinner, history has always been written by the victors. What's more, if the tyrant continues to make trouble, even if we don't raise troops now, how long do you think the Haoyuan dynasty can last? Instead of letting the people of Haoyuan suffer in the endless war, it is better for us to fight to decide the outcome and create a peaceful and prosperous era. By doing this, we are saving tens of thousands of Haoyuan people. This is a great merit. Mo Gang's expression moved slightly, and his expression was much more relaxed. But he was still a little hesitant. But, is it really right for us to place our bets on Daxia? Although the Daxia dynasty showed great strength in the previous battle with the ancient army, it is, after all, only a dynasty that returned from the lost realm. In terms of comprehensive foundation, it is probably far behind the dominant forces. Chapter 319 Persuading Queen Mother Haoyuan. Sun Taichung shook his head and chuckled. General, let me put it this way. Before I came into contact with the core secrets of Daxia, I also had this worry. But after that, it was gone. General, you know that the so-called lost domain is actually a scam. It is not a poor and backward domain at all, but an extremely rich sacred place. It's just that Daxia used magical treasures to cover up everything, which gave the outside world an illusion. Otherwise, why do you think the Daxia dynasty can repeatedly give people incredible surprises? Otherwise, why do you think the young Daxia emperor can have such a terrifying cultivation? Hearing this, Mo Gang was horrified and moved, with a look of surprise on his face. Is there this matter? Of course. Sun Taichung nodded affirmatively. Mo Gang did not believe it, and said with a suspicious look, if so, the fighting power of the younger generation of Daxia should be quite good. But why did they perform so poorly on the 9 regions prodigy list? Sun Taichung shook his head and sighed. This is what I admire most. Because the magical treasure of the Daxia dynasty is too terrifying. Even Baishao Pavilion can hide it. What Baishao Pavilion knows about Daxia is actually what Daxia wants them to know. As for what Daxia does not want them to know, they are also in the dark. Looking at the whole world, there is only the great Xia dynasty has the ability to avoid the spying of the Baishao Pavilion. General, do you know how old is the imperial concubine Shangguan of the great Xia dynasty and the imperial book order? And what is her strength? Mo Gang frowned and thought, to be able to be the imperial book order, I think her own cultivation must not be low. But her age must be over 100 years old. Sun Taichung shook his head again and laughed. General, you are wrong. The imperial concubine Shangguan is only in her early 40s. And her cultivation has reached the 60th level of the spiritual body realm. Mo Gang's face changed slightly, and he shook his head instinctively to deny it. That's impossible. But that's the truth, and it's not just her. There are many high-ranking officials, generals, and even concubines of Daxia, who are actually less than 100 years old, and their cultivation is very strong. The reason why they didn't make it into the Tianjiao list is that Daxia deliberately did it. They didn't want to show their true background to the world. So they deceived the eyes and ears of Baishao Pavilion. Let me ask, how can such a mysterious Daxia be compared with other forces? After listening to Sun Tieching's words, Mo Gang was silent for a long time. His mood fluctuated, and he didn't know whether to believe it or not. But considering that the information Sun Taichung had given him before was flawless, he had to lean towards the side of gaining trust. What's more, Sun Taichung had no reason to deceive him. After all, now they are all grasshoppers on the same rope. All ministers of Haoyuan, and all initiators of this major event. Naturally, they will prosper together and suffer together. If Daxia didn't have that background, why would Sun Taichung deceive him? Isn't that just deceiving Sun Taichung himself? Seeing Mo Gang's expression changing, Sun Taichung spoke again. General, even if we put all this aside, just this other thing is enough for us to make a choice. Right? You are a soldier, so you should understand what bravery and fearlessness and the spirit of a soldier who is not afraid of life and death mean. With such soldiers and troops in Daxia, who else can be afraid? Besides Daxia, what other forces in the world have such a spirit of a soldier? Hearing this, Mo Gang was shocked, and his hesitant eyes were gradually replaced by determination. I understand. Thank you, brother Sun, for your guidance. Mo Gang stood up and saluted Sun Taichung solemnly. Sun Taichung hurriedly let him pass, with a relaxed smile on his face. General, there is no need to do this. You and I are one, and we should advance and retreat together. That's right. Mo Gang nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and said, then let's act according to the plan. Okay. I'll go to King Yunwei now. Get rid of Chiaosu first, and take control of King Yunwei. As for the matter of raising an army, I'll leave it to the general. Okay. Watching Sun Taichung leave from the small door on the inside, Mo Gang straightened his robes, and then strode towards the opposite gate. When the heavy door was opened, what came into view was a magnificent hall. At this moment, in this hall, there were more than a dozen people sitting quietly and silently. Seeing Mo Gang walk out, the dozen people hurriedly stood up and saluted. General. Mo Gang nodded slightly and said solemnly, everyone, I summoned you here today because I have an important matter to discuss. As he spoke, Mo Gang slapped his sword on the table. Immediately afterwards, 2 old men and more than a dozen red-armored figures appeared around. Seeing this, everyone was immediately shocked and had some guesses in their hearts. Of course, they also knew that if anyone dared to show a strange color, or did not sign a letter of surrender or eat something, they would most likely not be able to leave here. Haoyuan Palace, Yuxiang Hall. At this time, the hall was full of life and fragrance, with the smell of wine and fragrance lingering, and the laughter and fighting of beauties one after another. In the pool in the middle, Emperor Haoyuan Yuan Shimao was hugging 2 concubines and playing around. Occasionally, he would tease the palace maids passing by the pool, and from time to time, he would burst into laughter. It was so beautiful. At a certain moment, the heavy palace door was suddenly kicked open by someone from the outside, making a deafening noise. The sudden movement scared everyone, including Yuan Shimao. But after a brief shock, Yuan Shimao immediately became furious, jumped directly from the pool, and stared angrily at the palace door. Asshole! Who is so bold? Do you want to rebel? Where are the guards? Why don't you chop off this thief? However, in the face of Yuan Shimao's angry shouting, the outside was silent, and no one dared to respond. It was not until 3 breaths later that an old female voice came. The emperor is so powerful. Do you want to chop off my head? As the voice fell, an old figure walked in with the support of 2 palace maids. Seeing this person, Yuan Shimao's expression froze instantly. His face turned blue and red, which was extremely exciting. As for the concubines and palace maids in the palace, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they quickly put on their clothes and knelt on the ground. Greetings to the Queen Mother. That's right. The old woman who suddenly broke in was the Queen Mother of the Haoyuan dynasty, Yuan Shimao's biological mother, Xiao Chuning. Xiao Chuning is nearly 600 years old. To be able to live to this age also shows that she has a good cultivation. Mother, why are you here? Yuan Shimao was a little annoyed. He hurriedly put on his clothes and asked with a forced smile. But in his heart, Yuan Shimao was very unhappy. He has been the emperor for many years, but the Queen Mother still treats him like a child and scolds him. How can he be happy? Xiao Chuning glared at Yuan Shimao, but did not scold him immediately, but glared at the women kneeling in the hall. Get out. Yes. Yes. The palace maids hurriedly lowered their heads and ran out as if they had been pardoned. As for the concubines, some were also scared, some were relieved, and some were secretly resentful. They are the concubines of His Majesty. But now this old man is so merciless and scolds them. How can they feel comfortable? But no matter how uncomfortable they are, no one dared to say anything. Although the Queen Mother often practiced in seclusion and was not seen for a year or 2, she had a strong control over the emperor. The emperor did not dare to offend her in person, let alone them. After everyone left and the palace door closed, Xiao Chuning stared at Yuan Shimao. You are really a good emperor of my Haoyuan dynasty. But now the world is in chaos. You don't think about making profits for the country, but come here to have fun every night, living a life of drunkenness and dreams. How can you be an emperor at all? Yuan Shimao's face darkened, a little embarrassed, glanced at the 2 maids who supported Xiao Chuning, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had made up his mind that after this matter was over, He would kill these two maids. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a joke? Mother, I am the ruler of a country, and I have been on the throne for nearly 200 years. Don't you think it's inappropriate to talk to me like this? Oh, you've grown wings. And your temper has also grown? Xiao Chunning widened his cloudy eyes and sneered. What? Do you want to kill me too? Yuan Shimiao's face changed slightly, and he lowered his head with gritted teeth. That's not what I meant. Xiao Chunning snorted coldly, and said angrily, I have only been practicing in seclusion for half a year, and I haven't asked about worldly affairs for half a year. And you have done another stupid thing. Yuan Shimiao snorted coldly and said unhappily, Mother, I know how to govern the country, and I don't need your advice. Xiao Chunning narrowed his eyes, and a cold color appeared on his face. Really? Then tell me, why didn't you accept the request for help from the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect, and watch them being beaten to a pulp by the Huangdu dynasty? Don't you know that after they are destroyed, the next one will be my Haoyuan dynasty? Yuan Shimiao sneered and said with his hands behind his back, How did they treat my Haoyuan dynasty in the past? I am just fighting back. As for the threat of the Huangdu dynasty to my Haoyuan dynasty, although I also dislike the Daxia dynasty, I know that as long as Daxia is there, the Huangdu dynasty will not dare to rashly attack Haoyuan. Besides, I am also waiting for an opportunity. Now Huangdu dynasty is. The ancient dynasty has already invested a large number of troops in the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect. They have also deployed many troops in other directions. The troops in my northern border are very few. As long as the time is right, I will naturally dispatch the army to the north to take back all the lost areas of my dynasty. Xiao Chunning sneered and said indifferently, You are talking convincingly. But do you think that others are fools? What's more, the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect are already in danger, and they may be destroyed in a few days. By then, where will you have a chance? Listen to me. Immediately give orders to dispatch the army to the north to take back the homeland. Chapter 320 Mysterious Origin. Shocking change. Queen Mother, you are too presumptuous. Yuan Shimiao's eyes suddenly widened with anger, and he shouted at Xiao Chunning. After hearing this shout, not only Xiao Chunning was stunned, but also the two palace maids were also stunned, as if they were a little unbelievable. Yuan Shimiao ignored the expressions of the three people, gritted his teeth, and continued to shout coldly. Don't forget, I am the emperor. I am Hao Yuan Sky. No one can be above me. Even if you are my mother. It's not possible. In the past, you preached to me in a bossy way. But now, you still want to order me. You are so bold. After the words fell, Yuan Shimiao's eyes were fierce, and he shouted loudly. Come here, Your Majesty. Two figures suddenly jumped out of the shadows and bowed to Yuan Shimiao. Take down the Queen Mother and imprison her in Shifu Palace. From now on, without my order, she cannot step out of Shifu Palace. No one is allowed to contact her. Yuan Shimiao gave the order in a deep voice, his eyes determined. In fact, with his anger, he even wanted to kill the Queen Mother directly. However, considering the turmoil and trouble that would be caused if the news leaked, he held back and only planned to imprison her completely. Yes, the two men accepted the order without hesitation, and they were obviously the trusted strongmen who protected Yuan Shimiao. However, before the two men came forward, Xiao Chunning suddenly sighed self-deprecatingly. Alas, I thought I could suppress you with this identity, but now it seems that I still thought it was simple. Hearing this, Yuan Shimiao frowned and felt strange in his heart, because this word sounded weird. After squinting at Xiao Chunning, Yuan Shimiao sneered. Mother, I know that you have a high level of cultivation and are already a great supreme of the 94th level of the spiritual body realm. But they are the strongest trump cards of my Haoyuan dynasty, and they are also great supremes. Moreover, they are all close to the 100th level of the spiritual body realm, which is not something you, Mother, can resist. I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you are forcing me to kill you. Hearing Yuan Shimiao's words, Xiao Chunning showed a strange smile with a weird look. With your mother's barely superior talent, do you really think she can cultivate to the great supreme and live until now? Yuan Shimiao was stunned, and the two Haoyuan great supremes were also stunned. They looked at each other with confusion. Your mother? What does this mean? Could it be that the Queen Mother in front of him is a fake? Seeing Yuan Shimiao's look of shock, Xiao Chunning smiled. But this smile was weird no matter how you look at it. You guessed right. Your mother actually died the night before you ascended the throne. Oh, That's not right. To be precise, your mother's soul is gone, but her body is still well preserved. And it's right in front of you. Seriously speaking, I am actually your mother. Well, half of her. Suddenly hearing such terrifying words, both Yuan Shimao and the two Haoyuan Supremes changed their faces and felt scared. From what they said, the Queen Mother's soul had been destroyed and her body taken over by someone nearly 200 years ago. This is too horrifying. Who are you? Yuan Shimao was really frightened. He pointed at Qiu Chunning with trembling fingers. And his heart was trembling. Me? Yes. Qiu Chunning smiled strangely, with a playful look on his face. Yuan Shimao was so frightened that he felt a chill on his back, and immediately stamped his feet and shouted, Kill! Kill her! Kill her quickly! Hearing Yuan Shimao's order, the two great supremes dared not delay any longer, and hurriedly released their fields and prepared to take action. However, as the blue fog spread, the two people and their fields were immediately swept into it, as if they had entered another space, without causing any waves in the hall. After witnessing this strange scene, Yuan Shimao was even more frightened, and he dared not stay any longer, and wanted to rush out of the hall to seek reinforcements. The hall was so noisy, but the outside was always quiet, and there was no movement. He knew that when Qiu Chunning came in just now, he must have arranged invisible soundproof restrictions, or perhaps other restrictions and formations. Therefore, he had to run out immediately to summon the Imperial Guards and strong men to protect him. However, before he could run 2 steps, he saw the 2 palace maids coming up to him with expressionless faces. Yuan Shimao was shocked and angry, and at the same time a little amused. 2 little palace maids dared to block his way? Although his strength was limited, that was only relative to the 3 great supremes. He himself was also a strong man of the 60th level of the spiritual body realm. 2 little bitches like ants actually wanted to stop him. Isn't this a big joke? Get out of here! Yuan Shimao shouted angrily, and casually slapped out 2 streams of energy. In his opinion, this was enough to split the 2 palace maids in half. However, the fact almost shocked him, because the 2 palace maids just fanned their sleeves and easily annihilated the 2 streams of energy, which seemed easy and carefree. Before he could react, a chain with a flashing light blue pattern was thrown from one of the hands, and a bell-shaped transparent cage was brewed from the other hand and thrown into the air, apparently trying to hold him upside down inside. Yuan Shimao was shocked and angry, and hurriedly crushed an ancient jade pendant hanging around his waist. As the jade pendant shattered, the chain that was wrapped around it was instantly shattered, and then turned into a light spot and disappeared. But the attack power of the jade pendant also dissipated. He could only rely on his own strength to hold up the sky with both hands, and hurriedly summon the Dharma body, trying to lift the transparent bell away and see if he could break the hull. However, the transparent bell above his head seemed to have the ability to imprison or limit the summoning of the Dharma body. The connection between him and the Dharma body had been cut off, and he could not summon it at all. Moreover, her own attack power failed to shake the transparent bell that was pressing down, and was suppressed tightly inside. Until this moment, Yuan Shimao realized that the 2 palace maids in front of him were not small characters at all. They were also extremely powerful, and their cultivation was at least above the 70th level of the spiritual body realm. Yuan Shimao was terrified and attacked the transparent bell from the inside like crazy. Unfortunately, the gap between him and the opponent was a bit large. As the opponent continued to output Yuanli support, he could not shake the transparent bell at all. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Yuan Shimao was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Bitch! Do you know what you are doing? You are rebelling. You are plotting treason. If you do this, you will be executed with all your clans. Let me out quickly. I promise that as long as you let me out, I will not only not hold you accountable, but will use you. But if you dare to persist, you will die without a burial place. However, facing Yuan Shimao's intimidation and temptation, the 2 palace maids remained calm and had no intention of responding at all. Yuan Shimao was even more anxious and said angrily, Do you really think that I only have those 2 strong men to protect me? To tell you honestly, there are many strong men around me, and there are even stronger great supremes. They are coming now. Don't make the same mistake again. Yuan Shimao kept shouting. But unfortunately, the 2 palace maids always looked gloomy, and had no interest in paying attention to him at all. I don't know how long it took, and the blue fog not far away suddenly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Qiu Chunning's figure reappeared, but the 2 Haoyuan great supremes had become 2 corpses. Seeing this, Yuan Shimiao's shouting stopped abruptly, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. How could this happen? How could this happen? Heh. I just killed 2 little bugs. Look how scared you are. Qiu Chunning walked forward with a smile, a playful look on his face. You were just repeatedly preaching your imperial authority to me. How come you have become so useless in the blink of an eye? Yuan Shimiao was startled and instinctively wanted to retreat, but soon hit the barrier of the transparent clock and couldn't retreat an inch. After swallowing hard, Yuan Shimiao forced a smile. Mother! I know I was wrong. Please don't scare me anymore. Oh! Now you know how to get close to Mother? What were you doing before? Qiu Chunning curled his lips in disdain, flicking his nails, and said slowly, I just spoke to you in a nice way. But you just didn't listen, and forced me to show my strength. Who can I blame for all this? Blame me. Blame me. Yuan Shimiao nodded hurriedly, and at the same time kept bowing and nodding, looking extremely humble. Where was the half of the majesty of the emperor? Mother. Queen Mother. I won't ask about your background. Please give me a way to live. You can let me do anything. Oh. Really? Qiu Chunning raised his eyelids, and his smile became brighter. Yes. Yes. My words are golden. And I can't lie. Yuan Shimiao saw hope and nodded vigorously. Humble human race. Hee hee. Qiu Chunning laughed loudly, very wantonly and proudly. After a long while, Qiu Chunning's laughter slowly stopped. Don't worry. I won't kill you, because the dead Emperor Hao Yuan means nothing to me. Yuan Shimiao's expression froze, because he got an important information from the other party's previous sentence. The mysterious existence in front of him, who occupied his mother's body, was not a human race. As for what race the other party was, Yuan Shimiao had no way to judge. He first thought of the Moro dynasty, but he was not sure, because he had never heard of any race in the powerful tribes of the Moro dynasty that had similar attack methods as these 3 people. Especially the strong blue style filled in the methods of the 3 people looked extremely weird. But soon, Yuan Shimiao felt relieved again, because the other party's meaning was very clear. They didn't want their lives, but wanted to control themselves. For him at the moment, this was undoubtedly the best news. As long as he could save his life, there would be ways to think about other things, such as trying to get rid of the other party's control in the future. But if I lose my life now, everything will be over. Chapter 321 Palace Coup. Military Coup. What do you want me to do? Yuan Shimiao asked after he had managed to calm down. Gather the army to retake the lost territory. Issue an order immediately. Qiu Chunning spoke coldly, then smiled and said, We are also helping you. Haven't you always wanted to retake the northern border? Now, the time is ripe. Yuan Shimiao's face changed slightly, and he hesitated, but now is not the best time. Right? I think that the East Wilderness Marquis and the Wilderness Court have a big grudge, and it is possible that he will suddenly stab them in the back. At that time, it will be a real godsend opportunity. Yuan Shimiao is not stupid. If they go to war with the wilderness at this time, they will only attract more wilderness troops, and it is unlikely to retake the lost territory. After all, the wilderness still has a lot of troops in several borders and the hinterland of the courtyard. It is impossible to sit back and watch the territory that has been occupied for a few years be taken back again. Moreover, the battle 3 years ago also smashed Yuan Shimiao's ambition and self-righteousness to pieces. Without absolute certainty, he dared not take the initiative to provoke the ancient dynasty. Qiu Chunning's eyes turned cold, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. My good emperor, you don't seem to really understand the current situation? This is not a discussion with you, but an order. You have no choice. Yuan Shimiao's pupils shrank slightly, and his face showed a struggle. Seeing this, Qiu Chunning was a little impatient, and suddenly raised his hand to flick a lavender pill in front of Yuan Shimiao's mouth. Swallow it. Yuan Shimiao's heart sank, and he gritted his teeth and said in shock, What? What is this? 9-bin soul-breaking pill. If you don't obey, it can make you experience the most extreme pain in the world, because it directly acts on your soul. It will tear your soul inch by inch and completely destroy it, and then let you die. This pill is an ancient miracle pill, which has long been lost. In other words, no one in the world can solve this pill except me. Qiu Chunning laughed and said, seeing that Yuan Shimiao was frightened and pale, he changed his tone. But don't worry. As long as you are honest and obedient, I promise not to torture you, let alone really take your life. Yuan Shimiao resisted in his heart, but under Qiu Chunning's step-by-step coercion, He had to open his mouth. However, just when Yuan Shimao was about to swallow the pill, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the palace door was torn into pieces. The sudden change scared everyone. But after reacting, their moods were completely different. Yuan Shimao was surprised and happy, and quickly closed his mouth, as if he saw the hope of escaping. But Qiu Chunning and the two powerful palace maids were shocked and angry, with ugly faces, seeing that the great work was about to be completed. Why did it go wrong at this critical moment? Especially Qiu Chunning. She was almost regretting it at this moment. She thought everything was under control, and she didn't pay attention to the movements outside. Otherwise, she would have forced Yuan Shimao to swallow the pill. Although it is not known who caused the scene, it is definitely not their people, which means that they have encountered unfavorable variables. Swallow it. Qiu Chunning was eager to pry open Yuan Shimao's mouth in the air and force the pill down. However, how could Yuan Shimao be willing to surrender at this time? He suddenly attacked and crushed the pill into powder in an instant. It was obviously impossible for him to resist Qiu Chunning with his strength. But it was no problem to destroy a pill that was close at hand. Qiu Chunning was somewhat caught off guard by Yuan Shimao's sudden move. After reacting, Qiu Chunning was instantly furious, and the murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Yuan Shimao's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly shouted, "If you kill me now, you can't leave either." Qiu Chunning's action of about to attack froze, and after his consciousness scanned the dense elite army outside, he had to suppress his murderous intent. "Good. You are good." After glaring at Yuan Shimao with gritted teeth, Qiu Chunning took a deep breath and barely calmed down. "Let's make a deal. As long as you order them to leave, don't reveal what happened today, and order the army to go north to fight the ancient army. I will not kill you, and leave here after the two armies fight, and never harm you again. How about it?" Yuan Shimao rolled his eyes and nodded. "Okay." When the four of them walked out of the hall, they found that the outer room had been surrounded by fully armed troops, and even in the air, they formed a series of iron barrel formations. These troops included both the Imperial Guards and other troops in the city, and some with unknown armor and complicated origins. But they were all the elite among the elite. At first glance at such a scene, even Yuan Shimao was a little confused. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much. Just thought that someone knew his predicament. So he summoned all kinds of elite troops and strong men to come to protect him. In front of him, Sun Taichung and Mo Gang looked at each other with strange eyes. Although Yuan Shimao was standing at the front, and Qiu Chunning and the two maids beside and behind him could not see anything unusual, they still caught some things after all the restrictions in the palace were destroyed. It was a little aura left by the strong fighting, and a faint smell of blood. What's the situation? The two continued to communicate with their eyes, constantly guessing various possibilities, such as someone assassinating Yuan Shimao. But they never thought about the possibility of Qiu Chunning and Yuan Shimao fighting. After all, Queen Mother Qiu Chunning is the biological mother of the Emperor. How could she have a life and death dispute with the Emperor? Perhaps this is a good excuse? Sun Taichung suddenly sent a voice message to Mo Gang, with a playful tone. Mo Gang was puzzled and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "The Queen Mother was possessed by the devil and wanted to harm the Emperor. We came to rescue him. But unfortunately, we failed to save the Emperor. Fortunately, we finally succeeded in besieging and killing the Queen Mother and avenged the Emperor." Hearing Sun Taichung's voice transmission, Mo Gang's eyes lit up. What he feared was being criticized. But if he did not take the initiative to rebel, but was seeking revenge, that would be another story. But soon, Mo Gang hesitated again. Is this possible? There is no reason for the Queen Mother to harm the Emperor. If we tell others about it, no one will believe it. Sun Taichung laughed and said playfully, "We just need to determine the tone first, and then insist on it in front of everyone, and they will have no way to defend themselves. As for the reason, we can think about it again and come up with a convincing one." Mo Gang's expression changed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Soon, Mo Gang suddenly strode forward and bowed respectfully to Yuan Shimao. "Minister, I am late to rescue you. I hope your majesty will forgive me." Then, Mo Gang stood up again and drew his sword with a swish, pointing it angrily at Qiu Chunning. "Queen Mother, you dare to plot to assassinate your majesty. You are really brave." After hearing Mo Gang's words, Yuan Shimao was surprised and happy. But Qiu Chunning was a little confused. The matter was exposed? How is this possible? What is going on? Seeing Qiu Chunning standing there without angrily refuting it at the first time, Mo Gang and Sun Taichung felt even more strange. Looking at this reaction, could it be that the facts are really similar to the excuses they thought of temporarily? Qiu Chunning was a little at a loss here. But Yuan Shimao on the other side was overjoyed and even shed 2 tears. Duke Protector of the country. General, you are finally here. If you don't come, I will go to see my ancestors of Hao Yuan. When these words came out, Mo Gang and Sun Taichung were shocked. Even those who didn't know the truth were also stunned. The Queen Mother. Is she really going to harm your Majesty? Your Majesty, don't be afraid. I am here, and I will never let the villains harm your life. Mo Gang patted his chest with great righteousness, and then frowned and said, Your Majesty, is the Queen Mother possessed by a demon? Why does she want to harm you? She is not too. Yuan Shimao was about to speak, but Qiu Chunning suddenly grabbed Yuan Shimao's throat and interrupted him. Seeing this, Mo Gang was immediately furious. Asshole! Let go of your Majesty. In the back, Sun Taichung's eyes flashed, and suddenly he spoke loudly. Your Majesty said that she is not the Queen Mother. She is a fake. The real Queen Mother has been killed by this evil villain. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around, while Qiu Chunning, on the other hand, was furious, staring at Sun Taichung with murderous eyes. She would never have thought that the situation would evolve to this point today. Hee. Poor Emperor. Do you really think they are here to save you? Qiu Chunning suddenly laughed nervously, with a mocking tone. Didn't you notice the blood on the ground? Although the bodies around have been taken away, the blood and bloody smell are still left. This bunch of bastards are clearly going to mutiny and take your life. But you still regard them as saviors? Hee. It's really a big joke. Sun Taichung narrowed his eyes slightly, and then sneered. Monster! You dare to talk nonsense here. The general and I have long known that there are people in the Imperial Guards who want to rebel, and some court officials are their accomplices. But we didn't expect that you, a monster, would replace the Queen Mother. The reason why we have to mobilize all kinds of elite troops to enter the palace tonight is that we know that you rebels want to harm His Majesty. Quickly let go of His Majesty. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Qiu Chunning's face turned blue with anger, and he said angrily, sharp teeth, looking for death. After saying that, Qiu Chunning waved his hand fiercely, and shot out a strange blue silk, which rushed toward Sun Taichung like lightning. However, at this time, a sword light intertwined with black and white colors suddenly chopped down in the air, splitting the silk into 2. Immediately afterwards, an old man with a fairy-like appearance appeared in the sky with a gentle smile. Looking at his face, it was Zhang Sanfeng. Monster! Why don't you surrender? Zhang Sanfeng smiled lightly and scolded, confident and calm. Although he is only at the 99th level of the spiritual body realm, he is confident that he can fight against even a strong man at the 108th level of the spiritual body realm. Although he does not know what strength Qiu Chunning has, with the support of the military formation, he is confident that he will be invincible. Chapter 322 Hao Yuan enters summer. The world is shocked. The next day, in the blue sky, countless warships are marching northward in a mighty manner, and from time to time, there are famous soldiers patrolling in the gaps. The scene is extremely spectacular. In one of the warships, Bai Chongdao, the envoy of Tianying sect, and his entourage are constantly looking through the portholes, sometimes showing amazement, sometimes excited, and it is difficult to calm down. As expected of the great Xia army that can easily defeat the ancient army, the military discipline is strict, the formation is rigorous, and the warships are also terrifyingly powerful. Yes, look at the largest ones in front. They are just like huge mountains. I really don't know how many people they can hold. They are 5 or 6 times larger than the Ingui warships of my Tianying sect. I have inquired about it. That is the great Xia Storm-class Jinping warship. I heard that it can carry 100,000 troops and the accompanying battle formation weapons. It also has a strong attack capability and is a real war fortress. The great Xia army. Can they really rescue my Tianying sect from the sea of suffering? Can they repel the ancient army? Don't forget, they are just a superior force after all. Although they have the title of Little Overlord, there is still a big gap with the ancient dynasty. Hee. Have you forgotten the battle 3 or 4 years ago? At that time, the ancient dynasty sent 2 million troops to attack Great Xia, but they were defeated without even touching the border line. The loss was heavy, but Da Xia only paid a small price. Doesn't this result explain the problem? That's right. The people of Daxia are not stupid. If they are not sure, why would they rashly get involved? Everyone. We are almost at the border. Looking at the direction of the Daxia fleet. It is obviously planning to pass through the territory of the Haoyuan dynasty. But will the Haoyuan dynasty honestly lend Daxia a passage? At the beginning, Haoyuan almost ushered in the disaster of national destruction because it lent a passage to the Huanggu dynasty. Such a painful lesson is there. There is no reason for them to dare to lend a passage to others. Should. Will it? Definitely. Although I don't know how Daxia persuaded Haoyuan. The two parties should have negotiated it. Otherwise, why would Daxia rashly pull out the army directly? The envoys of the Tianning sect talked a lot. And when the huge fleet crossed the border and entered the territory of the Haoyuan dynasty, everyone's expressions became more suspicious. Because they did not see Haoyuan's army take off to follow and supervise. As if this place was still the territory of Daxia. What's going on? Are Haoyuan's army asleep? Yes. This is too strange. Even if Haoyuan trusts Daxia, he will not just ignore it and let the Daxia fleet pass through. Hey, is that Haoyuan's border army camp? As one person exclaimed. The others also looked at the ground a few miles ahead. There was indeed a camp with tents and dense figures. But the strange thing was that these people all stayed down there honestly. Although they looked up from time to time. No one took off. When everyone was puzzled, they suddenly saw a warship descending from the right rear and slowing down towards the camp. When the warship hovered, Daxia soldiers kept coming out of it, and then went straight into the core area of the camp without any obstruction. This scene made the people of Tianning sect extremely shocked, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. What is going on? I don't know. It's too strange. Too weird. They look like they are family members. There is no interception. No interrogation. No greeting. Weird. Too weird. Bai Chongdao frowned. And like everyone else, he had 100,000 questions in his mind. At this time, a person suddenly walked in quickly from outside. Report to the Bai Protector. There is urgent information. Speak. Bai Chongdao did not turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on the camp he had just passed. Last night, there was a shocking change in the capital of Haoyuan. It seemed to be a palace coup. And it seemed to be a mutiny. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed. And they were surprised and happy. Haoyuan dynasty was in trouble. This is really good news. Ever since Haoyuan dynasty rejected Tianning sect's request for help in disguise, the people of Tianning sect hated Haoyuan dynasty. Now that they heard that Haoyuan dynasty was in trouble, they would naturally be secretly happy. Bai Chongdao turned around and frowned. What do you mean by seem? The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's what the news says. Protector Bai. Because according to our intelligence and the news circulating outside, both of these changes are possible. It is not known which one it is. Bai Chongdao snorted coldly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his own intelligence system. Tell me in detail. Yes. According to the first version, Empress Dowager Haoyuan was replaced by someone, and colluded with some court officials and imperial army generals to launch a palace coup last night and turn Emperor Haoyuan into a puppet. But Haoyuan Protector Mo Gang got the news in time and led the elite army into the palace to suppress the palace coup. According to the second version, the so-called palace coup was actually a fake news fabricated by Mo Gang, who deliberately threw dirty water on Empress Dowager Haoyuan and found an excuse for his own mutiny. Hearing this, Bai Chongdao's pupils shrank. Wait, you said Mo Gang was also involved in this? What was the final outcome? Yes. I heard that the person pretending to be Queen Mother Haoyuan was injured and escaped. And before dying, he also killed Emperor Haoyuan. Yuan Shermao. When this was said, everyone's eyes widened in shock. What? Emperor Haoyuan? Dead? Is it true? This is too unbelievable. Facing the shocked people, the man nodded seriously. There is no way to verify the matter of Empress Dowager Haoyuan and her final movements. But Emperor Haoyuan is indeed dead. This has been verified by intelligence. In addition, there was a fire and chaos in the Haoyuan palace, and Yuan Shermao's descendants basically lost their lives. Bai Chongdao took a breath and murmured, so, the Haoyuan dynasty is now ruled by a Mo Gang. To protect Bai. It is indeed true. After the shocking change in the palace last night, a huge bloody storm also set off in the Haoyuan imperial capital. Mo Gang purged many people and presided over a court meeting without the emperor this morning. Bai Chongdao was silent for a while. His expression was extremely complicated. This is definitely a long-planned and well-prepared mutiny. And it was led by Mo Gang. Mo Gang has a very high prestige in the Hao Yuan dynasty, especially in the army. If he wants to ascend the throne and become emperor, I'm afraid no one can stop him. And after this mutiny, not only did Emperor Hao Yuan die, but his descendants were also killed, which gave Ma Gong a great opportunity. It's hard to imagine that a loyal minister like Ma Gong would actually rebel. Hearing Bai Chongdao's words, a middle-aged man shook his head. I think it's not surprising that Ma Gong rebelled. Emperor Hao Yuan took away Ma Gong's military power and regarded Ma Gong as the biggest threat. I'm afraid he also had the intention to kill Ma Gong. In this case, it's reasonable for Ma Gong to take the initiative. Compared to this matter, I care more about the present. It is said that the Hao Yuan dynasty has undergone such a drastic change, and its army should be on the highest alert. But why are they so calm about the passage of the Daxia army? Hearing this question, everyone frowned again, and they were all very confused. After a while, a young man suddenly spoke hesitantly. Is it possible that Mo Gang rebelled with the help of the Great Xia dynasty? And what did he promise to Great Xia? If so, then in order to show goodwill to Great Xia, Mo Gang might have made the Hao Yuan army turn a blind eye to Great Xia's transit. This sentence made many people roll their eyes, but it gave Bai Chongdao a shock, as if he had been enlightened, giving him a new idea. Then Mo Gang. Could it be that he has been instigated by Great Xia to rebel? Everyone was stunned and felt a chill down their spines. Because if this is true, it would be too shocking. If Mo Gang becomes a minister of Great Xia, doesn't it mean that the Hao Yuan dynasty has become a possession of the Great Xia dynasty? Impossible? Mo Gang is second only to the emperor in the Hao Yuan dynasty. Now that he has killed Emperor Hao Yuan, he can ascend the throne. Why would he go to Daxia to be a minister? It's not impossible. The posture of those Daxia soldiers entering the Hao Yuan border camp just now is like returning to their own camp. Bai Chongdao was stunned for a long time, and then sat down on the chair, feeling a little powerless. They originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Daxia and Tainingzong were not bordering each other, and try to reduce Daxia's influence after repelling the ancient army. But if the Hao Yuan dynasty was really annexed by Daxia, then their idea would be a pipe dream. Hey, why are those warships separated from the main fleet? At this time, someone suddenly found something wrong again. Looking at the logo on the warships, they are not affiliated with the Taotai Corps. They should have another mission. Wait, the warship before seems to be one of them. And I found some Daxia civil servants in those warships before. Are they going to Hao Yuan Imperial Capital? After the shocking changes in Hao Yuan Imperial Capital spread, various forces looked sideways. But because all parties were basically in the war at that time, they didn't care too much. However, when the territory of Hao Yuan dynasty was quietly and quickly swept by the Daxia dragon flag, the whole world was in an uproar. Because such a result was too shocking. Daxia dynasty was already in its heyday, which made many forces quite afraid. Now, Daxia has easily taken down Hao Yuan dynasty without anyone noticing, and has extended its tentacles into Tianwang territory. How can they not be afraid? What's more, at the same time, there was news that Daxia intervened in the ancient war 3 or 4 years ago. It was because of the war with the ancient dynasty that Daxia rose to prominence and intimidated all directions. Now, Daxia is going to go to war with the ancient dynasty again. How can this not attract the attention of the world? Chapter 323 Furious. Secret Letter. The ancient imperial capital. The imperial palace. Along with the ping-pong sound of jade shattering into pieces, a furious roar shook the entire hall 3 times. Damn Daxia. Do they really think that my sword is not sharp and can't cut off their heads? Do they really think that my ancient dynasty is a fading old man who is in the sunset and can be provoked recklessly and crazily? On the throne, Gu Haoran's eyes were wide open. His beard and hair were all standing, and his face was ashen, because he not only knew the truth that the Hao Yuan dynasty was easily annexed by Daxia, but also received news that Daxia sent a large army to support the Mongxi dynasty and Tianning sect, intending to repel the ancient army from the 2 territories. Daxia's various actions were clearly an absolute provocation to the ancient dynasty. But at the same time, Gu Haoran also smelled a strong sense of crisis. The Hao Yuan dynasty was quietly annexed by Daxia, which means that Daxia has extended its claws directly to the border of Huanggu, and has become the enemy of Huanggu dynasty. Daxia sent troops to support Mongxi and Tianning sect, and directly participated in the confrontation with Huanggu dynasty. More importantly, These two things mean that Daxia has turned the three forces of Haoyuan, Mangxi and Tianying sect into its own forces, further strengthening Daxia's strength. You know, these three parties are all the food on the plate of Huanggu dynasty. And they are the territories that Huanggu dynasty must take before competing for the world. Once Daxia's plot succeeds, Huanggu dynasty is very likely to be sealed in the existing territory. And it will be difficult to expand outward, because this move will cut off Huanggu's road to expansion to the south and west. And the east and north are Songming dynasty and Chunhua Holy Church respectively, none of which is easy to deal with. Therefore, Gu Haoran was not only angry about the provocation of the Great Xia dynasty and its impact on the war situation, but also about the worry and helplessness about the future. Originally, in less than a few days, Huanggu would definitely be able to annex the Mangxi dynasty and Tianying sect, and complete a solid step in the struggle for world domination. But now, with the Great Xia dynasty suddenly making such an amazing layout, and suddenly sending troops to intervene, the Huanggu dynasty has ushered in a catastrophic situation. In the hall, several officials of Huanggu also looked grim. Your Majesty, although the Great Xia's annexation of the Haoyuan dynasty caught us off guard, according to intelligence, the Great Xia dynasty only dispatched 2 large legions to assist Mangxi and Tianying sect respectively, and their legion has only more than 1 million people, which may not pose a threat to us. Of course, just in case, we can also draw part of the troops from the northern border to assist. Taiwei Suguanqiong took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, Chief Tan Yahui frowned. Has the commander forgotten the battle more than 3 years ago? The combat power of the Daxia army is not easy to deal with. Suguanqiong snorted coldly and said calmly, no one will forget the shame of that disastrous defeat. Especially my ancient soldiers. But there is no need to be paranoid about it. We have carefully studied that battle many times, and finally came to a conclusion. That is, the reason why Daxia was able to achieve such a great victory is mainly based on 2 reasons. First, Daxia had a conspiracy to use a small number of brainwashed abandoned pieces and sacrificed warships, which led to the victory of Nanyuan Beach. Secondly, Daxia mobilized many of the most elite troops to form a fully elite army, which led to the victory of Shibuan. From the above 2 points, it is not difficult to see that Daxia's victory was entirely due to opportunism. In terms of the comprehensive strength of the 2 armies, even if my Huanggu dynasty cannot occupy too much advantage, it will at least not be weaker than Daxia. Now, my Huanggu army has already learned from experience and lessons, and it is impossible to give them a chance to win by surprise. What's more, now our army is in high spirits because of the great victory, and it is a dignified deployment of troops, and the scale of military strength is advantageous, even if Daxia has Mangxi and the remnants of Tianying sect as assistants. At most it can only wipe out this advantage, but it cannot gain the upper hand. So, comprehensively speaking, the current situation of the enemy and our army should be evenly matched. At this point, Suguanqiong turned his head and looked at Gu Haoran. Your Majesty, I suggest that you send out 2 hidden elite divisions and throw them into the battlefields of both sides as the key force to break the deadlock. After listening to Suguanqiong's words, Gu Haoran barely calmed down a little. At this time, Tan Yahui spoke again. Even so, we can't let our guard down. Don't forget that the Haoyuan dynasty has been annexed by Daxia, and Daxia may also launch an attack on our dynasty from the direction of Haoyuan. The pressure from this direction is also not small. Hearing this, Gu Haoran was suffocated for a while. I really didn't expect that the Songming dynasty did not become a stumbling block for my ancient expansion. And the Chunhua Holy Church and the Moro dynasty did not either. But they were tied up by Daxia, which had just emerged, and put us in a very embarrassing situation. Damn Daxia. I really want to concentrate all my strength to completely destroy it at all costs. After the voice fell, Suguanqiong, Tan Yahui and others changed their faces slightly. But no one spoke to dissuade him, because they could hear that His Majesty was just venting his anger, and had no intention of really doing so. At the same time, in the harem, where is the messenger? Tong Fengju glanced at the heavily restricted secret letter on the table, frowned and looked at the maid. The maid shook her head and said softly, replying to the emperor and queen. I sent people to track down, but the real messenger was very cautious and did not leave any trace. So nothing was found. Tong Fengju pondered for a while, then waved her hand. Open it. Yes. The maid quickly took action, constantly erasing layers of restrictions with dazzling techniques. That amazing strength was not like a weak maid, but a supreme strongman. When all the restrictions were lifted, The maid suddenly frowned. Empress, there is another hidden restriction on it. A self-destructive restriction. If it is not opened by you personally, and others look at it without authorization, this letter will immediately self-destruct. Oh! Tong Fingju raised her eyebrows in surprise. And after a little hesitation, she took the letter in front of her. After opening the letter and reading the contents at a glance, Tong Fingjia's face changed instantly. Empress, what's wrong? The maid's heart tightened, and she asked hurriedly. Tong Fingjia did not answer, but frowned and her face kept changing, as if she was thinking about something, and there was a hint of anger and unbelievable fear in her eyes, because the main content on it is, the change of Jinmin. Conspiracy is as deep as the abyss. Disaster comes from the east, and the ancient world changes. And at the end, there is such a sentence. Looking at the situation today, the Emperor and Empress Tong have obviously forgotten the parting words. Finally, a piece of intelligence is used as a final advice. Empress Dowager Hao Yuan is also the masterpiece of the CLs. These words seem mysterious and profound. But Tong Fingjiu got a shocking answer from them that made her terrified and even had no time to grieve. That is, Prince Gu Shuryan has actually died. And the current prince is already a horrible product of being occupied by others. Because she already knows where this secret letter came from. When she left Daxia Emperor Xia Ao told her a secret and gave her a mysterious advice. The secret is, the power behind the East Wilderness Marquis is the CLs. And the advice is, be extremely careful of the people closest to you. At first, she had guessed about this advice. But instinctively, she never thought about the prince. But now, this ruthless conclusion was directly placed in front of her. The letter said that the Jinmin incident was a huge conspiracy, and mentioned that a great disaster would come from the east. And this great disaster would be enough to completely change the ancient dynasty. Adding the last reminder and the information that Queen Mother Hao Yuan Qiu Chunning was the masterpiece of the CLs. The purpose of this secret letter is self-evident. Obviously, this letter is saying that the real Prince Gu Shuryan is dead, and his body has been taken away by the CLs in some unimaginable way. Originally, this seemingly absurd answer was difficult for Tong Fingjiu to believe. But thinking back to Gu Shuryan's various abnormal behaviors in the past 2 years, and his actions to win people's hearts, Tong Fingjiu had to think carefully about its authenticity. Now, the Crown Prince Gu Shuryan is acting as a military supervisor to guard against the Eastern Wasteland Marquis. If the content of this letter is true, then, with the Crown Prince's internal and external cooperation, the Eastern Wasteland Marquis army will be extremely easy, smooth and fast to break through the defense and directly march to the imperial capital. In addition to the people the Crown Prince has won over in the past 2 years, it is probably only a matter of time for the imperial capital to be breached. After that, the Crown Prince can find a random excuse, such as the Emperor was harmed by a traitor, and he led the army to come to the Emperor, and then he will be legitimately enthroned as the Emperor as the Crown Prince. And there will be almost no obstacles. It is natural for the Crown Prince to ascend the throne. After the change is established, the armies of the 4 directions will naturally submit obediently. By then, the ancient dynasty will return to peace. But the inheritance of the dynasty has been completely ruined in essence. Its ruler has become the CLs who have been hiding behind the scenes. After analyzing this outcome, Tong Fingjiu couldn't help but feel terrified and her teeth trembling, feeling that endless cold currents were surging from all directions. However, deep in her heart, Tong Fingjiu was reluctant to believe it and hesitated, because this letter was sent by the Emperor of Daxia. And now Daxia has been involved in the great cause of the ancient times. And now the 2 sides are in a hostile relationship. In this case, the authenticity of the secret letter will be greatly discounted. What if this is a conspiracy of Daxia to confuse people's minds and deliberately stir up trouble? If the ancient dynasty focuses most of its attention on the internal affairs because of this secret letter, and some troops are also tied up in the country, then Daxia will naturally be able to remain invincible on the 2 battlefields in the west, and even gain a lot. It was because of this that Tong Fingjiu was hesitant and uncertain. However, after struggling for a while, Tong Fingjiu finally made a decision. In view of the abnormal behavior of Prince Gu Shuryan and the unbearable horror and danger if the answer was true, she felt that she must be cautious. Where is His Majesty? Reply to the Emperor and Empress. His Majesty is in the questioning hall, discussing military and political affairs with the ministers. Go to the questioning hall immediately. In addition, you quickly send someone you can trust to do something. Yes. Questioning hall. Gu Haoran and the ministers had just finalized the plan to send 2 secret elite troops to the 2 battlefields in the west for support. And a eunuch hurried in. Your Majesty, the Emperor and Empress want to see you. Gu Haoran frowned and shouted unhappily, Don't you know that I am discussing court affairs with the ministers? Get out and let the Emperor and Empress go back. I don't have time to see her now. The eunuch was startled. But he lowered his head and did not leave immediately. Your Majesty, the Empress said there is something urgent that must be reported to you immediately. Gu Haoran was about to get angry, but saw Tong Fengju had walked in without permission. Tong Fengju glanced at the ministers and eunuchs in the hall, and then pointed to the compartment on the other side. Your Majesty, please move to the side room. It's urgent. After saying that, Tong Fengju walked over without waiting for Gu Haoran's response. Seeing this, Gu Haoran's face darkened, and he was even more angry. But now that things have come to this, he can't turn against Tong Fengju in front of so many people. So he can only give orders with a cold face, and then follow him with his sleeves swung. In response, the ministers naturally dared not say a word, and could only lower their heads and communicate with their eyes secretly, wondering why the Empress, who used to be calm and polite, would be like this today. In the compartment, as the soundproof band was opened, Gu Haoran could no longer hold back his anger, and glared at Tong Fengju with a sullen face. Empress, no matter how big the matter is, you can't just barge in like this. Where does my dignity stand if you do this? Tong Fengjiao gritted her teeth, not wanting to dwell on this point, and went straight to the point. Emperor, this is about the survival of our ancient dynasty. I have no choice but to do this. Next, Tong Fengjiao told Gu Haoran the contents of the secret letter and related matters. When Gu Haoran heard such a frightening news, he was stunned on the spot, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But when he finally calmed down, he immediately shook his head. Impossible. How can there be such a horrible method in the world? Even if Yenner's soul can be replaced, his memory cannot be taken away. Right? Regarding the matter of Queen Mother Hao Yuan Qiu Chunning, it is only one-sided words from Daxia. Who can be sure of the truth? Daxia has always been ambitious, and now it has declared war on our ancient dynasty without declaring war. How can we believe their words? The more Gu Haoran spoke, the more certain he became. Out of his strong hatred for Daxia, he instinctively regarded this secret letter as a conspiracy. Tong Fengju frowned and said calmly, Your Majesty, this is about the survival of our ancient dynasty. We must be extremely cautious, not to mention that some facts are indeed consistent with the contents of the secret letter. Even if this is really false, even if it is just to be on the safe side, we must verify it carefully. After all, if it is true, our ancient dynasty will be completely finished. By then, it will be too late to regret. In addition, I have sent someone to Baishao Pavilion to verify. If Qiu Chunning is not a member of the Sea Elf tribe, it's fine. But if it is true, then Yenner. Chapter 324 Danger. Gu Haoran still didn't care about Tong Fengjiao's words on the surface, but he was a little scared in his heart. He ordered Gu Shiyan to supervise the army. If the secret letter was true, this move would be a disaster. Therefore, while waiting for the intelligence results, Gu Haoran sent a secret order to Long Jin, the head of the wilderness department, ordering him to immediately verify the whereabouts of the prince and the movements of the various armies under the command of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis. After a while, a eunuch came to the door of the compartment. Your Majesty, the Emperor and the Empress, Chunqiao asked to see you, saying that there is something urgent. Chunqiao, this is the personal maid who served Tong Fengju before. Tong Fengju was refreshed and said in a hurry, Hurry up and announce it. Gu Haoran seemed calm on the surface, but he couldn't help but get nervous in his heart. Announce it? Yes. Soon. Chunqiao lowered her head and hurried into the hall. Seeing this, Su Guanqiong, Ten Yahui and others who were still waiting quietly in the hall looked at each other quietly. Their expressions became more suspicious. They couldn't figure out what happened, so that His Majesty and the Empress had a long private conversation and were reluctant to come out. Now, the personal maids around the Empress were called in again, and their expressions seemed heavy and nervous. I really don't know what the situation behind this is. In the compartment, Chunqiao saluted the two and started to report directly. Your Majesty, Empress, the person I sent to Baishao Pavilion to inquire about intelligence has responded. According to the feedback, the current Queen Mother Hao Yuan Qiu Chunning is indeed not herself. Her real identity is a strong man of the Sea Elf tribe. As soon as these words came out, Tong Fengjia's body shook and her face turned slightly pale. Gu Haoran also glared, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The eyes of the two kept changing. But they didn't rush to speak, and continued to listen to Chuenchi's report. As for His Royal Highness, in addition to the free visit fee paid by the Imperial Court, someone in Baishao Pavilion has added a weight for his true identity to be free of investigation. So we can't get the answer from Baishao Pavilion. In addition, our people also tried to buy His Royal Highness's experience after the Jinmin incident. But they were also paid for free visits. Tong Fingju bit her lip to stay calm, waved her hand and said, "You go down first." "Yes." After Chun Qiao left, Tong Fingju looked at Gu Haoran with a bitter face. "Emperor, the answer may have been placed in front of us." Gu Haoran shook his head and pretended to be calm. "Don't panic. Maybe these free visits were paid by the prince himself?" Although he said so, Gu Haoran's heartbeat was constantly accelerating. "Wait here for a while. I will go to arrange some matters." After that, Gu Haoran left the compartment and dismissed most of the ministers in the hall, leaving only Su Guanxiong and Tan Yahui. The prince has been around a lot of people in the past 2 years, but he has basically no contact with these two. Moreover, these two are the real pillars of Huanggu, and two of his most trusted ministers. Gu Haoran still trusts them very much. But even so, Gu Haoran did not rashly talk to the two about this matter, but issued several secret orders in succession and sent his confidants to quickly convey the orders. After doing all this, Gu Haoran stayed on the throne and waited quietly without saying a word. Su Guanxiong and Tan Yahui frowned secretly, and finally couldn't hold their breath after waiting for a long time. "Your Majesty, what happened?" "Yes, Your Majesty. What kind of incident is more important than dealing with the threat of the Great Xia dynasty? You have already decided to send the two armies to support the two battlefields. Should you issue an imperial edict to let them leave immediately? If you delay any further, I'm afraid the situation on the front line will become unfavorable." However, facing the questions of the two, Gu Haoran still refused to give an answer, but said with a gloomy face, "Don't worry, my two beloved ministers. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Wait a minute, and it won't be too late to talk about other things after you get a reply." In this way, the four people were in different positions, thinking about their own things, and no longer communicated. It was not until 2 or 3/4 of an hour later that Long Jin hurried over, and all this was broken. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. No need to be polite. Just speak quickly." Gu Haoran waved his hands impatiently, staring at Long Jin and urging him. Long Jin glanced at Su Guanxiong and Tan Yahui, took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, originally in the sight of my Savage Division spies, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had been staying in the army. But after receiving your order, I asked someone to check carefully, and found that the Crown Prince was actually just a substitute, and the real Crown Prince's whereabouts are currently unknown. In addition, General Zhendong Qi Hongyuan is also not in the army, and no one knows where he went. Finally, regarding the movements of the various armies of the East Wasteland Marquis, after careful investigation by the Savage Division spies, it was found that most of its troops stayed in the original camp, but stepped up their war preparations, and the camp gates were also guarded. It seems that they are ready to set off and fight at any time, and they should be actively responding to possible surprise attacks from the Songming Imperial Dynasty. But several other elite troops of the East Wasteland Marquis have disappeared in the camp, and their whereabouts are currently unknown." Hearing this, Gu Haoran's face turned ashen, with shock and anger in his eyes, and he couldn't help but slam the table hard. Tan Yahui and Su Guanxiong were dazed and at a loss. From these intelligence, they were keenly aware that something was wrong, but they were not sure what it was. Or, they had some guesses, but because it was too scary, they did not dare to think deeply about it. At this time, Tong Fingju suddenly walked out of the compartment, looking anxious. "Your Majesty, all these anomalies cannot be coincidences. The facts are very clear, and we must respond immediately." Gu Haoran gritted his teeth, with surging anger in his eyes. "Damn it! Damn the Sea Elves! Damn Shintu Ma Xiong!" Hearing Tong Fingju's words and Gu Haoran's angry shouts, Tan Yahui and Su Guanxiong looked confused. "Your Majesty, what happened? You mentioned the Sea Elves. Could it be that the mysterious Sea Elves have joined forces with the Eastern Wilderness Marquis to plot against the Imperial Dynasty?" "Yes, Your Majesty. What is going on? You also asked the Dragon Lord to check the whereabouts of the prince. Could it be that the prince has also colluded with them?" This, looking at the two ministers who were in doubt and at a loss. and Long Jin, who was also somewhat confused. Gu Haoran finally stopped hiding it. Not long ago, someone sent a secret letter to the Emperor and Empress. The secret letter said that the prince had actually been murdered during his imprisonment by Shintu Ma Xiong after the Jianmen incident. The current prince is actually the result of the CLs using some secret means to replace him. In addition, the CLs have controlled Dongwang Ho Shintu Ma Xiong a long time ago. Finally, the letter also said that the CLs want to use the prince and Dongwang Ho to overthrow the imperial dynasty, and let the prince use his current identity to launch a mutiny, so as to legitimately usurp the rule of my ancient dynasty. After listening to Gu Haoran's explanation, the three ministers were shocked and pale, and their bodies trembled slightly. Because if all these are true, it would be too terrible. Your Majesty, is this true or false? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was actually replaced. This is too unbelievable. Hearing Tan Yahui's murmur, Gu Haoran snorted coldly and said, At first, I didn't believe it at all. But now, from all the signs, it seems that it can't be false. Su Guanqiong narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly said seriously, Your Majesty, if all this is true, it will be troublesome. From the information provided by Lord Long, the other party should have already started, and the first target must be the imperial capital. Therefore, I suggest that we immediately order martial law in the imperial capital and mobilize the army to attack the imperial capital. Gather all the officials to strengthen the defense of the imperial capital. In addition, measures should be taken against the ministers who are closely related to the prince, either closely monitoring them or imprisoning them first to prevent any accidents. Finally, the number of ministers that the prince has secretly communicated with in the past 2 years is probably countless, and the network they have woven by using the prince's identity is probably beyond imagination. Therefore, I think that we should spread the word to the court officials, saying that the current prince is fake, so as to prevent the fake prince from using the prince's identity to make a call, and everyone will respond, causing a mess. Hearing Su Guanqiong's last words, Tong Fengjia's face changed. Although all the current signs point to the worst situation, it cannot be confirmed 100% after all. What if there is another reason? What if the prince is real? Then once this rumor spreads, doesn't it mean that the prince will never be able to get the throne from now on? Therefore, Tong Fengjia immediately said, the news should not be ignored. It can easily cause large-scale panic. Su Guanqiong glanced at Tong Fengjia, frowned slightly and said, Empress, compared with the possible horrific consequences, I think a little panic is acceptable. Moreover, Empress, forgive me for being blunt. The most dangerous force now is probably the Tongyi Mountains Worship Hall. Tong Fengjia gritted her teeth and said coldly, I will contact Tongyi Mountain immediately to ensure that they will not lose control. Su Guanqiong opened his mouth, thought for a while, and finally bowed his head and stopped insisting. Gu Haoran glanced at the two of them, and when he was about to say something, another voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the Deputy Chief of the Wilderness Department wants to see you. Announce. Yes. Soon. A strong man strode in. Your Majesty, the Eastern spies have reported that a large number of troops under the Eastern Desolate Marquis have left the camp and are heading west. In addition, General Qi Hongyuan, the Eastern Guardian, is still missing, and his million-strong army is now under the command of Deputy Commander Xiao Shun. After hearing these two pieces of information, the faces of the people in the hall instantly became extremely ugly. If there was still doubt before, it is now 100% certain. Eastern Desolate Marquis Shintu Ma Xiong is openly rebelling, and that Xiao Shun is one of the main figures that the prince has been trying to win over in the past 2 years. This also means that Qi Hongyuan is likely to have been killed. And it also means that the million-strong imperial army has become the enemy's power. Chapter 325 Mutiny. Out of control. That night, in a manor somewhere in the west of the ancient imperial capital, in a secret palace under the manor, many people were busy in a tense and orderly manner. And from time to time, there were powerful figures coming in and out of the main hall of the secret palace. At this moment, in the main hall, more than a dozen people were changing clothes. Among them, a young man was standing at the innermost side. After a careful look, it was found that this person was the crown prince of the ancient imperial dynasty, Gu Shuryan. Everyone, the God-given opportunity to change the dynasty and become a marquis and prime minister will come soon. Tonight is destined to go down in history. Please! As Gu Shuryan bowed with a sincere face, the dozen people opposite him immediately showed a look of fear and trepidation, and excitedly clasped their fists and said, I swear to serve His Royal Highness the Crown Prince until death. Gu Shiyan nodded with satisfaction. And when he was about to say something else, a slender figure suddenly walked in from the side door behind him. Seeing this, Gu Shiyan frowned slightly, asked everyone to leave, and asked the people behind to wait for a while. Then looked at the newcomer. Why are you here? The newcomer stepped forward, moved from the darkness to the light, and his figure was completely revealed. Looking closely, I saw that this woman had fair skin and smart eyes, but her hair was a strange blue, and her ears were a little pointed, which was slightly different from the human race. In fact, this woman was Hai Qingji, the contemporary saint of the CLs. Although Hai Qingji's appearance was only top-notch, and she was not included in the beauty list, she had a taste that was quite different from ordinary human women, full of foreign customs. Something happened. Hai Qingji glanced at Gu Shiyan and uttered 3 crisp words calmly. Gu Shiyan's eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly asked, What happened? Our plot seems to have been exposed. Hearing Hai Qingji's answer, Gu Shiyan was stunned at first, and then smiled with relief. Isn't this something that has been expected? Once my father's army moved, Qi Hongyuan has not shown up yet. Even if the Emperor's spies are stupid and slow, they should have reacted. It's okay. They defend themselves, and we do ours. It doesn't matter. By the time they react, the world will have changed. Hai Qingji wrinkled his nose and said casually, I mean all. Not just there. Gu Shiyan's pupil shrank slightly, and his smile slowly disappeared. All? What do you mean? More than 2 hours ago. You should know about the unusual movements in the palace. Right? Hai Qingji did not answer immediately, but asked back. Of course. The Empress also ran away. In the end, only she, Gu Haoran, Su Guanqiong, Tan Yahui, Long Jin, and the other 5 people had a long secret conversation in the hall. Gu Shiyan nodded affirmatively, frowning and said, But what does this have to do with what you said? Didn't they do this because they received intelligence about unusual movements in the east? Of course not. You think too simply. Hai Qingji glanced at Gu Shiyan, still speaking in a soft voice, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. The clan suspects that they may have known everything, including the existence of our clan, your identity, and even our entire plot. Hearing this, Gu Shiyan's face changed instantly. This is impossible. Even among the clan, these top secrets are only known by a very limited number of senior officials. How could the people of the ancient dynasty know about it? The current Gu Shiyan is actually Shintushio, the legitimate son of Dong Wang Ho, and Shintushio's mother is a sea elf. He is also half a sea elf, so he is more receptive to this identity. Of course, whether this recognition comes from the heart or paves the way for his own great cause is unknown. Seeing Gu Shiyan's reaction, Hai Qingji's contempt in her eyes became stronger. With this kind of mentality, is he worthy of being her man? Is he worthy of leading the CLs? Your nominal mother has sent an imperial decree to the top leaders of Tongyi Mountain, asking them to refuse to execute any of your orders, and even implicitly disclose that you are a fake prince. Such a change has happened. Do you still think it is impossible? Hearing this, Gu Shiyan's face turned pale in an instant, and he was a little at a loss. How could this happen? How could this happen? Doesn't this mean that our arrangements are all over? In my plan, the worship court and related forces are a very critical link tonight. Now that this link has been strangled, the entire operation will inevitably suffer a huge blow and damage. Although Gu Shiyan has not received a warning from Tong Yashan's confidant, he did not doubt Hai Qingji's words. The CLs have a large layout, and it is not uncommon to place a chess piece in the upper echelons of the worship court. What are you panicking about? Hai Qingji scolded with regret, but remained calm and composed. That's just your plan, not the plan of the clan. For this day, the clan has worked hard for a long time. How can it not be foolproof? Although this incident will force the clan to show up from behind the scenes in advance, things have come to this point, and we can only continue to move forward. After listening to Hai Qingji's words, Gu Shiyan calmed down a little. Yes, with the support of the clan. What can they do even if they know? Everything is too late. Now the army of the imperial dynasty is either on the front line or on the border. There are very few forces that can be transferred to guard the imperial capital in time, and it is impossible to change the overall situation. At this point, Gu Shiyan calmed down completely, and his heart became more and more determined. Then what should we do next? Should we disrupt the entire plan and redeploy it? Hai Qingji shook his head and said in a low voice, It's too late. And there is no need. Now they have not directly disclosed your true identity. which means that they are only guessing. But there is no evidence, and they can't confirm it 100%. In this case, the main body of the plan will not be affected. What needs to be adjusted is only some arrangements involving the worship courtyard, and some other related arrangements of the imperial dynasty's high-level officials. I have already drafted the direction and strategy of the adjustment here. You take the time to take a look. If there is no problem, arrange it immediately and start it according to the original time. While speaking, Hai Qingji handed a booklet to Gu Shiyan. Gu Shiyan took it and quickly scanned it. When he finished reading it, he couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Hai Qingji. He didn't expect that this saintly woman had such ability. Very detailed and thorough. Just adjust it according to this. Hai Qingji nodded and said in a calm voice, the whole plan still needs you to personally command and issue orders. As for difficulties and changes, the clan will keep an eye on them and respond at any time. So you don't have to feel any pressure. Okay. Gu Shiyan nodded heavily, and his confidence was stronger. The night was falling, and the dark clouds covered the moon. It was a good time to kill people. In the darkness, there were frequent internal strife in the army in the city, and the city gates and corresponding formations were open in a bloody color, allowing the army outside the city to enter in a stream. At the south gate, a blood-stained deputy lieutenant spat blood on the corpse of the lieutenant on the ground, then looked up at the army that was constantly pouring into the city from outside the city, and let out a long breath. After resting for a while against the battlement, a silly smile gradually appeared on the face of the deputy lieutenant. When he thought of the happy things, his eyes were shining and his face was red with excitement. He was fortunate to be recruited by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself, although he didn't know the specific details of the big change tonight. Looking at this scene, even a fool could guess something. The army entering the city was the elite under the command of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis, and he was ordered by the prince to welcome them into the city. Doesn't this mean that the Eastern Wilderness Marquis has secretly pledged allegiance to His Royal Highness the Prince? Perhaps, after tonight, the sky of the ancient dynasty will completely change. By then, won't he be a great hero who follows the dragon? With such a great achievement, he can already imagine what kind of generous reward he will receive. However, before he can be happy for too long, fierce shouts and fighting sounds suddenly sounded from a distance. The deputy lieutenant was startled, and when he turned his head and looked for a while, he suddenly became a little suspicious, because that direction seemed to be the vanguard of this army, and it seemed that the fighting was very fierce. But there shouldn't be any imperial army in that place. Just when he was a little confused, he heard shouts and fighting sounds from outside the city, and in the various colors of fire and light beams. He also saw many warships looming in the air. Such a change not only made the deputy lieutenant of the city gate a little confused, but even the soldiers of the East Wasteland Army were also frightened and somewhat at a loss, because they were attacked from both the inside and the outside at the same time. Doesn't this mean that they encountered an ambush that was prepared in advance? Seeing that the situation became chaotic and confusing, the deputy lieutenant's original joy instantly disappeared, replaced by panic and uneasiness. From the scene, this seems to be a trap set by the court for ambitious people. If this is really a well-prepared trap, then what kind of experience will he, who seems to be a rebel, face? In fact, at this moment, there are many chaotic scenes and hesitant people like this. In this originally heavily guarded and strongly defended imperial capital, the garrison army, the rebels, the East Wasteland Army, the secret elite army of the court, and other armies are staging an extremely chaotic battle. In such a battle, both the defending party and the attacking party have gradually lost control of the situation. In addition to the fighting between the armies, the contests between various masters and strongmen, various assassinations and counterattacks, various actions of instigating and suppressing rebels, and even the tricks and fights of spies from other forces are also in full swing. The situation is evolving towards the direction of losing control at a very fast speed. And for this large-scale out-of-control situation, whether it is the court, the mutiny and rebellion, or other spies and organizations that are still unclear about the situation, perhaps they have never expected it. Chapter 326 Chaos. No choice but to withdraw. Imperial Palace. In the magnificent palace, Gu Haoran kept walking back and forth in front of the throne on the steps, anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Although the rebels had not yet reached the palace, the corrupt and chaotic war situation had already made him lose his mind. In addition to Gu Haoran, there were many ministers and generals in the hall, and even the sand table of the imperial capital in the military strategy hall was moved over. A bunch of generals, who had never served as military commanders were busy and nervous in front of the sand table. In addition, there were many guards and eunuchs who kept running in and out, passing on messages, which were either reflected in the enemy and friendly situation on the sand table, or depicted the results of the current competition between various strong men and the results of suppressing the rebels, etc. The West 5th Inner City Gate was captured by the enemy? Ridiculous. Didn't our army recapture the road leading there? How could it be captured again? Where did these enemy troops come from? Immediately order the Central Guard Army front camp to send a part to support. We must recapture the West 5th Inner City Gate. The main gate of the South Outer City was recaptured by the Chunghwa camp. Well done. I knew Chunghwa camp would not make any mistakes. Send a message to Chunghwa camp, ordering them to hold on, and at the same time order the nearby troops to quickly move in to support them. And we must not let the rebels take over the position again. The main force of the North camp of the garrison army was defeated, and General Schwanha fought. Death? How could this happen? Didn't the previous intelligence say that General Schwanha had stabilized the war situation? The Tiger Evil Army cooperated with the main force of the East camp of the garrison army to surround the Xinhuang army of the Eastern Wasteland Marquis? Beautiful. What? The East camp of the garrison army turned against the enemy, and the Tiger Evil Army's General Qingguo rebelled, causing the Xinhuang army to regain the initiative on the battlefield? Damn it! How could this happen? It's a mess. It's all a mess. Watching the enemy and our flags on the sand table constantly changing. A group of generals shouted and issued orders frequently, sometimes clapping their hands happily, sometimes shouting excitedly, sometimes yelling angrily, or roaring and jumping. It was much more chaotic and noisy than a vegetable market. But this kind of chaos is not just limited to the generals. It also appears in the ranks of civil officials on the other side. Dr. Xue was assassinated? Asshole. Dr. Xue has been retired for more than 10 years. How dare those villains kill him? Minister Lu Wenjue served as a pioneer for the rebels? Damn it! I knew this fence-sitter was unreliable. He is really a rebellious man with a rebellious mind. Immediately order the patrol officers to go out and cut this rebel into pieces. Hang his head on the roof of Songyu Tower to warn all those who dare to rebel. The south warehouse of the Ordnance Department was attacked by a large group of black-clad men. And they succeeded? Asshole. Those soldiers on duty. What are the soldiers for? How could such an important place be destroyed so easily? Is there a traitor? The residence of the king of Chanshan was bloodbathed by a mysterious person? This is simply crazy. Even the royal family members dared to be killed. Large-scale burning, killing and looting occurred on Nanling Avenue? Bastard. This damn Xingwen. What is his patrol department for? How could such a big mess happen? 2 supreme-level strongmen fought in Tianwen Pavilion and turned the surrounding area into ruins? Who are these people? How could they kill innocent people like this? Damn it! What happened? It looks like all the monsters and demons hidden in the dark world of the imperial capital have all come out. Are they all crazy? The hall was noisy. Sometimes the messengers accidentally bumped into each other, and sometimes there were conflicts between several orders, which further aggravated the chaotic situation. In this hall, in the decision-making center of the court, such farces like children playing would be staged constantly. Not to mention the extremely chaotic situation in the imperial capital now. Gu Haoran had a big head, but he couldn't care about these details now. He could only focus his limited energy on the main factors that affected the victory or defeat of the entire battle. Where is the main force of the Gongfenjuan? Why haven't they entered the city yet? Hearing Gu Haoran shout, a minister hurried forward to respond. Your Majesty, the main force of the Gongfenjuan had a big purge before setting off, eliminating all the restless factors. So it took a lot of time. But Your Majesty, don't worry. When I contacted them a quarter of an hour ago, they were already on the road, and I believe they will be able to enter the city soon. Hearing the response, Gu Haoran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But his face was still not good. Keep contacting. Tell them to rush to help as quickly as possible. Yes. The man just nodded. But the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and even his body trembled. Your Majesty, there is news from the Gongfenjuan that they encountered a group of strongmen blocking them more than 10 miles outside the city, and they are currently in a tough battle. Gu Haoran's pupil shrank, and then he shouted angrily. What did you say? A tough fight? The Gongfenjuan is the base camp of the Imperial Dynasty's upper-level military forces, and the sharpest blade of the Imperial Dynasty. What kind of blocking force can put them in a tough fight? Did they really all surrender to that damn fake prince and want to rebel? The minister's face turned pale, and he hurriedly reported in fear and trepidation, "Your Majesty, calm down. The main force of the Gongfengjiwen did encounter an obstruction. This is the result of the summary of 3 intelligence reports. The intelligence shows that those who intercepted and blocked them are all real strong men, and their methods are strange. They should all be strong men of the CLs." Gu Haoran's heart was shocked, and his face became extremely ugly. Damn CLs! They are not hiding it at all. Are they ready to show their cards completely? Faced with Gu Haoran's angry shout, the minister didn't know how to answer, and could only lower his head and remain silent. Of course, Gu Haoran didn't expect the other party to give him a decent response. After secretly getting angry for a while, his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Have you found the whereabouts of the evil thief who pretended to be the prince?" "Your Majesty, not yet." This answer came from another person, a member of the Wilderness Division. Gu Haoran's cheek muscles twitched with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Tell Long Jin that at all costs, he must find the whereabouts of the thief before the enemy army attacks the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, he doesn't have to come to see me again." The official of the Wilderness Division felt a chill in his heart and bowed his head to accept the order. "Yes." At this time, the Prime Minister Tan Yahue hurried in from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, General Su was assassinated on the front line just now." "What?" Gu Haoran was immediately shocked and looked extremely nervous. "How is the general now?" "Your Majesty, don't worry. Although General Su was assassinated, he was protected by the Supreme Emperor of the court. The other party did not succeed and General Su was not injured." After hearing Tan Yahue's answer, Gu Haoran breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not bad. It's not bad. Your Majesty, General Su believes that the rebels are well prepared, although he is confident of defeating the current enemy. If the CL's army directly participates, he does not have full confidence in ensuring the safety of the imperial capital. This is why he did not use the 2 armies. In addition, part of the main force of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis and the million-strong army that rebelled are rushing towards the imperial capital. To deal with them, the troops drawn from the northern border are obviously far from enough to resist. Therefore, General Su asks you to issue an order immediately, ordering the 2 armies attacking the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect to withdraw immediately, and withdraw the main force to support the imperial capital." Hearing this, Gu Haoran frowned and hesitated. "In order to take down Mongxi and the Tianying sect, our Huanggu dynasty has been planning for a long time, and it seems that we can completely swallow them up in a few days. In this case, if we withdraw like this..." Tan Yahue naturally understands Gu Haoran's unwillingness. Even he is extremely unwilling. But even if he is unwilling, what can he do? Now the situation has deteriorated to this point. They have no choice. "Your Majesty, I fully agree with General Su. No one could have thought that the situation would develop to this point. If we can really hold on for a few more days, we can take down Mongxi and Tianyingzong. With the strength of the imperial dynasty, we may not be able to fight. But the key problem is that the Great Xia dynasty has been involved. If we fight with Great Xia, even if there is hope of winning, it will not be done in a short time. So, since there is no hope, it is better to be decisive and withdraw all the troops before fighting with the Great Xia army. In this way, we can preserve our strength and use the best. If not, if the dynasty is occupied by rebels, even if the Mongxi dynasty and Tianying sect are finally conquered, it will only benefit those damned rebels and the insidious CLs in vain. Finally, we still have to guard against the 2 powerful neighbors, the Songming dynasty and the Chunhua Holy Church. If it was before, they naturally dared not extend their claws. But now, therefore, I beg your Majesty to issue an order as soon as possible, ordering the 2 armies of the Western expedition to withdraw and return to support." After listening to Tan Yahue's advice, Gu Haoran was silent. If possible, he really didn't want to give up, because this was not just a matter of unwillingness, but also unbearable frustration and pain. The Huanggu dynasty spent a lot of effort and preparation for a long time, and finally defeated the living forces of the Mongxi dynasty and Tianying sect, and was about to reap the fruits of victory. But who would have thought that the Daxia dynasty suddenly jumped out at the most critical moment and got involved in this war? If Huanggu withdraws now, it will be like sending a ripe peach to the Xia's mouth for nothing. He struggled hard for a long time, but in the end, he got the advantage of his enemy, who had always made him hate him. How could he not be depressed? How could he be willing? However, As Tan Yahui said, if he did not decisively withdraw the two armies in time, he would face the danger of national destruction. He still knew which was more important. Therefore, after a long silence, Gu Haoran sighed and waved his hand weakly. Pass on my order. Order the two armies to withdraw and return to the west. Chapter 327 Taking Advantage of the Fire? Tianbei Territory. Chunhua Holy Church. Holy City. Holy Temple. On the throne with 9 stars surrounding the moon and dazzling light, a noble figure wearing a silver-red crown sat quietly. The Chunhua ancient wooden screen behind the throne was magnificent, adding a lot of vast and mysterious majesty to this figure. There is no doubt that this noble and mysterious existence is the leader of Chunhua Holy Church, Luo Mingtao. Luo Mingtao's mystery is not only for the outside world, but also for the inside. Not to mention the others. There are less than 100 senior members of Chunhua Holy Church who have seen Luo Mingtao's true face. At this moment, in addition to Luo Mingtao and the palace attendants, there are more than a dozen senior members of the church standing in an orderly manner in the hall. Your Excellency, the ancient dynasty is in chaos, and the military strength of its northern border has also dropped to the lowest point. This is a golden opportunity for the Holy Church. Therefore, I think that we should immediately mobilize the army and launch an attack on the ancient dynasty. As soon as this person opened his mouth, people immediately echoed him, and they accounted for the majority. But where there are agreeing, there are also oppositions. Your Excellency, I think that we should continue to act according to the established strategy. Focus all our attention on this region, and concentrate all our energy to unify the entire Tianbei region in the shortest possible time. Only by completely unifying the Tianbei region and eliminating all future troubles can the Holy Church usher in a period of vigorous development in the shortest possible time. If we divide our attention and divide our troops to attack the ancient dynasty at this time, let alone how much results we can achieve, it will at least affect the process of unifying the Tianbei region. And it is even difficult to guarantee that other chaos will not arise. Besides, it is now clear that the CLs are behind the ancient chaos. We know almost nothing about the true background of the CLs. In this case, if we send troops to Huanggu again, it will only tie up Huanggu's hands and feet and help the CLs, which is not very cost-effective. In addition, after we occupy Tianbei territory, we will need some time to digest what we have gained. If we continue to fight with Songming dynasty, Moro dynasty, CLs, Daxia dynasty, etc. in the territory of Huanggu dynasty, it will not be a good thing for the Holy Church. Therefore, I hope that the church master can seriously consider it. As soon as this person finished speaking, the person who spoke earlier immediately snorted and refuted. What Qishou's was said is a bit of a boost to others' ambitions and a loss of his own prestige. With the foundation of the Holy Church, it doesn't need to use all means to unify the Tianbei territory. The current war situation is a clear proof. Looking at the battlefields in all directions, they are almost winning one after another. They can't pose a threat to the Holy Church at all. And now, the ancient dynasty has only more than 1 million troops left in the northern border. Even if we only withdraw more than 3 million troops, it will be enough to win a big victory. Not to mention the big victory. Even if we are conservative, we can take over the ancient northern border. Right? Such a godsend opportunity. How can we give it up in vain? The person called Qishou's glanced at the man with an indifferent expression. Song Shozhua, how can the world struggle be obsessed with the gains and losses of a time and a place? Don't forget that after unifying the Tianbei territory, the Holy Church will have full contact with the ancient dynasty, the Songming dynasty, the Tianji Tower that is unifying the Tianji territory, and the Moro dynasty that is unifying the Tianji territory. By then, the Holy Church will be truly surrounded by enemies. If we are distracted in the territory of the ancient dynasty, how much power can we use to defend the 4 directions? Hearing the rebuttal of Qi, Song was unconvinced. The ancient dynasty is in chaos. Not to mention the Moro dynasty and Tianji Tower, which are not bordering it. At least the Songming dynasty will definitely send troops. We can't just watch the Songming dynasty reap the benefits and grow rapidly. Right? Qi chuckled and said confidently, if the Songming dynasty really sends troops, it will be a good thing for the Holy Church. The Songming dynasty is different from the Holy Church. The areas adjacent to the ancient dynasty are all the territory of the eastern wilderness Marquis Shintumaxiong. And now the situation is very clear. Shintumaxiong has been clearly controlled by the CLs. Since the CLs regard the ancient dynasty as their own possession, how can they be so strong? It can tolerate the Emperor Songming to pick the peach in the feet. Teaching the respect? The humble believes that once that Songming Emperor really sent troops to attack the ancient emperor's dynasty, it would definitely not be much beneficial. Not to mention whether the two sides will bite the dog's mouth and fight with each other. At least let us judge the heritage of the Sea Elf clan. There is no need to compete. Tian Song territory. Songming dynasty. Imperial capital. Imperial palace. Interesting. Really interesting. The ancient prince suffered great humiliation from Shintu Maxiong. But he not only did not hate him, but also stood together with Shintu Maxiong and launched a tough palace coup with the support of the Sea Elves. Song Yongyuan walked slowly with his hands behind his back and said with a smile. His expression was playful. Tell me, how did Shintu Maxiong let go of the pain of killing his son? How did Gu Shiyan make peace with Shintu Maxiong? And what kind of relationship is there between Gu Shiyan and the Sea Elves? Are they using each other? Or who controls whom? The imperial censor Bao Yicai stepped forward and said with a smile, Your Majesty, I think that from all the current signs, it is most likely that Gu Shiyan is controlled by the Sea Elves. Because only in this way can everything make sense. Gu Shiyan and Shintu Maxiong are both controlled by the Sea Elves. They are equivalent to the slaves of the Sea Elves. They can only do what their masters want them to do. Song Yongyuan glanced at Bao Yicai and smiled lightly. Oh? Really? Why do I feel that this doesn't seem so simple? Just as Bao Yicai was about to say more, the head of the listening department, Eng Xianjuan, suddenly moved his expression and stood up. Your Majesty, the news just came that it is said that the rumors that Gu Shiyan, who appeared in the high level of Huanggu, are the fake prince. Fake prince? All the Songming ministers were stunned. But Song Yongyuan raised his eyebrows without showing much surprise. As if he had guessed it long ago. Bao Yicai clapped his hands. His eyes lit up and said, Your Majesty, I understand. That Gu Shiyan must have been replaced by the Sea Elves in some unknown strange way. The current Gu Shiyan is actually no longer the prince of the ancient times. If my guess is correct, the source of all this is very likely in the Jianmin incident. As the prince of the ancient times, the protection around Gu Shiyan cannot be few or weak. Even if the means of the Sea Elves are strange, they can't find any opportunities under normal circumstances. But after the Jianmin incident, Gu Shiyan was imprisoned alone, which completely gave the Sea Elves an extremely perfect opportunity. Perhaps it was at that time that the real prince of the ancient times was replaced silently. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid the entire Jianmin duel was a conspiracy of the Sea Elves, including the death of Shintu Xiu, the son of Shintu Maxiong, is also part of the conspiracy. Speaking of this, Bao Yicai suddenly frowned, revealing a puzzled look. But there is one thing I can't figure out. How did Shintu Maxiong accept this painful price? After all, Shintu Xiu is Shintu Maxiong's legitimate son, and he is the most talented, most beloved, and most valued legitimate son. How could Shintu Maxiong be willing to sacrifice Shintu Xiu? Even if Shintu Maxiong is controlled by the Sea Elves, his thinking ability cannot be controlled. By doing this, aren't the Sea Elves afraid that the venomous snake will bite back one day? This is a good question. Song Yongyuan looked at Bao Yicai with appreciation, then stopped and said meaningfully, But what if Shintu Xiu is not really dead? Bao Yicai was stunned and frowned. Our secret agent personally observed Shintu Xiu's body, and Shintu Xiu was also buried in public. It shouldn't be a fake death. Right? After speaking, Bao Yicai suddenly widened his eyes, as if he thought of something. Your Majesty, don't you mean that Shintu Xiu is dead, but his soul is still alive? And he even took advantage of some mysterious method to occupy Gu Shiyan's body? When these words came out, everyone in the hall changed color. Soul exchange? Is there such a bizarre method in the world? The Sea Elves are extremely mysterious. Maybe they have such a secret method. If this guess is true, doesn't it mean that the current Gu Shiyan is actually Shintu Xiu? This is too shocking. But if the facts are really like this, then everything makes perfect sense. The Sea Elves played this trick beautifully, using Shintu Xiu to steal the entire regime of the ancient dynasty. If it is done well, it can even be concealed from the whole day. It's a pity that they are too anxious. If they wait a few more years, until Shintu Xiu uses his status as the prince to control more power, maybe they can really do it quietly. Strange. It should not be so difficult for them to successfully coup under such an amazing layout. Why is it so chaotic now? Perhaps the Huanggu dynasty found something at a critical moment, or someone who knows the news secretly. After piecing together the answer that is most likely the truth, Song Yongyuan returned to the throne and raised his hand. Okay, now it's time to talk about business. What do you think? Do we take the opportunity to send troops to Huanggu? Hearing Sun Yongyuan's question, a group of Songming ministers spoke out one after another. Some supported sending troops, and some opposed, and the two opinions were basically equal. In the end, after careful consideration, Sun Yongyuan finally made a decision. He planned to send an army to launch a tentative attack. Its main purpose was not to really occupy the Huanggu territory, but to test the weight of the CLs. Chapter 328 Shoot the horse before shooting the man. Ancient Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace. As time went on, mixed news continued to arrive, and the war and chaos showed no sign of abating, but rather intensified. At cockcrow, several more pieces of news came in succession. Report: the troops of the Gongfengjiwen lost a fierce battle with the enemy in the western suburbs of the imperial capital, and many were killed in the battle. The remaining wounded have retreated to Tongyi Mountain. Report: under the command of the Taiwei, our army has defeated the three main forces of the rebels. We are currently encircling and eliminating the remaining enemies in multiple directions. Only one main force of the rebels is still resisting. Report: mysterious warships and troops were found outside the city, and the specific scale is still unclear. Upon hearing the first piece of news, everyone's heart sank, and the atmosphere in the palace suddenly became depressing. The strong men of the Gongfengjiwen are the cornerstone of the imperial dynasty. But now, they have been defeated miserably, and they have not even touched the walls of the imperial capital. It can be seen that the strong men of the CLs are numerous and powerful. However, with the arrival of the second piece of news, the originally oppressive atmosphere instantly relaxed a lot, and some people even showed a relieved smile on their faces. However, before they could be happy for long, the third piece of news that followed immediately swept away this joy. With the preparation of the court, it was not easy to defeat the main force of the rebels, and it must have suffered heavy losses. Now, some mysterious armies suddenly appeared, and they simply did not give them a chance to breathe. Almost without thinking too much, everyone can guess the origin of these mysterious armies. In addition to the CLs, what other forces can get involved? Although it is unknown how powerful and how large the CL's army is, since the CLs can be the behind-the-scenes force of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis and the fake prince, it must not be weaker than the Eastern Wilderness Marquis army. Now, although most of the elite armies under the command of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis and the rebels who surrendered to the fake prince were defeated, the CLs attacked their exhausted army with their full strength. The pressure and unpredictable situation can be imagined. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became much heavier. On the throne, the muscles at the corners of Gu Haoran's mouth twitched, and a flash of anxious anger flashed in his tired and red pupils. Long Jean. This waste. It has been so long. And he hasn't found the trace of the thief yet? Hearing Gu Haoran's roar, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads, and no one dared to stand up and answer. At this moment, another figure rushed in from outside the hall. Report: Master Long found the hiding place of the fake prince. As this news came, the people in the hall were immediately refreshed, and their hearts were slightly relieved. As for Gu Haoran, after a moment of stunned, he was overjoyed. Good. Good. This Long Jean finally didn't disappoint me. Hearing this, many people secretly rolled their eyes. Who is the one who just cursed Long Siju as a waste? Tell me quickly. Where is that thief? Your Majesty. He is in the Jellyfish Manor in the west of the city. Hearing the answer, Gu Haoran narrowed his eyes, because this Jellyfish Manor was a gift he once gave to the 8th prince, the Jellyfish King. He was not unfamiliar with this name. It was really unexpected that the fake prince was hiding in this place. No wonder he could hide for so long. What a cunning thief! After a cold snort, Gu Haoran suddenly clapped his hands. Windan! Here! Accompanied by a low echo, an old eunuch, who was about to die, suddenly appeared in front of the imperial desk. This person appeared silently and without any signs, as if he had been standing there but had never been discovered. So everyone was shocked. Which two sleeping venerables were awakened? Your Majesty, according to your relevant requirements, the first to be awakened are Supreme Lon and Supreme Feng. The old eunuch named Windan replied in a hoarse voice. The sleepers are the last trump card of the dynasty, and they will not be used lightly unless the country is destroyed. But now, the ancient dynasty has clearly reached the most dangerous moment, and awakening the sleepers is absolutely necessary. However, because they cannot judge the extent of this crisis, they dare not rashly wake up all the sleepers directly. After all, this may also be a bait deliberately thrown by the CLs, a trap to fish out all the sleepers of the ancient dynasty, and then let them die. Therefore, after careful consideration, Gu Haoran decided to wake up the two sleeping Great Supremes first, but at the same time, he was also prepared to wake up all the remaining sleepers as soon as possible. In this case, please ask Supreme Lan to do it personally, and then the people of the Wilderness Division will assist you. You must kill that thief. Hearing Gu Haoran's order, Wen Dan frowned. Your Majesty, to kill a small insect. Why do you need the revived venerable to do it personally? Supreme Lan and Supreme Feng. Their mission is to protect your Majesty. If your Majesty is not confident in the ability of the strong men of the Wilderness Division, why don't you let this old slave go there? Gu Haoran snorted coldly and gritted his teeth and said, that thief is now the most important chess piece of the CLs. As long as he is there, the CLs can legitimately take over my entire Wilderness dynasty. How could they ignore the protection of that thief? So, there must be extremely powerful people around him. Da Dazuan is protected by himself. Even if you go, you are not assured. Only by asking the Supreme to go, you can take a small life. The heritage of the spiritual clan is unknown. If they are coming to assassinate His Majesty, they may not be able to ensure safety alone. Then we are losing great, not cost-effective. Okay, just go to do it. Yes. It seems that we still underestimated the strength of the dynasty. We planned for so long and arranged so carefully. But in the end, we were one step behind and lost the battle. We have to ask the clan to send troops directly. Gu Shiyan sighed and looked at the sand table in front of him with a look of regret on his face. No. From now on, he should be called Shintu Xiao, because his identity is no longer an absolute secret in a sense. Hai Qingji looked down at her crystal nails and said slowly, if someone hadn't secretly passed a message to them, things wouldn't have come to this point. Shintu Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at Hai Qingji with a cold face. Are you doubting me? Hai Qingji looked up and glanced at Shintu Xiao strangely, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Why should I doubt you? After a chuckle, Hai Qingji stood up slowly. Even I only know part of this big chess game, let alone others. But this doesn't mean that the news can't be leaked in advance. Don't forget that in this world, there is almost no absolute secret that you know and I know. Shintu Xiao naturally noticed Hai Qingji's eyes, but he was used to the other party's condescending and arrogant attitude, so he didn't show his anger. You mean Bai Shao Pavilion? But doesn't Bai Shao Pavilion adhere to the principle of fair trade that only those who ask for something can get something? They won't destroy their own reputation. Right? Besides, they don't seem to have any reason to do so. Right? Hai Qingji curled his lips and said disdainfully, from ancient times to the present, where can there really be such a force? Their so-called fairness is only based on not harming their interests. Perhaps, our actions will bring some unknown harm to Bai Shao Pavilion. Or, they want to gain something through this action. Of course, this is just my guess. It is also possible that the people of the ancient dynasty analyzed something from the side of Bai Shao Pavilion through some relevant intelligence. As for what the answer is, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get an answer in the short term. As soon as Hai Qingji finished speaking, the whole earth suddenly shook violently, and the bright and peaceful underground palace was torn apart by violent power in an instant. When everything calmed down, Hai Qingji and Shintu Xiao had already appeared on the ground. But at this time, the originally elegant and verdant garden landscape and the quaint buildings have all turned into ruins, and there are dense cracks on the ground, like a broken spider web. A mess. In addition, there are many corpses and broken flesh and blood looming in the ruins, which looks quite scary. But at this time, Shintu Xiao didn't care to observe these, because there was a figure with an extremely terrifying aura standing quietly in the air. Although there was no evidence, his intuition told him that the attack just now was from this person. Moreover, he could also see that there were many figures running quickly around, looking at the clothes of these people. They were the people of the Wilderness Division. Oh no! We've been discovered. Shintu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the only dozens of people who survived behind him, and said with an extremely ugly face, What are you panicking about? Hai Qingji smiled, with a calm face. Hearing this, Shintu Xiao couldn't help but feel depressed. He really didn't understand why Hai Qingji could be like nothing happened at this time. Is this saint really strong in heart? Or is she just a brain-dead egomaniac? Why are you panicking? Don't you know that the surrounding areas are now occupied by the Imperial Army? Don't you know what that man's momentum means? If he wants to kill us, he can easily kill us with just one finger. If I guess correctly, he is most likely the Imperial Sleeper. Do you know what a sleeper means? Chapter 329 The Mysterious Swordsman Who Disrupted the Game. Sleeper? Oh, so what? Hai Qingji curled his lips, still with a look of disdain. Shen Tuxiu choked suddenly, feeling worse than eating a fly. Sleeper. So what? Could this saint really be a fool? This tone is simply speechless and tears are choking. Seeing Shen Tuxiu's face turn pale, Hai Qingji smiled slightly. Do you think our whereabouts are so easy to check? Don't worry. The game has just begun. Shen Tuxiu was stunned for a moment. What does it mean? Could it be that their whereabouts were deliberately revealed by Hai Qingji? At this time, the figure in the air also locked his eyes on Shen Tuxiu and Hai Qingji, and obviously had determined the target. Afterwards, he did not see any movement, but just stared, and then released a terrifying energy invisibly, making Shen Tuxiu freeze in place with a look of pain, feeling that his soul was being torn apart, and it seemed that it would leave his body in the next moment. The great fear of death gnawed at Shen Tuxiu's heart, making him infinitely desperate. In front of the other party, he felt like an extremely tiny ant, with no room for struggle at all. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, and instantly cut off the terrifying soul attack, causing Shen Tuxiu, who had escaped from the dead, to soften. Although he did not fall directly, he was sweating profusely at this moment and looked quite embarrassed. As for Hai Qingji on the side, although he was not as unbearable as Shen Tuxiu, his face was pale, and his fingers trembled slightly. More than 130 levels of the spiritual body realm? Ha! The sleeper of the ancient times is not so good. I thought he would be a terrifying person. Accompanied by a sarcastic chuckle, the sea elf who rescued the two appeared in the air and stood opposite the Supreme Lawn of the ancient dynasty. Supreme Lawn frowned slightly. His long sleep made his consciousness not completely recover from the chaotic state, so his memory was not yet unlocked. Only normal cognition and combat consciousness. He didn't know where the enemy on the other side came from, but he had already felt a strong threat. Fight. The Supreme Lawn uttered two words expressionlessly, then flew up and went straight into the end of the sky. This is the Imperial capital. If people of their level let go and fight to the death, not to mention that the Imperial capital will be directly destroyed, but at least countless innocent lives will be harmed. And the strong men of the Sea Elf tribe also did not object, and followed closely behind. Not long after the two disappeared, an extremely shocking vision broke out above the sky, and it was obvious that the fight had officially begun. On the ground, the strong men of the Wilderness Division, led by the head of the Wilderness Division, Long Jin, also rushed to the front and surrounded dozens of people including Shen Tuxiu and Hai Qingji. Kill! Long Jin had no intention of talking nonsense with the other party, and decisively issued an order to surround and kill. However, before the two sides fought together, some people from the Wilderness Division suddenly turned their spearheads and launched a fatal attack on their own people from behind or beside. As there was little defense, most of the people who were suddenly attacked were either killed or injured, and only a small number of people successfully resisted or dodged. The sudden change made Long Jin's heart tremble. In shock and anger, he glared at an old man not far away. He was one of the deputy directors of the Wilderness Department. Mao Qiong. How dare you betray the dynasty? Mao Qiong threw away the corpse in his hand and laughed. The dynasty is at its end. What's the point of being loyal to death? Long Siju. You should also give up the dark and join the light. Asshole. This Siju swears to take your head. Long Jin roared, looked up to the sky and howled, then rushed to Mao Qiong with red eyes. Mao Qiong's pupil shrank, and he quickly hid behind him, shouting at the same time, "He is the great supreme. I am no match for him. Stop him." Hai Qingji did not hesitate, and nodded to the two old men. The two old men immediately pulled themselves out and stopped Long Jin. At this time, the strong men of the Sea Elves also took action, and there were only two people left to protect Shen Tuxiu and Hai Qingji. Mao Qiong ran to Shen Tuxiu, and looked back with lingering fear at Long Jin, who had already fought with the two old men, and then bowed to Shen Tuxiu. "Your Highness, I'm sorry to scare you." Shen Tuxiu smiled slightly and praised Mao Qiong. "I really didn't misjudge you. You did a good job this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be in danger this time." Mao Qiong waved his hands in fear, nodded and said, "Your Highness, you are too polite. You are a mastermind and have superb means. Even if I don't do this, I think they can't threaten the safety of your Highness." Shen Tuxiu smiled without comment and said nothing. Mao Qiong glanced at Hai Qingji and the dull middle-aged man and blue-haired old woman next to him, and then took another step toward Shen Tuxiu mysteriously. "Your Highness, I stole Long Jin's seal." Hearing this, Shintushio was stunned at first. And then his eyes lit up. Really? Absolutely true. Shintushio nodded hurriedly. And at the same time, he took out a square copper box from the mustard with his left hand. Your Highness, please take a look. As he said this, Shintushio stretched out his right hand to open the lid of the copper box. But for some reason, his fingers trembled slightly. Hai Qingji narrowed his eyes, and suddenly spoke. Wait! Mao Qiong paused. But then a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and he opened the lid of the box without hesitation. Due to Hai Qingji's shouting, the two strong men who were protecting the two of them became alert instantly. But they had no time to stop Mao Qiong. So they immediately protected Shintushio and Hai Qingji behind them. It's a long story, but it actually happened in an instant. As a brilliant white light flashed from the box, the terrifying fluctuation suddenly burst out violently. As the closest Mao Qiong, his body was torn and annihilated in an instant. The middle-aged man and the old woman on the opposite side could only barely deploy their best protective measures with a look of horror on their faces. As for Shintushio and Hai Qingji who were protected behind them, they retreated quickly without thinking. When everything calmed down, Mao Qiong had completely disappeared, and the dull middle-aged man and the blue-haired old woman collapsed on the ground. Their bodies were bloody, and only slight groans indicated that their lives had not yet ended. Shintushio and Hai Qingji were much better, because the two strongmen blocked most of the attacks. And at the critical moment Hai Qingji also sacrificed a rare treasure to protect the two. So they only suffered a little injury. But even so, the faces of the two were still extremely ugly. They almost died here. They never thought that Mao Qiong would suddenly kill them. After all, the internal strife among the strong men of the Wilderness Division was caused by Mao Qiong. It was a real fight to the death. And it couldn't be fake. At this time, the fight between the two sides also stopped temporarily. And the two great supremes who fought with Long Jin quickly retreated to Hai Qingji and Shintushio. As for the people of the Wilderness Division who were fighting internally, they also stopped at this moment and stood together again. Long Jin stepped forward and stared at Shintushio and Hai Qingji with red eyes. You thieves! Do you really think that the official of the Imperial Dynasty is a cowardly and rebellious fence-sitter? It turned out that all this was Long Jin's plan. He knew that the fake prince would definitely be difficult to kill. And even if the revived Venerable took action, it might not succeed. So he inserted Mao Qiong through a rebellious lieutenant of the Wilderness Division and directed a painful plan. Unfortunately, he failed in the end, and the thief escaped with his life. However, being able to deal with two great supremes is not a waste of time. At least, the biggest obstacle to them now is the two great supremes who just fought with him. Good tricks. Good scheming. Hai Qingji came back to his senses from his shock and anger, regained his composure, and even smiled and clapped his hands. A brave and resourceful hero like Long Siju is exactly the talent that my CLs admire and desire the most. However, you have also seen that your plot has completely failed, and there is no chance of another chance. Your mission has been accomplished, and now you should consider yourself and your family. Let's do this. Long Siju put forward your conditions, as long as they are not too excessive. This saint can persuade the tribe to agree to your demands. Are you trying to persuade the Siju to surrender? Long Jin looked at Hai Qingji mockingly, then looked up at the sky where the fierce battle was in full swing, and sneered. No. You want to delay time. Can this little trick be hidden from this master? From the words of the previous CL strongman, it can be judged that Lan Yizuan is probably not the opponent's opponent. So Long Jin is unwilling to delay any longer. Kill! Kill them at all costs. Hai Qingji's face changed slightly, and she wanted to say more. But the people of the Wilderness Division had all rushed up with red eyes, and Long Jin no longer paid attention to her words. The battle continued, and the situation gradually developed in a direction that was not favorable to the CLs. But Hai Qingji was not very panicked, because she believed that the battle in the sky would end soon. And then, these people from the Wilderness Division would not be able to escape. After the two sides fought fiercely for a while, a middle-aged man holding a sword suddenly sneaked into the battle from the corner. And he was wearing the uniform of the Wilderness Division. Although this person's arrival was very low-key, it still aroused the vigilance of Long Jin and the other two great supremes. But they didn't take it to heart, because from the aura of that person, it should be just a small supreme, which would not make much difference to the battle situation. After this person entered the battlefield, the strength he showed was indeed at the level of a lesser supreme. At a certain moment, muffled sounds suddenly came from the direction of the Imperial Palace. and there was an extremely powerful aura entangled and attacking. The crowd's attention was distracted a little. At this moment, the middle-aged man holding a sword, who had moved to a place not far from Shintushio without a trace, suddenly attacked and launched a fatal attack on the Great Supreme, who stayed behind Shintushio and Haichingji. The Great Supreme being was in shock and anger and hurriedly defended and prepared to counterattack. However, as a shocking sword light flashed, his body suddenly froze in place. Immediately afterwards, Shintushio also trembled and stayed in place. When the man turned around and left quickly, the body of the Great Supreme being of the Sea Elf clan suddenly split into two, and Shintushio's body was even split into several pieces. And the fractures were extremely smooth. Faced with the sudden change, everyone widened their eyes, with a look of disbelief on their faces, and even stopped fighting involuntarily, staring blankly at Shintushio's corpse in the distance, which they couldn't bear to look at. And some couldn't react. Long Jean opened his mouth, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The thief who pretended to be the prince has been executed. Brothers, let's go! The people of the Wilderness Division came back to their senses, and wanted to withdraw in surprise and joy. However, at this time, a terrifying power suddenly came from the sky, like a huge mountain pressing down inch by inch. Chapter 330 The Biggest Beneficiary. The next day, the Great Xia Palace. Xia Ao still got up from his gentle home at noon, not worried about the dramatic changes in the ancient dynasty, and was a typical image of a tyrant. But in the current Great Xia, let alone the civil and military officials in the court, even the common people in the society no longer have the concept that their emperor is a tyrant, and are accustomed to his love of beauty. After finishing breakfast in the fragrant breeze of the beauties, Xia Ao went to the Zhangyi Hall and summoned several ministers, who arrived a quarter of an hour earlier. How is the ancient dynasty now? Xia Ao took a sip of tea, looked at the people in the hall with energy and asked calmly. Your Majesty, thanks to our reminder, the ancient dynasty responded in time to the best of its ability, thus avoiding the tragic end of being overthrown by thunder and thunder. Our goal has basically been achieved. Left Prime Minister Li Si replied with a smile. Yes. Xia Ao smiled and nodded, and asked again, did we kill the fake Prince Shintushio? Yuan Tiangang was refreshed and stepped forward to respond. Your Majesty, Shintushio is protected by many sea elves and strong men under the command of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis. Among them, there is even a terrifying strong man with unpredictable strength. Even the Resurrection Supreme, who was awakened from slumber said by the ancient dynasty, was killed. Although the people of the ancient Wilderness Division have tried their best, they still don't have much hope of killing Shintushio. Therefore, Guijia, a powerful man in the inner court who has been hiding in the dark, took action personally and seized the opportunity to kill Shintushio with one blow. This time, Guijia was sent to the ancient dynasty to prepare for a rainy day, mainly to escort some important actions of several secret spy organizations in Daxia. As for the assassination of Shintushio, it was also a temporary arrangement. The whole operation was coordinated by Yuan Tiangang and led by the bad people. Therefore, this achievement inspired Yuan Tiangang. This was the most outstanding time for the bad people in several years. Well done. Xia Ao nodded with satisfaction and appreciation. Shintushio, the fake prince of the ancient times, was a crucial banner. Even if the Sea Elves' plan to overthrow and usurp the ancient dynasty failed, they could still use the name of ancient Shuryan to deceive and win people's hearts. After all, ordinary people could not judge whether the prince was real or fake. But now that the fake prince Shintushio died, the most important chess piece in the hands of the Sea Elves would disappear. Even if they killed the ancient emperor, they could not surrender the ancient army and usurp the ancient regime. On the contrary, they would only usher in the endless death-defying crusade or resistance from the ancient army and its subjects, and letting the ancient dynasty continue to fall into a state of turmoil, and letting the Sea Elves' conspiracy fail was obviously extremely beneficial to the interests of the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, Xia Ao was very satisfied with Guijia's assassination of Shintushio. Shintushio's death has doomed the chaos of the ancient dynasty. Let's talk about other aspects. Can the Sea Elves successfully capture the ancient capital? And can the ancient Emperor Gu Haoran be killed? Hearing this question, Wei Zhongxian, the governor of the East Factory, stood up. Your Majesty, the chaos that took place in the ancient imperial capital last night was full of twists and turns. At the beginning, the rebels' sudden attack gained the upper hand. But when the cock crowed, the ancient army took control of the battlefield and almost defeated all the rebels. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the Sea Elf army appeared in person, and with the cooperation of the rest of the rebels, they not only defeated the exhausted army of the ancient army, but also defeated the two elite armies of the ancient dynasty that had been hidden in the dark and had never been used. Afterwards, they successfully broke into the ancient imperial palace, and after a morning of fierce fighting, they defeated the ancient imperial army and seized the imperial palace and the imperial capital. In addition, when the Sea Elf army appeared, the strongest of the Sea Elves also launched a decisive battle of top-level combat power. War, forcing the ancient dynasty to wake up all the sleepers. However, although this earth-shaking battle in the sky ended with the victory of the Sea Elves, the Sea Elves also won a tragic victory, and the ancient emperor and some members of the imperial family, court officials, etc. also successfully escaped. So, although the Sea Elves won, they actually failed, because the most important chess piece in their hands is dead, and they have not succeeded in killing the ancient emperor Guhauran. So the gains and strategic goals are very small. After listening to Wei Zhongxian's report, Xiao raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his mouth became a little stronger, because this result is simply the most perfect ending for him. Not bad. After laughing, Xiao turned and asked, "How many troops did the Sea Elves send?" "Your Majesty, the Sea Elves only sent out 500,000 or 600,000 troops last night." 500,000 or 600,000. Xiao frowned slightly. A little surprised, Wei Zhongxian nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes. The two elite armies and imperial guards hidden in the dark of the ancient dynasty each have 200,000 soldiers. Although they are both elite armies of the Dharmakaya realm, the army of the Sea Elves has the upper hand. And this does not include the exhausted armies of the ancient dynasty. On the whole, the elite army of the Sea Elves is likely to be the most powerful army in the entire continent at present." Hearing this answer, not only did Xiao look much more serious, but others also frowned and showed fear in their eyes. After a little silence, Gao suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, the number of the Sea Elves is limited, and the total number of their troops is probably within 2 million at most. And the battle last night was related to the long-term plan of the Sea Elves, so the most powerful elite should be sent. Therefore, I think there is no need to be too afraid of them. Number and scale are the most fatal flaws of the Sea Elves." Xiao pondered for a while, and then nodded in agreement. "What the right Prime Minister said makes sense. According to our estimates, the total number of the Sea Elves cannot exceed 10 million at most. The estimate of 2 million troops is reasonable, and it may not be 2 million. After being relieved, Xiao changed the subject. "What about other forces? Have they made any unusual moves regarding the great changes in the ancient dynasty last night?" Wei Zhongxian's eyes flickered slightly, and he stepped back. At the same time, Jinui Commander Lu Bing stepped forward and began to answer. "Your Majesty, there is no unusual movement on the Chunhua Holy Church side. It seems that they are not planning to take advantage of this great opportunity to rob. At least for now. As for the Songming dynasty, they sent 1 million troops westwards to the border at dawn today. Judging from their actions, they probably just want to test the Sea Elves' bottom line and do not intend to take the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack. As for other forces, there are no unusual actions at present." Xiao touched his chin thoughtfully, and then looked at Gao. "What do you think?" "Your Majesty, I think the reactions of the Chunhua Holy Church and the Songming dynasty are very normal. At present, the former is busy unifying the Tianmei region, while the latter has put most of its energy into attacking the Tiandong region. Their cautious attitude is a wise choice." Hearing Gao's answer, Xiao nodded slightly. Guhauran successfully escaped with some core members of the ancient dynasty, which indicates that the ancient dynasty will inevitably be divided into two, and the war will be difficult to end. It will be difficult for both sides to gain benefits in a short period of time. This drastic change has indeed benefited Daxia a lot. Under this situation, we have enough time to digest the territory of Haoyuan, and we can easily complete the goal of assisting the Mongxi dynasty and Tianying sect without a battle. And then we can slowly erode these two parties. Speaking of which, all this really has to be thanked to the ancient dynasty and the Sea Elves. If it weren't for the former, Daxia would not have been able to take advantage of such a big loophole and extend its tentacles to the Mongxi dynasty and Tianying sect. If it weren't for the latter, the ancient dynasty would not have been able to withdraw its troops directly, allowing Daxia to truly win without fighting and control the military power of Mongxi and Tianying sect without spending a single soldier. Your Majesty is right. Everything depends on your majesty's planning. Everyone echoed in unison. And the smile in their eyes could not be hidden. Speaking of which, the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianying sect are probably about to vomit blood because of anger. Right? Ha ha ha. That's inevitable. I'm sure the Mongxi emperor and the Tianying sect leader are regretting it. If they had known that such a drastic change would happen, why would they ask for help from Daxia? Hey, that's just their ignorance. If they didn't ask for help, the situation would be different. And they wouldn't get it for nothing. Yeah. How could they know that Daxia was the real mysterious driving force behind the scenes? Only, unfortunately, they are totally unaware of all this. I think we should strengthen our defense against these two parties. They are likely to go back on their word, find excuses to cause trouble, or send people to negotiate and raise conditions. They dare. Humph. They have eaten what my great Xia has in their mouth. So don't think about getting it out again. That's true. But we must prepare early. The two parties will definitely not be willing to give up. And they will definitely make trouble. So, we must first determine what kind of response measures to take. The ministers discussed for a while. And when they talked about this, they all looked at Xiao. Xiao smiled and said casually, if you want to make trouble, you have to have a good mouth. Now, their main battle army has suffered heavy casualties. And the number of soldiers who can fight is quite limited. There are 2 major legions there to suppress them. I don't believe they can make any waves. Tell Wang Jian and Yuan Chengdu to speed up the takeover of the other side's military power. If the other side dares to resist or delay, there is no need to hesitate at all. Just send troops to suppress and forcibly take over. In addition, send an elite force to each of them to station near their base camp to deter them. As for them sending people to negotiate again, the relevant departments will handle it. And they can be soft or hard. But the bottom line cannot change. The ministers were refreshed and smiled. They knew that with your majesty's character, how could he give those two sides bad habits? Your majesty, what if they insist on resisting? Or even directly raise troops to fight against them? Xiao snorted coldly and said without hesitation, then just destroy them directly. I don't annex them directly now just because I don't want to irritate the nerves of those forces too much. But it doesn't mean that I dare not kill them. Yes. Chapter 331 Moro's Attitude. Tianxi Territory. Moro Dynasty. Imperial Palace. I really didn't expect that the CLs, who were so powerful in the ancient times, not only did not become extinct, but also directed such a big drama. Ling Nanjiang, the chief of the spirit tribe, put down the book in his hand and said with emotion. Hearing this, Masua, the chief of the Black Missouri tribe, sneered. Powerful? What a joke. In the ancient times, there were many powerful tribes, like this Sea Elf tribe. At most, it had some reputation in the former Mingyan Sea, but it was also a vassal of the Dragon tribe, like a slave. How could it be so powerful? Ling Nanjiang curled his lips and did not argue. Although Ling Nanjiang did not want to argue because of his nature, Pengqiu, the chief of the Peng tribe, was a little uncomfortable. Even if the Sea Elves were not good, they were much stronger than the Black Missouri tribe in the ancient times. You? Masua turned his head and glared away. But Pengqiu did not show any weakness. What? Chief Mo doesn't want people to tell the truth? Although the current Peng tribe is limited in strength. In the ancient times, the Peng tribe was a truly superior race. Even when the Golden Peng tribe ruled, it was one of the most powerful dominant races on the continent at that time. Therefore, Pengqiu couldn't stand Masua's attitude of being a villain and denying history. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, others were either indifferent or watching the show with a playful look. Luo Sanxing, the chief of the Silver Luo tribe, had no choice but to speak out to dissuade him. Ahem. Okay. You too. It's just a casual sigh. Why bother arguing? But then again, although the current Sea Elves have also shown a certain strength, judging from the results, they are far inferior to their ancestors. This is a perfect chess game that is enough to be recorded in the history books. But unfortunately, their ability is a little bit poor. Not only did they fail to achieve their goals, but they also completely exposed themselves to the world, and were in an embarrassing situation where they could only bite the bullet and continue to fight to the death. Of course, on the other hand, this is also a good thing for my Moro dynasty. If the Sea Elves really stole the ancient dynasty without anyone knowing, it means that we have another unpredictable enemy. But now, they have been completely exposed, and they have also weakened the ancient dynasty and their own strength, which has reduced the pressure we will face in disguise and given us an opportunity. After listening to Luo Sanqing's words, the fox chief, Hu Rong, smiled charmingly and nodded in agreement. Chief Luo is right. This result is indeed a good thing for our Moro dynasty. Perhaps we should prepare to send people to contact the CLs. After all, the world is still dominated by humans. In the eyes of humans, both us and the CLs are alien races and will be hostile and suppressed. If the two sides can form an alliance in secret, it will not only further reduce our pressure, but also help each other and obtain foreign aid. As for what happens next, there is no need to worry. The CLs are fighting alone, and their development potential is quite limited. It is only a matter of time to force them to join us and become a part of our Moro dynasty. The chief of the Three-Eyed Tribe, Yan Guangqiao, nodded slightly and said in a calm voice, "This makes sense. But at this point, we may also reconsider our positioning and attitude towards the Great Xia dynasty. Originally, we thought that the Great Xia dynasty was just a rising star with thorns. But now it seems that they are clearly a fierce dragon crossing the river. Especially in this ancient change, the Great Xia dynasty inexplicably became the biggest beneficiary. Not only did they annex the Haoyuan dynasty, but they also gained huge gains from the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect without spending a single soldier. Who knows? They may be able to annex both of them without bloodshed in the future. If there was no relevant evidence, I would have suspected that all this was controlled by the Great Xia dynasty behind the scenes." Listening to Yan Guangqiao's words, everyone nodded, and their expressions became much more serious. Yuan Liang, the chief of the Yuan clan, said in a muffled voice, "It is indeed strange. If all this is a coincidence, then the luck of the Great Xia dynasty is too good to be true. The Great Xia dynasty has been occupying the Tianan region alone. It has previously taken down 2 forces in the Tianqing region, and now it has annexed the Haoyuan dynasty. It has become the most extensive force in the entire continent. If they occupy Mongxi and Tianning sect in the future and digest what they have gained, they are likely to become the most powerful force in terms of comprehensive strength. Moreover, this move of theirs is equivalent to cutting off our room for eastward expansion. Therefore, in view of the threat that the Great Xia dynasty has already posed, and their strategy of loosening their defenses on the outside and tightening their defenses on the inside in recent years, we should think carefully about this invisible ally. But there is no allies and attitude at all." Meizu Chief Meiying blinked and smiled lightly. "We are not using each other with each other. However, thanks to this big summer, if it wasn't for them, it would not be possible to mess up so early in this world. We could not expand and launch a battle of unified heaven and Shijia, and it has not caused the joint resistance and threat of all parties of the people. From this perspective, our purpose has been achieved." Yuan Han looked at Mei Ying and said with no expression, "Chief of Mei is indeed reasonable. How about the secret plan for Daxia?" Yuan Han asked Mei Ying and Hu Rong because of this. "Emperor, rest assured, everything is going on smoothly and in an orderly manner. Although Daxia has taken precautions, most of what we showed them were insignificant minor characters or pawns to confuse their sight. The real core members of the plan were arranged in various ways as human races. It is almost impossible for them to make a list and take precautions." Mei Ying smiled and replied with confidence. On the other side, Hu Rong did not speak, but nodded in approval. Yuan Han touched his hairy chin and said in a deep voice, "That's good. Since Daxia has made new gains, we can't fall behind. We must expand the scope of the plan to include the territories of Haoyuan, Mongxi and Tianningsong. The target people can focus on those who defected to Daxia and express their loyalty. Follow the Emperor's order." Mei Ying and Hu Rong bowed to Yuan Han and responded in a tender voice. Yuan Han nodded and said with a serious expression, "It is not the time to alienate Daxia directly, let alone to turn against each other. We need to continue to maintain friendly cooperation with Daxia, especially to ensure trade exchanges. This is crucial for our Moro dynasty to digest the gains from the war and quickly expand its own foundation. However, this does not mean that we have to really recognize Daxia as an ally. In secret, we must also strengthen our defense against Daxia, as well as intelligence gathering and war preparations. At present, our main goal is to resolve the battle in Tianqi domain as soon as possible and expand to the Tianqing domain in the south. If we can take down the Tianqing domain, then our Moro dynasty will have the confidence to give it a try. Of course, during this period, we cannot relax our defense against Chunhua Saint Church and Daxia dynasty, so as not to be caught off guard by them and launch a surprise attack." After listening to Yuan Han's meaning, The other 7 chiefs except Yuan Liang looked around and exchanged glances for a while, and then nodded one after another. The emperor is wise. Although Yuan Han saw all of this, he did not react. The Moro dynasty is not a human dynasty or imperial dynasty, limited by its foundation. No matter which emperor or which tribe is the emperor, it is impossible to be arbitrary and unquestionable. However, even though he knew this very well, his heart was far from being as calm as it appeared. He also longed for the absolute power of the human emperor to dictate the government. And he also had some plans. As for whether these plans could succeed, and whether they could help him achieve his dream goal, this was a big unknown. And he did not have much confidence. After all, the rules of the 8 tribes and 8 chiefs have been passed down for countless years. Not to mention whether the reform can succeed. If it goes wrong, it may even cost his life. If you have nothing else to do, let's stop the court meeting today. Yuan Han waved his hand. And when he was about to get up, Ma Sua suddenly spoke. Wait a minute. Emperor. Should the 3rd emperor give Ma Jie an explanation for the fight 2 days ago? It was originally just a friendly competition. But the 3rd emperor seriously injured Ma Jie and humiliated him in front of so many people. I'm afraid this is a bit unreasonable. Right? After all, Ma Jie is the son of the chief of my Black Missouri tribe. The 3rd emperor's behavior is a bit too much. Yuan Han frowned slightly, with a helpless look on his face. I have also learned about this matter. Xiaohong's behavior is indeed a bit impulsive. But that is because Ma Jie was ruthless to the rookies of other tribes. And there were many insulting words and deeds. Xiaohong couldn't stand it. So he taught him a lesson. If Ma Jie must ask for an explanation, it's fine. Let him apologize to the rookies of the tribes he insulted. As long as he does this, I will immediately let Xiaohong come to repent. Ma Sua's face darkened, and he wanted to say something else. But when he noticed that the faces of several chiefs suddenly turned cold, he swallowed it back. Seeing this, Yuan Han laughed secretly. In fact, this competition between the rookies of various tribes was held under his secret instruction. He knew the arrogance of the members of the Black Missouri and Silver Luo tribes, and also knew the character of Mo Jie. Therefore, the end of a rookie competition made many people very unhappy, and the complaints of various tribes against the Black Missouri and Silver Luo tribes became stronger, and Yuan Xiaohong's domineering suppression of Mo Jie, as well as the related performance of other rookies of the 8th tribe, also gained a lot of goodwill from various tribes. This matter was one of Yuan Han's various plans. He wanted to continue to magnify the contradictions between other tribes and the Black Missouri and Silver Luo tribes, and find ways to make the 8th tribe stand with the former, isolating the Black Missouri and Silver Luo tribes. As long as this step is achieved, the subsequent plans will be much easier. Chapter 332 The Change of Manxi. Manxi Dynasty. Imperial Capital. The East Palace Garden. In a secret room, more than a dozen people were whispering to each other. Suddenly, the door opened, and a noble young man wearing a purple crown and a purple robe walked in, with a sullen face, followed by an old man, a middle-aged scholar, and a military commander. Seeing this, the people in the secret room hurriedly stood up and respectfully saluted the noble young man, because this person was the prince of the Manxi dynasty. Qi Qian. Greetings, His Royal Highness the Prince. Qi Qian nodded silently, and waited until he sat down in the main seat, then stretched out his hands and pressed down. Sit down. Thank you, His Royal Highness the Prince. As everyone sat down again, an old civil servant immediately looked at Qi Qian impatiently and asked, Your Highness, what does His Majesty say? His Majesty is still hesitant. He is very wary of the Great Xia dynasty, especially the war between the Great Xia dynasty and the ancient dynasty a few years ago, which put a lot of psychological pressure on him, Qi Qian said in a cold voice. His face was very unpleasant. Hearing this, everyone frowned. According to the agreement, the day after tomorrow is the day when His Highness will be sent to the capital of Daxia as a hostage. But His Majesty is still hesitant. Could it be that he really wants to send His Highness the Crown Prince there? Throughout history, has there ever been a precedent of a Crown Prince being sent as a hostage? The Daxia dynasty is going too far, and we must not agree to it. Yes, once His Highness the Crown Prince is really sent to Daxia, even if he can return in the future, the court is unlikely to agree to let His Highness the Crown Prince ascend the throne. The biggest possibility is that after the Crown Prince is sent there, His Majesty will secretly cultivate a hidden Crown Prince. I agree with Dr. Lu's opinion. So we can't just sit there and wait for death and let His Highness the Crown Prince be sent there. These people are the confidants and close ministers of the Crown Prince Qiqian, and their interests are tied to Qiqian. They are naturally unwilling to see this outcome. Therefore, after finding out Qiqian's thoughts, they secretly united together to make suggestions for Qiqian, hoping that Qiqian would persuade the emperor to change his mind. Unfortunately, the old emperor seemed to be quite afraid of Daxia and did not dare to break the agreement. It would be fine if everything was done according to the agreement between the two countries. But now, the Huanggu dynasty has withdrawn its troops due to internal strife, and the Daxia dynasty has done nothing but directly taken all the benefits. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Yes, even if it is just from this perspective. My Mongxi dynasty can also have a good argument with Daxia and strive to greatly reduce the previous conditions. What is there for your majesty to hesitate? You don't know. In fact, your majesty has summoned those pillars to discuss this matter for a long time. However, according to what I have learned, the theme of their secret discussion is mainly focused on abolishing the item of letting Daxia take over the command of our army. As long as this can be achieved, they will continue to implement the other two items. That is, they can allow a small number of Daxia garrisons to exist, and allow His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to be sent as a hostage. What? How can they do this? This is directly abandoning His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Damn it! We must not allow this. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must not be a hostage. That's right. No matter what. Even if it is risky, we must ensure that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince stays. For a time, the crowd was indignant, filled with righteous indignation, and shared the same hatred of the enemy. In a very short time, they reached a consensus. After all, protecting Qiqian is protecting their own interests. But the key question is, what can we do to stop this? Your Majesty is vague. If the content of the secret meeting is true, it means that your Majesty has made up his mind to sacrifice His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Without your Majesty's support, how can we turn the tables? Yes, your Majesty, this won't work. It's even more undesirable to directly mobilize the army to go to war with Daxia. Although Daxia has only sent a legion of more than 1 million troops, we only have more than 2 million troops left, and the chances of winning are very small. If we are not careful, it may bring disaster to the dynasty. This is a bit sensational. The great Xia Emperor. The dynasty is not weak. But after all, it is only a small supreme. The miraculous battle with the ancient dynasty a few years ago cannot be staged again. If a fight really breaks out, it is still unknown who will win. Don't forget, this is the home court of my Mongxi dynasty. Don't be impulsive. My dynasty has just experienced a great defeat. The morale of the whole army is at its lowest point. We must not take the risk of going to war with Daxia. Then what do you say? What should we do? In my opinion, there may be only one way to go now. As soon as these words came out, the people in the secret room were all refreshed and looked at the middle-aged man with a hooked nose who was speaking. Oh! What's General Wu's plan? General Wu looked around at everyone, and then looked at Qiqian, who was also refreshed and looking forward to it, and took a deep breath and said, Your Highness. Everyone, I think that now the only way to solve the problem is to let Your Highness change his identity. Change identity? What do you mean? Everyone was stunned, and one of them frowned and asked suspiciously. That's right. It means changing your identity. General Wu nodded affirmatively, his eyes sparkling. In fact, doing so will not only solve the problem we are facing, but also allow the Crown Prince to ascend to heaven in the next step. Turn this great crisis into a great opportunity. After listening to General Wu's words, some people looked confused and still did not understand what he meant. But more people quickly guessed the answer, and their expressions immediately became extremely subtle. General Wu means. An old man pointed carefully in the direction of the palace, and then uttered a word, change. Although this person said it very cautiously, everyone immediately understood what he meant. There is no doubt that this sentence is talking about a palace coup. Palace coup. After getting this exact answer, many people were shocked, and felt a cold current rising from their backs, and their faces turned pale with shock. But at the same time, there were also a few people whose eyes were bright and faintly excited. They bet on the Crown Prince. Isn't it just so that one day the Crown Prince can ascend the throne? So that they can get amazing returns? Including their previous reluctance to send the prince to Daxia as a hostage. The essence of it is actually centered on this aspect. If Prince Qiqian can really ascend the throne now, it would be a huge surprise. However, although they were extremely excited, They did not get carried away by such a fatal event as the palace coup. Is this appropriate? Can it work? Yes. If this kind of thing leaks out, I'm afraid that before we can launch it, our entire clan will lose their heads. General Wu glanced at Qiqian, whose expression was changing constantly, and then at the people who were avoiding each other's eyes and secretly on guard, and snorted coldly. Everyone. Since everyone has heard what I said just now, it means that all of us are really tied to the same rope. Even if someone wants to inform on the crown prince, they will eventually not be able to escape the fate of having their property confiscated and their clan exterminated. We are His Highness's close ministers. If we can even betray His Highness the Crown Prince, what else can we not betray later? His Majesty and others can also think of this. Even if the informer will be promoted in the early stage, it will not be long before he will be accused of treason and will still die miserably. So, I advise everyone not to have any evil thoughts, which will only hurt others and yourself. But on the contrary, as long as we keep the secret strictly and work together to help His Highness the Crown Prince successfully ascend the throne, His Highness the Crown Prince will not treat us unfairly. I think everyone knows this. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince has always been very kind to us. After listening to General Wu's words, everyone was silent. But they could feel that the suspicion, vigilance and uneasiness that had originally overflowed had disappeared for the most part. In addition, judging from the silent expression of Prince Qiqian, I am afraid that the Prince and General Wu have actually communicated about this matter in advance, which means that His Royal Highness the Prince has already made preparations in this regard. After more than 10 breaths, one person spoke in a low voice. We all understand this principle. But, can this really be accomplished? General Wu grinned and said calmly, as long as you can support us, this will definitely be accomplished. I control half of the elite garrison troops, and Deputy Commander Su of the Imperial Guards is also the Prince's man. And you all basically hold important positions. As long as we plan properly and arrange carefully, changing the world will definitely succeed. Hearing that a Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards is also the Prince's man, everyone's eyes lit up, and their confidence was instantly much stronger. At this time, another person spoke up. But how should we explain to Daxia? Will they intervene? Don't forget, Daxia has an elite force of 200,000 people stationed outside the imperial capital. General Wu shook his head and said confidently, there is no reason for Daxia to intervene in this matter. What they want is the command of the army of my Mongxi dynasty. As for who our emperor is, they have no reason to care. Besides, as long as we are fast enough, even if they want to interfere, it will be too late. As for the hostage issue, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not without heirs. As long as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince successfully ascends the throne, another Crown Prince will be appointed. In this way, this great crisis can be completely resolved. After listening to General Wu's analysis, everyone nodded thoughtfully, and their confidence was much stronger. Next, everyone reached a consensus one after another. After Qiqian pretended to refuse and decline for a while, he reluctantly agreed to it and finalized the matter. After that, everyone talked in secret for a while and determined all the details of the uprising. Among them, the most critical time for the uprising was set for tomorrow night. If you go earlier, you will be too late. And if you go later, you will miss the opportunity. And it is easy to get into trouble. An hour later, in an ordinary house in the south of the city, two people met in the underground secret room of the house. One of them was a hunchbacked old man, and the other was a middle-aged man dressed in scholar's clothes. After careful observation, it was found that this person was the middle-aged scholar who followed Qiqian. In fact, these two people were high-level members of the Qinglong Society. The Qinglong Society has 12 halls and 360 branch helms. Among the two, the hunchbacked old man was Zhuso, the deputy hall master of the third hall, and the middle-aged scholar was Cheng Qing, the helmsman of this branch helm. What's the hurry? Zhuso ordered a sip of tea and asked Cheng Qing across from him slowly. Cheng Qing clasped his fists and said seriously, Deputy Hall Master, Qiqian wants to coup. Next, Cheng Qing told the whole story from beginning to end. After listening to the details, Zhuso's originally calm face suddenly became serious. Is this true? Master Cheng, you did a good job. You have to make a contribution now. Zhuso breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his palm and took out a secret talisman disc. Wait a moment. I need to report this to the hall master and the head of the meeting immediately. Cheng Qing nodded and said nothing. He waited until Zhu So had delivered the message before he spoke. Deputy Hall Master, how do you think the higher-ups will deal with this? Zhu So thought for a while, and said unconfidently, they should secretly help Qi Qian. Or they should keep their troops in place. After all, Qi Qian's power is limited. And his promotion should intensify the internal struggle of the Mangxi dynasty, which is more beneficial to our great Xia. Cheng Qing touched his chin, but shook his head and said, Deputy Hall Master, I think the court should help the old emperor of Mangxi. Zhu So raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Oh? Why do you think so? Deputy Hall Master, the old emperor of the Mangxi dynasty is a conservative. Some are timid and some are cautious. He has a great fear of Daxia. Letting him rule Mangxi should be more beneficial to the interests of Daxia. But Qi Qian is different. He is a radical. Although he is also quite afraid of Daxia now. If he succeeds in ascending the throne and becoming the emperor, he may challenge the interests of Daxia in various ways, openly or secretly, and even try to take back what he has lost. So, I think the court should be inclined to help the old emperor. Zhu So pondered for a while, then nodded slightly. What you said makes some sense. Let's wait and see what the court is going to do. After a stick of incense, the secret talisman plate in Zhu So's hand suddenly lit up. Cheng Qing was in high spirits and asked expectantly, Deputy Hall Master, is it the reply from the Hall Master or the head? It's the Hall Master. After reading the contents carefully, Zhu So added, the Hall Master said that this matter is too big and he can't make the decision. He also reported to the head of the society and asked us to wait for the head of the society's direct order. After saying that, Zhu So put the secret talisman disc on the table and looked at Cheng Qing and said, I'm afraid the head of the society won't be able to reply for a while. You should go back and don't arouse suspicion. I will inform you immediately after the head of the society gives the order. Yes. Cheng Qing nodded, stood up, clasped his fists, and left quickly. An hour later, the secret talisman disc lit up again. Zhu So hurriedly deciphered it and found that it was the reply sent by Bai Yujing, the head of the Qinglong Society, himself. The content of the letter was concise and to the point. The main purpose was to let them report to the Mangxi Emperor at a specific time before the mutiny. Then, the insider of Qingyi Tower in the Mangxi Palace would find a way to hint to the Mangxi Emperor to ask for help from the Daxia garrison outside the city in a dangerous situation. In this way, Daxia could further gain some benefits, such as striving to directly station troops in the Mangxi imperial capital, etc. Chapter 333 The Great Song Dynasty's Foundation Pool. In fact, when the undercurrents were surging within the Mangxi dynasty, the Tianying sect was also not at peace. Moreover, the changes in the Tianying sect were even bolder than those in the Mangxi dynasty. Although most of the radicals in the Tianying sect had been killed before, this further intensified the contradictions, causing some of the remaining radicals to take more radical measures. This group of people knew their own strength and knew that it was impossible for them to seize power. So they conspired to mobilize their forces to directly attack some of the garrisons of the Great Xia dynasty in order to completely trigger a war between the two sides and force the entire Tianying sect to have a full-scale confrontation with Great Xia. Unfortunately, Great Xia had long been on guard against these radicals and sent spies to mix in. Therefore, as soon as their conspiracy was formed, Great Xia had already learned about it. The result is self-evident. When those radical troops launched a surprise attack on Great Xia, they were greeted by a well-prepared ambush, taking advantage of this war to quell the rebellion. Daxia not only eliminated almost all the radical high-ranking officials within Tianying sect, but also took the opportunity to strengthen the suppression and coercion of Tianying sect, further gained many benefits, and completely deprived Tianying sect of the room for resistance. As for the Mangxi dynasty, although the old emperor received the news in advance and made some responses, he was still unable to respond in time, so that the palace coup of Prince Qi Qian almost succeeded. At the critical moment, Emperor Mangxi had to ask for help from the Daxia garrison outside the city. After receiving the request for help, the Xiliu army under Zhou Yafu, who had been prepared for a long time, quickly took down the west gate with the help of the internal response and entered the city smoothly. After that, there was a swift and thunderous action to suppress the rebellion. Through this battle, the strong combat power demonstrated by the Xiliu army finally made the people of the Mangxi dynasty clearly recognize the combat power gap between the two sides. Of course, because of the life-saving grace at the critical moment, Emperor Mangxi was also grateful to Daxia. Although Daxia later took the opportunity to propose harsh conditions such as stationing troops directly in the imperial capital, which greatly increased the opposition and resistance within the Mongxi court. The Mongxi emperor rejected all objections and agreed to several of them. After a series of shocking changes, the Mongxi emperor also saw the situation clearly. He no longer expected anything else, but only hoped to live the rest of his life in peace and comfort. Although the changes in the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect were not small, they were not a big deal in the context of the entire continent, because at this time, the entire continent was almost in the midst of war, let alone the others. The movement on the side of the ancient dynasty alone was no less than that of the two parties. First, the Songming dynasty invaded with 1 million troops. Facing this threat, the Eastern Wilderness Marquis personally went out and led an army of 1.5 million to deal with it. However, the two armies did not fight in the end, because the people of the CL secretly contacted the Songming dynasty and finally reached an agreement to fight soldiers and generals. According to the agreement, the CLs will send out 100,000 troops, while the Songming dynasty will send out 200,000 troops, and the two sides will decide their advance and retreat based on victory or defeat. If the CLs win, the Songming army will retreat immediately, and if the Songming dynasty wins, the CLs will directly give up half of the East Wasteland state, allowing the Songming dynasty to take over the vast resource-rich region without bloodshed. The Songming dynasty naturally would not object to this, because the main purpose of their dispatch of troops this time was to explore the true background of the CLs. In the end, after a fierce battle between the two elites, the CLs won the final victory with 50,000 casualties and 140,000 killed and wounded by the Songming elite. And the Songming dynasty did not break the contract. After collecting the bodies of the dead, they simply left. At the same time, the Huanggu dynasty and the pseudo-regime established by the Dongwang Ho with the background of the CLs also reached a tacit understanding, gradually calmed down the war, and divided the entire Huanggu dynasty into two, each occupying the eastern and western halves of the territory. Such an outcome was beyond the expectations of the outside world. But for both warring parties, it was a result that they were unwilling to accept but in line with their own interests. Although the Huanggu dynasty suffered great losses, its foundation was still there. If the CLs wanted to completely swallow it, they would also suffer heavy losses. On the contrary, although the army of the CLs is small in size, each of them seems to be the elite of the elite, with extremely strong combat power. In addition, with the army of the Eastern Wilderness Marquis and other rebels as basic forces, the hope of the ancient dynasty to win and seize the lost territory is very small. Therefore, the two sides had to sit down and lick their wounds first, and then seek other things. Dashi Palace? Ding! You designed to annex the Hao Yuan dynasty without bloodshed, and the hegemony value plus 30,000. Ding! You planned far-reachingly and took advantage of the situation to win over the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect as vassal states of Daxia without spending a single soldier, and the hegemony value plus 40,000. Current hegemony value, 110,000. Xia Ao looked at the hegemony value of 110,000, and a smile appeared in his eyes. After letting out a sigh of relief, Xia Ao directly exchanged a diamond treasure chest and a gold treasure chest. The gold treasure chest is opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a high-quality yuan mine large. The diamond treasure chest is opened. Congratulations. You have obtained the Great Song Dynasty Foundation Pool. The Great Song Dynasty Foundation Pool can fully inherit the Great Song Dynasty Foundation Pool in Yuanjia. Duguqiu Bai. Sweeping Monk. Xiao Feng. Zhou Tong. Beiwei Army. Jingsai Army. Mianya Army. Shredding Snow Army. Xia Ao glanced at the characters and armies in the foundation pool, his expression slightly surprised, because the characters in the foundation pool this time are very different from the past. Before this, most of the characters in the foundation pool were civil officials or geniuses, but the four this time were all martial arts masters. However, this result is also a good thing. After all, what Daxiao lacks now is the top-level combat power. Duguqiu Bai, 102nd level of spiritual body realm. 200 years old. Can be summoned at a specified time and place. Sweeping Monk. 102nd level of the spiritual body realm. 300 years old. Can be summoned at a designated time and place. Xiao Feng. 100th level of the spiritual body realm. 280 years old. Can be summoned at a designated time and place. Zhou Tong. 100th level of the spiritual body realm. 300 years old. Can be summoned at a designated time and place. Beiwei Army. 200,000 people. All troops are equipped with soul equipment. More than half of them are above the virtual body realm. Main General Yu Fei, 90th level of the spiritual body realm. 180 years old. Will appear with the Beiwei Army. Jingsai Army, 200,000 people. All troops are equipped with soul equipment. More than half of them are above the virtual body realm. Main General Li Jilung, 90th level of the spiritual body realm. 220 years old. Will appear with the Jingsai Army. Mianya Army, 200,000 people. All wearing soul equipment. More than half of them are above the virtual body realm. Main General Di Qing, 89th level of the spiritual body realm. 200 years old. Will appear with the Mianya Army. Takshu Army, 200,000 people. All wearing soul equipment. More than half of them are above the virtual body realm. Main General Han Shizhong, 89th level of the spiritual body realm. 260 years old. Will appear with the Takshu Army. After reading the information of the four armies and the main generals, Xia Ao showed satisfaction in his eyes. Although the military strength of the Xia is already very strong, it still has many shortcomings for the goal of unifying the entire continent. The appearance of these four armies will contribute a lot to the improvement of the Xia's military strength. After closing the system panel and thinking for a while, Xia Ao quickly made a decision. For the four martial arts masters of Dugachiobai, it is naturally best to fill them into the palace. With these four people, plus Zhang Sanfeng and Zhou Tong, the imperial palace has 6 top-notch warriors, which is of great significance to enrich the military strength of Daxia. Although the current cultivation of these 6 people is only about 100th level of the spiritual body realm, Xia Ao believes that with a continuous supply of vitality essence, it will only take a few years for their cultivation to be raised to more than 120th level of the spiritual body realm. As for the destination of the 4 newly born armies, Xia Ao has also made a decision. He plans to add Yu Fei's Beiwei Army to the Bifang Army, Li Jilung's Jingsai Army to the Taowu Army, Di Qing's Mianya Army to the Chaos Army, and Han Shizhong's Treading Snow Army to the Qiongqi Army. In addition, he also decided to formally expand the main battle army and expand the size of the 5 major armies to 2 million. In this way, not only can the ability of the Daxia dynasty to deal with chaos be enhanced according to the changes in the current situation, laying the foundation for subsequent expansion, but it can also conceal the joining of the 4 elite troops and confuse the sight of external forces. In the following time, the world continued to change. In early August, Chunhua Holy Church took the lead in completing its strategic goal and unified the entire Tianbei region. In mid-August, the Moro dynasty defeated the last stubborn force and unified the entire Tianqi region. However, considering the external human forces, the Moro emperor issued a strict order, strictly prohibiting any ethnic group from enslaving or harming the human people in the country, so as not to arouse the anger of the human race and attract the crusade of various human forces. In addition, doing so can also lay the foundation for their subsequent conquest of other human forces. They must use the appearance of treating all subjects well to win the favor of the outside world and reduce the stubbornness of the attacked forces. Although doing so cannot prevent the harm, it also lays the foundation for the overall situation, so that there will be no large-scale or major oppression and harm to the human race. In mid-September, the Tianji Tower completely defeated the stubborn forces and unified the entire Tianji region. At the same time, the Songming dynasty also occupied nearly 40% of the Tiannong region. At this time, the remaining forces in Tiannong territory finally united together, vowing to unite against all odds and block the Songming army outside the border to ensure their own safety. As for Tianqiao territory and Tianqing territory, the internal battles in these 2 major territories gradually showed signs of fading, and the situation gradually developed in a clear direction, because at this time, there were only 4 forces left in Tianqing territory, and only 3 forces left in Tianqiao territory. These forces stood out from the chaos, and each wanted to win the final victory and rule a large territory alone, and even hoped to be able to join the competition for the entire continent like the dominant forces in other large territories, and become the supreme existence that unified the entire world. Chapter 334 9 Realms Supreme List. When the time entered November, the Moro dynasty was ready to move, and might send troops to the south at any time to seize the Tianqing territory, while the 4 forces in the Tianqing territory were fighting. At this time, a group of people entered the imperial capital of Daxia, Chunhua Tower. In the top floor box, a handsome and unrestrained young man with a golden face stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the bustling scene of traffic outside the window, with a faint smile on his lips. Behind the young man, there was a woman in palace dress and a middle-aged man with bright eyes. At the door, there was a pair of twin old men in black robes with their eyes closed. Young master, are you really going to show up in person and contact Daxia? The woman in palace dress spoke hesitantly, with a hint of worry in her expression. Of course. The young man smiled and said calmly, if I don't show up in person, how can the great Xiaosai treat it seriously? Besides, only if I take the initiative to show up. The great Xia Emperor will have the possibility of personally meeting me. I have been curious about the legendary great Xia Emperor for a long time. Now that I have come to the great Xia imperial capital, I naturally want to see him with my own eyes, and see what kind of person this unprecedented and incomparable evildoer is. As he spoke, the young man's eyes were shining and his interest was much higher. From the content of the conversation between the two, it can be guessed that the young man in front of him is actually Luoshi, the young leader of the Chunhua Holy Church. After all, looking at the whole world, apart from the young leader of the Chunhua Holy Church, which other young leader is qualified to be personally received by the great Xia Emperor? As the first on the beauty list and the second on the Tianjia list, Luoshi is simply a godlike existence, and is also an existence that the world's talents can only look up to and admire. But even so, Luoshi is not as arrogant as people imagine. This is not only because of her character, but also because of a flaw. After all, she is only the second on the Tianjia list, and there is a first on the Tianjia list who is firmly suppressed above her. And the gap is so big that it makes people despair. Like a gap that there is no hope of crossing. Less than 30 years old. More than 100 spiritual body realms. What a terrifying cultivation level is this? Even if we look back to the several dominant races in the ancient times, there is definitely no super monster of this age. In view of this, Luoshi's interest in the great Xia Emperor is so strong that she must see him with her own eyes to see what kind of person he is. The lady in palace dress frowned. She actually knew what her young master was thinking. But, young master, the hobby of the great Xia Emperor is a hidden worry. You are the #1 beauty on the list. With his lustful nature, how could he not covet you? What if? Luoshi smiled brightly and shook her head, saying, you underestimate him too much. If he was a brainless and incompetent emperor who wanted to occupy a beauty as soon as he saw her, how could he have come to this point? Didn't the ancient emperor and empress come here and return intact? What's more, we came here at the invitation of the great Xia. No matter how bad they are, they won't be so rude. Hearing this, the lady in palace dress relaxed a little, and her heart was relieved a lot. At this time, the noble middle-aged man beside the woman suddenly spoke. Young master, what do you think Daxia invited us to come this time? Luoshi turned around, looked at the noble middle-aged man and asked, what do you think? The holy envoy of the sect? This middle-aged man is one of the 8 holy envoys of the Chunhua Holy Sect, named Zonglin, and his status is not much different from that of the several chiefs. Zonglin had already made plans, so he didn't think too much and gave a direct answer. Reply to the young master. I think that Daxia secretly invited us here for 2 things. Oh, please tell me. Holy envoy of this sect, Luoshi said with a smile. Zonglin nodded and said calmly, first, join forces with the Holy Church to target the ancient dynasty, or the CLs. Second, also join forces with the Holy Church, but target the Moro dynasty. Luoshi nodded slightly and continued to ask, which one do you think is more likely? Zonglin shook his head and said, I can't be sure about this. However, if they raise the first point, the master is unlikely to agree, because now is the critical period for the Holy Church to digest the gains. We need a certain amount of time to convert the war dividends into war potential. In addition, the ancient dynasty and the CLs have ceased fighting. At this time, if we send troops to the Tianwang territory, the 2 parties may also join forces to resist. Sending troops at this time will not make up for the loss. Luoshi smiled and nodded. What the holy envoy said is right. As you said, this is not a good time for the Holy Church to send troops to the Tianwang territory. This also applies to the Great Xia dynasty. After all, Daxia has also taken over the Haoyuan dynasty, and also controls the military power of the Mongxi dynasty and the Tianning sect. They also need time to digest what they have gained, consolidate the newly occupied territory, and even plot to completely take over Mongxi and the Tianning sect. Under this situation, it is also not in their interests to mobilize troops against the Tianwang territory. Therefore, this possibility should be ruled out. In other words, the reason why Daxia invited us here is most likely to jointly curb the further expansion of the Moro dynasty. The Moro dynasty is a foreign race after all, and it has a strong foundation. If their territory and strength are really allowed to continue to grow, it will not be a good thing for any human force. And now, we are the only two parties that border the Moro dynasty and have the ability to curb them. Zonglin nodded suddenly and agreed, young master is right. And young master sees it clearly. Luoshi smiled and did not respond. At this moment, the two twin elders at the door suddenly opened their eyes. Young master. Bai Shao Pavilion. The list has been released again. Hearing the words of one of the old men, Luoshi and the other three were stunned. After a moment of daze, the woman in palace dress suddenly showed a look of realization. Yes, young master. Bai Shao Pavilion had spread the word 3 days ago that the third category of the list would be released today. But it did not reveal what kind of list it was in advance. Oh! It's rare that Bai Shao Pavilion has made a move again. I really don't know what kind of surprise this list will bring. Luoshi chuckled, then turned and walked to the window, wanting to see the list in the air. It's a pity that their location at this time is a bit off, and they can only vaguely see the golden light curtain flickering in the distance, and can't see the specific content on the light curtain. Without waiting for Luoshi's order, the two twin elders suddenly formed a seal. Soon, a miniature version of the golden list appeared in the box. It was obvious that the golden list in the distant sky was projected here using some magic. Luoshi turned around and looked over with Zonglin, the woman in palace dress, and others. At the top of the golden list were 5 golden characters 9 realms supreme list. And below were 100 neat lines of text. Supreme list? Interesting. This list will reveal all the strongest people in the world. Yes, this list is the most valuable and eye-catching list. I really don't know who will be the strongest person in the world. Several people whispered, looking more expectant. In fact, the second list to be released was originally the supreme list. But when it was about to be released, Bai Shaosheng found that the list at that time could not include the sleepers of various forces. Without the sleepers, the value and authority of the supreme list will be greatly reduced, which will have a certain impact on the reputation of Bai Shao Pavilion. Therefore, Bai Shaosheng changed his mind temporarily and disclosed the beauty list first, and postponed the supreme list. It was not until half a month ago that he found that the Bai Shao book was enough to find out the details of the sleepers in the world. And Bai Shaosheng decided to release the supreme list. In the box, as the 5 big words 9 realms supreme list gradually stabilized, the 100 lines of handwriting below gradually emerged from the blur. First, Xia Shizuan. Unpredictable. 29 years old. Identity, Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. After several people saw the first line of handwriting with expectation, their expressions froze instantly. After a little sluggishness, everyone's expressions were replaced by astonishment, unbelievable, horror, confusion, etc. Xiao? How could it be him? How is this possible? Yes, when the Hidden Dragon Prodigy list was released, wasn't he only at the 111th level of the spiritual body realm? It's only been more than 3 years. How did he become the world's #1 supreme being? Could it be that after cultivating to the 999th level of the true body realm and then breaking through, he would turn decay into magic and advance to a new level every 10 days? How is this possible? But think about it carefully. There may really be a lot of tricks in this. When the great emperor of the ancient world, Guchinka, went to assassinate the great Xia emperor, he not only failed and died, but also lost his own national treasure, the great wilderness mirror. And it wasn't long before the great Xia emperor broke through to the spiritual body realm. Could it be true? The extreme accumulation of the 999th level can really turn decay into magic. Unfathomable. My goodness. What kind of terrifying cultivation is this? Even the Bai Shao Pavilion can't detect it? Several people were all scared and in doubt. They hurriedly looked down again. Second place, Supreme Tang. 158th level of the spiritual body realm. A sleeper. Identity, the sleeping supreme of the CLs. Third place, Supreme Su. 156th level of the spiritual body realm. A sleeper. Identity, the sleeping supreme of the Tianji Tower. Fourth place, Supreme Ku. 155th level of the spiritual body realm. A sleeper. Identity, the sleeping supreme of the Songming dynasty. Fifth place, Supreme Qi. 154th level of the spiritual body realm. A sleeper. Identity, the sleeping supreme of the Haimo tribe of the Moro dynasty. Sixth place, Supreme Bai. 152nd level of the spiritual body realm. A sleeper. Sleeper. Identity. The sleeping supreme of Chunhua Holy Church. 7th, Supreme Chong. 151st level of spiritual body realm. Sleeper. Identity. The sleeping supreme of Inluo clan of Moro dynasty. 8th, Supreme Su. 150th level of spiritual body realm. Sleeper. Identity. The sleeping supreme of Tianji Tower. 9th, Supreme In. 148th level of spiritual body realm. Sleeper. Identity. The sleeping supreme of Peng clan of Moro dynasty. 10th, Supreme Lu. 146th level of spiritual body realm. Sleeper. Identity. The sleeping supreme of Huanggu dynasty. Chapter 335. Glazed celestial appearance. After reading the top 10, several people looked at each other in bewilderment. The second place on the supreme list is at the 158th level of the spiritual body realm. Doesn't this mean that the Great Xia Emperor is at least at the 160th level? But judging from the 4 words unfathomable, the truth is probably much more terrifying than they imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't use these 4 words to describe it. What is his strength? Could he have reached more than 200 levels of the spiritual body realm? The palace-dressed woman murmured absent-mindedly. Unfortunately, Luoshi and others couldn't give this answer either. They also wanted to know the answer. However, now except for the Great Xia Emperor himself, I'm afraid no one in the world knows what level his true cultivation is. After all, even the all-knowing Baishao Pavilion can't give this answer. Moreover, this seems to be the first time that Baishao Pavilion gave up and failed for the first time. After a long period of dead silence, Luoshi took a deep breath and slowly suppressed his turbulent thoughts. Emperor of Daxia, I am really getting more and more curious. After whispering softly, Luoshi forced himself to shift his attention away from Xia Ao. Among the top 10 of the supreme list, the Moro dynasty actually occupies 3 seats. It seems that their foundation is really amazing. If we count the second supreme of the Sea Elf clan, the sleeping supreme, the alien race occupies 4 seats in the top 10. The ability of these alien races is really not small. Hearing Luoshi's words, Zhong Lin and others gradually recovered from the shock. Yes, these alien races really can't be underestimated. Their foundation is stronger than we thought. But the foundation of Tianji Tower is also amazing. They actually occupy 2 seats alone. This is actually not too surprising. Tianji Tower is good at deduction. They can predict and deduce the location of the treasures of heaven and earth. They secretly possess a lot of natural treasures and secret places for cultivation. With sufficient resource supply, it is normal for their sleepers to accumulate cultivation at a faster rate. That's true. It's just that the sea elves are a little strange. Where is their base camp? Where do their resources come from? Why has no one discovered them for countless years? I'm afraid only Baishao Pavilion knows the answer. It's a pity that the sea elves have paid the free exploration fee, and we can't find them from. The answer was obtained from Baishao Pavilion. Speaking of which, the ancient dynasty was somewhat surprising. I thought that their sleepers had all been awakened, and they should have turned into a handful of yellow earth by now. But I didn't expect that they actually hit a trick and left one person. One tree cannot support it alone. Looking at the entire supreme list, the ancient dynasty only has that one sleeper left. He alone cannot ensure the inheritance of the ancient foundation. But then again, the cultivation of the master is really terrifying. The 128th level of the spiritual body realm. This is the only one who is not a sleeper among the people above the 122nd level of the spiritual body realm. Oh! Of course. This does not count the Great Xia Emperor, who is simply not a human. Several people talked about it, and Luoshi's attention also stayed on Luo Mingtao's column for a long time. In fact, she also didn't know about her father's cultivation. She only knew that her father was very strong. But she still didn't expect that her father would be such a strong man, which was quite clear in the words of the sleepers. At this time, the palace-dressed woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and she put forward a bold hypothesis. Young master, do you think it is possible that the Great Xia Emperor used some powerful treasure that could conceal the secrets of heaven to conceal his information, so that Baishao Pavilion could not detect his specific cultivation at all, and gave the 4 words unfathomable? If so, it means that the Great Xia Emperor's cultivation is not really so strong that it is incredible, but it is just impossible to detect. Perhaps his current cultivation is about 120 or 30 times the spiritual body realm? Luoshi glanced at the palace-dressed woman named Su Ying, shook his head and said, "This possibility is very small. If Baishao Pavilion does not have certain basis, it is impossible to rank the Great Xia Emperor first on the supreme list. Su Ying was stunned, then sighed and lowered his head. It was really that the ranking of the Great Xia Emperor and the 4 words describing his cultivation were too scary, making Su Ying unwilling to believe it. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Luoshi waved his hand and then looked at Zhong Lin. Zhongsheng Envoy, submit the letter to the Xia. Remember, submit it in my name and make a request to them at the same time, and strive to let us meet the Emperor of the Xia. Yes. Zhong Lin bowed respectfully and then turned and left. With the release of the 9 Realms Supreme List, the world, which had become stagnant due to the war, has stirred up a lot of ripples. Since the list was released, almost every corner has been eagerly discussing the people on the list. Among them, the most attention is naturally paid to the Emperor of the Xia. More than 3 years ago, when the Qianlong Tingjia list was released, the Emperor of the Xia gave the whole world a big surprise. Unexpectedly, now, he has given the whole world a big shock. First on the supreme list. What an amazing achievement! You know, the Emperor of the Xia is less than 30 years old. What is even more incredible is that even Baishao Pavilion cannot accurately find out his specific cultivation level, and only knows that his strength overwhelms all the strongest people in the world. In the first half of the article, which is full of words such as sleepers and silent supremes, the name of Xia Supreme is so dazzling. At that time, in addition to the amazement and shock of most people, there are also some people who are deeply afraid. If the strongest person who overwhelms thousands of heroes on the entire continent takes action personally, what a terrifying scene it would be. What a deadly threat it would be to those hostile forces. More importantly, among the strongest people in the world, all those above the 128th level of the spiritual body realm are sleepers. Except for the Great Xia Emperor. Once the sleepers are awakened, whether they take action or not, they will die in a few days or a month. This means that they cannot be used as regular forces at all, and can only be used at the most critical moment of life and death of a force. But the Great Xia Emperor is not like that. The Great Xia Emperor is in his prime, and he can strike at any time and anywhere without any burden. This is simply a deadly sword hanging from the beam. Therefore, in view of this huge threat, some forces must think carefully if they want to provoke Great Xia. Of course, in addition to the Emperor of Daxia, people all over the world also pay attention to other people. For example, the Moro dynasty, which has 3 seats in the top 10, cannot but make the human race fearful. Another example is the Tingji Tower, which has 2 seats in the top 10 and is the only one among the human race's dominant forces. Another example is the sleeping supreme of the Sea Elf clan, who occupies the 2nd place on the supreme list. His existence is also a big deterrent to all parties. The day when the golden list is released, the world is in turmoil. Although the advent of the 9 Realms Supreme list has caused a lot of commotion, its real impact may still be brewing. The next day, Daxia Palace, Imperial Garden. 5 figures walk slowly forward under the guidance of a eunuch. All the palace maids on both sides opened their eyes and showed a look of self-abasement. Even the exotic flowers and plants on both sides of the corridor that competed for beauty actually covered their faces with leaves, showing an anthropomorphic shyness. The reason for this is entirely because of one of the 5 figures. It was a woman wearing a goose-yellow long skirt and with a face like a fairy. Although the palace maids were used to seeing stunning concubines, they still couldn't hide their feelings of inferiority when facing this woman, which showed her absolute beauty. There was no doubt that this woman was Luoshi. But at this moment, Luoshi didn't pay much attention to the reactions of the palace maids, because her thoughts were all on one thing. According to the saying that they submitted a letter of state level, the Emperor of Daxia should meet them in the court hall or the government hall. But the fact was that the other party had no arrangement in this regard, but took them to the Imperial Garden. The Imperial Garden was originally a place for the emperor of a country to meet close ministers or familiar people. It was a bit rude for the other party to choose to meet them here. Moreover, this also gave her a strange feeling that was not very comfortable. However, since they were here, they could only obey the arrangements of others, and they couldn't argue about it. After a cup of tea, Luoshi and others were finally led to the place. Luoshi looked up and saw a tall figure in a black and gold dragon robe wielding a brush and splashing ink, writing freely on a vertical screen, showing his heroic spirit. Moreover, his handwriting seemed to contain the rhythm of Taoism, making Luoshi feel as if she was sinking into a world when she saw a word. Luoshi was frightened and dared not look at it again, and moved her eyes away from the screen. At this time, She found that there was a beautiful and elegant woman standing on both sides of the man. Perhaps they felt her gaze, and the two of them turned back and stared at her with surprise. And there was a hint of amazement. Luo Shi smiled slightly and nodded politely to the two women. Looking again, she found that there were two expressionless generals and two eunuchs of different fat and thin, but with gentle smiles standing around. These four people naturally noticed her arrival, but they did not show any strange colors, which surprised Luo Shi secretly. Being able to face her beauty without changing one's expression requires great concentration. Seeing that no one wanted to remind the tall figure, Luo Shi could only wait quietly until the person finished writing and handed the thick brush to a palace maid. He turned around. Luo Shi subconsciously raised his eyes and looked at her. When their eyes met, there was a little fluctuation in both eyes. The face is so beautiful that it is like a rainbow in 1,000 miles. And the dragon and phoenix of the glazed fairy are singing. Xia Ao stared at Luo Shi for a while, his eyes full of admiration. He didn't know how to describe the woman in front of him. She was an extreme perfection, and no matter how gorgeous the words were, they couldn't accurately describe it. He could only say that she was the most beautiful in the 9 realms, and she deserved the title. Chapter 336 Joint Ultimatum. While Xia Ao was sighing secretly, Luo Shi was also very uneasy. Of course, her unrest was not because of Xia Ao's handsome appearance and strong imperial majesty, but because of his eyes as vast as the starry sky. At the moment of looking at each other, she seemed to be pulled into an extraterritorial universe where there was no place to stand, and the surrounding stars were bright, making her dizzy. Although this illusion was only fleeting, it still gave Luo Shi a great shock. What kind of strength can create such an illusion? Suppressing the turbulent mood, Luo Shi smiled lightly and knelt down to Xia Ao. Luo Shi of the Chunhua Holy Church. I meet His Majesty the Emperor Xia. Master Luo Shao is unparalleled in elegance and is worthy of being the top of the beauty list. Xia Ao laughed and raised his hand to greet him. Stand up. Thank you, His Majesty. Luo Shi smiled and stood up to greet Shangwan Waner and Yin Chuyun, the two imperial concubines of Great Xia. He behaved generously and unconventionally. After chatting for a while, the two sides got to the point. Your Majesty, after receiving your invitation, my father attached great importance to it, so he sent Shi and Zonglin Zongxing envoy to come together. Luo Shi bowed solemnly to Xia Ao with a serious look. First explained his reason, and then changed his tone. But I don't know why Emperor Xia invited people from my sect to come? The fact that Master Luo sent you two here shows his sincerity. Xia Ao nodded slightly and said with a smile, in that case, I won't beat around the bush. I believe your sect is also very clear about the threat of the Moro dynasty. At present, the Moro dynasty has unified the Tianqi region, and its power has further expanded, posing a considerable threat to both of us. If it were just that, it would be fine. But the key is that the Moro dynasty is a foreign race. As the saying goes, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The reason why the 9 regions continent can become the territory of our human race is precisely because countless human ancestors in the ancient times worked hard and went through untold hardships to achieve this result. We, the descendants, must not forget our ancestors and let the fierce power of foreign races rise again and continue to harm our people. Therefore, I think that we cannot allow the tentacles of the Moro dynasty to continue to expand outward, and we must contain them. According to the current situation, the Moro dynasty is unlikely to go to war directly with Daxia and your church, but they will definitely set their sights on the Tianqi region. This can also be confirmed by some intelligence that Daxia has recently obtained. So, my intention is to unite with your church, with the two of us as the core, and then call on other human forces to jointly issue a joint ultimatum to deter the Moro dynasty. We must let the Moro dynasty know that they can only curl up in the Tianqi region, and cannot continue to expand to the Tianqi region or other directions. If they do not comply, all forces of our human race will unite to fight against them. After listening to Xia Ao's words, Luo Shi showed a look of contemplation on her face, but she was relieved in her heart. Sure enough, she guessed correctly. Daxia's goal was to contain the Moro dynasty. Your Majesty Emperor Xia is right. The 9 realms is the world of our human race. We cannot tolerate the rampant foreign races. I believe that all human forces understand this truth. Luo Shi nodded slightly at first, confirming Xia Ao's meaning, but then changed his tone. However, some things are clear, but it's probably another matter to put them into practice. Your Majesty Emperor Xia should also know that except for our Chunhua Holy Church, Daxia, Tianji Tower, and Huanggu Dynasty. Other forces are still in the midst of war. Even if they sign this joint ultimatum, if they really want to start a war against the Moro Dynasty, which party will seriously intervene? Moreover, the Huanggu Dynasty is currently in its weakest state and has to guard against the CLs. They are unlikely to be willing to join. As for the Tianji Tower, what is their attitude? We are currently unable to confirm it, according to this calculation. In fact, we are the only two parties that can really send troops. In this case, to be honest, I can't guarantee whether my father is willing to mobilize troops. So, Your Majesty Emperor Xia, this matter may not be as simple as imagined. If it turns out to be just a lot of thunder and little rain, it may not end well. Why don't we take a long-term view on this matter? First secretly find out the attitudes of all parties, and then talk about the joint ultimatum? After Luo Shi finished speaking, Xia Ao laughed. What Master Luo said makes some sense. But we want time. But the Moro Empire won't give it to us. According to intelligence, the day when the Moro Empire will march south is just around the corner. And we have no time to find out what other forces are thinking. I have made up my mind about this matter. And no matter whether other forces participate or send troops, we must proceed immediately, even if only Daxia can send troops to resist in the end. I will not hesitate. Having said this, Xia Ao stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the distant sky. People can be selfish, but there must be limits. In the face of the fundamental interests of the entire human race, if you still choose to retreat and sit on the mountain to watch the tigers fight, what kind of human overlord can you be called? With this kind of responsibility, are you also worthy of competing for the world and becoming the world's common ruler, who rules the countless human people in the entire 9 regions continent? It's a joke. People in the world are not blind. Nor are they stupid. In the face of such a major event as curbing alien races and protecting the human race, if any force shrinks back, how many people can be convinced of their rule? Listening to Xia Ao's resounding words and looking at Xia Ao's majestic profile, Luo Shi's heart was shaken. Yes, if you don't even have the intention to resist alien races, what qualifications do you have to dominate the world in the future? If you don't have great righteousness, how can you talk about the benevolence of a king? In short, it is the duty of our great Xia dynasty to curb the continued expansion of the Moro dynasty. I hope that Master Luo will contact Master Luo as soon as possible and ask him to make up his mind and give me a reply. Luo Shi was silent for a while, and suddenly stood up and bowed solemnly to Xia Ao. Your Majesty, if the Moro dynasty sends troops despite the threat of the ultimatum, then I will not be able to decide whether to send troops or not, and my father will have to make the final decision. However, as long as the Great Xia and my Chunhua Holy Church jointly sign the joint ultimatum, I can still make the decision. This is the power given to me by my father. So, you can get this answer now. I can also sign the ultimatum on behalf of my father. Xia Ao turned around and looked at Luo Shi in surprise. Finally, a smile appeared in his eyes, with a hint of appreciation. This is the temperament and attitude that my human race's genius should have. Very good. Come here. Yes. Zhao Gao hurried forward to answer. Bring the ultimatum. Also, summon Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Rights to the palace to meet him. Yes. Zhao Gao respectfully accepted the order, then lowered his head and walked away quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yi hurried over, and the ultimatum was also placed on the table. After Xia Ao finished signing on it, Luo Shi walked forward. Looking up, he found that the top of the ultimatum was inscribed with a few large characters, the ultimatum of the human race of the 9 regions to the Moro dynasty. And the main text below was hundreds of words of eloquent and passionate words. The main text listed the history of the 9 regions, declared the orthodoxy of the human race, emphasized the righteousness of the race, and naturally did not forget the core of restricting the Moro dynasty from continuing to expand. Finally, it ends with a paragraph about the common interests of the human race, which points out that non-participants are a shame for the human race, unworthy of the respect of the people, and unworthy of competing for supremacy in the world. The main text ends, and then comes the signature area. Luo Shi continued to look down and found that the front of the signature area was written with the divine Emperor Xia Ao of the Great Xia dynasty. If the Moro dynasty dares to violate the ultimatum, the Great Xia dynasty will definitely attack it with the whole country's strength. After reading it all, Luo Shi couldn't help but feel depressed. It turns out that this Emperor Xia has already had the idea of clamping down on the human forces of all parties. No wonder he is not worried that no one will sign it. after the last paragraph of the main text is written, which force dares not to sign it. You know, this ultimatum is to be announced to the entire continent. In addition, Xiao obviously buried a mine at the last signature. Daxia is willing to use the whole country's strength to conquer Moro, who does not obey the ultimatum. So what kind of strength will other forces use to conquer? Luoshi stood with the pen in his hand for a long time, and finally put the pen back with a helpless look. Your Majesty, if it is just a signature, she can naturally complete it for my father. But, if you fill it out like this, she has no way to start. It seems that she can only start writing after asking my father for instructions. Xiao smiled slightly, and said gently, although time is tight, there is no need to be too anxious. Let's do this. Luo Shaosek Master Luo should ask Luo Jizuan for instructions first. As long as it is completed before sunset, it will not be too late. Luoshi was depressed. She felt like she was fooled. But she had no place to argue. So she could only agree helplessly. But from the heart, she also hoped that this ultimatum could play the greatest role and restrict the Moro dynasty tightly, which would also be a good thing for the Chunhua holy sect. So, even if she was really calculated a little, she was not very angry. Chunhua Holy Church. Holy Temple. What do you think? Luo Mingtao sat high on the throne and asked the several leaders in the temple. Replying to Your Excellency, I think this is a good thing. The Moro Empire has a deep foundation. Whether it is the Hidden Dragon list or the current Supreme list, we can see some clues from them. Therefore, its expansion must be restricted. Otherwise, it will definitely be a disaster. Your Excellency, I also think so. However, I think that the joint ultimatum can be signed. But if the Moro Empire ignores the threat of the ultimatum and forcibly sends troops to expand, we still need to make a careful decision whether to really send troops. Yes, Your Excellency, I also mean this. Taking the lead in signing the joint ultimatum is of great significance to the Holy Church. This can win the hearts of many people and reduce the resistance of some people in the future. But now the Holy Church is in a critical period of accumulation and development. If it is dragged into the quagmire of war with the Moro Empire, it will not be a good thing. Obviously, the intentions of the several leaders are mostly to gain benefits without working, and want to get something for nothing. Chapter 337 Human Justice. The opinions of several leaders were mostly the same, and a holy envoy who had been silently waiting beside the throne also spoke at this time. That being said, everyone, the problem now is, how do we let the young leader sign on it? The Emperor of Daxia has already made a sample. We can't just sign a name. Right? Why can't we sign it? A leader with curved red eyebrows snorted and immediately refuted. As long as we sign the name of the Holy Church, it has already reflected our attitude. Why do we have to learn from Daxia and directly show the framework on it and trap ourselves in it? Isn't this tying our own hands and asking for trouble? After this person finished speaking, others nodded in agreement. That's right. If Daxia wants to be the vanguard, let them do it. But we can't lose our heads and be led by them. This joint ultimatum is of great importance. Once we leave a clear promise on it, we can't regret it. Otherwise, we will only dig a hole for ourselves and become a laughing stock in the world. If we want to dominate the world in the future, I'm afraid we will encounter many difficulties. So, I also think that simply signing is enough. However, after the questioning of the holy envoy, some of the first seats calmed down and thought more deeply. This matter is indeed a bit tricky. My Chunhua Holy Church and the Great Xia Dynasty are both co-sponsors of this joint ultimatum. If we don't make certain commitments to the top, how can other forces make a clear statement? Without a clear statement, and without leaving a promise when signing, all forces will naturally have no pressure and just sign it. In this way, won't all parties benefit? Without this restriction, once the Moro dynasty directly sends troops regardless of the threat, which force is willing to really send troops except Great Xia? But how can Great Xia stop Moro? Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly, but the red eyebrow leader sneered. Isn't this better? The Great Xia dynasty has always had a mysterious background, and it has gained such a large territory for nothing. Maybe it will become the #1 enemy of the Holy Church in the future. Letting them fight to the death with the Moro dynasty will not only allow us to see the true capabilities of Great Xia, but also greatly weaken the power of Great Xia. Why not do it? Hearing the words of the red eyebrows leader, the expression of the leader who had just spoken sank. Master Song. Don't forget that the Moro dynasty has always been the enemy of all human beings. It is the fundamental scourge that can threaten the rule of our human race. If we continue to plot infighting and plot against our own people in this matter, aren't we deliberately helping the Moro dynasty? If we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, allowing the great Xia dynasty to be defeated by the Moro dynasty, it will only hurt ourselves in turn. In the past, there was the ancient dynasty that could restrain the Moro dynasty. But everyone knows what kind of virtue the ancient dynasty is now. If Great Xia is defeated, the Panla ink box will be completely opened, because without the joint clamp of Great Xia, it is impossible to block the crazy expansion of the Moro dynasty with the power of the Holy Church alone. No matter which direction they expand, it will be very easy, once they occupy the Tianqing region and Tianan region, and then extend their claws to the Tianwang region. Even if all human forces can unite thoroughly and sincerely, they may not be able to achieve the final victory. In addition, don't forget that there are Sea Elves in the east of Tianwang region. As alien races, the Sea Elves and the Moro dynasty will definitely come together, disregarding the life and death of the entire human race for personal gain. It is not a traitor but a traitor. Your Excellency, I think that this must not be done. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall changed color, especially the last sentence, which made Song's surname Chi-Mei Chief and others look ugly. You? Okay. Luo Mingtao snorted coldly and interrupted the argument. What she said is right. Some things can be done, and some things cannot be done. If you still have to make unbridled calculations on matters concerning the survival of the race, how can you have the face to talk about competing for supremacy in the world? The struggle for the world depends on the upright trend, not on the sinister plot to harm the interests of the human race. On this point, just from this incident, we can see that the Holy Church is very different from Daxia. Those who have no righteousness will perish in 3 generations even if they win the world. Hearing Luo Mingtao's statement, everyone was shocked, especially Song, whose face turned red, and at the same time, he was terrified, because he had clearly felt the dissatisfaction of the church master, and his dissatisfaction with his argument on this matter. The church master taught me. I am ignorant. Everyone hurriedly bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. Looking uneasy, Luo Mingtao didn't say much, but just returned to the topic. Tell the young leader that the Moro dynasty is a fierce beast. Since Daxia has taken up the responsibility, our Chunhua Holy Church should not fall behind. Since Daxia is willing to use the whole country's strength to contain it, the Holy Church should also do its best to deter Moro with the same promise and imprison him in a cage. Yes. When Luo Shi wrote on behalf of his father, the holy pen of Chunhua Holy Church's master Luo Mingtao, written by the young leader Luo Shi, if the Moro dynasty dares to violate the ultimatum, the Chunhua Holy Church will definitely use all its strength to attack it. Xiao was surprised. But after the surprise, he admired it. He didn't expect that the Chunhua Holy Church would be so responsible. He thought that it was good enough for the Chunhua Holy Church to sign the joint ultimatum. After all, this is a good opportunity to weaken the Daxia dynasty. It is reasonable for the Chunhua Holy Church to choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. In view of this, Xiao could not help but look up to the Chunhua Holy Church's patriarch Luo Mingtao. At least, this person is indeed a responsible ruler in the face of the righteousness of the human race. With Luo Shi signing, the 2 leading forces of Daxia and Chunhua reached an agreement on leaving their names. Xiao immediately sent people to the other human forces to seek signatures. The list of this joint ultimatum is a spiritual weapon. Its mother body still remains in Daxia, and the ones taken to each party are all sub-bodies. As long as one of the sub-bodies is signed, the same content will appear on the mother list and other sub-lists. Therefore, there is no need to sign one by one. In the next few days, due to the delivery of the joint ultimatum, the top leaders of the various forces were in turmoil again. Sungming Imperial Dynasty. Song Yongyuan turned his eyes away from the joint ultimatum on the table, looked at the ministers in the hall, and asked with a chuckle, "What do you think? Should we sign this ultimatum? If we do, how should we sign it?" The ministers looked at each other. Most of them hesitated. After a while, some people spoke one after another. "Your Majesty, I think we must sign this ultimatum. Otherwise, I am afraid it will cause the contempt of the human race in the world. And it will also have a very adverse impact on our unification cause. That's what I mean. It's just that the content of the signature is a bit difficult to handle. Under the current situation, even if we are willing, we are simply unable to make the same promise as Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church. My Songming dynasty is currently in a continuous war, and it does not border the Moro dynasty. People in the world should understand. Therefore, I think that we only need to sign. And there is no need to make a clear promise. Your Majesty. That's what I mean. And I think this is also a matter for my Songming dynasty. Good news. If the Moro dynasty sends troops regardless of the deterrence, Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church will be forced to be involved in the war. At that time, let the three parties fight to the death, and we can continue to attack the Tiannong region. In the end, my Songming dynasty will be the best among all the heroes. Your Majesty, I agree with what Mr. Zhang said. Looking at the world, only Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church are the biggest competitors of the dynasty. If they are involved in a difficult war with the Moro dynasty, it will be 100 benefits and no harm to my Songming dynasty. But at the same time, we have also signed our names on it, so we will not be spurned. Listening to the arguments in the hall, the imperial censor Bao Yisai frowned. Your Majesty, I think that we should not only sign, but also make a clear commitment. Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church are not fools. The reason they made such a commitment is not only for the justice of the human race, but also to win the hearts of the people of the world. And the importance of people's hearts to governance needs no further explanation. If we don't make a practical commitment, we will naturally be inferior to those two parties, and the impact will be in all aspects. At present, because the other forces in Tiannong territory have shared the same hatred and formed an unprecedented solid alliance, the offensive of the imperial dynasty has been curbed. In this case, we may be able to use this matter to strive for an opportunity to break the deadlock. That is, to use people's hearts to divide and disintegrate the other party. Hearing Bao Yisai's words, many ministers secretly curled their lips and looked disapproving. Your Majesty, I think what Censor Bao said is absurd. In such a turbulent time, how many people will really pay attention to such a major event? Besides, it's not like we haven't expressed our stance. Yes, Your Majesty, we only need to express our stance. Why bother to make a promise? Besides, we don't have much power to invest in a battlefield far away. Song Yongyuan glanced at the ministers, without saying anything, but just raised his hand and let the list on the table hang vertically in the air. You might as well take a look at the choices of other forces. The ministers looked carefully and found that in addition to Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church, there were 6 forces that had signed their names. Among them, Tianji Tower was included, and the choice of Tianji Tower was exactly the same as that of Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church. As for the other 5 parties, 3 parties only signed their names. One party promised to send 1,000,000 troops to fight, and the last party also promised to fight with the whole country's strength. We are both dominant forces. If only our Songming dynasty lags behind, what will the people of the world think? Although the forces of the Tianqing domain have to make this promise because they are adjacent to the Moro dynasty, it also poses a problem for us. If a dynasty has this responsibility, how can our Songming dynasty be so incompetent? Hearing Song Yongyuan's words, the ministers looked at each other in surprise. At this time, Bao Yisai's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, according to this situation, the effectiveness of this joint ultimatum has been greatly achieved. In other words, facing such a deterrent, the possibility that the Moro dynasty dares to send troops is already very small. In this case, why should we worry about other things? When these words came out, everyone was stunned at first, and then they were all refreshed and smiled. Song Yongyuan looked at Bao Yisai with appreciation, then raised his hand to hold the pen and began to write. The imperial writings of Qingsong Great Emperor Song Yongyuan of the Songming dynasty. If the Moro dynasty dares to violate the ultimatum, the Songming dynasty will not hesitate to stop the war and attack it with the whole country's strength. Chapter 338 Angry and Aggrieved. The Way. Moro dynasty. Imperial Palace. Looking at the ultimatum of the 9 regions' human race to the Moro dynasty in front of them, all the Moro officials were furious and jumped up and down. Damn the human race. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and they still want to keep my Moro dynasty like livestock? They are bullying me too much. All human forces have signed on it. How can they have such a strong cohesion? Isn't it all because of the extremely inflammatory content in this ultimatum? The wording of this ultimatum is a disguised threat to all parties of the human race. Who dares not to sign? In the final analysis, everything should be attributed to Daxia and Chunhua Holy Church. If they hadn't taken the lead and written those things, how could other human forces follow suit? No! There is only one real culprit. That is Daxia. According to intelligence, this thing was completely the idea of Daxia dynasty. They took the lead, and then Chunhua Holy Church joined. Wait, Didn't the chief say before that Daxia dynasty is our hidden ally? Why is it like this? What a shitty ally. Human race is selfish and treacherous. It's strange that they can be trusted. For a while, the hall was full of angry curses and shouts filled with righteous indignation. Especially the abuse of Daxia dynasty, which was the most vicious. At the front, the faces of the 8 chiefs were also very ugly. But most of them endured and did not speak immediately. The cooperation between Daxia and Moro was originally a tacit and mutually beneficial relationship. Both sides did benefit from it in the past period of time. And it was not a win or a loss. As for the word ally, it was just a close word to get closer. The two parties did not sign any written agreement at all. Therefore, Daxia's behavior was not treacherous. To be precise, it should be that Daxia did not give them the opportunity to be alert and took advantage of their negligence towards Daxia to stab them in the back. And this knife was extremely fast, accurate, and ruthless, clearly aiming at their vital points. Because there were only 3 days left before the day they planned to send troops. But these 3 days became an insurmountable gap. Daxia dynasty, you have bullied me too much. Emperor, I ask for a fight. Give me 3 million troops, and I will definitely flatten Daxia. An ape general strode out and said to Yuan Han, with his teeth bared, without waiting for Yuan Han to respond. A general of the Black Missouri tribe snorted coldly. Ask for a fight? What kind of war are you asking for now? Don't you see that it is clearly written on this ultimatum that as long as our army dares to step out of Tianxiu, they will send troops to attack at all costs? After this person, a general of the Inluo tribe nodded in agreement. Among the dozen or so human forces, nearly half have promised to fight with the whole country. And among the remaining forces, many have also promised to send out troops ranging from 500,000 to 3 million. In this case, how can we continue to fight? After the voice fell, a minister of the spirit race also stood up and nodded in agreement. You are right. At present, all human forces have stood together and become a solid block. In this case, it is obvious that we can no longer continue to provoke war, because that will only bring danger to the destruction of my Moro Empire. In my opinion, we should continue to recuperate and digest the gains of Tianxi territory first. At this time, a general of the Peng clan suddenly snorted coldly. Coward! A piece of paper scares you like this? What a joke. Don't you think that most of these human forces are actually forced to sign the promise due to the content of the ultimatum? And most of them are in a mess of killing each other. If my Moro dynasty really mobilizes troops, how many parties will actually send troops in the end? Now most of those human forces are dreaming of unifying the continent. Or they are too busy to protect themselves. Which party doesn't want to preserve its strength? How could they really send troops to escape? Come to attack my Moro? In the final analysis, the statements of these human forces are just verbal clamors. There are absolutely few parties that dare and are willing to send troops. If we are intimidated by this piece of paper, we will only be fooled by them. The minister of the spirit race frowned and said calmly, You think too simply. The human leaders are particularly concerned about their face. Moreover, this ultimatum has been announced to the entire continent and known to everyone. If any force breaks its promise, let alone the dispute, the world is in the world. Even if it is inside, there will be a big problem. It gives other opportunities for good progress in other forces. This ultimatum can be recognized by the forces of all people. After all, except for the ancient emperor's dynasty, the rest of the forces promised to be crusade. Faced with such a threat, how could we move lightly? Could it be that my Moro dynasty can only swallow this anger and stay in this damn circle defined by the human race? Hearing this, Ling Nanzhong, the chief of the spirit race, suddenly smiled. My Moro dynasty has been patient for countless years. What does it matter if we can endure for a little longer? Since the time is not ripe yet, let's rest and recuperate first. It is also a good time to digest the gains from the war and further enhance the war potential of the dynasty. The situation in the world is changing rapidly. I believe that our opportunity will come sooner or later. At this time, Yuan Han, who had been sitting on the throne in silence, finally raised his head. Although Daxia's behavior is despicable, it has indeed pinched our Achilles heel. The strategy of expanding to the south is no longer feasible. Give up the plan and enter a period of recuperation. After finalizing the final decision, Yuan Han waved his hand. Okay. The others will disperse first. And the 8 chiefs will stay. Yes. We will leave. Although most of the dignitaries of the Moro dynasty were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave. When the palace door closed and only the 8 chiefs were left in the palace, Yuan Han continued to speak. Everyone, what should my Moro dynasty do next? Do you have a plan to break the situation? The chief of the Three-Eyed Clan, Yan Guangqiao, shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid this is a dead end. It's difficult to break it. The chief of the Silver Luo clan, Luo Sanxing, nodded and agreed. Indeed, the human race took this step decisively and steadily under the leadership of the great Xia dynasty, and did not leave us any loopholes to exploit. If we want to break the situation, I'm afraid we can only wait for several dominant forces to go to war with each other. In fact, Yuan Han, the 8 chiefs, and the patriarchs of the 8 clans had actually anticipated the possibility of the human race uniting to curb the expansion of the Moro dynasty. So, although they were in a very bad mood, they did not lose their color like other dignitaries. Mei Ying, the chief of the Meizu clan, sighed and said, I thought that after countless years of wear and tear, the vigilance of the human race had been worn down by most, and the cohesion of the human race had also been greatly weakened. But unexpectedly, the facts still went in the direction we least wanted to see. Peng Qiu, the chief of the Peng clan, shook his head and retorted, if there was no Daxia, perhaps the human race would not have united. But with the emergence of Daxia, we have the current scene. In the final analysis, the culprit is still Daxia. At the beginning, we thought that Daxia would be the key to help my Moro dynasty break the deadlock. But unexpectedly, today, they have become the biggest stumbling block to restrict my Moro dynasty's cavalry. Mei Ying shook her head and said in a light voice, our initial judgment was not wrong. The Daxia dynasty did bring us a lot of help. It's just that we underestimated Daxia's ability. Yuan Han frowned. His eyes swept across the 8 chiefs one by one, and finally stopped at Hu Rong, the chief of the Fox clan, who had been silent. Chief Hu, do you have a way to break the impasse? Hu Rong came back to her senses from her contemplation, glanced at Yuan Han and smiled. Emperor, we seem to have forgotten a helper. Right? Helper? Everyone was stunned. But soon, Mei Ying's eyes lit up. Chief Hu, you mean the CLs? Yes. Hu Rong nodded affirmatively, and said confidently, the CLs are also a foreign race in the eyes of the human race, and their situation is actually the same as ours. Although the human race's spearhead is only directed at my Moro dynasty this time, the situation of the CLs is not much better than ours. When the Chunhua Holy Church, the Songming dynasty, and the Daxia dynasty are free, the CLs will definitely suffer, and I believe that the CLs will understand this truth. So, I think we can strengthen our contact and cooperation with the CLs. And when the time is right, we will join forces to destroy the Huanggu dynasty with thunder. Taking down the Huanggu dynasty will not only remove a nail, but also, we can use the excellent resources of the ancient dynasty to continuously strengthen the power of the dynasty. Finally, we can also directly connect with the CLs and truly help each other. Of course, the timing of this move must be grasped well. As long as the timing is well controlled, we will give the human race a step down in the name of the invitation of the CLs. I believe they will not fight to the death. At least, they will not be attacked by many human forces. And if we only deal with 2 or 3 of them, with the foundation of our Moro dynasty, we may not be afraid of them. Wait until this foundation is laid, and it will be much easier to go further. After listening to Hu Rong's analysis, Yuan Han and the other 7 chiefs all brightened their eyes. This plan is very good. Good. Let's do it. Chapter 339 Nangong Xiangyu. As the joint ultimatum to intimidate the Moro dynasty spread throughout the world, and the news that the Moro dynasty stopped its move to gather troops in the south came out, the whole continent was in an uproar, and countless human races were excited. Although the vast majority of the human race on the continent are just ordinary people, they have a strong empathy when it comes to racial justice. They may not understand the big principles, but the basic desire of the human race to be strong and not enslaved by foreign races is shared by everyone, especially the human race in the northern part of the Tianqing region. In recent days, due to the continuous news that the Moro dynasty is about to invade the south, there are panic and gloom everywhere. The rich and powerful are desperately moving to the south to escape, but ordinary people can only wait in confusion and anxiety. But now, as soon as the human race ultimatum came out, the Moro dynasty has been scared out of its wits, and dared not to extend its claws to them again. How can they not cheer? For a time, the sound of praising merits filled the land, especially for the 2 leading forces of the great Xia dynasty and the Chunhua Holy Church. This voice was the strongest. And people's good will continue to rise. If possible. Who doesn't want a responsible leader? Who doesn't want to be a citizen of a country that dares to take responsibility? Tiannong Region. Baiwa Valley. Baiwa Valley is located in the eastern part of Tiannong Region. Although it is called a valley, it is a large canyon with a magnificent environment. There are many spiritual mountains and rivers, and countless spiritual plants, such as spiritual medicines and spiritual flowers. It is a real spiritual family-blessed land. Such a precious land. No force does not covet it. But in the long years, few really dare to take it. Because this is the territory of Baiwa Pavilion. The base camp of Baiwa Pavilion. Baiwa Pavilion is not very famous on the mainland. And many people have never heard of it. But this does not mean that it is weak. But just because it is low-key enough. Baiwa Pavilion is the most powerful superior force. Although it is not a dominant force. It is only because Baiwa Pavilion does not have a large number of troops. If we talk about other aspects, Baiwa Pavilion is not much worse than the dominant force. And even exceeds it in some aspects. For example, financial resources. Looking at the entire continent, the financial resources of the 8 desolate Chamber of Commerce may not be comparable to Baiwa Pavilion. For example, the strong. This can be seen only from the Supreme List. Because Baiwa Pavilion alone occupies 9 seats in the Supreme List. The strongest one among them ranks 12th on the Supreme List. With such a strong foundation, which force dares to provoke it easily? At least in Tiannong region. No one dares to cause trouble for Baiwa Pavilion. The most important thing is that Baiwa Pavilion almost monopolizes the market of superior spiritual medicines and spiritual pills in the entire continent except Tianchi region. And almost all forces need Baiwa Pavilion. If you make Baiwa Pavilion unhappy, you will never get any miraculous medicines that prolong life. Precious pills that help you break through realms and suppress inner demons. Or even things like eternal youth pills, beauty pills, and Yuanjing liquid. It can be said that Baiwa Pavilion almost controls the lifeline of elite warriors' cultivation. In this case, who dares to provoke it easily? Therefore, Baiwa Pavilion has always been like a paradise, rarely threatened by war. But the world is changing, and some things cannot be avoided forever. Just like now, the Songming dynasty pointed the sword at the entire Tiannong region, and the Baiwa Pavilion also ushered in the most deadly crisis in history. In fact, at the beginning of the war, the Baiwa Pavilion sent envoys to the Songming dynasty to negotiate, hoping that the Songming dynasty would give a clear promise to guarantee that it would not harm the interests of the Baiwa Pavilion, and would not covet the power of the Baiwa Pavilion. However, Song Yongyuan, known as the Qingsong Emperor, how could he agree? Perhaps in Song Yongyuan's eyes, in the entire Tiannong region, the Baiwa Pavilion is the most valuable party, and it is a tonic of great significance to the Songming dynasty. How could he let it go free? However, Song Yongyuan is not stupid. He did not refuse it outright, but adopted a strategy of avoiding and pretending to be ignorant, and only let his subordinates go around and delay time. For this, the Baiwa Pavilion is not unpredictable. But there is room for them. So they still hold a fluke, and do not want to fight against the Songming dynasty. It was not until the Songming dynasty took over more than 30% of the territory of Tiannong territory, and suddenly extended its hand to the Baiwa Pavilion's industry in Songming territory, and the occupied territory of Tiannong territory, that Baiwa Pavilion completely gave up. Since then, Baiwa Pavilion has stepped onto the stage of Tiannong territory, using its own reputation and strong financial resources, rich reserves of elixirs, and other advantages to overcome all difficulties, and unite all the remaining forces in Tiannong territory together, constantly arming the armies of all parties, and improving the strength of the strong men of all parties. This allowed the Tiannong coalition to block the pace of the Songming army's continued eastward expansion and barely maintain the balance of the war. Originally, with the extraordinary financial resources of Baiwa Pavilion, it was not impossible to help the Tiannong coalition to hold on for more than 10 years. But due to their shortcomings caused by not paying attention to intelligence and espionage, the Songming dynasty took advantage of the loophole, resulting in the assassination or rebellion of Baiwa Pavilion one after another, which brought a lot of damage to Baiwa Pavilion. If it continues to develop like this, I am afraid that the fate of Baiwa Pavilion and Tiannong coalition will be very miserable. It is precisely in view of this dangerous prospect that the top leaders of Baiwa Pavilion have to think of another way. Baiwa Peak. Next to the spiritual pool on the top of the peak, a young woman in a crimson palace dress sat on a jade round stool with a frown on her face, as if she was thinking about something. The woman had a beautiful face, except for the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. There was almost no other trace of time left on her face. She was the pavilion master of this generation of Baiwa Pavilion, named Gan Chunning. The wind was whistling, and at a certain moment, another figure came slowly with lotus steps. Looking closely, it was a graceful woman with a slender figure and graceful posture. The woman wore a red-colored wide-sleeve fairy dress, and 3,000 black silks hung in her waist like a crystal waterfall. Her eyes were like talking colorful clouds, and her thin crimson lips were slightly raised. She seemed to have walked out of a painting, and her beauty was unreal. As the woman walked, there were many colorful butterflies and birds flying around her. From their chirping, one could hear the feeling of comfort and intoxication. The breeze blew, and the intoxicating fragrance filled the air. The whole world seemed to suddenly become much brighter. There is no doubt that the birds gathered around the woman and lingered around her because of the wonderful fragrance. They were reluctant to leave. If there were people from the Baiwa Pavilion here, they would definitely recognize this woman, because she was the saint of the Baiwa Pavilion. The peerless beauty ranked second on the 9 realms beauty list. Nandong Xiangyu. Master. Nandong Xiangyu smiled and waved to disperse the circling butterflies and birds, then stood still and bowed to Gan Chunning. You is here. Gan Chunning came back to his senses and nodded in response. Nandong Xiangyu looked at the lingering worry between Gan Chunning's eyebrows, pursed her lips and said, Master, haven't you thought of a countermeasure yet? Gan Chunning glanced at Nandong Xiangyu, but did not answer directly, but changed the subject. What do you think of the great Xia dynasty? What do you think? Nandong Xiangyu looked at Gan Chunning strangely. Since the latter did not ask about any specific aspect, she could only speak according to her own thoughts. According to my understanding, Daxia can be described in 3 words. First, mysterious. Second, powerful. Third, fearless. Gan Chunning's eyes flickered, and he asked with a smile, Oh? How do you say that? Nandong Xiangyu sorted out her thoughts, and then said in an ethereal tone, Since the return of the Daxia dynasty with the Tianan region, there have been many mysterious aspects. For example, the changes in the combat power of its army, the Daxia Emperor himself, the mismatch between its historical and realistic background, and so on. These are still a mystery until now, and even the all-knowing Baishao Pavilion cannot measure the real cultivation of the Daxia Emperor at this time. Therefore, the word mysterious is the most suitable word for Daxia. As for strength, this was first seen in the battle between Daxia and the ancient dynasty. Although Daxia did not have many concrete achievements afterwards, their courage to attack Haiyuan dynasty, Mongxi dynasty, and Tianning sect at the same time shows a lot of things. Without the confidence brought by strong strength, they would not dare to be so rash. And some time ago, Daxia dynasty took the lead in organizing a joint ultimatum to deter the Moro dynasty, which is also a proof. As for fearlessness, this is most clearly demonstrated in Daxia's history. When Tianan territory just returned, many forces wanted to cut Daxia's meat, but in the end, let alone other forces, even the ancient dynasty, and the people of the Songming dynasty were resolutely counterattacked. At that time, the real foundation of Daxia should be relatively weak, but under such circumstances, it dared to wipe out the envoys of the dignified dynasty without hesitation, which shows its strong character. Later, whether it was Daxia's decisive counterattack against the Seven Mountains Alliance and Nank Kingdom, or the strength of the Daxia Emperor who killed the ancient Supreme Emperor without hesitation, or the amazing bloodiness of Daxia's soldiers who were not afraid of life and death in the battle between Daxia and the ancient dynasty. All of them showed one thing without exception: anyone who dares to provoke Daxia, no matter who it is, no matter how powerful the opponent is, Daxia dynasty will not hesitate to fight and will never give in. Finally, Daxia dynasty dared to take the lead in curbing the Moro dynasty. The responsibility of further expansion also proves this point. Although the Moro dynasty is extremely powerful, in the eyes of the great Xia dynasty, it seems that it does not know what fear is. Therefore, I think this fearless description is also very suitable for great Xia. After listening to Nandong Xiangyu's answer, Gan Chunning let out a long breath and sighed. Yes. Throughout the history of the great Xia dynasty, they have never been afraid of anyone, let alone retreating to anyone. Such a dynasty with a fearless spirit from top to bottom is simply a miracle. Mysterious, powerful, fearless. Well, you really summed up these 3 words very well. And I may not be able to extract these 3 words. Chapter 340, A Gift from the Saint? Master, You are too modest. Nandong Xiangyu chuckled and asked curiously, Master, why do you mention the Great Xia dynasty at this time? But you have already thought of a way. And it is related to the Great Xia? Gan Chuning glanced at Nandong Xiangyu. His eyes were slightly complicated. If we ask the Great Xia dynasty for help, will they agree? Nandong Xiangyu was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. Master, how is this possible? The Great Xia dynasty is far away from us. Even if we can pay a price that makes them excited, they will not fight with the Songming dynasty. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that now is not the time for the overlords to compete directly. What's more, Great Xia has to guard against the Moro dynasty. In addition, Great Xia should have set its sights on the Tianqing region. For them, it is in their best interest to take over the Tianqing region at the moment. There is no reason for them to go far away to help us. Master, although the financial resources and achievements of my Baiwa pavilion are the delicacies that countless forces covet, these temptations may not be very attractive to the Great Xia dynasty. Because from the rise of Great Xia, they don't seem to be lacking in this aspect. Gan Chuning nodded slightly and said softly, You are right. After the voice fell, Gan Chuning paused, and then suddenly changed his tone. But my Baiwa pavilion has another great advantage, and the attraction of this advantage may not be rejected by the Emperor of Daxia. Nandong Xiangyu looked at Gan Chuning strangely, and calmed down to think carefully for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. So she could only be confused. Master, what advantage are you talking about? Gan Chuning's eyes were a little erratic, and he looked away. The Emperor of Daxia is a great leader of a generation. He is mysterious and even more powerful. But he has another outstanding feature. That is, his preferences. Preferences? Nandong Xiangyu blinked her colorful eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. After 5 or 6 breaths, Nandong Xiangyu's expression suddenly froze, and she stared at Gan Chuning in astonishment. Master, you want your disciple? Gan Chuning suddenly stood up, with his back to Nandong Xiangyu, as if to hide the slight shame on his face. Some people in the pavilion proposed this idea, and I scolded them back at that time. However, when I think about it carefully, their idea is actually understandable. You are the second on the list of beauties, the second most beautiful in the world. For the Emperor of Daxia, I am afraid that a large vein of high-quality yuanshi cannot compare to your weight in his eyes. So, from this aspect, your appeal may be greater than the benefits that my Baiwa pavilion can provide to Daxia. Of course, I will not force you to do anything. What's more, even if you do this, Daxia may not agree. All this is just our speculation. At this point, Gan Chuning sighed and turned back. You don't have to take this matter to heart. I just said it to you casually. And you don't have to pay attention to other people's rumors. You are the saint of my Baiwa pavilion. Your contribution to the alchemy over the years, especially the restoration of the ancient broken pill formula, has made great contributions to the pavilion, which is enough to live up to the status of the saint. Nandong Xiangyu lowered her head, and after a long silence with a complicated look, she gradually regained her composure. Master, why do the elders in the pavilion think so? How can they be sure that sending me out can attract Daxia to help? It is true that the Emperor of Daxia likes beauties. But how can he be attracted by beauty when he can rule Daxia into such a magical and powerful dynasty? Gan Chuning smiled and explained, The Emperor of Daxia is certainly not someone who can be fooled by beauty. But this is the best stepping stone. The real factor that can make him agree is actually the general trend of the world, looking at the entire continent. Except for the Moro dynasty. The 3 parties that have the greatest hope of unifying the world now are the Songming dynasty, Chunhua Holy Church, and the Daxia dynasty. And if the Songming dynasty successfully annex the Tiannong region, the strength of the Songming dynasty will be greatly reduced. The power will be greatly increased, which is obviously not a good thing for the Great Xia dynasty. If this trend can be stopped, it will be in the interests of the Great Xia dynasty. However, although this is true, as you said before, the Great Xia dynasty is far away from the Tiannong region. There is either the Tianxiao region or the Guiming Sea in the middle. And now most of the western half of the Tiannong region has been taken over by the Songming dynasty. In this case, if the Great Xia wants to get involved and obstruct it, it will inevitably be twice the result with half the effort. It is precisely in view of these reasons that we not only need rich benefits to attract the Great Xia, but also a stepping stone that can overwhelm the balance. This is why the elders in the pavilion are staring at you. After listening to Gan Chuning's explanation, Nandong Xiangyu suddenly realized Master, I understand. After nodding slowly, Nandong Xiangyu sat on the stool and remained silent for a while. Finally, she took a deep breath and stared at Gan Chunning and said word by word, Master, let's do it this way. What? Gan Chunning was stunned and looked at Nandong Xiangyu in disbelief. Although this was the answer she wanted most in her heart, and although she had been hinting at Nandong Xiangyu without leaving any trace, Nandong Xiangyu's straightforward agreement made her a little unexpected. Master, let's do as the elder said. I am the saint of Baiwa Pavilion. It is reasonable to make sacrifices for Baiwa Pavilion. What's more, if Baiwa Pavilion is destroyed, my fate may be even more miserable. However, whether this matter succeeds or not, I am really powerless. Everything is in the hands of the great Xia Emperor. Gan Chunning stared at Nandong Xiangyu for a long time, with a very complicated heart. If possible, she really didn't want to use Nandong Xiangyu to deal with the crisis. But now, the Baiwa Pavilion is in a state of panic and precariousness due to various assassinations and rebellions, which also makes the situation of the Tiandong Coalition Army dangerous. For the sake of the foundation of the Baiwa Pavilion, even if she feels ashamed, she has to do it. Your Master, I'm sorry. Alas. Daxia Palace? Zhangyi Hall. What did you say? In order to ask Daxia for help, Baiwa Pavilion, in addition to a generous reward, also wants to give their saint girl to me as a concubine? Xia Ao looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment, with a strange look on his face. In the hall, Li Si, Gao Qiu and others who were reporting on the affairs of the court also looked strange. Nandong Xiangyu, the saint of Baiwa Pavilion, is the second most beautiful woman in the world. Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively and said happily, Your Majesty, you heard it right. It's true. Interesting. Xia Ao touched his chin with a playful look. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that they would take the initiative to give a peerless beauty. Tut tut. Gao Qiu nodded in agreement and laughed. In fact, Daxia had long wanted to get involved in the war in Tiandong territory. They naturally didn't want the Songming dynasty to swallow up the entire Tiandong territory safely and smoothly. In that case, the size of the Songming dynasty would be a bit huge. If Songming attacks Tianji territory, or even Tianxiao territory again, the threat to Daxia will only be greater. Therefore, Daxia could not sit idly by and watch the Songming dynasty grow rapidly. However, in order to obtain the greatest benefits, they have been sitting on the Diaoyu Island and have not shown any intention to get involved, waiting for the Baiwa Pavilion, the main owner of the Tiandong Coalition, to come to them. Now, they finally waited, but the result was somewhat different from what they imagined. Perhaps, this is giving away a daughter and a dowry? As for whether getting involved in the war in the Tiandong region will drag Daxia into the quagmire of war in advance, this is not a problem in the eyes of Daxia's monarchs and ministers, because Daxia does not need to send a large number of troops to fight directly with the Songming dynasty. The Tiandong coalition led by the Baiwa Pavilion itself has the ability to counter the invasion of the Songming dynasty, which has been proven in the previous war. The reason why the Tiandong coalition has encountered danger recently is precisely because of their major defects in intelligence. This defect is not only reflected in the low ability of the Baiwa Pavilion and other Tiandong forces in this regard, but also in the chaos of numerous systems and mixed dragons and snakes. And Daxia's huge advantage is precisely in intelligence, including assassination and counter-assassination. There are Jinui, Dongchang and its subordinate King Longhui, Kingdala, Bad People and Luoang. These four guards of Daxia are the most powerful intelligence organizations in the entire continent. Not to mention, there is also Baishao Pavilion as the most powerful intelligence system to support them. As long as the four guards of Daxia take action, the secret agents of Songming dynasty are not fish on the chopping board, but at least they are prey. Moreover, taking advantage of this assistance, Daxia can also take over or control the intelligence organizations of various forces in Tiandong in a logical and calm manner, and then use various reasons to reorganize them, so that the ears and eyes of various forces in Tiandong can be used for their own purposes, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. No, if you count the unexpected harvest of the Saint of Baiwa Pavilion, it is 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, if the situation is unfavorable, and the war situation shows signs of getting out of control, Daxia will also mobilize a small-scale elite army to hide their identities, and go there as a sharp knife to stabilize the situation. As for how to convince the rulers of Baiwa Pavilion and the Tiandong coalition that Daxia can solve the problem without sending troops directly, It depends on the means and abilities of the ministers. These details do not need to be personally asked by Xiao. The Emperor. Your Majesty, this is really good news. Would you like to meet the secret envoy sent by Baiwa Pavilion in person? Li Si looked at Xiao and asked with a smile. Xiao thought for a while, then nodded. Take time to meet them. It can also be regarded as a reassurance to them. As for the specific matters, you can discuss them. Yes, I obey your order.